Clash of Titans, the ultimate confrontation. Even with his transformation, this guy, with his peach-style powers, is no match for Kaguya. The thought barely formed before reality struck. His High Emperor Spirit Venerable Pupil technique was effortlessly crushed by Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's expanding truth-seeking orbs. At the end of the day, there remained an undeniable gap between Momoshiki Ōtsutsuki and Kaguya. Not only was Momoshiki still in his base form, but he had yet to consume the chakra fruit formed by Kinshiki to awaken his third Rinnegan. From a distance, the other members of the Ōtsutsuki clan observed the battle briefly before losing interest. The outcome was already clear: Kaguya would emerge victorious. With Momoshiki and Kinshiki already incapacitated, that left only Madara Uchiha and his allies as the last remaining threats. As he approached the battlefield, Ōtsutsuki Kishato swept his gaze across the battlefield. His eyes lingered briefly on Might Guy and Naruto, who were being suppressed by Kurama Yakumo, before shifting toward the two most intriguing figures, Madara Uchiha and Hagoromo Ōtsutsuki. "So, you've been resurrected?" Kishato's voice carried a hint of amusement. His eyes gleamed as he studied Hagoromo with renewed interest. From what he sensed, Hagoromo was no longer just a spirit. He had a physical body once again. That could only mean one thing. Madara Uchiha brought him back, Kishato mused. Resurrecting someone of Hagoromo's level wasn't easy, not even with the Rinnegan. The Sage of Six Paths had been dead for far too long. Even with his extensive knowledge, bringing someone of that caliber back to life was nothing short of extraordinary. "Interesting. It seems you still have a few tricks up your sleeve, old monster," Kishato chuckled, his voice filled with intrigue. Hagoromo, however, remained unfazed. His ancient eyes reflected nothing but calmness, as if he had already accepted the fleeting nature of his return. "This is only temporary. I don't have much time, so let's not waste it," Hagoromo said, his voice steady. Kishato understood immediately. "I see. Then show me your light." Without further hesitation, he raised his hand. A black truth-seeking rod materialized at his fingertips, crackling with golden energy. Ripples surged through his Rinnegan, and in an instant, golden beams of pure destruction shot forth like lightning. This was the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, a power that Kishato had mastered to perfection. Hagoromo barely lifted his hand before his truth-seeking orbs formed a barrier to shield himself and Madara. However, to his shock, the indestructible barrier of truth-seeking orbs was nearly pierced by the golden beams. "What terrifying penetration!" Madara muttered, his expression darkening. If these golden beams could almost puncture truth-seeking orbs, then their bodies were nothing more than fragile shells in comparison. But there was no time for hesitation. Madara shot into the sky, his hands spreading wide as dark purple lightning crackled between his fingers. Senjutsu, In Lightning Pierce. Thunderous bolts spread out like 1,000 branching limbs, crackling toward Kishato with lethal intent. At the same time, Madara's Rinnegan gleamed with a deadly light. Without warning, 4 invisible figures lunged at Kishato from the void. Limbo, Border Jail. Simultaneously, Hagoromo raised his own weapon, his truth-seeking orbs transformed into a divine blade that stretched from heaven to earth, slashing downward in a sweeping arc. Kishato, however, merely smiled. 80 gods' vacuum fists. With a single movement, he unleashed a storm of air punches so dense and fast that they shattered the incoming purple lightning like brittle glass. The force of his strikes didn't stop there, it continued forward, hammering into Madara with overwhelming might. Limbo clones. A troublesome ability, Kishato remarked as he turned his gaze toward the barely visible shadows surrounding him. This was one of the most broken techniques of the Rinnegan, a parallel existence that acted independently in an alternate dimension, completely untouchable to all except those with Rinnegan-level sight. Compared to Sasuke's Ameno Tajikara, Momoshiki's High Emperor Spirit Venerable, or Kaguya's Yamatsu Hirasaka, Madara's Limbo, Border Jail was arguably one of the most overpowered abilities. But it wasn't without its flaws. The Limbo clones had to return to the original body after a set duration. Moreover, any damage sustained by a clone would be reflected onto the original body upon reabsorption. Additionally, those with Rinnegan could perceive them. And for the clones to attack, they needed to momentarily enter the physical plane, just like Obito's Kamui. This gave Kishato all the knowledge he needed to counter the attack. A spatial rift suddenly tore open behind him. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Kishato's body flickered as he disappeared into the rift, vanishing before the attacks could land. The moment he reappeared, it was behind Madara. Time-space manipulation. Just like my mother's, Hagoromo muttered in warning. Madara, be careful. Madara had been waiting for this. He smirked. Exactly what I wanted. With a single thought, His truth-seeking orbs transformed into razor-sharp spikes, aiming to impale Kishato on the spot. But to his surprise, Kishato ignored them entirely. Madara barely had time to process this before his expression changed. His body suddenly felt like it was sinking into an abyss, an unbearable weight pressing down on him. His movements froze. And his truth-seeking spikes remained suspended in the air, unresponsive.
Kishato's smirk deepened. "Oh? What's wrong, Madara?"
Did you think you were the only one with broken abilities?
The weight of pupil power.
What the hell is happening? Madara Uchiha's eyes widened as an overwhelming force pressed down on him. The air itself felt impossibly heavy, making even the smallest movement an immense struggle. It wasn't just him, his truth-seeking orbs were affected too. They weren't completely immobilized, but they were moving at an agonizingly slow pace, as if trapped in thick molasses.
Boom!
Before he could fully process the situation, Kishato Ōtsutsuki struck. The black truth-seeking rod in his hand came crashing down against Madara's back with crushing force.
Gah!
Madara coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body was launched downward like a meteor, slamming into the ground and carving a massive crater upon impact. From above, Hagoromo Ōtsutsuki observed the battle, his ancient eyes narrowing as he studied Kishato closely. Something wasn't right. He had seen Madara's truth-seeking orbs fail to strike their target, a nearly impossible occurrence. What kind of ability is this? Hagoromo murmured. After sending Madara crashing to the ground, Kishato took a step back, his smirk unwavering. And at that moment, Madara's truth-seeking orbs suddenly returned to their normal speed, flying past where Kishato had just been. Cough. Damn it, Madara muttered, slowly rising from the crater. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his Rinnegan blazing as he locked eyes with Kishato. His mind raced.
What was this technique? Time manipulation?
Spatial interference?
No, something felt off.
While the sensation had been suffocating, he could still move, just barely. It wasn't absolute immobilization, but the sheer pressure made it excruciatingly difficult to act. It's definitely a space-time ability, Hagoromo analyzed as he floated beside Madara. But there's too little information. All I can deduce is that it seems to restrict movement. Madara nodded grimly. In a battle of this scale, not understanding an opponent's ability was already a severe disadvantage. They had to figure it out, fast. Kishato, still hovering above them, let out a chuckle.
Still confused, he taunted.
His voice carried an eerie amusement as he extended his hand. His 9-tomo Rinnegan gleamed ominously, pulsating with a deep crimson glow. Well then, why don't we try again? As his words fell, the crushing pressure returned. Madara and Hagoromo's expressions darkened as they felt it seep into their very bones.
Time. Space.
At this moment, both seemed meaningless. No matter how they struggled, the inescapable weight of this power surrounded them. Pupil technique, Cho and Zenkin, heavenly binding chains.
Kishato's smirk deepened.
He slowly raised his right hand, golden energy gathering at his fingertips, burning with a divine yet ruthless radiance.
Madara's eyes widened. This golden light. Damn it.
He knew exactly what it was. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. If that attack landed while they were immobilized, they were finished.
Panic surged through him.
He tried to move to gather chakra, but the oppressive force restricted even his chakra flow. This is bad, he growled, desperation flashing in his eyes.
But then,
he noticed something. Not far from him, his limbo shadow was unaffected. Madara's mind raced. Was it a matter of distance? Or was the technique simply ineffective against limbo clones? Either way, this was a chance. Under his command, 4 limbo clones sprang into action. 2 of them shot toward Kishato at blinding speed. The remaining 2 prepared to counterattack. One raised a hand, generating an immense gravitational force, attempting to interrupt Kishato's attack. Senjutsu, Storm Release, Lightfang. The second clone opened its mouth, releasing a razor-thin beam of pure purple lightning, slicing through the air like a blade of divine judgment. This technique was so powerful it could even cut through truth-seeking orbs. Kishato, however, only laughed. Still calm even in the face of death? That's why you're Madara Uchiha. Without hesitation, he swung his right hand. A blinding golden blade erupted from his fingertips, extending infinitely toward Madara and Hagoromo. At the same time, Kishato tilted his head slightly, evading the lightning-like Lightfang by a hair's breadth. His left hand stretched out, and a truth-seeking orb morphed into a barrier, blocking the 2 incoming limbo shadows with effortless precision. As for the gravitational force, it had no effect on him. Madara's expression darkened further.
It's just as I thought.
He can still move freely. The Limbo clones were exact replicas of the original body, but the flaw was that someone with the Rinnegan could perceive them. This was the technique's greatest weakness.
And at that moment,
the crushing weight lifted. Madara and Hagoromo instantly noticed the change.
But it was too late.
The Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion had already reached them. Both men reacted instantly, dodging with all their might, but Madara wasn't fast enough. The golden beam grazed his side, and in the blink of an eye, his left arm was vaporized. The energy was so condensed that not even the Ten Tails' regenerative abilities could prevent the limb's destruction.
Madara grimaced, but his expression quickly hardened.
Even with his Ten Tails enhanced body, even with all his power, he still couldn't fully dodge it. From the side, Hagoromo's sharp gaze remained locked on Kishato. "We still don't fully understand his technique," he murmured. "But it has limitations." Kishato's technique was overwhelming, making even them helpless, but it had weaknesses. First, the area of effect wasn't massive. Second, it didn't last forever. And third, Kishato himself couldn't maintain it indefinitely. "Then, we just have to keep testing its limits," Hagoromo declared, his voice calm yet firm. A surge of sky-blue chakra erupted around him. The heavens trembled as an immense chakra pressure filled the battlefield.
And then,
a colossus rose from the earth. A towering Susanoo, far larger than any Madara had ever conjured, materialized, standing taller than mountains, radiating divine energy. A force even comparable to the Ten Tails itself. Kishato's smirk faded slightly.
"Oh."
His crimson eyes gleamed with newfound amusement. "Now things are getting interesting."
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Susanoo's words are best used as a temptation. The big barrel of wood feather clothes stood at the crystal of Susanoo's forehead, and looked at the big barrel of the wooden house and said slowly, "His Susanoo is extremely large, and if the Ōtsutsuki people can even control his Susanoo, then the ability of the Ōtsutsuki people is too terrifying." The Azure Susanoo pulled out the long knife at his waist, and the sword flashed with an icy cold light, and then slashed at the large barrel of wooden house. This is enough to rival the ten-tailed Susanoo. The power of the gods? The moment the sword fell, the whole world seemed to have lost its color, and under the sharp energy, everything was vulnerable. Although it is powerful, relatively speaking, it is also a live target. In the face of this amazing knife, the dark spatial crack silently engulfed him. Then the figure of the Ōtsutsuki Clan appeared on the left side of Susanoo. And because of the avoidance of the big barrel wooden house, Susanoo's slash fell the ground. Thundered, the earth shakes and the mountains shake. It was as if the sky was cracking, and the earth was slashed by this knife, and a deep crack continued to spread into the distance. The cold breath of silence and decay kept coming from the abyss, which was shocking. There is no ability to use it, and it seems that there are indeed limitations. Madara Uchiha squinted at the Ōtsutsuki Clan who had dodged Susanoo's slash with the yellow spring hirapo. Sure enough, although the ability is weird, it is impossible to be really perfect with such an ability to defy the sky. The big barrel of the wooden house controlled the seeker jade to fly to his fingertips, and the golden light bloomed out, and a large amount of chakra and pupil power were continuously input into it. He's going to wipe out this Susa with a single blow? You can't hold out for long, can you? But as an ordinary person, he is indeed extremely good. The big barrel wood chew immortal used the Deo seeking jade to defend against another sunset attack by Mate Kai, and looked at Mate Kai with a hideous face and said lightly, "Mate Kai, who opened the door to death, is indeed not as strong as a human, and the extreme speed achieved by running with the flesh alone. Even her Reincarnation Eye insight could barely catch the figure." But Mate Kai's attack couldn't break through the defense of the seeking Deo Jade, which was already doomed to Mate Kai not being able to defeat her. But for the first time, Ōtsutsuki Clan also admitted this opponent, which was different from her previous fights with Mate Kai. The big barrel wood Clan agrees with him. It's true that the time for the 8 gates is almost up, but, Mate Kai replied in a deep voice when he heard this, and his figure slowly fell to the ground. After all, the 8 gates Dungia Death Gate is the power he has gained by burning his life and blood, and after fighting until now, the time of the 8 gates has almost reached its limit. If he doesn't decide the winner, he will be dragged to death by himself. Oh, use your last resort, Mate Kai. It's your name, right? My name is Ōtsutsuki Kokosen. A trace of ripples appeared in the pure and beautiful reincarnated eyes of the great barrel wood chew immortal, and he sensed Mate Kai's strange appearance. Her right arm was raised high, and the green rosary and the seeking Deo Jade flew to her fingertips, and the unprecedented brilliant golden light was dazzling and dazzling. Big barrel wood chew immortal, I remember? In a person's life, there will always be a time when he gives everything for what he wants to protect, and youth will not fade. Mate Kai squatted slowly, his fiery red hair, which had been blown up by the explosion of blood, fluttering. The powerful momentum continued to condense, and the fiery red chakra rushed up, and finally turned into a huge and hideous dragon head. You are your guardian, and I am also fighting for my guardian. The reincarnation eyes of the large barrel wood chew immortal stared at Mate Kai tightly, and the immortal chakra and pupil power frantically entered the golden mang. Mate Kai's blow brought her an unprecedented sense of crisis. Recalling the battle with Mate Kai, the barrel Mukixian really didn't expect that in this final battle, her opponent would still be Mate Kai. But this is the last time? Die? The big barrel wood Kyuxian waved his right arm fiercely, and the golden lightsaber that penetrated the sky rose up, and then slashed towards Mate Kai. Immortal Law. Reincarnated Eye. The golden wheel is reincarnated? The ultimate mystery of the reincarnation eye was used by the big barrel wood chew immortal with immortal chakra. How terrifying would it be? This is a blow that is enough to cut the moon in half. Mate Kai felt the attack, charging up to the extreme, letting out a roar like a beast in a desperate situation. Stepping heavily on the ground, Mate Kai, who was wrapped in the shadow of the blood-colored dragon, ran towards the large barrel of wood Kyuxian in midair. The terrifying murderous aura and power made the space where Mate Kai rushed slightly distorted, and it was as strong as a man. Night Kai? Mate Kai's final physical technique after opening the door of death? The blood-colored dragon shadow and the golden giant sword touched, and a storm of red and golden energy swept out. The sky began to change color and the earth began to crack. The terrifying energy ripples spread in circles, so that the entire battlefield of people fighting had to use defensive means to block this powerful storm and energy aftermath. Kai, Kakashi and the others looked at Mate Kai, who was roaring in midair with complicated expressions, and a wave of sadness rose up spontaneously. The Eight Gates Dunjia is a forbidden technique that exchanges life for combat power, and all of them understand this. And at this moment, Mate Kai, this blow, I am afraid that it will be the last brilliance in his life. Those thick eyebrows, it's really capable enough. Looking at the two attacks of red and gold that were evenly matched in midair, the dried persimmon ghost shark couldn't help but admire with emotion. Mate Kai, he had also met when he and Uchiha Itachi went to Konoha before, and they had a brief exchange of hands at that time. But now looking at his battle with the big barrel of Muk Immortal, the dried persimmon ghost shark has to sigh. Konoha is still really scary. Pain, no wonder you're dying in Konoha. As if thinking of something, the dried persimmon ghost shark turned his head to Nagato. Although the identity at the moment is an enemy, it does not prevent the dried persimmon Oni shark and Nagato from saying a few words, right? Nagato died in Konoha at the beginning, but it really scared him. Nagato was stunned when he heard this, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. His death was completely different from what the dried persimmon ghost shark thought. But at this moment, Nagato did agree with the idea of the dried persimmon ghost shark. Konoha, it was really terrifying. The human beings of this world, the big barrel wood peach looked at Mate Kai, who was fighting to the death with the big barrel wood chew immortal, and couldn't help but be stunned. This force, even he felt palpitations. But Mate Kai is just an ordinary human being, and the arrogance of the big barrel wood chew immortal is actually not surprising. Those eyes, as well as the strong Barrel Wood bloodline in her body, also proved that she should be a member of the Barrel Wood clan who inherited the bloodline of the Barrel Wood house. But Mate Kai is different. The big barrel peach style can be seen. Mate Kai didn't have any other bloodlines in his body, just a simple human being, but at this moment, his burst of power shocked him. Can't you understand? Humans are weak and selfish, but the will to do everything for what they protect is something that our race does not have. Ōtsutsuki Kazuya glanced at Mate Kai faintly, and a ripple appeared in his pure white eyes. After so many years of wandering in the ninja world with the Ōtsutsuki Kisha, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's understanding of human nature has deepened. Although it is weak, the power that humans sometimes explode for the things they cherish and the bonds that they are bound to do is shocked even by the Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Naruto and Sasuke and Itachi, etc., are all things that she has witnessed with her own eyes. Peach, you who claim to be a god, coming to this world is the biggest mistake. Seeing that the big barrel Mudoshi's face was ugly, the big barrel wood Kaguya raised his hands slightly, and said in a calm tone. In the center of Kaguya's slender and white palm, two gray bones slowly drilled out. Kill the ashes together. Gray bones that exude the breath of decay, this is a true nirvana? No matter what it is, as long as it touches the ashes of the co-killing ashes, it will disappear with it. Hearing this, the big barrel Mudoshi's face was slightly distorted, but he was extremely jealous to look at the two co-killing ashes in the palm of the big barrel wood Hui. His instincts told him that if he was hit, then he was really going to perish. You want to kill me? The big barrel of Mu Tao's face was gloomy, and the creepy feeling brought to him by killing the ashes was not fake. Kaguya, this guy, is murderous to him? I don't have any grudges against you now, if you can survive. Hearing this, the face of the big barrel wood Hui did not change, and replied lightly. After fighting until now, she has suppressed the big wooden peach style throughout the whole process, and her psychology has changed. The big barrel peach style is nothing more than that. Therefore, the big barrel wood Kaguya doesn't have such a deep obsession with the big barrel wood peach style. If the big barrel peach can survive in her hands today, then she won't go out of her way to kill him. After all, the big barrel wood clan is indeed about to wither away now. As the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya also has the responsibility to make the Ōtsutsuki clan strong. Although, in the future, the real ruler of the Ōtsutsuki clan is her man. This woman is so strong. Hearing this, the Big Barrel Wood Peach Style looked at the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya unwillingly, although he was unwilling, but his strength really can't be compared with the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya. What made him most uncomfortable was that his reliance on the Reincarnation Eye pupil technique High Emperor Birth Spirit Venerable could not play the slightest role in his battle with Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Seeking Deo Jade, 80 Divine Air Strikes, and killing Ashes Bones together are all techniques that cannot be absorbed. He didn't even force out the pupil technique of the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya. Such a gap makes the conceited Big Barrel Peach Style unacceptable at all. Thinking of this, the Big Barrel of Wood Peach flew to the ground, and the target was the direction of the fall of the Big Barrel of Wood Gold. He won't sit still. The attack of the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya will be really deadly. He is not afraid of death, but he doesn't want to die in the hands of the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya. That would be too much of a shame for him. I see. Seeing this, the pure and beautiful white eyes of the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya flashed with fluorescence, and he instantly understood the Big Barrel Wood Peach Style thoughts. I absorb the Big Barrel Wood Gold type. This is the way to inherit the power of the Ōtsutsuki clan from generation to generation. Although cruel and inhumane, it is indeed a tradition of the Ōtsutsuki clan. There was a hint of disgust in her beautiful eyes, and the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya aimed the ashes of the co-killing ash bone in the direction of the Big Barrel Wood Peach Style, and shot out instantly. The Big Barrel of Wood Kaguya, who is very affectionate, really can't have a good impression of this tradition. Kai's lore? But after all, it was useless. The Big Barrel Wooden Houseman looked at Mate Kai who was lingering in the Blood Dragon, and slowly shook his head with a smile. Mate Kai's Night Kai is indeed very strong. This is a physical technique that almost kicked the 6 spots to death. The power of the impact can distort space, and even kick off the 6 Deo spots Deo Seeking Jade and 6 Deo Tin battles. Although it is said that at that time, the 6 spots did not use any offensive defense methods, and withstood Mate Kai's attack head-on. The near-death was also the result of his own work, but that couldn't hide the power of Yakai's blow. However, the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House didn't think that Mate Kai would use this move to defeat the Big Barrel Wood Chu Immortal. The Big Barrel Wood Kyuxin can be said to be the strongest under him, and strictly speaking, the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya does not belong to his subordinates. The Reincarnation Eye that has been developed to the limit enters the Reincarnation Eye chakra mode, and there is a large barrel of Wood Chu Immortal blessed by the Immortal method. At this moment, even if she is Kurama Yakumo, who has the Reincarnation Eye of the 6-hooked jade, she is slightly inferior. Even in the face of the 6 spots, the Big Barrel Wood Kyuxin will not be at a disadvantage. It's a pity that Mate Kai is a pity, but now it's an opponent after all, anyway. As if thinking of something, the Big Barrel Wooden House man shook his head and chuckled, not paying attention to the battle over there. Susa is very strong, but this huge size is an absolute advantage and a disadvantage. The Big Barrel Wooden House man looked at Susanengu of the Big Barrel Wooden Feather Coat, and waved his right hand down. A huge pillar of golden light shot out of the sky and fell fiercely towards Susanoo, who was a large wooden feather cloak. Susanengu held the sword in both hands, and crossed and slashed towards the golden pillar of light, a slash that was enough to change the continental plate. Susanoo. Dance of the Two Blades. Seeing this, Madara Uchiha did not hesitate. His hands were folded, and a huge amount of chakra and pupil power surged. The earth shook, and there was a wail that I don't know how many times I was overwhelmed today. Countless boulders were attracted by the huge gravitational attraction to float and accumulate, and in an instant, dozens of huge stone balls floated high in the air. Reincarnation Eye. Earthburst Star. Change? The next moment, these huge stone balls slammed into the Big Barrel Wooden House people at high speed. This kind of attack is useless. The reincarnation of the Great Barrel Wooden House looked at these terrifying stone balls, and the eyes of the 9-hook jade reincarnation flashed with scarlet divine light. A huge repulsive force spread out in a ring. Thundered. One by one, the stone balls are shattered by the repulsive impact of the strong and domineering. Suddenly a drizzle of rubble fell from the sky, and the dense debris fell to the ground, stirring up smoke and dust in the sky. Of course I know it's useless to you, but in this way, it's also an opportunity. Madara Uchiha's voice came from the smoke and dust. The words fell, and 4 grey shadows completely surrounded the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House from all directions. The shadow of the Wheel Tomb stretched out his right hand at the same time, and the purple-black energy condensed in the shape of a ball, and in an instant, the black ball expanded to the size of tens of meters. A breath of desperate and terrifying energy overflowed from the black ball. 10-tailed beast jade? This is the strongest tailed beast jade that can only be used by the power of the 10-tailed human pillar. But the shadow of the Wheel Tomb, which has all the abilities of Madara Uchiha, can also be used. Haven't you suffered enough? Seeing this, the corners of the Big Barrel Wooden House man grinned in an arc, and now the close distance has entered the range of his current pupil technique. The eyes of the 9-hook jade reincarnation riding wheel glowed with a scarlet and strange red light, and the heaviness of the strange disobedience came again. Pupil surgery. Shinankan? The extremely creepy scene reappeared, and the speed of the shadow of the Wheel Tomb condensing the beast jade became extremely slow in an instant. It's a stark contrast to the speed at which chakras were gathered before. That pupil technique really worked on the shadow of the Wheel Tomb. It does seem to be a matter of pupil range, and is temporal type pupil surgery? It also seems a little wrong. Seeing this, Madara Uchiha observed the strange scene of the shadow of the reincarnation tomb with great concentration, and his reincarnation eyes kept flickering. the speed at which the condensation chakra became slow, and it shouldn't have anything to do with the heaviness of the space. The 10-tailed beast jade is condensed by using the tailed beast chakra in the body, so the pupil technique of the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House is definitely not just a simple spatial ability. Is it time control? Therefore, any movement will become sluggish, and it is not actually because the space is condensed? But it doesn't seem right, if it's the people of the Big Barrel who control the time around them, causing any of their movements and behaviors to take more time to complete. Then there shouldn't be that weird heaviness. Or is it that in fact, the Hitomi technique of the people of the Ōtsutsuki house is two abilities at the same time? It not only controls the temporal change in the area, but also has the effect of spatial suppression? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed even tighter. He seemed to have a little clue, although he didn't know if the analysis was right or not, but it should be 8 or 9 and 10. But because of this, Madara Uchiha was even more heavy-hearted. This time-space pupil technique seems to be a bit too rebellious. Aside from the scope of Hitomiji, Madara Uchiha didn't know how to deal with it at all. Time, space, in front of my pupil technique, useless. The Ōtsutsuki Kisha people noticed Madara Uchiha's uncertain expression, and the smile on the corner of his mouth slowly became hideous. The reincarnation eyes on the forehead flickered ominous, and the red light was even brighter, and the shadow of the four-wheel tomb, the speed of condensing the tailed beast jade is even slower, and you can even clearly see that the yin and yang energy particles around the tailed beast are slowly flying into the tailed beast jade. Weirdly, the Uchiha's pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, the space around the shadow of the four-wheeled tomb seemed to be blurred and distorted a little, and the faces and bodies of the shadows of the wheeled tomb slowly became distorted and painful. The next moment, the shadows of the four wheels of tomb were crushed into powder by the space at the same time. Pupil surgery. Tian and Chuan. Increase? The shadow of the wheel tomb was destroyed, and Madara Uchiha suddenly covered his eyes in pain, and 2 blood stains slowly overflowed from his fingers. The shadow was so brutally destroyed that it was too much of a burden on his reincarnation eye. After destroying the shadow of the wheel tomb, the red light of the 9-hook jade reincarnation eyes on the forehead of the Big Barrel Wooden House slowly calmed down, and the deep pupil power flowed through it. Awakening this eye is too great for the increase in the combat power of the people of the Big Barrel, and his original reincarnation eye pupil technique has been greatly sublimated. Tian and Chuan, let him be truly invincible within a certain range? And at this moment, the Big Barrel Wood Peach type came to the front of the Big Barrel Wood Gold style that fell to the ground. Momo-sama, this moment has finally arrived. The Big Barrel of Wood Gold style lay on the ground, looking at the Big Barrel of Wood Peach style that slowly walked in front of him and said, he is a confidant of the Big Tube Peach style, and his life is only to serve the Big Tube Wood Peach style. For the sudden appearance of the Big Barrel Wood Peach style in front of him at this moment, the Big Barrel Wood Gold style also understood his thoughts. The Big Barrel Wood Kaguya and the others are too strong, and now the Big Barrel Wood Peach style is not their opponent. The Big Barrel of Mokpo was lying not far from the two, and the white eyes and the 6-hook jade reincarnation eyes flashed with an unknown light. Hearing this, the Big Barrel Wood Peach style was silent, and his white eyes were complicated to look at the Big Barrel Wood Gold style. For the loyal Big Barrel Wood Gold style, he is indeed quite mixed at the moment. Come, like our predecessors and fathers, inherit my power. The Big Barrel of Wood Jinshi yelled at the Big Barrel of Wood Peach type, and then forcibly endured the severe pain to stand up. The tradition of the Ōtsutsuki clan is to pass on the power to the next generation with self-sacrifice. In this way, we can maintain and ensure the strength and longevity of the Big Barrel Wood family. And the Big Barrel of Wood Kaguya, which was floating quietly in midair, opened his eyes and pursed his lips to look at the ground. In her sight, a large wooden peach slowly walked up to her holding a chakra fruit shaped like a peach. Under the gaze of Kaguya, the Big Barrel Peach took an expressionless bite on the chakra fruit. The next moment, rumble, a huge pillar of chakra energy light soared into the sky. The pillars of light and storms that erupted from such an abrupt burst of chakra energy naturally attracted everyone's attention. Have you gotten stronger? The Big Barrel Wood Kaguya narrowed his pure eyes slightly, ignoring the chakra wind blowing in his face, and quietly waited for the change of the Big Barrel Wood Peach. Although judging from the current changes in chakra, the strength of the Big Barrel Peach style may be very different from before, but Ōtsutsuki Kaguya still has absolute confidence in himself. At this moment, the Big Barrel Peach style is still under her control. This is power. For a long time, the long voice of the Big Barrel of Wooden Peach satisfaction came from the energy storm. The chakra storm slowly subsided, and 3 strange golden rays of light loomed. And after seeing the new posture of the Big Barrel Peach style, everyone couldn't help frowning slightly. The 2 pairs of reincarnation eyes in the palm of the palm, and a reincarnation eye on the forehead, the eyes are white. A long and thick white and purple hair danced wildly, and a wide white robe was waving without the restraint of a belt. There are extremely strange black traces on his face, and there is no calm, indifferent and arrogant that can be seen at a glance before, but it looks extremely flamboyant and hideous. 3 reincarnation eyes? This guy, Uchiha Obito, frowned deeply. The power of the reincarnation eye, he knew it very well. And at this moment, the peach-like posture is really a bit overbearing and shocking. It's a pity that it's still not Kaguya's opponent. The Big Barrel Wooden House man glanced at the Big Barrel Wood Peach style at this moment, shook his head slightly, and chuckled. He sensed it, and the strength of the big barrel wood peach style at this moment could be said to have entered the 6th realm, if it was combined with his Reincarnation Eye pupil technique. But if you want to defeat Kaguya, it's completely impossible. In the original book, the large barrel wood peach style evolved after absorbing the big barrel wood gold style, and finally it was used by Naruto. The ultimate Susa defeat has proven this. The ultimate Susanoo is Sasuke's posture that is comparable to the large wooden feather coat. Many people may think that the big barrel peach style is very weak, and was defeated by the weakened Naruto, and finally was killed by a little kid with a spiral pill. The plot kills. Is there still less strong people killed in the plot? And is the big barrel peach style really weak? The all-important reincarnation pupil technique has no effect on Naruto, and the physical and technical cooperation of Naruto's 2 faggots is indeed seamless. And most importantly, prestige. The ultimate Susa thing is indeed very terrifying. It is true that there is nothing wrong with saying that the big tube wood peach style is not as good as the big tube wood Kaguya, but at the moment, the big tube wood peach style is indeed a proper top powerhouse. The people of the big barrel wooden house turned their eyes into the distance again, and he didn't have to worry about the big barrel wood peach style things. This was the grievance entanglement of the big barrel wood Kaguya. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya will handle it by himself. In the eyes of the people in the big barrel wooden house, there were several figures rushing towards the melee side of Xiao and Thousand Hands Pillar and others. It's Terumi and the others who are waiting for Hakura. It's almost over. The people of the big barrel wooden house groaned slightly, and the time had passed since the battle had been until now. It's time to draw an end to this war? Thinking of this, the people of the big barrel wooden house glanced at the Uchiha Madara and the big barrel wood feather coat who were waiting for the battle, and the golden wheel just now exploded, and it had already cut off the complete body of the big barrel wood feather coat. The 9-hook jade reincarnation eyes on the forehead of the big barrel wooden house man flashed with a strange red light. Pupil surgery. Shinankan? And at this moment, on the other side, the confrontation between the earth-shattering golden lightsaber and the blood-colored dragon shadow has also come to an end. With the crazy delivery of the chakra and pupil power of the big barrel wood chew immortal at any cost, Mate Kai's Yakai couldn't kick the golden lightsaber after all. Yakai's momentum was blocked, and finally the blood-colored dragon shadow slowly dissipated, and Mate Kai's figure was like a kite with a broken string, and finally fell to the ground weakly. That's it. The big barrel wood Kyuxin lowered his body slightly, and the divine light in his eyes was no longer bright, but a little dim reincarnation eyes stared at the unconscious Mate Kai and said slowly. Because of the burning of the blood chi in his body, Mate Kai's entire body at this moment looked a little charred, and the chakra at his heart was like a candle in the wind, as if it would be extinguished at any time. Even, his body has begun to gradually turn into ashes. Go in peace. Today's battle, I will always remember that as a human being, you have stood at the top. The big barrel wood Kyuxian exhaled slightly, and expressed his respect to Mate Kai. She was also a little tired at the moment. The blow of the golden wheel just now had really consumed too much of her chakra and pupil power. Even her immortal mode and reincarnation eye chakra mode have been temporarily withdrawn. Chu Xian, are you alright? 2 figures flashed, and Kurama Yakumo and Suzuki appeared next to the big barrel wood song fairy, looking at the big barrel wood song fairy with a little gloomy reincarnation eyes and asked worriedly, okay, how's your side? The big barrel wood chew immortal shook her head when she heard this. She just used some pupil power too much. It's a little tricky, but it's not a big problem. Kurama Yakumo's face softened slightly when he heard this, and then he said helplessly, Naruto, who she fought against Suzuki, can only be said to be similar in strength to them, but the difficulty is the first time Kurama Yakumo has seen it. The shadow clone technique, as well as some chakras of the 9-taileds, caused Naruto's chakra characteristics to be changed at any time. The various attack traits are indeed annoying, not that they can't be defeated, but it will take some time for them to defeat Naruto. That's enough, and when the young master and Miss Kaguya solve their respective opponents, this war will be over. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya nodded and looked into the distance. In the corner of the endless ocean, the rising sun is so dazzling. Dawn dawns, that's exactly what they were looking forward to. Thick eyebrows, sensei. Naruto, who was carrying 2 black sticks of seeking jade, appeared next to Mate Kai, his face heavy with a touch of heaviness. War is so cruel. Maybe when you don't pay attention, your relatives and friends will leave you forever. But Naruto crouched down slightly, his right hand slowly pressed on Kai's heart, and the power of Yang Xian continued to pour into Mate Kai's body. At the same time, it also protects the last bit of chakra of Mate Kai. Why bother? Even if you save him now, if you don't get treatment, he's just a disabled person. The 3 of them watched Naruto's movements silently, and Suzuki said calmly, because of the 8-gate Dunjia, all the skeletal musculature and nerve tissues in the whole body are almost intact now. Even if Naruto used the power of Yang to save the last bit of life of Mate Kai, there was no one with the best medical skills to treat Mate Kai. Even if he lives, he's just a guy who can never land. If you live, there will always be hope. Naruto stood up and looked at the other battlefields, almost all of them on the back foot. War. Naruto silently stretched out his hand to tighten the forehead guard on his forehead, and took the black stick of the seeking jade to take a fighting stance against the 3 of them. I see, it's worthy of Naruto-kun, but you've basically lost. Soon this world will enter a new era. Kurama Yakumo looked at the firm will in Naruto's eyes and was slightly stunned, then slowly shook his head and said with a light smile, In this case, he still maintains an unwavering heart, and it is no wonder that the people of the Big Barrel Kisha say that this Naruto is special. It's arrogant to say that, but as long as I'm standing, I won't let you succeed. Naruto looked at the 3 teenagers and girls in front of him who could be called the top in the world, and said in a deep voice, "The chances of victory are slim, and even none, but so what? There are some things that you will really regret in the future if you don't do them. Even if he loses, even if he dies, Naruto won't give up, at least he did it. To stop it? It's still the same, it's good to knock you down, right?" Sasuke said calmly when he heard this, and a rich ominous dark purple chakra slowly rose on his body. Naruto couldn't be convinced, Sasuke already knew that. "How long can you hold out against the 3 of us?" Kurama Yakumo shook his head, his heterochromatic pupils flickering with fluorescence. Although the pupil power and chakra of the Big Barrel Wood Chew Immortal are extremely consumed at this moment, the combat power is still maintained well. Naruto faced all 3 of them at the same time, and he had no chance of winning at all. Naruto looked at the 3 terrifying chakras rising in front of him, gritted his teeth, and the tailed beast turned on instantly. What a shame. Falling heavily on the ground, the immortal mode was forcibly lifted, and Jiraiya, who had a lot of wounds on his body, smiled helplessly. And it was Hinata Hanabi who knocked him down? Forget it, the back waves push the front waves, the current world is their young people's after all. And not far from Zillat, the ape fury, who was nailed to the ground by the black rod of yin yang and couldn't move, shook his head and said with relief, "The world has its own process after all, and it's time for them, the older generation, to quit the stage. Perhaps, all this is fate." Jiraiya was silent when he heard this, and then leaned his back slightly against a boulder, looking at the Thousand Hands Pillar and the others who were still fighting. This war has been fought for a day now, and many things, the victory or defeat is now about to be decided. I hope the future is bright. Jiraiya was silent for a long time, and finally he grinned weakly and whispered to himself in a bitter arc. He's tried his best, he's done his best, but if he can't stop it, there's nothing he can do. In any case, we can only hope that they, everyone, can continue to persevere. If there is really nothing you can do, you can only follow the trajectory of fate. The winner is the king and the loser is cow. This truth is very clear to Zilla and others. And at this moment, the Big Barrel Wooden House is on the side of the people, with the reincarnation of the pupil of the people of the Large Barrel Wooden House. As the Tianinchuan unfolds, Ōtsutsuki Harimo and Madara Uchiha have once again fallen into that strange time-space bondage. The disharmony of time and the heaviness of space make it impossible for the 2 of them to break free no matter how they try. The Big Barrel of the Wooden House man held the black rod made of seeking jade, and threw it out fiercely, piercing the shoulders of the 2. The force of the black rod smashed them into the ground and pinned them to the ground. The Big Barrel of the Wooden House fell to the ground and walked in front of the 2 of them with light steps, and his reincarnated eyes shone slightly. "It's over, no matter how much you struggle, it's already doomed." The Big Barrel Wooden House man stretched out his right hand, and 6 seeking jades condensed out. As the words of the Ōtsutsuki Kisha man fell, the 8 Dao seeking jades slowly deformed, and with the suppression of the Hitomi Jutsu Tianyashuan, they pierced into the limbs of Madara Uchiha and Ōtsutsuki Haguro like lightning. Yin and Yang escape block the circulation of chakra, so that the 2 of them can't move. Damn it, this guy. Madara Uchiha's face was extremely ugly, and he felt a little aggrieved. In this battle with the Big Barrel Wooden House, in fact, there is no too obvious difference in strength between the 2 of them and the Big Barrel Wooden House. But the reincarnation pupil technique of the Big Barrel Wooden House is too incomprehensible. After the Wheel Tomb Shadow was destroyed, the way they could restrain the people of the Great Barrel Cottage was completely gone. As a result, they were unable to fight head-on with the Barrel Cottage at all. However, Hitomi is one of the strengths of the Ōtsutsuki Kisha people themselves, although Madara Uchiha does feel that he is in a very dull mood. But he was convinced. If you lose, and any excuses and quibbles will only reveal your own incompetence. The Uchiha's weight isn't that small. You won. It seems that this world should indeed have new rules. The big wooden feather coat sighed softly, and then said slowly with a smile. He didn't have any other ideas, this battle was just for him to test the strength and will of the people of the Big Barrel. Now that he has lost, he is also willing to admit the beliefs and paths of the people of the Big Barrel. The rules of the world, if they remain unchanged, will one day decay and fall, and conforming to the way of heaven is the real vitality of this world. The Ōtsutsuki Kisha glanced at the Ōtsutsuki Momo style and Naruto, who were still insisting, and replied lightly. If the world wants to progress, then it will inevitably usher in a new change, and the people of the Big Barrel must admit that there is their own selfish factor in starting this war. But again, his unification of the mainland will indeed bring peace and new life to the mainland. Ōtsutsuki Hago Romo and Madara Uchiha have been defeated, and Ōtsutsuki Momo has been suppressed by Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, and defeat is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. As for Naruto, facing 3 strong opponents of the same level at the same time, in this short period of time, he is now scarred. Victory was close at hand, but the mood of the people in the Big Barrel was unusually calm. After all, this was what he expected. He has always acted by laying out plans first and then implementing them, and in this war, he is just to make the mainlanders please him. The people of the filthy earth who returned from the long river of time, and the 3 people of the Big Barrel Wood from the alien galaxy, everything was in his plan. How could he be defeated? Humph. Madara Uchiha snorted coldly when he heard this, but he didn't refute the words of the Ōtsutsuki Kisha. He already quite agreed with the way of the Big Barrel Wooden House. If it weren't for the infinite monthly reading plan, it would just be a bubble. For the sake of peace, he will even use more radical means to achieve it. Just watch quietly, this world will not let you down, but unfortunately, there will be no opponents in the future. The Big Barrel Wooden House man smiled when he heard this, and then stretched out his hand and made a move, and the black rod of the Seeking Jade that controlled the two of them slowly deformed and returned to the Big Barrel Wooden House. The battle is over, and the two have already admitted defeat, and there is no need for the Big Barreled Cottage to continue to trap them in this way. After all, whether it is Madara Uchiha or Ōtsutsuki Hajiro, they are both strong men with pride and self-esteem. In today's situation, they who have already failed will not do that kind of villainous behavior. Don't be complacent, your pupil technique, I'll think of a way to deal with it sooner or later. Madara Uchiha stood up, the wound on his body healed, and then glanced at the Ōtsutsuki Kishito and said indifferently. He admits that the strength of the people of the Big Barrel is stronger than his own now, but he will not bow his head easily. There can be no such thing as a perfect technique. He believed that he would definitely find out the flaws in the pupil technique of the Big Barrel Wooden House. If you can change your mother, you must also bring the world to a better place. Alas, mother, she is very strong, but she is also a poor woman. I hope you will take good care of her in the future. Ōtsutsuki Haji smiled, then turned his eyes to Ōtsutsuki Kaguya in midair, and sighed. At the beginning, he teamed up with Ōtsutsuki Feather Village to seal Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, and Ōtsutsuki Feather asked himself a clear conscience about the mainland. But at the same time, the two brothers really failed to live up to the kindness of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's nurturing to them. Now that Ōtsutsuki Kaguya has changed, he also sincerely hopes that Ōtsutsuki Kaguya can be happy in the future. Don't worry, Kaguya, I'll treat her well. The man of the Big Barrel Wooden House smiled gently when he heard this, but there was a slight weirdness in the depths of his eyes. How to say it, the Big Barrel of Wood Feather Coat, he sounds really weird. After all, in terms of actual generation, Ōtsutsuki Uroi is his great-grandfather who doesn't know how many generations. Then the Big Barrel of Wooden Feather Clothes also said to him, take good care of my mother. Ahem. If you can, you're always welcome to take on the challenge. But in an instant, the Ōtsutsuki Kishito put these messy thoughts behind him, turned his head and smiled at Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha is belligerent, of course he knows it, and he is also happy to have an occasional discussion with Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha has a haughty personality and will not easily succumb to others, so the chances of wanting to be subdued are not great, but the Ōtsutsuki Kisha people don't care either. He doesn't have to be a subordinate relationship with Madara Uchiha, and it's not bad to be friends, isn't it? It's also a no fight and no acquaintance. As for the cracking of the Hitomi technique, the people of the Big Barrel Cottage can really only say sorry. Tiananchuan's ability, the people of the Big Barrel cabin themselves can't find weaknesses. In addition to the issue of scope, Tiananchuan's ability is that the people of the Big Barrel Hut can control the time flow rate of targets within a certain range, and at the same time, they can also change the quality of space within a certain range. In the case of slowing down the time of the target itself, and increasing the mass of space around the target, the opponent is in front of the Big Barrel Wooden House, and there is no power to resist at all. With the time slowed down, it would take hundreds of thousands of generations more time for the target to even raise his hand. How could he fight the Big Barrel Wooden House? Of course, there is no truly invincible ability in the world, and if the target's strength is strong enough, he can be bound by the pupil ability of the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House. It's not impossible. The ability of time and space is extremely powerful, and the excavability of time and space is too strong. The same is true of the Tiananquan pupil technique of the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House. Madara Uchiha saw the confidence of the Ōtsutsuki Kisha, turned his head slightly and said nothing, and turned his gaze to those who were still fighting. At this moment, Naruto had been repelled by the three of them, and he could no longer stand up from the wound in his abdomen. Fighting with the three of them at the same time, the pressure was too great for him. He simply couldn't have any chances. And in the direction of the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya on the other side, the Big Barrel Wood Peach style was also shot down by her with the 80 Divine Airstrike. Except for the Thousand Hands Pillar and others who are still stubbornly resisting in the end, the war is basically coming to an end. Seeing this, the corners of the Big Barrel Wooden House people couldn't help but hook up a faint smile. This continent, this world, from today, that's his. Do you want to keep struggling? Hokage-sama, you don't have any more chances. Glancing at the battle that had ended everywhere, Hinata Hanabi's delicate flawless face evoked a pure smile at Senju Tsuruma and the others. The top fighters of the Ninja Alliance have all been defeated, what else do they have to fight? Ōtsutsuki Kishito, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, Ōtsutsuki Kozan, Kurama Yakumo, Uchiha Suzuki. These 5 people are really too strong, and for the Thousand Hands Pillar and the others, these 5 people are not something they can deal with. Hyuga girl, are you looking down on us? Even if we die in battle, we won't be tied up. Eldest brother? Hearing this, Senju looked at Hinata Hanabi with a cold face, and replied coldly. What does Hinaba mean to make them give up resistance and surrender? Even if they die, they can't descend. Failure isn't terrible, but if they can't even hold on to their own will, then they don't deserve to be called Hokage. But before Senjuma's words were finished, he was suddenly reached out and pressed down on his shoulder. Thousand Hands suddenly frowned, and turned his head suspiciously to look at the Thousand Hands pillar with a calm face. That's it, we did lose. Even if we continue to fight, it won't change anything at all, maybe. Kojuna is right, right? Senjo shook his head and sighed slightly, then turned his gaze to Tsunade, revealing a hearty smile. He had already thought about it, and after all, the cause of this war was that the first organization wanted to change the world. And it's not that you want to be bad for the world. Whether it's good or bad, I can't really tell the difference between the Thousand Hands and the Pillars, but if it's really unified, as long as the original intention of the organization remains the same, then it won't be very bad, right? After all, they are also for peace. Hearing this, the Thousand Hands Bo Feng Shui men and the others were silent, and then they had to sigh. It's really worthy of the first generation, such a free and easy posture. The big wooden houseman walked slowly from a distance, looked at the Thousand Hands pillar and chuckled. Between the Thousand Hands pillar, he is indeed a guy with great wisdom, and this war was understood from the beginning when he understood the cause and effect. There is no right or wrong on either side, just for the ideas and rules of both sides. Xiao and Wuyan village want to break this outdated order, implement unification, and enter a new era. And the Ninja Alliance just wants to maintain the balance mode of the current ninja world, or in order to continue to maintain the status of protecting their village, and they don't want Xiao's ambition to succeed. Haha, I'm getting old, I'm not as good as you young people, and now I'm a junior, it's really a headache. Hearing this, the Thousand Hands pillar waved his hand, revealing a very trademark bold laugh, and then gave a thumbs up and smiled at the big barrel wooden house. Letting go of the burden, the mood of the Thousand Hands pillar became clear again, at least in his opinion. Putting aside the issue of stance, he still feels very good about the person of the big barrel wooden house. Humph. Between the columns, no matter when, it's still like this. Madara Uchiha, who was next to the big barrel cottage, folded his arms and glanced at the Thousand Hands pillar, feeling a little embarrassed by the appearance of this best friend at the moment. Huh? Madara, you guy, secretly transplanted my cells, don't you feel disgusting? Hearing this, Thousand Hands pillar was stunned, his face suddenly stinked, and he retorted to Madara Uchiha. He now knows the truth of everything, and expresses a strong condemnation of Madara Uchiha, the old Yinbai. Madara Uchiha transplanted his own cells, and no matter how he thought about it, Senjujuma felt goosebumps. Uchiha Madara's eyelids jumped when he heard this, and his face couldn't help but look ugly, but he was really speechless. His Reincarnation Eye was indeed awakened by transplanting the cells between the Thousand Hands pillar. Seeing this, the Ōtsutsuki people smiled and ignored the mutual scolding of the two enemies, but looked at Naruto, who was brought back by the Kazuki Onai and the others, as well as the three of Ōtsutsuki Momo and Ōtsutsuki Kippo. The war is over. Naruto, is there anything else you'd like to say? The Ōtsutsuki asked with a smile as he looked at Naruto, who was a little gloomy. Yes. You win, what are you going to do with the lustful immortals? Naruto's mood was a little low, and then he looked up at the big barrel Kishito and asked rhetorically. Lost? They lost everything. Naruto wasn't really a brainless person either, and he just didn't feel right about Ōtsutsuki Kishito and Sasuke's philosophy. It's just too extreme a path. But that's the way it is, they couldn't stop it, they lost. Then, no matter what, he can only admit the concept and future of the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House. After all, in the final analysis, the people of the Big Barrel Hut are also for peace. And hearing this, the Thousand Hands Pillar and the others also all set their sights on the Big Barrel Wooden House people, Jiraiya, and others, all of whom are the highest level of the ninja world. What will the people of the Big Barrel Cottage do with them? I'm not a murderous fan, and now that they've admitted defeat, I'm not going to do anything to them. The Big Barrel Wooden House man smiled faintly, and then said slowly, Zilla and others, it doesn't matter, from now on we'll become the supreme center of power in this world. The rest of the villages belong to Xioxia, and the form of the ninja world will not change much, and the village is still a village. But the war will not rise again, Xiao stands at the top of the power. As for you, after all, the Big Barrel Wood clan is withering, and they are willing to move to the moon to protect this planet? Then the Big Barrel Wooden House man looked at the Big Barrel Wooden Peach style and the Large Barrel Wooden PU style, and smiled at the two after a slight sigh. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya didn't kill Ōtsutsuki Peach, which also shows that Ōtsutsuki Kaguya has let go of the mustard of Ōtsutsuki Peach. After all, they are of the same clan after all, and the strength of the former Big Barrel Wood Kaguya is indeed far from the Big Barrel Wood Peach style. With the arrogance of the Big Barrel of Wood Peach, naturally he will not have too much respect for the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya. And the Big Barrel Peach style is not bad, in fact, he is just arrogant. Now that everything is over, it is better to use their value than to seal these two guys. After all, they are all members of the same clan, and it would be a pity to seal it. Losers have nothing to say. The Big Barrel of Mutao was slightly silent, and then replied lightly. He is not a person who can't afford to lose, and the pride of the Big Barrel Wood clan does not allow him to abandon even his own arrogance after losing. He understood that the people of the Great Barrel Cottage had made this decision because they still maintained a friendship with them. Seeing this, the Big Barrel Mupo style also nodded, and the Big Barrel Wooden Peach style didn't object, so he had no opinion. The man smiled with satisfaction, and then turned his gaze to the rising sun, the gentle and new sun. It's so beautiful. After the end of the war, the ninja world returned to come again, and the continental UN calendar was changed to the Don UN calendar. In the first year of the Xiaoyuan calendar, all the big ninja villages and small ninja villages on the mainland were called the Chenxiao organization, and the dictatorship of the big countries was abolished. The Hokage of Konoha village, the strongest village, has also been reappointed by Tsunade, which can be regarded as a fulfillment of Tsunade's dream of changing Konoha again. The people who have been defiled have all returned to the underworld, and the Thousand Hands Pillar and others are no exception. In fact, Madara Uchiha had thought about resurrecting this best friend, but Senjutsuruma believed that they were dead after all. A remnant of the previous era, there is no village in the new century that has been able to carry them. Therefore, the Thousand Hands Pillar rejected Madara Uchiha's idea and calmly left this world and returned to the underworld. The big barrel of wood feather coat also died after the war, and returned to the underworld, and his wish was fulfilled, and he had nothing to worry about. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya changed his mind, and the ninja world has entered a new era, and he is willing to entrust everything to the junior of Ōtsutsuki Kisha. The big barrel peach type and the big barrel wooden pool style left the planet and went to the moon, according to the agreement they made with the big barrel wooden house. Living on the moon to protect this planet, after all, compared to being sealed, such a result is for them. It's already very good. The Dawn organization has built a city of power, the Dawn capital, in the most fertile Fire Nation region on the mainland, as a new place to live and work. After all, as the supreme power of the mainland, they usually need to deal with many reports submitted by villages and some minor disputes. Everything on the mainland is now under the rules set by Xiao, and it is impossible to truly avoid contradictions between people, let alone villages and villages, resource allocation, personnel task disputes, etc., but compared to the past, it is impossible for the current village to start a war easily, and the Akatsuki organization is monitoring everything, so if they want to solve these problems, they can only come to tell Xiao and solve them. 5 years of Xiaoyuan calendar, the City of Dawn. The majestic and vast Dawn City has a total of 12 tower-like buildings, and at the most central and tall central tower, dressed in a professional secret art suit, Azabai walked to the office on the top floor of the central tower with a pile of papers, and knocked on the door. Lord Shi, Lord Sakura, I Luosama of the Wind Shadow of Sand Hidden Village, ask to see you. It is said that it is for I sacrifice the adult? Azabi knocked on the door and gently pushed it into the room, reporting as she looked at the papers. Then the moment he raised his head, he was stunned, and a pitch-black spatial shadow finally disappeared. The eyelids on Azabai's delicate face couldn't help jumping, and she naturally understood what this was after being the secretary of the Big Barrel Wooden House for the past few years. Oh my god, the Shisama is really… Mabai couldn't help but cover his face full of helplessness. Huh? Azabai? What's wrong? Kurama Yakumo, dressed in a purple kimono, walked into the office elegantly, looked at Azabu, who was covering his face and sighing, and asked curiously. 5 years have passed, and Kurama Yakumo has now completely grown up, and his white and flawless face is a slender curve that even a wide kimono can't hide. But as always, her elegant and noble temperament and yearning gentleness, even simple words and actions, bring people a pleasing feeling at all times. Lord Yakumo, it's my Lord Ero who is asking to see Lord Shi, but… Although we often meet now, Azabi is still deeply envious of the girl in front of her who has a textbook-like aristocratic temperament. However, she also understands the terrifying power hidden in the body of this seemingly weak and harmless girl in front of her. That's right. You also understand the young master's affairs. I'll accompany you to see my Ero, right? It's not a big deal. Kurama Yakumo instantly understood what Azabi meant, slightly hooked the corners of his lips to reveal a shallow smile, and said softly. She had some idea what the people of the Big Barrel Hut might be doing, and when she thought of this, Kurama Yakumo's clear brown eyes flashed with a glittering light. What is in the light of those eyes? It seems to be envy. And at this moment in Konoha village, above the huge Hokage Yanyan, a pitch-black spatial rift was torn open, and the figures of the Big Barrel Wooden House and the Large Barrel Wood Kaguya slowly walked out. And at this moment, on the Hokage Yanyan, there were already several figures sitting quietly chatting. Yo, it seems that I came by coincidence. The people of the Big Barrel Wooden House supported the soft body of the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya, and looked at a few people and grinned. Madara Uchiha, Momoshiki, Sasuke Naruto, and Kaguya Ōnai are all there. 5 years later, these people have a good relationship now. After all, Madara Uchiha and Ōtsutsuki Momo are extremely arrogant people, except for Sasuke Naruto, who have similar strength. They don't look down on anyone else. Hey chief, it's windy here, isn't it appropriate to bring Miss Kaguya? The dried persimmon ghost shark looked at the Big Barrel Wooden House and smiled. Since the end of the Great Ninja War, he and Sasuke have been wandering the ninja world, ready to watch this ninja world. In order to avoid any hidden dangers, after all, the peace of the ninja world today is brought out by them. They don't want any careerists to happen again, ruining the peace of the ninja world now. It's okay, my children and those of the Shiren will not be so fragile. Hearing this, the Big Barrel Muhui evoked a faint smile, and stroked his flat lower abdomen slightly, with a trace of maternal tenderness on his delicate and fair face. That's right, she's pregnant? After the war, she was with Shiren, and 5 years later, she finally became pregnant with Shiren's child. I'm really envious, I'm going to be a father, hey Naruto said sourly when he heard this, speaking of which he is now the 7th Hokage. 2 years ago, Tsunade had already passed the Hokage's position to himself and returned to the City of Dawn. But Naruto is still a single dog. Sakura Haruno is no longer chasing him now. After all, Sakura Haruno's performance towards him really proves that she doesn't mean that to herself. There is no need to worry about the succession of the ancestors. She is a person. We already have an eyebrow about the matter you asked us to investigate. Madara Uchiha glanced at Naruto faintly, then looked at the Ōtsutsuki Kishito and said calmly, "Oh, let's hear it." Hearing this, the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House had a hint of nature, and sat down next to a few people with the Big Barrel Wood Hui in his arms. The people of the Big Barrel Cottage have thought about it before, and now that the world is unified, there will be no fun in the next words. But his life and time are already infinite, and with such a long career, he naturally needs to find something to do. And the outer galaxy has become one of the inevitable targets for him to explore. The Naruto universe is very large, and the Ōtsutsuki clan is a race from other planets, and they have been planting sacred trees on various planets. So 2 years ago, the people of the Ōtsutsuki Kisha asked Madara Uchiha and Ōtsutsuki Momo to go out to find other more interesting planetary civilizations. The universe is very large, so the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House are not prepared to gain in a short time, not to mention that he also has a lot of things to deal with in this world now. As for what's going on, there are a lot of civilizations of various races in the galaxy, but there are very few that meet your expectations, and I used the space-time technique with Madara to go to an unknown universe before, which is more interesting. The Big Barrel of Wood Peach stroked his chin slightly, and his white eyes revealed a contemplative look. He and Madara Uchiha actually have a great interest in this matter, as they are often in contact with Madara Uchiha. He also has some belligerent factors at the moment, and it would be interesting if he could play against different powerhouses in different worlds, right? After all, looking at the Big Barrel Wooden House man like this, he understands that he is a guy who is not willing to be lonely. The people of that world, the development of science and technology in the era is higher than ours, and there are multiple spaces in that world, because I am afraid of startling the snake, and I are not particularly good at the time and space technique after all, so we didn't investigate more deeply. Madara Uchiha continued to narrate with Ōtsutsuki Momo-style's words, his eyes also filled with eagerness for that world. If he can fight against the powerhouses of other worlds, he is very happy. He and Momoshiki really felt the majestic pressure coming from the different space of that world. There are definitely a lot of strong people hidden. However, it's a pity that the two of them, Ōtsutsuki Momo and Madara Uchiha, are both types that are not particularly good at time and space. The reincarnation pupil technique of the two of them, one is to call the shadow, and the other is energy absorption. If Suzuki or Ōtsutsuki Muppo had been brought with them at that time, they would have been happy to go directly into the other dimension of that world to see. I see, it's a bit interesting, wait a while, for now. But at this moment, the words were not very suitable in the past, and now that Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is pregnant, he has to accompany her. It's okay, there's no hurry, I'll just continue to plant the sacred tree with Momoshiki. Madara Uchiha shook his head, but he also understood the Ōtsutsuki Kisha, and said lightly. He is now also planting the divine tree on other planets with the Big Barrel Peach style. After all, the divine tree fruit has the ability to increase strength and longevity. It is still a great help for them. The people of the Big Barrel Wood Clan are withering, you should really work hard. Rarely, the Big Barrel of Wood Peach glanced at the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya, and said calmly to the Big Barrel of the Wooden House. 5 years have passed, and he has slowly let go of the conceit in his heart and identified with the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House. Treat them on the same level as yourself. His personality is actually not bad, but he has lived in people for a long time, which has made him develop an extremely arrogant personality. You guys really, forget it, I'll accompany Kaguya to go around Konoha, and you continue to talk. Hearing this, the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House looked at the Big Barrel Wood Peach style funny, and then shook their heads, ready to accompany the Big Barrel Wood Hui Knight to visit Konoha. The rise and fall of the Big Barrel Wood Clan, he already knew it in his heart. Well, so many beauties are waiting for him to sow them. But it's a pity that because the strength of the people of the Big Barrel is too strong now, the life level is completely different from that of ordinary humans. If you want to conceive his bloodline, it's really not easy. Go ahead, we'll have to talk to each other later. Madara Uchiha nodded, not caring about the departure of the Ōtsutsuki Kisha. Occasional sparring has now become their daily routine. After all, life is too boring, and they have to find something to do. The Big Barrel Wooden House man smiled, but he didn't care, and he hugged the Big Barrel Wood and disappeared into the spatial rift. On the bustling streets of Konoha, the Big Barrel Wooden House and the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya slowly walk each other slowly. One of them was wearing a white robe, the other was wearing a white and red-edged kimono, and their handsome and beautiful faces attracted the attention of many passers-by. This kind of life is really good. The Big Barrel Wood Kaguya gently leaned on the shoulder of the Big Barrel Wood housekeeper, evoked a faint smile and said slowly, living with your loved ones, without the hustle and bustle of war, without any heavy burdens, just quietly enjoying the joy of life. Although it is calm and has no waves, it is very warm and peaceful, which makes Ōtsutsuki Kaguya feel that this is really good. Let alone, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya gently stroked his lower abdomen with his right hand, and the two of them also had their own crystals and bloodlines. Well, we'll be together forever, and the little one. Hearing this, the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House smiled gently, and hugged the Big Barrel Wood Huiya more firmly into his arms. Then, ignoring the surprised gazes of the people around him, he gently lowered his body and pressed his cheek against the lower abdomen of the big barrel wood Kaguya. What are you doing? It's only been a month, how can you hear anything? Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's beautiful face has a hint of wan, and she hasn't been pregnant for long. As for the envy, blessings, and curious eyes of the passers-by around her, she also accepted them calmly. For outsiders, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya has always maintained a calm mind. SHHH, I heard it. The handsome face of the big barrel wooden house man smiled, and he gestured to the big barrel wood Kaguya. He is also very excited about becoming a father. Seeing this, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya shook his head slightly, and raised his head slightly to look at the light blue clear sky. She feels that this is really good. The warm current flowing in her heart is happiness after accompanying the big barrel of wood to turn around the night for a while. The people of the big barrel of wood sent her back to the city of dawn. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya has a lighter temperament, and she prefers quiet places. The people of the big barrel wooden house also understand her, and there is a large garden in the backyard of the dawn capital, which is usually used by his women to enjoy flowers and talk. After sending the large barrel of wood Kaguya back, the person of the large barrel of wood looked at the sky, and then his body was once again engulfed by the spatial rift. On a small road in Konoha village, with long cherry hair and tall and slender figures, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka walked down the street talking and laughing. 5 years have passed, and the second daughter is already 21 years old, and they have grown into eye-catching girls. In particular, the Sakura Haruno has changed greatly compared to the past. Hey, I really envy the two girls Hinata and Hanabi, who are married to the big barrel wood house. I think I should be very happy, right? Sakura-chan, why aren't you looking for a man? Naruto used to like you so much. The slender Yamanaka Ino clasped his hands and whispered in a voice with a little envy, and then asked Haruno Sakura curiously. After the end of the war, the mainland returned to calm and peaceful, and these ninjas usually took on occasional tasks, and their lives were very peaceful. However, as they grew up, most of their childhood classmates and playmates were already married. So Yamanaka Ino is also more distressed. Her family has urged her many times, but she really doesn't want to settle for her other half. Let alone Naruto. I'm not a good fit with him, and hey, what about you? I've heard that a lot of people are chasing you, right? Haruno Sakura was stunned when she heard this, then shook her head and smiled slightly bitterly, with a touch of gloom on her delicate and fair face. Naruto is indeed very good, but she has long been occupied by another person, and both physically and mentally are no longer her own. I don't like them, my crush, but a man like Sharan, but I haven't seen him for a long time. Yamanaka Ino rolled his lovely eyes, pursed his lips, and then said with some pity. When she took the middle ninja exam many years ago, she was already a member of the big barrel wooden house. Yamanaka Ino has always thought so, albeit only mentally. Yamanaka Ino, who is more extroverted, doesn't hide her thoughts, but to her regret, she has never had the opportunity to be alone with the Ōtsutsuki Kaibun. He. Haruno Sakura laughed dryly when she heard this, and she didn't know how to answer. Because she could see that Yamanaka Ino was not joking, she knew too much about herself, a little girl and her best friend. But then, Haruno Sakura's face changed slightly, her face was slightly ugly, and her beautiful eyes were a little hesitant. Ino, I still have some business, so I'll go first. But after a while, Sakura Haruno finally lowered her head gloomily, said softly to Yamanaka Ino, turned around and left. Huh? What the heck? Yamanaka Ino looked confused when he heard this, and looked at Haruno Sakura, who was running away in a hurry, a little confused. Sakura Haruno ran to a public toilet, pursed her lips, looked around, and then walked into a cubicle in the women's toilet. And just after Sakura Haruno entered the compartment, a pitch-black spatial rift opened silently in the compartment. The figure of the Ōtsutsuki Kisha man walked out from the inside and gently hugged the Haruno Sakura from behind. Sakura Haruno didn't have the slightest surprise when she saw this, and she didn't mean to struggle at all. Sakura, who hasn't seen me for a long time, do you miss me? The big barrel wooden house man gently poked his hands under Haruno Sakura's clothes, leaned his head on Haruno Sakura's shoulders and smiled softly. If you want to do it, hurry up, I'll have something to do later. Haruno Sakura's eyes flashed slightly when she heard this, and she turned a blind eye to the movements of the big barrel wooden house people on herself, and replied lightly. She's used to this kind of thing. Since the end of the war 5 years ago, there was a time when the people of the big barrel wooden house came to her and forcibly demanded her body. Later, the people of the big wooden house would occasionally come to her. Sakura Haruno didn't think about resisting. After all, this young man, in this ninja world, is there anyone else who can compete with him? Nothing, not at all. In today's world, everyone is singing the praises of the greatness of the Ōtsutsuki Kisha people, because it was he who ended the ninja village era. Bring true peace to this world, and never worry about the birth of war again. In this case, how can Sakura Haruno resist? It's really ruthless, just talking to your own man. The big barrel of the wooden house gently turned the Sakura of Haruno around, looked at the delicate face of the cherry-haired girl and smiled slowly. Sakura Haruno is a woman, and she really feels a little different to him. Every time he looks at her, he is unwilling but can only accept the realistic expression. The people in the big wooden hut feel very interesting. How did you think I was your woman? I'm just sending you. It's just a tool for leakage. Sakura Haruno undressed herself and replied calmly. She had already accepted it, accepted the way the two of them were now. The big barrel of the wooden house smiled, didn't say anything, pressed Haruno Sakura's head down, and slowly enjoyed. An hour later. Come with me to the city of Dawn in the future, you are my maid, and I can't let you continue to be bullied outside. The big barrel wooden house man hugged Haruno Sakura's somewhat weak soft car and bowed his body, and smiled at Haruno Sakura. In this way, the big barrel cottage people have had enough, and it is not bad to take her back to be a little maid. Sakura Haruno was stunned when she heard this, and suddenly raised her head to look at the big barrel wooden house. She thought that the big barrel wooden house person was just playing with her. You can say whatever you say, and you won't listen to what I say anyway. Haruno Sakura lowered her head and said softly, although she was very unhappy, but such a result was not bad for her. It's better than where we are now, right? I'm not such a domineering person. The man in the big barrel of the wooden house smiled when he heard this, and then raised his head slightly, his eyes flashing. There are many people and many things, and it is time to deal with them. Sakura Haruno first went home and talked to her parents about leaving Konoha and heading to the Dawn capital. Of course, it was not mentioned that he was going to the Dawn city to serve the people of the big barrel cottage, but that he was going to work in the Dawn city. Her parents were also happy for Sakura Haruno when they learned about it. After all, the capital of Dawn is now the place of the most noble people in the entire continent. It is also the supreme power center of the entire continent, and their daughter can enter the Dawn capital to work, and they are naturally happy for Haruno Sakura. Are you done cleaning up? Let's go. The people of the big barrel hut were standing at a fork in the road, and saw Sakura Haruno coming over with some clothes and luggage. Since he decided to take Sakura Haruno away, he naturally won't delay. Can you tell me why? Why did you choose me? Sakura Haruno nodded, then pursed her lips, looked up at the big barrel wooden house with a delicate face, and asked. This question has been hidden in Haruno Sakura's heart for too long. Since the forest of death many years ago, the shadow of the big barreled cottage has always been with her. But she couldn't understand why the people of the big barrel cottage would treat her like this. She has never offended the people of the big barrel wooden house, and if it is about appearance, there are many girls who will not look worse than her. Why is such an existence of the big barrel wooden house person so special to her? Because you're Sakura Haruno. The big barrel wooden house was stunned for a moment when he heard this, looked at the delicate and tall girl in front of him, and then grinned slowly with a faint smile. Sakura Haruno, this girl is quite special for anyone who has seen the Hokage. Whether it's annoying or understanding, I'm very impressed by her. After all, Sakura Haruno is the first heroine in the Hokage, although she married the second male in the end, but this female character is indeed the highest appearance rate in the original book. Sakura Haruno was stunned when she heard this. She still didn't understand what the big barrel wooden house people meant. However, the big barrel wooden house didn't mean to continue to explain to her, and the spatial crack quietly opened, and the two walked in. In the back garden of the Dawn capital, the dark red nine-tailed little fox lies on the lawn and rests in the gentle warm sun. Another brigade hid in a small tree, watching several young girls frolicking like elves in the garden. A space in the garden slowly opened, attracting the attention of several young girls. As soon as the big barrel wooden houseman stepped out of the spatial rift, a scented breeze wafted by, and a boneless blonde girl threw herself into his arms. Sakura Haruno then followed, and briefly looked around. This garden was huge. The rockery is green, all kinds of bright and dazzling flowers are blooming, and there are many cute little animals living in it. And Sakura Haruno was still in the figure not far away, and saw a few familiar figures. Shireno and I-chan, I miss you. A crisp voice with a coquettish meaning sounded from the arms of the big wooden housekeeper. The blonde girl pressed her little head tightly into the arms of the big wooden housekeeper, and breathed hard into the breath of the boy's body. It's so satisfying, and it's really the most comfortable to hold. Shiren Ernie sauce. The blonde girl thought so, and arched hard into the arms of the big wooden housekeeper. Ha, be careful, how old are they, really? The big barrel wooden houseman doted on the girl's brilliant blonde hair and said softly, there is almost nothing that can be done about this girl who is extremely attached to herself. It doesn't matter, Shiren Ernie sauce, play with me today. The blonde girl raised her head slightly, revealing an extremely clean and fair delicate face, with two big eyes blinking, looking very cute. This girl is none other than Shin, a witch in the country of ghosts. After the end of the war, the people of the big barrel wooden house went to the country of ghosts and completely ended the matter of Shin. Then he took the girl from the country of ghosts to the city of Dawn. And Aster is naturally very willing. For her, the big barrel wooden house people are extremely special. When she was a child, she was given light when she was almost hopeless, and she has been waiting for the big barrel of wooden housekeepers. Well, I'll be with you today. The big barrel wooden house man rubbed Shin's long soft golden hair, and laughed warmly. Hee Shireno and I-chan, there's a surprise, Sister Hong is pregnant. A bright smile appeared on her delicate and white face, which was as delicate as a porcelain doll, and then Ziwan stood on tiptoe slightly and whispered to the big wooden houser. The big barrel wooden house was stunned when he heard this, and then his face was happy. Ziri Red was the woman he brought back from Konoha 3 years ago. Ahem. Forcibly brought back. However, Sunset Red later slowly accepted him in contact with the people of the big barrel wooden house. But I didn't expect to be pregnant now. Then the people of the big barrel wooden house briefly exchanged a few words with Ziwan, and the three of them rushed in the direction of Shirahong and the others. It seems that we have to hurry up. Really, why is Shireno and Isos unwilling to take the initiative? Ziwan followed behind the big barrel wooden houseman, looked at the side face of the big barrel wooden houseman, felt the joy in his heart, pursed his lips and thought helplessly. She likes her Shiren Ernie-sauce very much, and she has always thought that her future man will only be a big barrel of wooden people. But it's been almost 5 years now, and the people of the Big Barrel Cottage have been extremely spoiled by her, which makes her very satisfied. But the girl's reserve made Shin ashamed to take the initiative to confess every time, and the people in the Big Barrel Cottage didn't seem to see her hints. This made her really helpless. But now the successive pregnancies of Big Barrel Mu Hui and Sunset Red have also made her more and more urgent. Because she also wants to give the Big Barrel Cottage a child that belongs to the two of them. Brother-in-law seeing the big barrel of the cottage coming over, Hinata Hanabi trotted to the side of the big barrel of the cottage, hugged the arm of the big barrel of the cottage, and called out in a tired voice. Although her relationship with the people of the big barrel is already well known, it has become her habit to call the people of the big barrel of the cottage her brother-in-law. She didn't want to change either, feeling that this would make the relationship between the two of them more special. Do you feel any discomfort in your body? The big wooden houseman rubbed Hinata Hanabi's little head, and then walked up to Sunset Red and asked with concern. After all, this is the second woman to conceive his child, and to be honest, with his current level of life, it is really not easy to conceive his bloodline. When he applauded with the women, he always shot directly inside, but whether he could conceive or not was completely up to the sky. It's such an exaggeration, it's just been checked. Sunset Red shook her head with a gentle smile when she heard this, and she was very useful for the care of the people in the Big Barrel wooden house. Now Sunset Red is over 30 years old, but her face is still exactly the same as 5 years ago. This is because the people of Ōtsutsuki used the fruit of the sacred tree cultivated a few years ago to share the food among the women. The divine tree fruit contains extremely amazing life energy, and has the effect of increasing strength and longevity. Although the effect is not obvious, it is still very simple to prolong life and maintain youth. When the time technique of the people of the Big Barrel wooden house continues to be discovered, it is not particularly difficult for the women to want to live forever. I still have to take care of myself. I don't know if this is a boy or a girl. Hearing this, the people in the big wooden house laughed warmly, and reincarnated to look at the red abdomen of the sunset. He could feel that there was indeed a new life being conceived, and the feeling of blood connection made him really happy. Cut. Why can't I conceive? I really want to give birth to a offspring with Shiren. Lori Snake Demon City Pestle Island Time, who was floating next to Sunset, bit her handkerchief and her eyes were teary. She's so envious, she's so weak. She and the people in the big wooden house don't know how many times they applauded, and they can't count. In order to conceive the blood of the Shiren, even her physique was killed by the big wooden Shiren many times before she stopped. But her stomach didn't react at all. Come on, Sister Chu Xian hasn't even yet, and speaking of which, Jr. Hinata Hanabi rolled her lovely eyes when she heard this, and she was completely angry with this snake demon. At the end of the sermon, Hinata's eyes couldn't help but be slightly weird. She knew that this extremely delicate and cute Lori was a white snake. If Ōtsutsuki and Uchiha Jimaheim give birth to offspring like this, Hinata Hanabi didn't dare to imagine that when the time came, would it be a snake or a human? Or is it half snake and half human? Ahem. What's wrong? Are you thinking about something rude? Hearing this, Uchiha Jimaheim blinked her big clear eyes, tilted her head slightly and looked at the Hinata Hanabi with a strange look. How to say it? Uchiha Jimaheim saw deep malice in Hinata's eyes. No, I'm definitely not thinking about what kind of human body is snake-tailed, born with an egg or something. Hinata Hanabi was stunned when she heard this, and then hurriedly shook her head and explained anxiously. But after saying that, Hinata Hanabi reacted to what he said. Poof. Hinata and the other women looked at Uchiha Jimaheim, whose face was getting darker and darker, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. A human body with a snake tail and an egg or something. They could understand what was going on after a little thought. What do you think? The life level of the Shiren is higher than mine. If I am pregnant with the child of the Shiren, the child's genes are based on the Shiren. Uchiha Jimaheim said angrily to Hinata Hanabi. What? This Hinata fireworks is just too much. How could she not think about this kind of thing? Giving birth to life, the child was originally formed by taking the high-quality genes and blood of the parents. The genes of the Big Barrel Cottage people are far better than hers, and the children's bloodline is naturally dominated by the Large Barrel Cottage people. That's right, and Jier's transformation is extremely perfect, and when she is in human form, the genes in her body are also imitation of humans, so the mess you think about will not appear. The Big Barrel Wooden House man also stroked Hinata's head funny. This Nazai, the things she thinks about are really weird enough, and there is no one else in this brain circuit. Hinata Hanabi smiled and cast an apologetic look at Uchiha Jimaheim. She didn't actually have any other thoughts, just a little curiosity. Alright, let's have dinner together today and celebrate. Then the Big Barrel Wooden House man thought about it and chuckled at the women. Sunset Red is pregnant with his child, and this has to be celebrated. After all, this is his second child. The people of the Big Barrel Cottage are really happy. Bring those friends as well, right? Teacher Hong is pregnant, so they have to inform them, and they haven't seen each other for a long time. Hinata smiled warmly, remembering her former Konoha friends. Red was her former instructor, but now she is a different form of sister, and Hinata has to sigh at the wonder of fate. Well, okay, let Suzuki bring them here. The man in the big barrel of the wooden house groaned slightly, and then smiled. After all, they are all colleagues, friends, and disciples who used to be Sunset, and they should indeed be invited. Kakashi, Mate Kai and others, as well as Naruto and so on. It just so happens that Suzuki is in Konoha now, so it's also very convenient for him to use the temporal technique. And at this moment, the Uchiha Madara in Konoha village was about to leave to have a discussion. Suzuki and Naruto didn't refuse either. After all, if you want to maintain your peak strength and improve, it is also necessary to fight at the right time. And at this moment, the Akatsuzaku ring on Suzuki's left hand suddenly lit up. Suzuki was stunned for a moment, and then received the information, a trace of consternation in his eyes. What's wrong, Suzuki? Naruto looked at Suzuki curiously. Suzuki's expression was rare. The Ring of Dawn is Akatsuki's communicator, and Naruto is still clear about this matter. Red is pregnant, let us go over and get together. Suzuki said softly with a hint of helplessness. The people of the Big Barrel Cottage have a second child, and they should indeed go over and bless it. But how to say it? Suzuki is a little distracted. This is not bad. The development and growth of the Big Barrel Wood clan still depends on the people. The Big Wooden Peach was stunned, and then nodded thoughtfully. He himself does not have the idea of finding a woman to give birth to offspring for the time being, so the prosperity of the Big Barrel Wood clan still depends on the people of the Big Barrel Wood house. Ha Suzuki, you also have to learn from the Sharan, the prosperity of the Uchiha clan. You have a great responsibility. Naruto couldn't help but grin when he heard this, and teased Suzuki. The Uchiha clan now only has Suzuki and Madara Uchiha left, as well as Uchiha Obito, and they also need to reproduce. With Madara Uchiha's character, it is naturally impossible to get married and have children. Although he is still young in appearance, his actual age is not small. Not to mention the Uchiha Obito, who is obsessed with Hara no Rin, it is impossible for him to empathize with others at all. Then the task of strengthening the Uchiha clan naturally falls on Suzuki. The descendants of the Vortex clan, only you and Siang Phosphorus are left, right? Suzuki squinted at Naruto with an expressionless face when he heard this, and replied lightly. Naruto was really embarrassed to say that he and the Uzumaki clan had also withered, except for Uzumaki Phosph, who was now working in the City of Dawn. There was only one descendant left, Naruto. Ahaha, don't worry, then let's rush over. Naruto's face stiffened when he heard this, and he changed the subject with a snort. This PD-1 really killed 1,000 enemies and lost 800, and he forgot that he was still a single dog. Go pick up Kakashi and the others, the Red Celebration Feast, let's bring them over. Suzuki replied faintly, and there was a glimmer of light in the eyes of the six-hook Jade Reincarnation. A spatial portal formed behind them. His reincarnation pupil technique is a celestial hand that shifts the position between himself and any object, but all spatial pupil techniques are highly mineable. Because the pupil technique is a link, it allows the host to directly obtain the most basic spatial ability, but as long as it digs deeper. The spatial pupil technique is equivalent to a key, opening the door to the host's spatial technique, and that's exactly what it is. Then you bring the people over, and we'll pick up Pushi. Seeing this, the big barrel of Mu Taoshi groaned slightly, a ripple appeared in his white eyes, and a spatial vortex slowly swallowed him and Madara Uchiha. Supercilious. Bokeh. This is the ability of the original Big Barrel Wood Gold style, and after devouring the Big Barrel Wood Gold style, the Big Barrel Wood Peach style also inherited all the abilities of the Big Barrel Wood Gold style. No problem. Suzuki nodded, and then stepped into the space portal with Naruto. Towards evening, in the back garden of the Dawn capital, the man of the big wooden house sat on a chair, gently stroking the smooth hair of the brigade lying in his arms. And not far from him, Hinata Hanabi and a group of mandarin ducks and swallows are constantly busy. At this time, the spatial portal was torn open, and Suzuki walked in first, followed by Naruto, Jiraiya, and Mate Kai in a wheelchair, and Kakashi and others who were pushing Mate Kai also walked out. Aha, congratulations, Sharan, Red 2, hey, my latest masterpiece will come out for a while. Sharan, you are this. Jiraiya put on his former coat again, and with a smile on his face, he gave a thumbs up to the Big Barrel Wooden Houseman and laughed. It's been 5 years, and I've already thought about it, and of course, the most important thing is that the mainland is really very harmonious now. If the Xiao organization overrides the mainland and suppresses everything, there will be no war on the mainland at all. Some small conflicts between the villages about the interests of the village. Xiao is also very fair and just. Zilla also has no bad feelings towards Xiao now, and he is still very satisfied with the current mainland. However, what I admire most now is not the others, but his charm can make the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya and other women follow him willingly, and he is also admired by the 5-body throw. Come on, Kai, it seems that the recovery is not bad. Tsunade's medical skills are still very superb. The Big Barrel Wooden House man smiled. This self is really not serious. Then the Big Barrel Wooden House man looked at Mate Kai. His complexion was already very good, but when using the 8-gate Dungia, his bones were very broken. Especially the last night Kai, the right foot is basically scrapped. However, after the end of the war, Mate Kai was treated by Tsunade for a long time, and now the rest of the area is almost healed. Haha, it's really okay, my youth won't fade. Mate Kai smiled heartily, although he is now a semi-disabled person, but it has not affected his mood. After all, he fought with the determination to die in the first place, and now he is lucky to survive. What's more, with the treatment, his body will also slowly heal. It's really worthy of Kai. Let's sit down first. They estimate it will take a while. The big wooden houseman shook his head and chuckled, then looked at the girls who were still tossing for dinner. Hawkers, speaking of which, among the women, there are only a few who can really cook. Huh? Uncle Jiraiya, Uncle Kakashi, Uncle Kai, you're here at this time. A delicate little head came out from behind the big barrel of the wooden house, looking at Jiraiya and the others and laughing. The pure and beautiful blue reincarnated eyes, the fair and delicate face, and the jet black hair are exactly the Hyuga fireworks. Ha, little fireworks, I haven't seen you for a while, it's more beautiful. Jiraiya smiled even more when he heard this, and looked at Hinata Hanabi and laughed. Hinata Hanabi was also a student of the same generation as Naruto at the beginning, and even the middle ninja exam, Hinata Hanabi also participated in it at the beginning. As for later, Hinata Hanabi joined the Akatsuki organization to go against them, but as an enemy and an adversary. Hinata Hanabi was also merciful to their subordinates on the final battlefield. Hihi, the uncles are getting more and more handsome, come and sit. Hinata Hanabi's beautiful eyes were bent into a crescent moon when she heard this, and her crisp laughter was very pleasant. She still has a good impression of Zile and others, after all, they are all elders who used to treat her very well. Although there was a time when they took different positions, that kind of thing did not affect the harmonious relationship between them now. Speaking of which, Huahuo, Teacher Hong is pregnant, when will you have a baby with she? Naruto smiled and teased Hinata Hanabi, and Hinata married Hinata together to Ōtsutsuki Kisha. Of course, these old classmates of Hinata Hanabi are very clear. Hinata Hanabi's face immediately turned slightly red when she heard this. Of course she also wanted to give birth to an heir for the big barrel wooden house. Hawkers, but the stomach is not angry. There's no rush for this, but speaking of Naruto Sasuke, you're not young now, so it's time to find someone to deal with first. The Ōtsutsuki Kisha gently took Hinata Hanabi into his arms and chuckled at Naruto. Speaking of which, Naruto and Sasuke are almost 21 years old now, and they are not young anymore, but looking at their current situation, it is estimated that it will be a long time. That's right, Naruto, what Sato said makes a lot of sense. Kakashi smiled and nodded in agreement. Huh? How did this happen to us again? Naruto saw that everyone was looking at him and Sasuke, and his face suddenly turned bitter. What the hell is this? It's been several times today. What's wrong with being single? Sasuke's face was expressionless. He was not ready to speak at all, but he couldn't help but hesitate in his heart, and now he didn't have any goals of his own. It's time to consider the prosperity of the Uchiha clan. It's really time to get ready. Don't wait for my children to run. Your daughter-in-law hasn't landed yet, right? The big wooden housekeeper shook his head slightly, looking at the two of them and groaning slightly. Naruto smiled wryly and touched the back of his head, which was really embarrassing to say. The three of them are the same generation and the same age, so if this happens, Hanabi, there should be girls of the same age or younger in your family, right? The people of the big barrel wooden house looked at the Hyuga fireworks, and the Hyuga family is also the descendant family of the large barrel wood family. Although it is said that after so many generations, the bloodline in the body has been thin and almost hidden, but it is still a very good family. The bloodstain of the White Eye is also extremely good. The girl of the Hyuga clan can barely be worthy of Naruto and Sasuke. Well, yes, and the talent and appearance are not bad. Naruto and Sasuke, you can try everywhere. Hinata pointed at her white chin, understood the meaning of the big barrel wooden house, and smiled at the two. The Hyuga clan is now thriving, especially the two white-eyed princesses who are married to the people of the big barrel wooden house, and in this case, the Hyuga clan is even more prosperous. And anyway, it's also a descendant of the big barrel of Kiba village as Narisa's wife. It's okay to get by. Huh? No. Naruto's eyelids jumped when he saw this, and his face became even more bitter, and he didn't know what to say. With his conditions, in fact, there are a lot of fans now, but he doesn't feel anything. But no matter how you say it, you won't have to go on a blind date, right? But Sasuke is slightly moved. His personality is relatively cold, and he really doesn't know how to contact girls. Haha, don't be Naruto, since it's also a good idea to give people and little flowers. Let's meet and see it then. Hearing this, Jiraiya put his arms around Naruto's neck and laughed to confirm the matter for Naruto. Naruto was almost treated like his grandson, and he was still extremely concerned about Naruto's life's events. Naruto rubbed his hair with a headache, then nodded helplessly. Everyone smiled when they saw this, and then sat down on the carpet on the grass and began to talk. About half an hour later, the three of them also arrived, and the women finally prepared the dinner food, and the group of people also began to eat. Hey Yakumo, your craftsmanship is still so good. After tasting a few dishes, the dried persimmon ghost shark grinned. He has been a guest many times in the big barrel wooden house, and he knows very well which people are really cooking in the big barrel wooden house. If you like it, you can come as many as you like. Kurama Yakumo evoked a shallow smile, and the sincere words of the dried persimmon ghost shark made her a little happy. After all, their identities now are all women from the big barrel wooden house. By the way, aren't you already exploring the alien galaxy now? How's the progress? Gillette also took a sip of wine and asked curiously to the big barrel wooden house. The exploration of the alien galaxy by the people of the Big Barrel Wood House did not hide it from them. After all, the Big Barrel Wood family came from the alien system. Exploring the alien galaxy, Zilla also expressed some interest. After all, this completely unfamiliar thing, they naturally keep it fresh. It's already a bit eyebrow-raising, but it's still relatively unfamiliar, and I don't have time for the time being. The Big Barrel of the Wooden House man smiled, and then groaned slightly. The Big Barrel of Wood Huaya and Sunset Red are now pregnant, and it is impossible for him to go to other planets to explore. It's a strange world, and I don't know what the difference is from our side. Naruto smiled curiously. He was also interested in the new world. It's an alien galaxy, and it shouldn't be a chakra. The Big Barrel Peach explained lightly. Chakra's energy is the energy of the Ōtsutsuki Clan, and he has sensed it with Madara Uchiha in that world. The humans there don't have chakra's energy fluctuations. Don't mention that. Let's have a drink. The man raised his glass and brushed the topic. It's still too early to talk about it. The following time was spent with laughter, and the red glow on the horizon was very beautiful and moving. The peace of the ninja world passed very quickly, and time was like sand between the fingers, and in the blink of an eye, many years had passed, and at the moment it was on a mountain. Two girls who looked to be in their early teens stood in front of a cottage, one with snow-white hair and the other with silver and white hair, looking quite hesitant. "Oh, Uni-chan, isn't this appropriate? If my father and mother knew, they would be angry, right?" The silver-white long-haired girl looked at the snow-white long-haired girl next to her, who was a little taller than herself, and said softly in a weak voice. The silver-white long-haired girl has extremely thick and heavy hair, an extremely delicate and lovely face, upright facial features like a handicraft doll, and a pair of extremely pure white eyes. Wearing a light yellow straw hat and an extremely gorgeous pure white dress, his figure is very petite and thin, but his weak words at this moment look extremely pitiful. "Don't worry about Mio, it's not the first time. Besides, these bandits are all wanted by those villages, and we are also for the people, saying that my father won't blame us." The snow-white long-haired girl grinned. A somewhat evil smile appeared on her palm-sized delicate little face, and she waved her hand and chuckled. The snow-white-haired girl is wearing a slim-fitting white military-style dress, and her slender limbs seem to break off with a little force. Her skin is as white as pearls, and the most eye-catching thing is her eyes. The left eye is like the purest azure blue, but if you look closely, you can find that in the blue eye, there are various faint fluorescent patterns in a flash. The girl's right eye is an extremely deep scarlet eye, and in the red eye, there are three pitch-black megatama slowly turning, like a black hole releasing amazing evil intent. Amazing heterochromic pupils? Hearing this, the girl named Mio was still a little worried. After all, they ran out secretly. She has a well-behaved and obedient personality. If it weren't for the constant encouragement of the heterochromic pupil girl, she would never have slipped out without reporting to her family. And at this moment, at the door of the cottage in front of the two girls, a group of big men also gathered. "Hey, where did the two hairy girls come from? I really don't know whether to live or die, but..." The dark-skinned man led by him carefully glanced at the two girls up and down, and a strong sense of surprise flashed in his eyes, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was extremely hideous and hot. Although they are still just little girls, they are really too delicate, these two girls. He has not seen it in decades, and his temperament is particularly outstanding. Such a girl is a young lady from a big family at first glance. The kind of nobility and dignity revealed from the bones, even if it is not deliberately expressed, can be seen at a glance. This kind of meat sent to the door, the swarthy man feels that he is so lucky today, and the goddess of luck finally pays attention to him. He must raise these two girls well. Alahala, really, disgusting eyes. Sure enough, a reptile is a reptile. The girl with different eyes noticed the eyes and expressions of the swarthy man, and her delicate little face evoked an exaggerated smile, which looked extremely evil. The noble aura and heroic aura of the eldest lady on her body slowly became dangerous. A point of light with a cancer pattern flashed in his blue left eye, and it was fleeting, and others couldn't see it clearly. "Hey, Aun-chan." Feeling the change in the girl with different pupils, Mio's eyes changed slightly, but she knew the character of the girl with different pupils very well. Weird and fickle, and something like you doesn't deserve to live in your father's world at all. The girl with different eyes tilted her head slightly, ignoring Mio, and her hands with white leather gloves slowly pulled out the saber and short spear at her waist. The swarthy man and the stares of the minions behind him made her a little disgusted. "Who are you? Which village are the ninjas? The swarthy man who can occupy this cottage and run rampant cannot be a hopeless fool." Keenly perceiving the changes in the girl with different pupils, a strong sense of danger suddenly rose in the swarthy man's heart. It was his instinct. "No, not a ninja." The delicate voice of the girl with different pupils is very beautiful and pleasant, but with it comes the overwhelming chill. The girl with different pupils gently swung her saber, and a brilliant sword aura flashed through the air. And what is creepy is that where the saber fell, on the originally calm space, pitch-black cracks appeared. A knife that cuts through the space. Mad Emperor, Sword of Cancer. The speed of the sword chi was extremely fast, so fast that the swarthy big man and the others couldn't react at all, and they had already arrived in front of them. All they can do is wait for death with frightened and desperate eyes. After a while, the girl with different pupils stepped on her white military boots and slowly walked to the door of the blood-drenched cottage. The delicate girl who is white all over her body forms an extremely strong color contrast with the blood-stained ground that is full of corpses. "It's shocking. Time, but the girl with different eyes was no different from the scene in front of her where ordinary people saw palpitations and grinned an evil smile. A special black-red energy enveloped her body, and in the blink of an eye, the image of the girl with different pupils took on a new look. The gothic dress intertwined with blood and shadow, the original snow-white hair color has turned into inky black, and the blue constellation eyes have become golden eyes like clocks. A black shadow enchantment spread out from the center point at the feet of the girl with different pupils, enveloping all the bandits. Anyone who steps into this enchantment can forcibly drain their time. And the so-called time, that is, the vitality? Hey, Mio couldn't help but cover her forehead when she looked at all this in front of her, but she didn't stop the girl with different eyes. And just after the girl with different pupils finished absorbing the time of these bandits, beside her, a spatial rift opened. A handsome white-haired young man in a dark red robe walked out slowly, his pure reincarnated eyes looking around. It is the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House. Crazy 3, you girl is really, have you had enough? The Big Barrel Wooden Houseman finally stopped his gaze on the girl with different pupils, and there was a taste of spoiling in his unangry tone that could not be hidden. Hey, father, why are you here? Didn't you talk to Uncle Momoshiki and them about things? When he saw the Big Barrel Wooden House, the face of the madman, who was still full of evil smiles, suddenly froze. But in an instant, the little face of the big slap of the madman was filled with an extremely ladylike and well-behaved smile, and he trotted to the side of the Big Wooden Houseman, picked up the arm of the Big Wooden House, and asked sweetly. Mio, who was not far away, also flickered to the side of the Big Barrel Wooden House, but it was different from Kurumi. Mio lowered her head slightly, her mouth pursed with a pitiful expression. They sneaked out this time, just because they saw the Big Barrel Wooden House and the Big Barrel Wooden Peach type, and they went to discuss things. But I didn't expect the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House to come over so quickly. I thought you were just running out for a walk, and now you're still there. The Big Wooden Cottage Man rubbed his little head amusedly, and glanced at the blood-stained ground angrily. And Kurumi also subconsciously narrowed his eyes, and his delicate little face showed a comfortable and happy look. Well, she couldn't resist the touching of the Big Barrel of the Wooden House at all. For this excessively big daughter who has a bad personality and is still lively, the Big Barrel Wooden House people really have something to do. After all, Crazy-san is actually very sensible, and he is usually well-behaved and pitiful in front of them. The most important thing is that the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House can't beat and scold these two daughters, because they can't bear it. Crazy 3, power is not for you to squander meaningless killings at will. You are still young. If you have time, you can just ask your father or mother. Then the Big Barrel Wooden Housekeeper opened the spatial rift, took the little hands of the two girls and prepared to leave. As he was stepping, the man of the Big Barrel Wooden House smiled gently and admonished Kurumi. Kurumi Ōtsutsuki is the crystallization of his life and Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, and he is also his eldest daughter. Kurumi, who inherited the bloodline of the Ōtsutsuki Kisha and the Ōtsutsuki Kajira, has an extremely amazing talent. What's more, she has perfectly inherited the power of time and space of the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House. It is the real power of time and space. Born with the pupils of the golden clock, the power of time is like a finger to her, and at the age of 10, the spatial talent in Kurumi's body awakened and obtained the pupil of the blue constellation, which was the opposite of the pupil of the clock. The Crazy 3, who was born with the ability of time and space, awakened the reincarnation riding wheel eye from the two people of the Big Barrel Wooden House. Although it is still only 3 hooks, no one doubts Kuruma's talent, and Kurumi's riding wheel eye will definitely evolve into Megatama Reincarnation Eye in the future. This is a girl who was truly born with a golden key and the kiss of the goddess of fate, and her talent is destined for her future. And Naruto and the others even shouted that Kurumi was definitely a monster no less than the Big Barrel Kisha. Aha, I know, those people deserve it. Don't you see it? They look at me and Mio as if they want to eat us alive. Kurumi grinned. His smile couldn't be hidden at all, and his heterochromatic pupils were bent into a crescent moon, which was extremely cute. Obviously, for his father's care and love, Mad-san enjoys it very much. Aha, Aon-chan is right, those people's eyes. Mio feels so uncomfortable. Mio also nodded very cutely on the side, echoing Kurumi's words, and said softly in an extremely delicate voice. Although Mio is extremely well-behaved and sensible, she really doesn't object much to the behavior of the Crazy 3 just now. Those bandits are innocent of death. She is extremely sensitive to the emotional perception of others, and can clearly feel the evil in the hearts of those bandits. The person who breeds the devil in his heart cannot be eradicated in any world. This is the fundamental evil of man, and you can kill this kind of person as you like. The man in the Big Barrel of the Wooden House smiled when he heard this, and then replied lightly. Just kill it. This is the answer of the Ōtsutsuki people to Kurumi and Mio. Dare to covet his precious daughter. The Big Barrel Wooden House people said that they are innocent of death? Hee father, did Uncle Momoshiki and Uncle Madara have anything to do with you today? Kurumi smiled happily, and she guessed that the people of the Big Barrel Cottage would say this. His father is extremely spoiled by himself and Mio, and since he was a child, he couldn't see the two of them being wronged and bullied outside. It's not a big deal. Speaking of today's events, think about how to explain it to your mother, run out without saying a word, and bring Mio out. The Big Barrel Wooden House man chuckled and pinched the delicate cheeks of the Mad 3 angrily. This girl is really very troublesome. I like to run outside for 3 days this time. I took Mio, who has always been very well behaved and gentle, out. Mio is his second daughter, that is, he was born to Sunset Red at the beginning, and Mio's personality is almost completely different from Kuromi's. The personality is relatively quiet, usually soft and weak when talking compared to the outgoing and lively crazy 3. Mio is more like an angry bag. However, Mio's talent is also extremely outstanding, and he is born with the ability to control nature, and his talent skills are Vientiane Sanctuary and Reincarnation Paradise, and even the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House are a little amazed. And Mio's spatial talent is also extremely outstanding, and it has awakened the wide-eyed blood of the Big Barrel people. So if you really think Mio is as easy to bully as she looks, hehe. No, father, Mio wanted to go out and see what happened, so he asked Aon-chan to take Mio out to play. Hearing this, Mio raised her head and said softly, although she knew that the Big Barrel Wooden House and the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya would not blame Kuromi too much. But she still didn't want to put all the responsibility on Kuromi. After all, she thought that Kuromi called her out to play, and she really didn't refuse. Ha, you guys, it's really true. The people of the Big Barrel Wooden House smiled when they heard this, and in the short time that the three of them chatted, they had already returned to the City of Dawn. In the back garden of the City of Dawn, the crack in the pitch-black space opened, and the three of them slowly walked out, and in the back garden, the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya, Peach and others were all in the ranks. Mother, uncles, we are so welcome. Kuromi was stunned when he saw this, and then immediately changed into a harmless and elegant shy smile, and bowed slightly to everyone present. Elegant posture, aristocratic manners, and high upbringing are fully revealed. Of course, Kuromi and Mio, who were born in the Ōtsutsuki family, are the most noble daughters in this world. Moreover, the two of them grew up under the words and deeds of the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House, and the Big Barrel Wooden House people themselves attach great importance to etiquette. For the education of Kuromi and Mio, the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House have never been left behind, although they are extremely spoiled by these two girls. But for these foundations, the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House will also let them learn. The next time you want to go out, remember to report to us. The Big Barrel Mu-hui glanced up and down at the second daughter, a slight ripple appeared in his pure white eyes, and then said lightly, although I know that the two daughters are in this world now, there will basically be no danger, but as a mother, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya was naturally a little worried about the two daughters, and she was also relieved to see that the two daughters were safe and sound at this time. It's just that the Big Barrel Wood Kaguya has a relatively light temperament, and it won't be easy to show it. Yes, thank you, mother. Kuromi breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled sweetly. For his biological mother, Crazy-san was also a little worried in his heart, not afraid, but with some faint awe. Thank you, Mother Kaguya. Mio also said very well behaved. She also called Ōtsutsuki Kaguya and other women mothers. In the future, don't sneak around if you want to go out and play, and the mothers won't stop you. Hinata stepped forward slightly, tidied up the clothes for the second daughter very gently, and smiled warmly. In this world, except for the Dawn capital at the top, the only person who can cause harm to the second daughter now is Naruto from Konoha village. It's just that Kuromi and Mio are still young after all, and they are also worried that the second daughter will be deceived when they go out alone. Although the second daughter's mind has been extremely outstanding since she was a child, she is compassionate, and the second daughter's appearance is too outstanding. Naturally, they will be worried. It's good that the nieces can come back safely. Shiren, what do you think of that? Looked at the two nieces of Mad-san, and a faint smile rose on the corner of his mouth. For the descendants of these two Big Barrel Wooden Houses, he still likes to be satisfied, and the talented and well-behaved juniors, how can he not be satisfied? But then the Big Barrel of the Wood Peach style turned his attention to the Big Barrel of the Wooden House. Today he and Uchiha Madara came to find the Big Barrel of the Wooden House. There is really something important. It's been 12 years since that meeting, and it's almost time to explore other unknown worlds. He and Madara Uchiha have always been very enthusiastic. It's almost time to go, but that world is still unknown, and what you've discovered may really have a little impact on us. The Big Barrel of the Wooden House nodded, and then said with a slight deep thought. Just 2 days ago, the Big Barrel Peach style Uchiha Madara and Suzuki Big Barrel Kippo style, the four of them once again went to the original discovery of the planet to explore. On a planet with such special energy, if the divine tree is planted, the divine tree fruit must be extremely special. And for the strong people of this planet, the Big Barrel Mutao and others themselves are also extremely interested. This is the romance of men. Conquering that planet is the common idea of several people in Madara Uchiha, but this time they explored, they found something special. Because of the existence of Suzuki and Ōtsutsuki Kippo, two who are proficient in time and space techniques, the four of them originally planned to enter those two different spaces to observe this time. But I found that those two different spaces were extremely large, and the number of strong people's breaths was very large. Most importantly, they found that the inhabitants of that alien dimension were all in a state of soul. The four of them were not reckless, and after a brief discussion, they quietly left the alien space and returned to this galaxy. Is it really interesting? And the time flow rate of the two worlds is also different. The Ōtsutsuki Mushi man touched his chin as he recalled the information that Ōtsutsuki Momo and the others had just told him. The mysterious, pure reincarnation had a glint in his eyes. In the corpse soul realm, as well as the humans in the other space who are all in the state of souls, he is quite familiar with these. Those memories hidden in the depths of his mind? Yes, actually, we spent 3 days in that world, but after returning to this galaxy, it was less than 10 minutes later, and it was supposed that the speed of time was different between the galaxies, and maybe there were others, but we really didn't pay attention at the time. Madara Uchiha said with interest, his dark eyes glinting with a glint that they had discovered during their exploration. It's very likely that the planet is in another star field, and the rules are different from this one, because they only found out after they returned. That's more interesting, isn't it? I'll go and see for myself, get to know that planet first. Will you wait for my news for the time being, or will you come with me? The big barrel wooden house man grinned, looking forward to that world. Because in his memory, the powerhouses of that world do have great power. You go over first. Forcibly opening the different space of that world consumes a lot of pupil power from Suzuki and Urashiki, and we will contact you when the time comes. Hearing this, the big barrel Mutao shook his head. Anyway, they have been waiting for more than 10 years, and they are not in a hurry. It's not bad for the Big Barrel Hut people to go over first, and they still have great trust in the ability of the Big Tube Hut people. The Big Barrel Wooden House man nodded. The unknown alien space, forcibly opening it would indeed consume a lot of pupil power. Father, are you going to another planet? I want to go too. At this time, the curious and coquettish voice of Crazy San suddenly sounded, which made the people of the Big Barrel Wooden House stunned. Just wanted to shout. Lin Ling found that a thug covered her mouth, and she panicked and wanted to break away from the big hand with her hand, but found that several more hands reached over and grabbed her 2 arms, making it impossible for her to resist. This is a gang committing a crime. Feeling the other party's more and more unlimited movements, Lin Ling anxiously looked at the surrounding situation. A human wall composed of about 4 or 5 people surrounded the corner of his side, and it was difficult for the passengers outside to find the situation here. And then soon Lin Ling's hands were tied behind his back and tied with ropes, and one of them was holding a piece of tape and wanted to stick to his mouth. This self-contained equipment and proficiency are so tacit. These guys are definitely not acting for the first time. Unable to resist, her mouth was soon sealed, and she was pressed against the wall of the car. Lin Ling could feel that the guy behind her had already started to copy the guy, thinking that she still had to sign a contract and participate in the draft. Stop! What are you doing? A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who looked polite walked over with a briefcase and scolded, and suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused, and the few people surrounding Lin Ling directly became the focus of everyone, and the situation on Lin Ling's side who was pressed inside was also seen by many people. It's an idiot. It's disgusting to do such a bastard thing. In an instant, it triggered a crusade by the whole car, and in the face of everyone's criticism, these people did not intimidate at all, but said viciously, "What do you see?" As the words of the leader of the big man fell, the other little brothers tacitly took out their knives and gestured, and suddenly everyone shut up, quietly watching the next scene. But soon, in the face of the threat of these villains, the young man who spoke out sneered, directly bullied himself, and kicked the other party's abdomen, because there were too many people in the car, and the young man's attack was so fast, the remaining little brothers reacted and wanted to avenge the boss but couldn't rush over at the first time. This just gave the young man a chance not to face each other head-on, and then the location of the human wall was cleaned up one by one, and these villains were subdued in 10 minutes. Lin Ling was also loosened, but he didn't expect that his luck was okay. He was rescued, and it was too late to thank him. Lin Ling left a phone for the young man and hurriedly got off the station. "Guys, I'll take them to the police station, you guys go back." Looking at the few thugs who were buckled together by the belts, the young man smiled gently, and in the praise of the passengers, he politely refused a few guys who wanted to send these guys to the police station with the young man, pulled a few people out of the car, and then came to Zizi to loosen the restraints of several people. "Big brother, you see that the matter is done, shouldn't it?" Nodding the young man, the boss led by him said with a smile. "I know this, the money has been transferred to your account, let's go." Waving his hand, the young man was impatient. This time the purpose has been achieved. It is enough, although this plan is a bit old-fashioned, but it is enough to be effective. After all, this trick is a good trick that has been tried and tested, although the body, but the girlfriends who have been dating are already more than 100. But this new goal is a superb. I don't know how long I can date. I hope I will get tired of it too soon. Rushed to the building and came to the office. Lin Ling breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost late. There were 5 minutes to go. I looked around. The dozen or so selected girls were already there. Lin Ling saw Gao Piking on the boss's chair, and was holding the contract to explain the content to everyone one by one, and those who were willing to sign it, and then they could participate in the next show, and those who were unwilling could give up, and then it was the rhythm of going home. "Miss Lin Ling, you are here. This is your contract. Take a look. If you don't understand, you can ask me." Beckoning to Lin Ling, Gao Piking took out a contract document that was a little different from others. "What is this?" Seeing that Lin Ling was a little confused, Gao Piking explained, "Don't worry, Miss Lin, this contract is specially formulated for you, because I found that you are a rough stone, and it is absolutely possible to impact the first line or even the throne of the queen with your potential. So this is not an ordinary contract but a contract belonging to the company's artists, which is signed every 3 years, and all kinds of treatment are formulated with the best terms, which will definitely not make you suffer. If you don't believe it, you can take a look at their contract to make a comparison." Nodding, Lin Ling looked at the two contracts seriously. The contracts of these girls are at most temporary contracts, but this is a formal contract, a contract signed by an artist, and the conditions are indeed very favorable. Lin Ling checked the information on the internet, just to avoid being pitted in the future, although this contract is not top-notch, but it is also a high-paying contract for newcomers, and there are not too many restrictions, and no loopholes have been found, although I don't know why the other party is so optimistic about himself, but such a good meat is thrown into his mouth, how can he not eat it? Seeing that Lin Ling happily signed the name and pressed the handprint after reading it, Gao Peiking breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. Miss Lin, do you have time to have a meal tonight? Although it will be the start of the show in 2 days, I have a script in my hand that I want you to play. Can you enjoy your face? Okay, thank you Gao Dao for your appreciation. Good things happen again and again, Lin Ling agreed. After all, this kind of entertainment is unavoidable, not to mention that the other party is sending good things to himself, and it doesn't hurt to give face, and Lin Ling doesn't think that Gao Dao, who has a good reputation outside and is so famous in the industry, will do anything bad. Well, that's an appointment. It's 6 o'clock this night. I booked a box on the 3rd floor of Jinhui Hotel, and this is my phone number. You can contact me if you have something. Gao Peiking took out a business card and handed it to Lin Ling Dao. This is his private phone, which is generally a public phone. After taking the business card, Lin Ling didn't think much about it, and finally took the first step. She wanted to be happy with her family. It happened to be early. Go and call some delicious food later. Celebrate well. Lin Xian also came back to eat at noon, and now he also belongs to the gold collar family, and he will work hard to reach the peak of life. Born with white buns, what a clean and beautiful baby. Lying down and carefully looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Gao Peiking carefully pulled open the meat on both sides with her fingers and looked at the filling inside, although she was not very expectant, but after all, men always have a little luck. A beautiful girl like Lin Ling, basically the vast majority of them are not the first time. The probability is very high, even if Gao Peiking has played with so many girls herself, it is the first time. But the next scene made Gao Peiking completely happy. The intact cutie seemed to be waving at herself, waiting for herself to end it with her own hands. Since it was the first time, Gao Peiking was extremely pitiful. Of course, it was not ruled out that the first time was done with surgery, but Gao Peiking could see that Lin Ling was pure and natural. There was no trace of surgery, and with Lin Ling's background and family situation, there was no money to go for surgery. That money was not a small amount for Lin Ling's family, and it was not necessary at all. Next, this main dish can be tasted well, the foreplay must be done enough, and it must be lubricated enough, and it is not hurried to bow your head and start tasting, and your hands are probing around the area, as long as you give Gao Peiking a few minutes to find the sharp points on the girl's body. This is all the experience gained after 100 battles, and it is also a technical job. Hello, may I ask where Director Gao is in that box? At the front desk on the first floor, Lin Hao 27 asked the front desk staff in a hurry. Lin Ling is having dinner with Director Gao today, and asking Director Gao directly is undoubtedly the fastest way. May I ask who you are from? Gao Dao looked at Lin Heiren vigilantly, and the front desk staff said, I'm a friend of Gao Dao. Come as soon as you open your mouth, Lin Heiren said without hesitation. Now the front desk staff is a little uncertain, although Lin Heiren is wearing a bargain and doesn't look like a person who is either rich or expensive, but who doesn't have a poor relative or anything like that. Plus Lin Heiren's appearance is also quite high. Maybe it really has something to do with Gao Dao. After thinking about it, the front desk staff called the supervisor. After all, this matter is not something he can handle, and if he doesn't get it right, he will definitely lose his job. Sir, please wait a minute, I need to contact Gao Dao first. After listening to the front desk staff, the middle-aged supervisor said politely to Lin Heiren, it's okay for me to wait here for a while. You directly told Director Gao that his buddy he hadn't seen for a long time came to him, and he naturally understood. Lin Heiren waved his hand and said, okay, wait a minute. Seeing that Lin Heiren was so confident, the supervisor didn't dare to delay, and went directly to the top floor by the elevator. Sitting on the chair in the hall, Lin Heiren actually didn't know who Gao Dao was, but he didn't worry that Lin Ling checked Gao Dao on the internet in advance, but he didn't expect it to be his best friend in junior high school, and he hadn't seen him for almost 8 years, and after so many years, he didn't know what kind of person the other party had become, and the information spread on the internet, Lin Heiren wouldn't take it seriously, let alone his baby sister, just in case, he still came to see it in person. I hope there is nothing wrong. In the room, just as Gao Peiking was proudly looking at the beautiful area flowing into a river under his own technology, and was about to pick up his gun and get on the horse, there was a knock on the door, and suddenly, he frowned very unhappily and shouted, Who? Director Gao, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, I'm the housekeeping supervisor of the hotel, and there is a man downstairs who claims to be your best friend who wants to look for you. Outside the door, the director's voice rang out. Dead friend. Loosening her brows, Gao Peiking hesitated and said, Bring him up, I'll take a look. Okay, Gao Dao. Hearing Gao's command, the director immediately went down. And Gao Peiking took a nightgown in the wardrobe and put it on. There are very few dead friends, even in the upper circle. Although Gao Peiking has many friends, there is no one who is called a confidant, not to mention death. The only thing that makes Gao Peiking think of the word dead friend is a Tong Heiran in the 3 years of junior high school. When he graduated from junior high school and went to other things, he has never been in touch again. If it is really Lin Heiran, Gao Peiking is looking forward to meeting this long-lost friend again. Of course, after confirming, arrange for the other party to live first, find a few beauties to give him a happy heart, and the delicious food on his side still has to be enjoyed first. It didn't take long for Lin Heiran to follow the supervisor up, and Peiking walked out of the room, without letting Lin Heiran in. After all, the situation inside is not suitable for others to see. After all, even if it is a dead friend, there is no negotiable, and Gao Peiking has not had time to reminisce with Lin Heiran in front of him, and after saying a few words, Lin Heiran pushed him away and immediately broke into the suite. Bastard, what are you kid doing? Gao Peiking was in a hurry, and hurriedly rushed in, and asked the supervisor who was still standing stupidly to get out of here before entering, and it would be a shame to be seen by a dead party, and it would be a shame to be seen by outsiders. Lin Ling. Looking at the slippery Lin Ling's sleeping appearance, Lin Heiran stood still. Some wanted to look but didn't dare to look, and finally turned around and looked angrily at Gao Peiking, who came over to lock the door and said, "You bastard, you loved to make trouble when you were in junior high school, and now it's still the same dog can't change eating shit. Lin Ling is my sister, you dare to beat her idea? You said Lin Ling is your sister, that ugly duckling." With an expression that couldn't react, Gao Peiking was a little stupid. He had seen Lin Heiran's sister in junior high school. The little one was black and sloppy, and it didn't match the appearance of the fairy at this time. "Tell me, have you done that?" Grabbing Gao Peiking's collar and pressing it against the wall, Lin Heiran questioned Gao Peiking like an angry bull. "Heiran, I will be responsible. Your sister will definitely not let her be wronged if she follows me." Gao Peiking smiled instead. After all, the matter has come to this point. This is the best way to solve it, and she will not lose. "Lin Ling, I want to take it away." Without answering, Lin Heiran let go of Gao Peiking and turned around and walked towards Lin Ling. Looking at this scene, Gao Peiking was dumbfounded. She hadn't arrived at home plate yet, so she let the meat fly to her mouth? And Lin Heiran's attitude felt very weird. Thinking of Lin Ling's family information, the 3 brothers and sisters were not related by blood, so he quickly grabbed Lin Heiran and said, "Brother, you won't like your sister too, right?" "What do you mean? Lin Ling is originally mine. She likes me, I like her. You are just a strong criminal." Lin Heiran seemed to have been punctured in his mind, and he sprayed Gao Peiking's face with saliva. "Hawkers, brother, listen to the advice of my buddy. Anyway, I have already eaten your sister. Not to mention that even if you are not related to Lin Ling by blood, you are also a brother and sister in name. It is against ethics to want to be together. It is better to fulfill buddy. If you are unwilling, I don't mind sharing Lin Ling with you. For example, the position behind Lin Ling is the first time." In a seductive tone, Gao Peiking said with a smile. Swallowing his saliva, Gao Peiking's words seem to be very reasonable, but they are all nonsense. Lin Heiran is very clear about his psychology, but Gao Peiking's words are particularly tempting, so that Lin Heiran has an urge to agree. As an elder brother, he should immediately refuse and take away his sister, but as a man, in the face of the temptation that is difficult to refuse in front of him, he wants to agree very much, gritted his teeth, and when Lin Heiran chose to take Lin Ling away, Gao Peiking added another fire. "Brother, we are sworn friends, not to mention the blessings and hardships, not to mention that we still have less time to play together. It can be achieved now, and if Lin Ling marries me, she will not leave you. 540 Isn't this a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Not to mention that as a man, you can't bear to refuse the invitation in front of you, and after you take Lin Ling back, Lin Ling won't think that you did it to her? Your brother will be hated by then, even if Lin Ling likes you again. Presumably no girl will have a good impression of the man who forces her, right?" Gao Peiking could already see Lin Heiran's inner struggle. His buddy is still so simple, but the fight is first class. Junior high school is him as the brain, Lin Heiran as the body, and the 2 are also the school tyrants. "It's so hot," a coquettish whisper sounded. Lin Ling turned over, and suddenly all the lower parts were exposed. The beautiful scenery of this scene completely cut off Lin Heiran's last sanity, and also made the flame in Gao Peiking's heart burn more violently, and took the initiative to lie down beside Lin Ling, with a force, picked up Lin Ling and put it on himself, and greeted Lin Heiran. "Brother, what are you waiting for? You're a bastard?" Gao Peiking. Lin Heiran clenched his fists and said angrily. "Ha ha ha, I'm just a bastard." "Lin Heiran, aren't you also a bastard? That's why we can be dead friends. What kind of good brother have you pretended to be all these years? Have you played with fewer girls in junior high school? Let go of your nature, this is the best result, isn't it?" Didn't speak. Lin Heiran walked over silently. His mind was already occupied by everything about Lin Ling. Maybe Gao Peiking's words were right. He was a complete bastard, and Gao Peiking was actually no different. He thought he had reformed himself, but he still had the same nature in his bones. This step down, Lin Heiran understood that he really had no way back. Even so, Lin Heiran didn't want to let go of Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling didn't belong to him in the end, Lin Heiran didn't want to let go. This familiar feeling, When she got up in the morning, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling in front of her, Lin Ling felt the strangeness of her body, sat up, and looked at the positions on both sides, one Gao Peiking and one Lin Heiren. Why are these two guys together? By the way, the biggest question is, why are you with these two guys? They are all naked. Rubbed his head that hurt a little. I just remember that I drank 2 bottles of red wine yesterday and then I didn't know anything. Damn, I don't have to think about it to understand what's going on. If I change myself, a drunk beauty lies down defenselessly and goes on herself. It's cool. At most find some reason to find some excuse to mix it up, or I'll go to prison for a few years anyway. It's really harmful to drink. I have returned to the ordinary human body and I am so unrestrained. I pit myself now. I wanted to get up and wash the clothes, but there was a tearing pain below, and the pain was dying before and after. These two animals were really excessive. They were red and swollen and broken, and it was uncomfortable to sit and move, so I got up and stumbled into the bathroom, looked at the body in the mirror. The white and tender skin was full of red spots, and after washing with the disposable supplies of the hotel, I walked out. Lin Ling barely got dressed, looked at the two animals of Zhengxiang who were still sleeping, pulled off the waist of the two pants and took them away. Very ingeniously, Lin Heiren turned over and hugged Gao Peiking, and Gao Peiking seemed to feel something and hugged Lin Heiren. The two stuck tightly together, but Lin Ling didn't need to work hard, tied up the two of them with a belt, and then cut off a pair of Gao Peiking's underwear with scissors and tied up the hands of the two behind each other's backs. Not long after, when Lin Heiren opened his eyes, what caught his eye was Gao Peiking's drooling face, and he subconsciously wanted to get up, and directly took Gao Peiking to turn over together. Gao Peiking lay on Lin Heiren, and then Gao Peiking also woke up. The two stared at each other dumbfounded, and it was difficult to move, but the culprit had already disappeared. Why don't you hurry up and call someone for help? Do you want to stay with me like this forever? Gao Peiking said a little angrily. What he likes is a woman but not a man, and now that the two are tied together like this, if it is spread out, his reputation will be completely ruined, and he can use his own ability to erase the influence at the bottom, and his own set in high society will not work. It will definitely be known to everyone, and his sworn enemies will definitely not let go of this opportunity to discredit himself. You go over some? There's a pair of scissors on the table, I'll get it. Lin Heiren squeezed and said. Needless to say, both of them understood who did this. Lin Heiren was relieved since Lin Ling just did this prank to herself. Then the consequences are not as serious as she thought, and when the time comes, she should be able to ask for forgiveness if she apologizes to Lin Ling. Presumably Lin Heiren, Gao Peiking is now eager to arrest Lin Ling again and beat her ass first, and then teach her what it means to be a good child, but now she needs to untie the two of them first. At this time, sitting in the restaurant on the second floor of the restaurant, Lin Zizi was enjoying the free breakfast provided by the hotel. This revenge is not over, and he has to think of a way to fix these two guys. Although I don't know what the relationship between Lin Heiren and Gao Peiking is, but it is obvious that the two definitely know each other, and they are angry when they think about it. This young lady, can I sit here? A beautiful woman dressed as a beautiful and luxurious urban beauty came over and asked, holding a tray in her hand and placing a small amount of fried rice and buns. Of course, please be seated. Looking at the other party carefully, Lin Ling felt that this woman should be quite rich, and this dress and jewelry alone should not be less than tens of millions. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is a fake, but this temperament cannot be cultivated in a day or two. It is definitely a powerful family that can cultivate such a temperament from an early age. The only thing that makes people feel a little funny is that she is obviously a lorry but she is dressed so maturely, and it is a little nondescript. Thank you, my name is Lu Xinhan. Sitting down next to Lin Ling, Lu Xinhan introduced herself. My name is Lin Ling. Please tell me something. Nodding, Lin Ling looked at Lu Xinhan carefully. It would be perfect if she changed into a gothic lowly costume. Her height was shorter than herself, about 155. Her skin was also very white. Her big watery eyes were still double eyelids, and the black long straight embellished with cute cartoon hairpins looked soft and smooth. She was Lilicon's favorite, compared to her sister Lin Xin. This is a piece of advice, stay away from Gao Peiking. He is not a good person. Xin Han said quietly, looking particularly cute. Thank you for the reminder. This advice came too late. Lin Ling felt very helpless. She knew that Gao Peiking was a human-faced beast, so she wouldn't join him. But now there is a cute lorry to comfort herself, which is quite heartwarming. Well, you're welcome. I just don't want to see any girls being harmed again. Not to mention that you are so beautiful. You can find me if you have any difficulties. I also have a brokerage company at home, and it is no worse than Gao Peiking's Tianxing. I will cover you when the time comes. Directly revealed her original form. She is still a little girl in the end. Xin Han patted her bun that was not very developed, and solemnly took out a business card and handed it to Lin Ling. Thank you. Grinning at this business card that had obviously been altered a lot, Lin Ling accepted. Please, up. Miss, why are you here? The two bodyguards walked out and came to Xin Han's side and said, got it, it's annoying. Pouting impatiently, Xinhan waved her hand at Lin Ling and said, then goodbye, Sister Lin Ling. You want to play with me when you have time. I live in a villa in District 1 of Garden Road. Okay, looking at Xin Han who left with the two bodyguards, Lin Ling had almost eaten, and was about to leave, when she saw the elevator open. Lin Heiren's indifferent face and Gao Peiking's angry appearance walked out. Feeling a little bad, Lin Ling immediately squatted down and hid under the table, ready to wait for the two to leave before coming out. But Lin Ling still trothed Gao Peiking's influence in this hotel, and before Gao Peiking could speak, a staff member directly reported Lin Ling's location, and the two immediately walked towards the table where Lin Ling was hiding. Welcome to VVTB TV, I'm the host Liu Yufa. I'm the host Dong Xiao. The live broadcast of the TV station is ongoing. The two hosts are talking about the opening remarks as always. In the dressing room in the background, Lin Ling is being dressed up by a makeup artist. Today is the first day of the talent show. First from the cities through the contestants to determine the top 3, and then participate in the provincial competition and finally to the national finals. It is the same old routine. Director Gao, haven't we done this too much? The station director looked at Gao Peiking with embarrassment. It is normal for these shows to be a little insider, but they can't go too far, otherwise they will be unlucky. Hawkers, I don't embarrass you. As long as Lin Ling's performance is okay, let her pass. You can grasp this degree yourself. I'll end my words here. Don't worry. Your benefits will be indispensable when the time comes. Master Tai. Gao Peiking said with a smile. There is no positive shape, but people are arrogant with this capital. Okay, try my best. I'll talk to the other teachers. Nodding, the director can't help it. Gao Peiking has already stepped down for himself when he says this. As long as Lin Ling behaves passable at that time, it doesn't hurt to let her be promoted. If it is really unsatisfactory, it is naturally nothing to say if she is brushed off. As for the mentor's side, with Gao Peiking's backstage, the other party must also give a little face. Miss Lin Ling, it's your turn. Please prepare for the stage. A staff member walked in and shouted at Lin Ling. Got it? Right away. Answered, looked at himself in the mirror. It was still so perfect. It was said that you can eat by your appearance, but you have to rely on Cai Hua to support your family. On the other side, a young man came next to Gao Peiking, who was sitting under the stage waiting for Lin Ling to appear, and said hello to Gao Peiking very skillfully, sat down, and said, Brother Gao, let's say it first, I won't accept talented beauties. Brother, give my brother a face. It's your future sister-in-law who is about to appear, and you have become popular with so many stars with your ability, so it's okay to bring your sister-in-law. Gao Peiking said with a smile. This is a good friend of his. He is a gold medal agent, not to mention that he has a brokerage company, his parents are important members of the political circles, and his strength background is not much worse than his own. Since it's my sister-in-law, I'll give brother Gao a little face. Smiled. The young man didn't take it seriously. Gao Peiking has played with more women than him. When did he see Gao Peiking take it seriously? And he actually asked for this special point to come to his side, and I don't know how long Gao Peiking can play this time and get tired. Next, I would like to invite Miss Lin Ling, the number 11 contestant, to bring you a classic old song, Spring Breeze and Rain. As the host's words fell, Lin Ling also came on the stage in a timely manner, and the four mentors couldn't see the situation behind them with their backs, but the audience directly lost their voices in unison, and the whole scene was quiet, followed by a burst of exclamations and chaotic words. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why is everyone's attitude so hot? Zhang Dan, as the only female mentor, said in surprise. I don't know, but now let's take a look at what kind of auditory feast this contestant will bring us. The male tutor on the side, Zhou Xinmiao, smiled. Subsequently, the scene quieted down, and the music began to sound. The first time she sang on stage like this, Lin Ling was a little nervous, but her singing skills had been improved to the third-rate top level, and the lyrics had been firmly memorized. In the audience, the young man sitting with Gao Peiking was a little dumbfounded. He remembered this face very clearly, the beauty caught in the bus incident. He didn't expect to participate in the draft, and he was also favored by Gao Peiking, the old pervert. It's a pity that a flower is about to wither in Gao Peiking's hands again. Zhang Qing, come back to your senses. This is your sister-in-law, don't beat her idea. I'll warn you first. Gao Peiking waved her hand in front of Zhang Qing. How can you, brother Gao, don't you know my character? Since it is your favorite sister-in-law, how can a younger brother attack his sister-in-law, and a friend's wife can't be bullied? Zhang Qing said with a smile. The people on the stage are so dazzling. This beauty is even more beautiful and perfect than when you see it on the bus. It is a pity if such a superb beauty is missed. It is good once. Zhang Qing also wants to taste what this rare beauty will be like. As for Gao Peiking's side, as long as you do a good job of confidentiality, who knows? Asking for flowers 0. Lin Ling's current level is the most beautiful one compared to other players, even if it is not the best one. There is no surprise. The four mentors all turned around, and then they were shocked by Lin Ling's charming appearance. And then there are some small interactions and mentors to grab people's scenes. Lin Ling directly chose Zhang Dan, the only female mentor. No matter what else, at least it is safer. Of course, this time it is not that Lin Ling is Zhang Dan's student immediately, but to obtain the qualification to accept Zhang Dan's guidance, to become Zhang Dan's student, at least to qualify for the provincial finals. At that time there will be more big names to choose from. Zhang Dan is not the only one. 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the first round of the draft and getting a supporting role audition for the film prepared by another famous director, Lin Jing, and turning on the fan mode, and each additional true love fan can get 1 point of pleasure value. Ding! Open the next round of the main line, enter the finals and get the top 3, according to the different rankings. You can get a gift package of gold, silver, and bronze, and the punishment for failure, car accident, hospitalization for half a year, during which you will be cared for by unscrupulous doctors every night. Speechless returned to the backstage, and then there was nothing to do with himself. This time the radio broadcast was temporarily here. As a promoter, Lin Ling had to prepare for the competition of the provincial TV station in half a month, and the aftermath would be handled by the staff of the TV station. Lin Ling took off her makeup and was ready to go back, but was blocked by Gao Peiking and someone in the aisle. Lin Ling, let me introduce you. This is my buddy, Zhang Qing. He will be your agent in the future. Presumably you should have heard of the reputation of the gold medal agent Zhang Xiao. Gao Peiking pointed to Zhang Qingdao beside him. Of course, thank you for helping me last time. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Looking at the young man in front of him stretching out his hand, Lin Ling immediately remembered the bus incident. This person can. He helped to relieve himself at a critical moment, and he is a gold medal agent. Let him be his agent. Lin Ling is also more relieved. After all, Lin Ling's first impression of this person is still very good. I am Miss Lin, and I will take care of me in the future. Zhang Qing smiled politely, stretched out his hand and shook Lin Ling's strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping the old lady cross the street, and reward 100 pleasure points. Breathe a sigh of relief. It's been more than a month since she moved out, and her life seems to have returned to calm, but she still has to be busy. Lin Heiran rarely appears in front of her again. Lin Xian doesn't understand why Lin Ling moved out, but she didn't force Lin Ling to come back. But she didn't want to come back every day, and Lin Ling also doted on this sister, and would give a pocket money every time. After all, the money earned so much. If you don't spend it on your family, you can't spend much on yourself. If you don't bring it to life and death, why keep it? Gao Peiking is a cheeky person, looking for himself every day. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Gao Peiking is pursuing himself, and he is on the news. But Lin Ling doesn't give him a good face at all. For this reason, Lin Ling has more titles of cold goddesses, and fans are also rising rapidly. Known as a new star in the entertainment industry, a pure stream like a lotus has been popular, and there are two gods of Gao Peiking and Zhang Qing to protect it, and no one dares to beat Lin Ling's idea. Since advancing to the draft finals, Lin Ling's fame is getting bigger and bigger day by day, and some people joke that this year is Lin Ling's star year. However, compared to these things, Lin Ling is a little troubled by Zhang Qing's attitude. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she was also doing things with a feeling of liking herself, caring for herself, blocking arrows for herself when socializing, and personally handling many trivial things. Polite and gentle and serious, having power and money is simply a perfect male god. But Lin Ling said that she had no love, but Zhang Qing didn't take it seriously and still did her own thing. But it was quite touching to Lin Ling, so she let it go. Everything went naturally and waited for later. Lin Ling, do you really want to take the original song out of the finals this time? Can you let me take a look? In the practice room, Zhang Qing said curiously. Lin Ling has always passed with old songs or other classic tracks, and this time she suddenly wants to take the original. Zhang Qing is really a little uneasy. After all, it has come to this point. It is better to be stable, although the original can add points, but if it is messed up, it will be doomed. Keep it secret, don't worry, I'm confident that I can win. Lin Ling said with a smile. This time he spent 2,000 pleasure points to exchange for a classic of his era, which is definitely able to beat the crowd, but now he still needs to practice more, so that his state can reach a perfect point, and his singing skills should be improved as much as possible. That's good, looking forward to your performance tonight. Nodding, Zhang Qing didn't hold on, and left the practice room to let Lin Ling concentrate on working alone. Time passed little by little, and the finals on the evening finally ushered in the opening. A total of 10 people were shortlisted, all of whom were carefully selected from all over the country, and everyone's strength was beyond doubt, and Lin Ling mixed some water. This time the 4 mentors were the 4 most popular 4 kings and queens of the older generation, even if a figure like Gao Peiking had to give 3 points. The ratings of the TV station have reached a new high, breaking through the 10-point record and continuing to rise, as the director of the station is excited to have a heart attack. As long as the performance in this finals is more brilliant, it can definitely make a person popular all over the country, and the draft organized by the Tianxing group can be described as very successful. In the lounge, Lin Ling's luck didn't know whether to say it well. It was the finale that was drawn, and it was also the most stressful ranking. After all, the first to play was always able to get a higher one, and had the advantage of taking the initiative. If the performance was not brilliant enough, it would be immediately compared. In this regard, Lin Ling was inevitably angry, and she was not as confident as when she spoke to Zhang Qing at that time. In the lounge, looking at the live TV broadcast in the room, as the host's opening remarks ended, the first singer took the stage. It was a wandering singer. It seemed that he had stepped in with his own original songs. His singing skills were not bad. His voice was full of magnetic power, and a high-pitched sad voice attracted the audience, and the 3 mentors turned around and cheered. Such a difficult beginning, directly let the players behind Yelly, but to achieve this step is not a simple goods. A song of heaven is spread on the spot, broadcast live by the radio, spread throughout the country. If there is no accident, each of these contestants who participated in the finals will receive an olive branch from the entertainment company. This is the first step they have taken, how to rely on themselves to grasp the future. Unconsciously passed nearly an hour, during which a few advertisements were inserted, and finally it was Lin Ling's turn to appear in the finale. Came to the backstage, looking at the fairy shape she selected. Lin Ling walked to the stage expressionlessly in the host's words, and all the audience lost their voices, looking at the beautiful people on the stage who were like fairies who did not belong to the world, until a beautiful music rhythm sounded, and everyone slowly came back to their senses, looking at the performance of the fairy who fell into the mortal dust with anticipation. The sound of cicadas accompanies the wandering clouds. After the memories begin, quietly look into the distance. An ancient well and a dry pond covered with barren grass. Disperse a strand of the past. The morning light disturbed emotions insane. The wind swept up the flowers in front of the court and passed through the cloister. Thick ink chases the flow of emotions. Dye me plain clothes and white clothes. A koi copy, performed affectionately under Lin Ling's solo. This song is one of Lin Ling's favorite songs, directly using the immersive card, in Lin Ling's singing voice and beautiful posture. Everyone seems to be brought into the world described in the song, witnessing the beginning and end of a touching story. Until the last note fell, everyone couldn't react for a long time, and it seemed that they were still immersed in the sentimental and beautiful picture and couldn't extricate themselves. But the tears couldn't stop overflowing from the eye sockets, silently, until someone took the lead in coming back to his senses and wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. The audience at the scene gave out earth-shattering applause and cheers, and then the four mentors who turned around in unison also looked at the people in front of them with tears full of surprise. Chu Myron is more beautiful, and the seamless match, Lee's immersive experience. All along, the four of them have actually been prejudiced against Lin Ling, a vase, a little bit of skill but relying on Gao Peiking and Zhang Qing to take the position, but this time it completely changed their view. This is the real sound of nature, a rare fairy music in the world. Then came to the questions and scoring sessions of the mentors. Lin Ling calmly coped with it. This time the champion seemed to be 9 out of 10, and off stage, Gao Peiking's eyes looked at Lin Ling had completely changed. Her heart was moving. She was in love. She felt so real for the first time, and wanted him to be her wife. This was the only thought in Gao Peiking's mind, and it was the first time she had such thoughts and obsessions. Zhang Qing, who stayed in the lounge, had a bitter face, and then was replaced by a crazy color. At home, Lin Heiran, who was watching the live broadcast, held Lin Xian with complicated eyes and looked at Lin Ling who was radiant and suppressed the audience on TV. I don't know what to do in the future. Tangled. Really tangled. Lin Ling, slow down, I'll send you back. In a month's time, Gao Peiking's drama was finished, and after a finale banquet with everyone, Lin Ling was helped into the car by Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, where are you going to take Lin Ling? Later, Gao Peiking came over. He also drank a lot tonight, but he still remained sober. In the past few months, Gao Peiking regretted bringing Zhang Qing to Lin Ling, and added a competitor to himself. Of course, I sent Lin Ling back. Gao Dao, you should go back early today to rest. Zhang Qing said with a smile, with an attitude of not smiling. Okay, Zhang Qing, there is a kind of thing, you want to rob me of a woman, right? Pointing at Zhang Qing's nose, Gao Peiking's belly was on fire, and he couldn't please Lin Ling by playing all kinds of tricks, but this guy got Lin Ling's favor more and more. Obviously he was also a scumbag, and he actually deceived Lin Ling, and sooner or later he had to expose the true face of this guy and give Lin Ling a good look. Director Gao, you are drunk 540, farewell. Looking at Gao Peiking calmly, Zhang Qing turned around and got into the car, looked at Lin Ling, who was drunk and asleep, started the car and left. His efforts in the past few days have borne fruit. It is obvious that Lin Ling has let down his guard, and the next step is to conquer Lin Ling's heart step by step. Compared to Gao Peiking, Zhang Qing thinks that he is a real veteran of flowers. What is the use of just getting the body? Getting a woman's heart first is the king's way, and then what you want is not a matter of getting your hands on it. Now you just need to play the role of a warm man infatuated agent. In the following days, Lin Ling lived a very fulfilling life. Zhang Qing was indeed very attentive, took care of Lin Ling meticulously, and did not do anything disgusting to Lin Ling. The conscientious ordinary girls may have been moved a long time ago, but Lin Ling also regarded Zhang Qing as a good buddy at most, joking and taking advertising photos every day, waiting for the movie to be released, seeing the rise of her fans, and then doing small tasks. More than a month later, the movie was released, and as expected, it was a big hit. Lin Ling became famous in one fell swoop in the draft, relying on this movie to become popular again, catching up with those second-tier stars, and more trips followed. But Gao Peiking didn't bother herself anymore during this time. I don't know what she was doing, but without Gao Peiking's harassment, Lin Ling was also more idle. Director Gao, Lu Minzhou brought it to you. Okay, you can step down, brother Minzhou. Gao Peiking smiled and beckoned to the child who looked at a loss. This is his latest pick, 3 years old, is a very cute blue child. Put on women's clothes is definitely a cute and bloody cute luotai. Hi. Hello Gao Dao. Very much. Mingyu came to the office, and looked at Gao Peiking a little nervously. After all, the shadow of a famous tree, Gao Peiking is also a golden sign in the entertainment industry. Not to mention these newcomers, even those king-level celebrities have to give Gao Peiking some face. This is your script, do it well, you can call me brother in the future, I am not a tiger, I don't eat people. With an approachable appearance, Gao Peiking touched Minju's words. Thank you, brother. His face turned red, and Minju was full of gratitude. Well, come here, Minju, my brother will show you something good. Grinning, Gao Peiking has recently begun to like playing with younger children, and she has not been able to catch up with Lin Ling, and she is angry. Gao Peiking has changed back to her original lifestyle. In a small villa, this is the place where Gao Peiking gave Lin Ling to live, and now it is Lin Ling's territory. The home, CHCA, is complete, and the rent is comprehensive. There is a cheap and not a white occupation. To be honest, Lin Ling originally thought that Gao Peiking would also be cheeky to live in, and it is possible to forcibly harass herself every day. But well, now it seems that Gao Peiking is still a face-loving guy, and he has to be serious, so the meat at home can only be seen, and not eaten. More than a year has passed, Lin Ling has also become a first-line star, and has won several awards, and is one step away from the diva level, during which Lin Heiran has looked for himself several times, and it seems that he has not given up on himself. Gao Peiking also proposed to himself twice with great fanfare, but Lin Ling refused, and Zhang Qing is still as warm as ever, and the relationship between 3 men and 1 woman has become more and more delicate. Coming back late at night, sitting on the sofa, Lin Ling felt a little tired, although the current life is full of fun for Lin Ling, but it is also very troublesome. There is still a lot of work in dealing with interpersonal aspects, not to mention that she has to suffer from some fanatical fans and harassment by a certain director and brother all day long. I really feel tired, full of routines, it is really nerve-wracking. System, can I stop taking a vacation temporarily? Flashed her temples, Lin Ling asked. Ding, pay 1000 pleasure points to temporarily freeze the vacation. The time limit is the end of the next world. If you want to continue to freeze, the cost will be incremented. Do you choose to freeze? It's a real thing to do. It's just for you. I can still afford 1000 points. Chose to freeze. Everything around Lin Ling was still. The whole world became silent, and Lin Ling returned to space again. All the power is back. This feeling is really good, but there is an extra turntable in the space, which makes Lin Ling a little curious, and said, what is this? Ding. This thing is a random turntable, rotated by the host, and the pointer points to the next world that the host will shuttle. Are you too lazy to smoke it yourself now? Complained about it. Lin Ling didn't care about this little thing. She stepped forward and pulled the turntable. It was blurry on it. She couldn't see it clearly. She didn't understand what was the use of making such a thing out. Now it really only depends on luck. Ding! After the selection, the character matching begins. The main quest is ready to be released, ready to shuttle. Please get ready. As always, as the system's words ended, Lin Ling was already sitting on the floor of a dark room in the blink of an eye, and then the system's prompt continued to sound. The role matching is complete, the memory is implanted, and the main quest is released. Please receive it by the host. Ding, release the main quest 1, blank strategy battle. Regardless of the means to store the brother and sister, success can get 5000 pleasure points. Main quest 2, the game is king. Get more than 100 game wins. You can get 100 pleasure points for each win, within 1 year. Failure punishment, a punishment gift package. Okay, I won't say much about this task. Why is my setting to be a guardian? Is this a play-to-play mother-son play? Anyway, the age is set to be 25 for Mao. Looks like a primary school student. Is it legal? Lori, this is a little Meng teacher, right? Awkwardly looking at the cute girl in the mirror, Lin Ling said that she was helpless. No matter how she looked at it, she looked like a Lori who was less than 13 years old, but it was written on the ID card that she was 23 years old, and she was a friend of her blank parents. But this image still has a sense of disobedience, plus the 27 OL uniforms on the body. It's even more disobedient. It's okay to stand with Bai and say it's a sister, and Bai is now 11 years old. Oh my god, the only thing I'm more pleased with is that I still have buns. It seems that there is nothing to be proud of, and there is no difference in size. B. Walking out of the room and going straight to the hall, Lin Ling saw at a glance that the 2 abandoned house brothers and sisters were eating junk food while playing games. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and the 2 brothers and sisters were staying up late again, and the heavy dark circles under their eyes had not slept well for at least 2 or 3 days, and they were not afraid of the sudden death of these 2 guys. Ah, finally one. Anyway, sister, can you not use your feet to control the blank account? Because I'm hungry. Brother, do you want to eat? Then you're welcome. Looking at the 2 brothers and sisters who were eating the snacks bought at the convenience store with relish, Lin Ling sighed, stepped forward and snatched away the things in the hands of the 2 of them, and the snacks piled up on the ground in one fell swoop. Yo, Xiaoling. Yo, you ghost, you should call me sister. Lin Ling. Standing on tiptoe and grabbing the empty face and pulling, Lin Ling said angrily, his 3rd-class crippled height is really not powerful, just a few centimeters taller than Bai. Sister Lin Ling, don't bully my brother. Bai hugged Lin Ling's calf and said, I know, you too, didn't you say that you should order takeout? Eating this junk food all the time is not good for your health. Caressing her forehead helplessly, Lin Ling said in a didactic tone. Haha, because it's too much trouble. Sora smiled, and then flattered, and the food outside is not as good as Xiaoling's cooking skills, and it can't arouse your appetite at all, so you can only use snacks. Wait for me, Lin Ling. The temperament of these two families was very clear, touched the white little head. Lin Ling went to the kitchen. As for quitting the job, anyway, there will be no shortage of money. Great. My lovely sister, Xiaoling is finally going to do it again. Yes, brother, sister Lin Ling's cooking, good. Well, but before that, sister, this battle isn't over yet, if you don't help, everyone. No, I'm going to die. Brother, you can. Hey, you don't want me to control 4 characters with my hands and feet, do you? Oil. Half an hour later, Lin Ling came out with 2 simple preserved egg porridge and side dishes, because she stayed up late in the morning. It was better to eat something light, but when Lin Ling came over with a tray, the brother and sister were sitting together, playing chess. The other party seemed to be a strong opponent. The brother and sister were working together. This situation was the first time it appeared, and immediately Lin Ling knew who the other party was, and the two were taken by the gods of another world. The next moment, a powerful energy surged, and then in front of Lin Ling, the bodies of the 2 brothers and sisters began to blur. This is the rhythm that is going to be crossed. This is the rhythm of wanting to play with an outsider like yourself. Immediately turn on the fox girl form. After the transformation, it is not a 10,000-year-old Lori. She has become a beautiful royal sister. She didn't care about these small details. Lin Ling forcibly broke a hole in the spatial energy formed in front of her, and the whole person rushed in. I really didn't expect that there would be a strong person like you in this world. Okay, allow you to come over with me, my world. At this time, in the position below Lin Ling, the blank brother and sister were hugging each other in a panic falling, and a somewhat weird teenager was saying something to the 2 of them. Not long after, there was a loud noise, and the blank brother and sister successfully landed. It stands to reason that such a high place will definitely fall into flesh and die and can no longer die, but due to the rules of this world, the ground was just smashed out of a big pit, but the brother and sister were safe. It's okay, you two. With a light landing, Lin Ling retracted her transformation form, and came to the edge of the pit with the prepared breakfast in her hand, looking at the 2 people lying in the pit. Xiaoling, you're here too, said Sora in surprise, but the next moment he received an iron fist of love in his head. Call sister, let's not talk about the rest, I'll eat breakfast first. Pulling up the brother and sister, Lin Ling 540 put down the tray road. Yes, delicious. Compared with the slower Skaviti, Bai had already been attracted by breakfast, and unceremoniously took the lead, and Sora also joined in, and the 2 quickly got the meal. But in the face of this unknown world, they still need to collect intelligence first, at least to understand the basic rules and common sense of this world. In short, the first point, everyone understands that this is not the original world, but a different world. Looking at the dragon flying away in the sky, the 3 of them embarked on a journey. An hour later, on the road outside the city not far away, Kong Zhang used his mobile phone to record the information told by the 3 big men who only had pants left in front of him. These are 3 guys who were robbed without success, because the game is the only theme in this world. Life, the territory and even anything can be handled by the game. The 3 guys who wanted to rob were directly overturned by the heir. All the belongings on their bodies were contributed, of course. The basic information of this world was also truthfully reported. After fully confirming the situation of this world, for the blank brothers and sisters, this world is simply a heavenly kingdom built for them, leaving behind the 3 thieves who are full of oxen. The 3 of them continue to set off on the road, and in the evening, they arrive at Elkia, the capital of the Elkia kingdom, which is the only territory that belongs to the human race itself. The next king's election gambling conference. These are the last words of the previous king. The next king will be crowned to the strongest gambler of mankind. Is it up to the game to even decide the king? The red-haired one is Stephanie Dora, the granddaughter of the previous king, who could not inherit the throne because of her last words, and still attended gambling conventions like that. Looking at the 2 girls gambling in the tavern, Lin Ling enjoyed holding by Kang Kong to inquire about the information here, but it was not early now. Before that, you need to find a place to stay, otherwise you will live on the streets. The thieves who robbed on the road are poor, except for a few sets of clothes. There is not much money at all. Of course, if there is money, the 3 thieves will not run out to rob, and in the end they don't even have clothes to wear. Empty. What's wrong? That's that. Lin Ling glanced at the small bag of gold coins on the table. Understood. Grinning, Sora walked over to the blonde and sat down. More than 10 minutes later, dumbfounded looking at the table of their gourd was crushed by the empty royal flush of the card game. The blonde contributed her own money bag. With money is easy to do. In the tavern with a gold coin rented a room for 4 days, got the key. The 3 of them went upstairs. The brother and sister are also tired of a day, need to take a good rest. During the empty is to remind the red-haired Dora, was the other party out of 1,000 years, but there is no use for eggs, just set up a set. Maybe it is just a good reminder of empty kindness. Xiaoling, do you want to sleep together? Because there is only one bed, the blank space is inseparable, and now the 3 of them have such a question. Anyway, for the heir, Lin Ling, who is in the shape of a child, is just the same existence as Bai. As an elder brother, he will not attack his cute sister, even if Lin Ling's actual age is older than him, but this Lori image can't be regarded as an adult. Of course, you can also open another room, but after all, it's an unfamiliar world, and it's safer to stay together. Sleep. I'm not sleepy now, and you should call me sister. Lin Ling replied. Okay, if you're sleepy, I'll come up on my own and leave a place for you. Give Bai a good life, lie down, and the brother and sister fell asleep directly. Coming to the window, Lin Ling felt the breath of this world. It is indeed different, limited by 10 covenants. This world cannot cause any damage to others. Lin Ling's strength is still there, but it is also limited by the power of this scale. But it is not that it is useless, such as charm and other skills that will not cause harm can still be used, and his physical fitness has not changed. This is also a kind of capital advantage, at least the starting point is higher than others. Looking at the sleeping brother and sister, Lin Ling went to the bathroom to take a bath. Although the technology of this world is much behind the modern era, and the principle is different, but there are basically still things that should be there. Put hot water, take a bath comfortably, wrap a bath towel and walk out, and buy some clothes. There was a knock on the door, and Ling took the initiative to open the door, and Dora, who had obviously lost her essence, stood pitifully at the door wearing a piece of clothing that was not cloaked or clothed. Can you let me in? With tears in her eyes, Dora looked at Lin Ling with a pleading tone. A few minutes later, Lin Ling opened it with a few cups, and Sora had already woken up and done it, and Bai was still leaning on Sora's lap and was comfortably in a half-asleep state. What's going on? What are you talking about? Anyway, we're brother and sister, so it's not brother. Dumped. It doesn't matter what this kind of thing is. Why don't you tell me the contents of her when you know that she's out of the woods? If I only reveal it, I will win. Covenant 8, if there are improper actors in the game, once they are exposed, they will be regarded as defeated. Is it? That's right, thanks to you, I'm completely defeated. Looking at the unwilling Dora, Lin Ling gave her a wax in her heart, and was completely led away by the empty nose. What a simple girl. The result is not to know that Dora, who was completely defeated in her empty hands, was directly played around, and the next morning, the three of them changed places, left the tavern, and stayed in the palace. Xiaoling, where are you going? Was about to take Bai to take a bath with him. Looking at Lin Ling, who hadn't followed, he shouted to the altar. Just going out for a walk, Lin Ling said with a smile. Oh. Nodding, there will be no danger in this world, and he doesn't worry about anything, so he took Bai and Dora to the bath of the palace. Back to yesterday's tavern, Lin Ling looked around, and soon found the notice of the King's Selection Tournament on the bulletin board on the side. This issue is the latest announcement. Krami, who bet with Dora yesterday, won the victory. Although it's good to let Blank be the king, and he can follow the mess, but his first task is to bring this brother and sister under his command, and it is a good choice to become a king. Of course, you can also subdue the brother and sister with the game, but this possibility is a bit low. To be honest, Lin Ling is not sure that she can win these two genius brothers and sisters in the game, since this is the best way to win the election and become the king, and the Blank will not rob herself. It's good night, Xiaoling. If you don't come back soon, you won't have anything to eat tonight. Sora is unceremoniously eating and drinking in front of a sumptuous dinner. Before the king is decided, the identity of the granddaughter of the former king of Dora is still very useful. Everything in the palace can be operated for it, but after the new king, it is unknown what will happen. Maybe it will go to the streets. Please, Sister Lin Ling, I left one for you here, come quickly. Shiro beckoned cutely, and there was indeed some food next to the seat. Sora, Shiro, I have something I want to tell you. Sitting down next to Bai and touching Bai's head, Lin Ling said seriously. What's the matter? Stopping the movements in his hand, Kong Chi said. Lin Ling's serious attitude of negotiation is really rare. Except for Bai, Lin Ling is the person he cares about the most. Although he is a guardian, he really regards Lin Ling as a family. After all, he has lived for so many years. He takes care of their brothers and sisters so much, and he also raises a family and does housework and cares about them. Not a mother is better than a mother, of course. After growing up in Kong, it doesn't feel so strong. After all, Lin Ling's appearance really can't be regarded as a mother, but more like an extra sister. I want to be the king of this country. Grinning, Lin Ling said bluntly, except for the still calm Blank, Dora and the servants around were all stunned. It's a good statement, but Xiaoling, I also want to be the king of this country. Sora grinned. After learning about the situation in this country, and Dora's sincere feelings for this country, Sora had this idea, that is, the initial goal, to become the king of mankind, and then keep going to raid and strategy, and take back the lost territory of mankind step by step. This is a big game of chess, and there is no more exciting game than the game of this world. It's simple, let's decide the winner with the game. Bai proposed, since the two have a disagreement, then using the game to compare who is more suitable to be the king is naturally the best way. Anyway, for Bai, whether the brother wins or the sister wins, it is the same. Okay, how about adding some bets by the way? Lin Ling raised her eyebrows and said, I didn't expect to avoid this situation, but I didn't necessarily lose. If I was just an empty person, Lin Ling still had the confidence to win, because the Blank cooperation was too buggy. Lin Ling was not sure. Interesting, Xiaoling, have you ever played a game? From childhood to adulthood, in the impression of Sora, I have never seen Lin Ling play games and other entertainment activities, either busy or doing housework at home or attending some party or the like. It can be said that he is a complete layman to the game. It is difficult for Sora to imagine 540 Lin Ling on how to win herself. In terms of games, blank is an absolutely undefeated existence. Call sister? Anyway, if I win, you have to obey me. Lin Ling directly said the conditions. Yes, but correspondingly, if I win Lin Ling, you have to obey me. Is this an equal bet? What game is used to decide the winner? Guess the boxing. Or poker. Seeing this, Dora cautiously asked. The aura of the two was too strong. Dora was a little afraid. As soon as it was mentioned that it was related to the game, the empty completely changed person, and the momentum was not weaker than that of Lin Ling, who became serious. Guess the box? It's simpler. Lin Ling said with a smile. Other games have all kinds of cheating, but guessing boxing is a complete game of luck and psychological warfare, even if Lin Ling can't compare with the empty calculation, but just by guessing the rules of boxing, he also has at least 1/3 of the winning rate, as long as he doesn't be led by the nose. Interesting, Lin Ling, this is the first time I'm playing with you, let you be a little bit, I choose to go out. Grinning, the empty trick was repeated, although he knew Lin Ling's personality and character very well, but he was not sure what Lin Ling would do. After all, the two were in the first CHCA duel, and they could only rely on psychological warfare to fight for the winning rate, guessing some of Lin Ling's thoughts and the probability of what to do. Compared with empty calculations, Lin Ling is much simpler, and she doesn't think much about anything, just relying on luck, and not eating short. She raised her hand and said quietly, ready to start. One game will determine the winner. Oath to the covenant. Stones. Scissors. Cloth. Looking at Lin Ling, it is not impossible for Sora to understand that his abacus has been shattered, and some details and words in life can also become a magic weapon for Sora, and the next moment, the two of them shot at the same time. Soul, Lin Ling is scissors. Is my luck still E? Speechless with her own hand, Lin Ling looked puzzled. It stands to reason that she didn't think much about it at all, and habitually took out scissors, but she still lost, and her luck was too bad. I won, then Lin Ling has to obey me. With a smile, Sora seemed to see Lin Ling's frustration, and explained with a smile, the size of your scissors is my guess, and it has little to do with luck. Why? Ordinary words and deeds betrayed you. I once played a guessing boxing game when your words, and usually when you are angry, you habitually like to compare V gestures. So based on these, do you guess that I must have scissors? Lin Ling's face was black. This is all right. Anyway, these memories are implanted in the system, and I don't know at all, and in the end, it is the system that pits me, and I really want to find a corner to squat, and I don't play like this. Congratulations, brother. Bai applauded. It was really a wonderful showdown. Well, the main thing was IQ crushing. So, it's just right. Revealing a dark-bellied smile, said to Dora, Steven, bring that set of clothes and change it for Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling is my exclusive maid. More than 10 minutes later, wearing a maid outfit, Lin Ling came out fearlessly. Anyway, she was also a nanny for the two of them in the real society, and now there is no difference between being a maid, but this outfit is 100% empty. This guy designed such a modern element. There is absolutely no such a modern element. The bottom is cold, the skirt is too low, and the collar is slit. Xiaolongbao feels a little like it can't be kept and will fall out. This dress should have been designed for Dora at the beginning. Yes, but it needs to be improved. Looking at Lin Ling, he touched his chin seriously. Usually Lin Ling wears an OL uniform, which looks nondescript, and now she looks very cute when she changes to a maid outfit. Plus the explosive appearance is definitely a cute thing that kills men, women, and children, but it's a pity that it's a toddler body. Even if it's a legal lorry, you can't do it. Not to mention that you have a thief's heart and no thief's guts, a standard Dick Silk character. At night, looking at the sleeping Bai, he was still reading a book leisurely, and asked Lin Ling to add a cup of tea to himself from time to time. That little snack completely used Lin Ling as a servant, and Lin Ling was angry for a while, wanting to teach this kid a lesson, but an inexplicable force made him unable to resist. This is the rule set by the gods of this world. With Lin Ling's strength has not yet reached the point of overriding the power of the gods, he can only act according to the rules, but there are no other restrictions. By the way, Lin Ling, what kind of existence are you? Can you tell me? Suddenly, Sora asked a frightening question. I don't know what you're talking about. With a puzzled expression, Lin Ling said she didn't understand. I saw it, your posture at that time, although I couldn't see it clearly at the time, but you are not an ordinary person. Are you hiding from me? Sora tapped his fingers and looked at Lin Lingdao. For so many years, his height and age have not changed, and he has not paid attention to this unusual situation, but after experiencing these and the strange scene he saw when he came to this world, Sora already has doubts. Can you not say it? After a moment of silence, Lin Ling sighed and said, no, be obedient to me. Sora reminded, when you become the king, I'll tell you, don't ask now, okay. Nodding, the empty is not embarrassed by Lin Ling. After all, it is a family. No matter what, it is enough to know this, just a temptation. It doesn't matter if you say it or not. The empty will not really force Lin Ling. Early the next morning, in the palace, the final duel is over, and Krami has won the final victory, has the right to inherit the throne, and the next day after the victory will be the coronation ceremony, which will also be the last chance to challenge the prospective king as a challenger. So, because of this person, Krami Jur won the final victory in the selection battle. Is there anyone who wants to challenge her? At this time, it was already the coronation ceremony, and a large number of nobles from the upper echelons of the kingdom gathered at the scene, witnessing the coronation ceremony of the new monarch at this moment, paused for a moment, and seeing that no one seemed to continue to challenge the meaning of the scene, the priest continued, then according to the last words of the former king, the new king of Elzia, Klamija, I have an objection. Suddenly, Sora walked in with everyone, holding a mobile phone with background music in his hand, and his own music buff shouted to everyone present again, I have an objection. Does that mean you're going to challenge her? Just because I lost, this time I sent my own servant. This is not the place to play with children, Stephanie Dora. Claimy frowned, and it was really unpleasant to hold on to it if he lost. It's not a place where you can give up the throne to a fraudster, especially to a guy who uses the power of another country. Sora retorted. This sentence directly caused the current commotion. Now the human race is only left with the last such territory. If the successor to the throne is a puppet of another country, the human race will be completely finished. If what Sora said is true, the people present will definitely not agree to let Krami become the new king. In an instant, Sora took control of the scene, and in the face of the situation in front of him, Clammy argued, but under the agitation of Sora, people already suspected Krami, and after the only elf species was revealed, it increased the sense of distrust, and there was no doubt that in the face of Sora's repeated provocations and stirring, Clammy still agreed to Sora's challenge, and the coronation ceremony was postponed. Because Krami is the challenged party, so according to the covenant, it can be set by her duel, and then prepare the game before notifying the empty side. The ceremony stops, and it can only continue until the winner is decided, and in private, Krami finds the empty side to give up through negotiations, but there is no doubt that for the throne, the empty will be won, and in the end, the two parties still came to the game field for the throne. Now, Stephanie, let's play. Idle and bored, Lin Ling proposed to Stephanie. I tried to play poker with Stephanie yesterday and won, and the progress of the task has increased once. Lin Ling wants to try if it is possible to repeat the victory for the same person to brush up the number of times. If it is feasible, this task will be completed soon. Now, we're in a game for the throne, said Stephen Nicky. It's very simple, let's guess the boxing. Lin Ling said with a pleading expression. All right. I can't stand Lin Ling's cute posture, Stephanie agreed. The result is obvious, Lin Ling won, but the number of times has not increased. Sure enough, the system will not give Lin Ling such a simple opportunity to drill bugs. You have to play with different people to win. After a while, Stephanie has changed into a bunny girl outfit. This is the outfit that Lin Ling was asked for today. Because the scale is too big, Lin Ling can't refuse because of the covenant. She can only wear it, but now that she is accompanied by Stephanie, she won't look too conspicuous, although the task can't be repeated to win against one person, but others are still quite good. Don't bully Stephanie too much, Lin Ling, people will cry. But a thumbs up in his hand indicates that Lin Ling is doing a good job, and she has prepared a lot of clothes for Ni, but Stephanie refuses to wear them, but now it comes in handy. Walking down the hallway to the game spot, Stephanie followed awkwardly and said, Why? What? Even what Clammy just said, I think there is some truth to what the man said. I mean, you should learn to be suspicious of others. First, there's evidence that what the guy said is true. Second, why do you want us to quit the game when there is a way to win? Third, even if what she says is true, she must not hand over the country to this kind of fool who says such things in the face of me, who may be spies of other countries. And fourth, if her whole cards are detected by her, it will be over, understand? It turned out that I said those words after careful consideration. Looking at the empty with admiration, Stephanie's simplicity completely made the three of them speechless. If this product lives in modern society, it is definitely the kind that is sold and helps to count the money and be grateful. But that's not all. That guy and you are too underestimating humans, pushed open the door and walked in. The scene was a relatively high platform, and on both sides of the stage were black and white chess sculptures. This was the duel game this time. Asking for flowers 0. Chess. That's right, but this is no ordinary chess, but chess where the chess pieces have consciousness. Given order, the chess piece will act. As long as the order is given, it will act according to the order. Looking at the empty side, Krami on the other side explained, full of confidence. Actually, this move, Bai, what should I do? Sora looked at his sister. In chess, Bai's strength is undoubtedly the strongest. Chess or something, it's just a game of right and wrong. 0. I mean, it's okay to change people in the middle of this game, right? Brother. I'm sorry, but our players are in teams of 2, and besides, this seems to be a game that you are familiar with unilaterally. Feel free. Clammy didn't care, it seemed that he thought he had won. In the position behind him, Lin Ling can keenly perceive that the opponent's chess pieces have fluctuations in magical power, because humans are ranked at the bottom of the 16 races. Without the magic of elves and the physical fitness of orcs and the special abilities of other races, the only wisdom that can be relied on cannot occupy much advantage in the face of other races, so it will lose its original territory little by little, and the ranking will also be backlogged to the bottom position, so the other party dares to cheat so blatantly, that is, he is not afraid of being discovered by humans. Then, the game begins. The bald priest in the middle shouted as he saw that both sides were ready. Oath to the covenant. The duel began, white first, but it was still routined. This chess cannot be measured by ordinary rules. With self-awareness of the chess piece, it is better to say that it is chess than a battlefield battle. The commander's command ability and the morale of the soldiers and some other factors can be applied to this chess game. Even so, with the ability of white is generally impossible to lose, but the other party has magic as a reliance. Some are not funny, but according to the ability of the blank 2, winning is certain, as long as you enjoy this good show. Underscore. Pawn d2 goes to d4. Bai took the lead and gave the order directly, and immediately, the white soldiers on the chessboard began to act and came to the d4 position according to Bai's order. Pawn g7 advances. Unlike white's order, after Krami's words, black soldiers advanced directly by 3, which was completely different from the original form of chess. 3 squares forward, that's a violation. Stephanie was surprised. This is not your average chess, empty. This game is more suitable for you to play. Lin Ling reminded that if she could, she would like to play this kind of exhausting RPG battle game. There are no rules at all, and all means in the war can actually be used. Allah, the little sister over there understands very quickly, but isn't this the best way to decide the king? Claimy complimented. I'm sorry, I'm 25 years old this year, older than you, little sister. Lin Ling refuted the sentence 540. Looked at Lin Ling with a look of surprise, and soon Claim retracted his surprised expression and smiled. Lying children don't want to be liked. You are not more than 13 years old at most. Now in the game, it doesn't matter. Looking at the topic with a black line on her face, Stephanie interjected. Bai, change me, although I understand it almost, but Lin Ling's hint is correct. This is not chess, but a strategy game dressed in chess. Empty and confident to step forward strategy games are one of the few games he is stronger than his sister. Bai strategy games are also one of his best plays, so it's the most suitable for him to command this battle. Bai is mainly on the side to help out, just check and fill in the gaps. This game can be won. Looking at the two of them, Lin Ling didn't mean to continue looking, turned around and went out of the door and came to the corridor. The surrounding scenery instantly condensed, and Tut's figure appeared, looking at Lin Ling with a playful look and said, "Meet again, Miss Goblin from another world. As the only god in this world, I don't know what to do with me?" Lin Ling asked indifferently. "Well, just call me Tut, because I have an idea. It seems quite interesting. I want to ask your opinion." Tut said with a smile. If he found that the blank brother and sister were Tut's biggest surprise, Lin Ling would be a small accident, but a small accident can also bring unexpected fun, so Tut would come to the door. "Tell me something, I'll think about it. It's very simple. If I give you a chance to become a king, will you accept it?" Slightly stunned, Tut had something to say. Lin Ling immediately understood Tut's subtext, and asked with some doubts, "Why? Can you tell me the reason? Don't you think it's funny? And I don't know why you've been looking for people to play these days, but you should be very strong, and you have a strong obsession with winning, so maybe you can add some fun to this game." "I'm losing to the void." "Oh, I'm going to do what he says. I can't help you with this." "Yes, if you're not reconciled, just win it back. I'm just giving you such a chance, giving you a day to think about it. If so, call my name in your heart, and I will appear in front of you." Smiling, Tut finished and left. According to Tut's character, maybe it's really just a bit more fun, but this feeling of being at the mercy of people is really a little unpleasant. Even if the other party is a god, it's a pity that he's an atheist. Even if there's a true god, it's just a more powerful creature with your own ability. You can reach even higher one day sooner or later, but now this game has to continue. Maybe be a villain and play a game with a blank brother and sister. Back in the room, the game has reached the highest, relying on his own mouth to escape. Empty directly reversed the whole situation, completely forced Black into a desperate situation, and finally Black's king killed himself. The play ended with the victory of the blank brother and sister. No matter how unwilling Clammy is, he has no power to return to the sky, and the throne has been blank into the pocket. Back in the palace, the coronation ceremony will naturally be reheld because of the blank victory, but it is scheduled for the next day. When the coronation is over, the two who become the new king will also give a speech to the people, and because the government affairs that have been idle for a long time on the throne also need to be dealt with by the two people, and the problems of various countries must also be solved, as the king is very busy, but most of the trivial matters, the blank is very unreasonable to throw directly to Stephanie to do, and the brother and sister continue to stay at home to read books and play games, and the small life is very nourishing. Lin Ling, now that I'm the king, I can tell me what you're hiding. At night, sitting at the window, looking at Bai who had fallen asleep, Sora asked Lin Ling on the side, although he didn't want to force Lin Ling to say something he was hiding, but people were always curious, and Sora wanted to know what kind of secrets Lin Ling was hiding. Okay, after all, I promised you. Sighing, a pair of snow-white fox ears appeared on the top of Lin Ling's head, and a fox tail was also exposed on the buttocks. Oh, beast ear girl, suddenly poked the empty cute spot, and the empty looked like a strange uncle, breathing heavily, staring at Lin Ling with reddened eyes, and Bai, who was asleep on the side, was woken up by this movement. What's wrong? Bai, look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, who was speechless, was almost carried to Bai by the air. After all, there was too much difference in height, and Lin Ling was no different from a child in her empty arms. It's so soft, grabbed Lin Ling's ears and tail for the first time, rubbed it with a white face, and then directly hugged Lin Ling into his arms, which definitely regarded Lin Ling as a large toy. Okay, let me go first, I have something to say. Lin Ling said helplessly. What? Didn't mean to let go. Bai grabbed tighter, and Sora also joined in, grabbing here and there, as if confirming the authenticity. I'm leaving. Sighing, Lin Ling said bluntly. What? The brother and sister had a high IQ, and immediately heard the underlying meaning, and said in unison. To put it simply, I'm saying goodbye to you. The reason is very simple. Lin Ling directly sold Tut, and Tut's proposal. Lin Ling was very interested. Presumably the two guys who were not idle would agree, but Lin Ling guessed wrong this time. No, Sora said without hesitation, and Bai also nodded, and the brother and sister were united as always. Why? Isn't that more interesting? Said Lin Linky. No, you are our relative. I will not allow it. Bai is the same idea. The empty and straightforward reason was directly approved by Bai, and Lin Ling was also quite moved. She didn't have 2.0 to hurt these two melon babies. I see, rest early, it's getting late. Nodding, Lin Ling gave up. Anyway, there was no loss to herself. Bai wants to sleep with sister Lin Ling today. Seeming to be a little uneasy, Bai grabbed Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling with a cute expression. I've got you, okay. Lin Ling's heart immediately softened. It was not that our army's willpower was insufficient, but that the damage of cute things was too great. But the next moment, Lin Ling was a little dumbfounded. Blank two or so sandwiched himself in the middle. All kinds of small movements did not stop, all aimed at his beast part. This is the most acute part, like the hidden area. I wanted to take it back immediately but was stopped by the heir. Because of the covenant, Lin Ling could only obey, accept the harassment of the two, and finally couldn't hold back and shouted. And then what caught my eyes was the terrifying evil smile of the two, who became very black. It's really a grand speech, but is it okay for you to keep this state of abandoned house? Stephanie jumped to her feet in a hurry. Most of the government affairs are handled by Stephanie now. Is it okay? Putting down the brewed teacup, Lin Ling looked at the brother and sister who were sitting together reading a book. There is no word for work in the blank dictionary. Of course, he replied confidently, and the two continued to maintain the posture of a dead house, and it is estimated that they will only get serious about playing when they are playing. Sighing, Lin Ling continued her maid work. These two guys were not saved, and silently mourned for Stephanie in her heart. Lin Ling transferred her main consciousness to another body, and Tut's promise was half fulfilled. According to Lin Ling's fox girl form, Tut threw Lin Ling to the side of the orc race. The 16 races ranked 14th, but it has a huge territory known as the third strongest eastern kingdom in the world. The current leader of the orc race is a witch, and she is also a fox girl, and Lin Ling wants to become the king of the orc race. Is very simple, that is, to get it through games. This is the only rule of this world. After all, as a god, Tut is already extraordinarily gracious, giving Lin Ling a chance to challenge the other party. Sister Lin Ling, let's play. A cute little fox girl entered Lin Ling's room and threw herself into Lin Ling's arms like a coquettish. This is Hatsus Izuna, an orc clan, 8 years old, with black hair and eyes, as well as fox ears and tail, and is a bloody individual. The end of the conversation is customary. It is said that it is the granddaughter of Hatsus Ino, who has white hair, fox ears, and tail, and glasses, is 98 years old, and has fought with the former king of Elkia, the former ambassador of the orc race to the Elkia embassy, and later the deputy envoy of the Eastern United Embassy to Elkia. I'm sorry, little Izuna, tonight is a game duel with the Shrine Maiden, so I can't play with you. Touching Yu Gong's little head, Lin Ling said apologetically. Sister Lin Ling must tell the witch to win or lose. Yi Gang's face darkened, and he said a little sadly, although Lin Ling has only been here for a few days, but little Yi Gang likes Lin Ling very much, and Lin Ling often plays with her. As the strongest game girl in the race, Yi Gang has rarely experienced a pleasant game experience, and the witch is the leader of the race, and also one of the people that Izuna respects the most. To be honest, Izuna doesn't want to see anything unpleasant happen to the two because of the king's position. Izuna, don't worry, my sister won't embarrass Izuna. Smiling, Lin Ling doted on Yi Gang in her arms. It doesn't matter what the throne is, she has been treated as a VIP these days. Lin Ling can also see that everyone has some alienation and hostility towards her. After all, the prestige of the witch is still there. Even if Lin Ling is a person brought by the gods, it is not as good as the other party's position in everyone's hearts. Lord Lin Ling, the game has been decided. Please move. An attendant walked in and said respectfully. Okay, I'll be right over. Putting down Yi Gang, Lin Ling got up and said. A moment later, in a palace, Lin Ling saw the witch again. This is the second time they met. The first time was brought over by Tut. Looking at the witch who was still calm, she didn't take Lin Ling's challenge to heart, but nodded to Lin Ling kindly, pointed to the 2 game warehouses on the side and said, "Let's fight it out in the game. Bet on the chess of the race. Mikam-sama, change your bet." "Shake your head, Lin. What's wrong?" Looked at Lin Ling curiously, a little puzzled. What bet in this world was more precious than the race chess? "I don't want any throne, I just need the shrine maiden to promise me 3 things, of course, within the scope of my ability. I won't embarrass you. Deo." Listening to Lin Ling's proposal, the witch became interested, and the corners of her mouth curled up. "Then what if I win? On the same terms, I promised you 3 things." In this way, Lin Ling directly eliminated the somewhat tense atmosphere on the scene. After all, it is not a chess game for race. Naturally the matter is not so serious, the nature of the two is completely different, and Lin Ling has also made the people of other orc races have a lot of good impression of Lin Ling. At least they will not be hostile to Lin Ling anymore. Plus Lin Ling is also an orc race, it is even better. So let's start a fun game showdown. Although there is a certainty of victory, but after all, the stakes are too big, and the witch is not so calm in her heart, but now that she has changed the stakes, the stone in her heart has been put down, and she is also relieved, and she is more and more kind to Lin Ling. The two entered the game warehouse together, and the next moment, the scenery in front of Lin Ling's eyes changed, and an ancient and majestic amphitheater came into view, and there was a witch standing opposite him, and then the referee's voice sounded, and began to explain the rules of the game to the two of them, and at the same time, several weapon racks appeared around them, all kinds of cold weapons and defensive armor and shields. This time the game is very simple, it's a pass game. Every 5 minutes there will be a wave of monsters. In the arena there are a total of 60 waves of monsters. The more the number of backs, the stronger the strength, and there is only 1 life for the two. The person who was the first to be emptied in the blood bar lost. If it's cleared, it's a victory that counts the number of monsters killed. All means can be used in the game. The only rule is that you can't leave the arena. It's really a game that's very suitable for orc duels, simple, straightforward, rough. With this newly summoned game, Maiko-sama and Lin Ling-sama are both on an equal footing, and the victory or defeat can only rely on their respective abilities. Touching his beard, the referee smiled. "Grandpa Tu Hua, are you mistaken? The disc of this game is still there." A rabbit lady picked up the disc in her hand and said, with the name of the arena gladiator written on it. "No way, that's right. I've confirmed it once." Looking at the disc in Rabbit Niang's hand in surprise, the referee turned on the game recorder, and a disc that was exactly the same as the disc in Rabbit Niang's hand, Lee's, appeared, but there was a word 18 forbidden written in the corner of the disc. "This is," Rabbit Lady said confusedly. "Can't see it? This game must be terminated quickly." With an expression of something big going to happen, the referee was completely panicked. If this kind of prohibition was released in public, it would definitely cause a commotion, but in the game screen, the first wave of monsters had appeared, a group of slimes with tentacles rolling round. At this point, the game could not be stopped, and if it was forcibly closed, it was likely to hurt the brains of the contestants. "Little rabbit, go and turn off the relaxation device, I'll tell the elders about this." "No way, I can only turn off the picture first. At least I can't let the people see the discordant picture." The referee old man hurriedly ran towards the high platform. "The people are still confused. Just say that the machine is malfunctioning. If something happens in the game, wait for the witch to come out. What kind of result will be faced can be imagined. Guns, yes, but I prefer dual swords to guns. Pull out the 2 long swords on the weapon rack." The witch took the lead in attacking. After all, the monsters in the front level are best brushed. It's difficult to get behind. It's a very good choice to brush more monsters to occupy some advantages while it's still easy. After all, compared to double swords, guns are more suitable for group battles. This is very clear to the witch. Compared with the witch's attack, Lin Ling is much calmer, although this gun is not very handy, but it is enough to use it on his own, and directly launched an attack on a group of slimes that surrounded him, and a sweep instantly exploded several of them, and the trend continued to wave at the slimes that came up, and the efficiency of killing monsters was much stronger than that of the witch's side. Even if the witch attacked first, it could not open up the gap in number, and was quickly overtaken by Lin Ling. A large wave of slimes was easily eliminated by the two of them. The witch killed 23, but Lin Ling killed 37. There was no time for people to relax. The next moment a new monster appeared, refreshed every 5 minutes. If you can't quickly get a wave, then there will be more and more monsters. This is almost an unsolvable situation. It can be said that you can't relax for a moment. Anyway, which 540 Lord, isn't there a problem with this game? These monsters seem to have something like that. I don't know, it's a new game, and it's my first time playing it. The witch also feels wrong. How is this scene so much like the scene of the H game? Although this kind of game is not nothing but most of them are forbidden matters. Almost no one will dare to blatantly take it out to play. It's even more so on such an important occasion. But the monster in front of me clearly shows that this game is an H play. It's not a normal serious game, and the way of attacking people is also very discordant. Although I don't know what's wrong, but it's really embarrassing. I'm like asking, Mikamai-sama, is this virtual game almost as realistic as the real situation? Lin Ling felt a little bad. No, this good game was about to become a Monster Wheel X conference for the two. It's 100% realistic, and all the feelings and physical performance are related to the real body. For example, if you get injured in this game, it will also hurt. The witch said solemnly. It has been 15 minutes now. The first 2 waves of monsters are okay. This third wave of robots is a little difficult to fight, and the core of the heart must be destroyed to completely eliminate it. This is still the third wave. I don't know what kind of powerful monsters will appear in the back, and I don't know how long the 2 of them can last. It's not going to go on like this. Mikam-sama, let's work together. More than half an hour has passed, the arena is almost crowded with monsters. Lin-Ling is now back to back with the witch, facing a group of various monsters around her. It is now the 10th wave, and there are still 50 waves behind. This is definitely the rhythm of the end. I think so too, but why hasn't the game been terminated yet? Are the guys out there idiots? At this moment, the referee's voice sounded again in the game. Mistress Wu Maiden, Lord Lin-Ling, are you still safe? It's okay for the time being, but I don't know if there will be any next. A shot to the head. A minotaur rushed over. Lin-Ling was also anxious. The number of these monsters has accumulated to as many as 200 or 300. A big live look. You can definitely play with the dead. Just the big guy under the minotaur is terrifying. Not to mention that there are dozens of bullheads, and other monsters are also a bunch, all of which are not weaker than the size of the minotaur. Because the machine applauded the game can't be terminated immediately. I'm really sorry, but the relaxation device outside has been turned off and the total number of layers of this game is 5. As long as the 2 adults hold on, you can clear the level. Chka. It's easy to say, you can try it. I'm tired of my mother. The witch said angrily. At this time a new monster refreshed out. It was a group of bipedal flying dragons, although it looked mighty and majestic, but the things hanging under the abdomen really looked spicy, worthy of the game of the H-Master. All kinds of shows without discipline. Bottom line. Maiko-sama, why don't you sacrifice yourself? Lin-Ling was also a little intimidated, although her physical fitness was linked to her real body, but Lin-Ling couldn't use other abilities in the game, and she would definitely not last long in the face of this group of monsters. Ha, Lin-Ling, can't you sacrifice? Anyway, it's just a game. I'm the head of the clan, so it's okay to save some face. The witch was also anxious, and the next moment, the flying dragon in the sky roared directly and spit out a ball of dark green water, which directly poured the 2 of them through. Is it poison? Looking at the green smoke rising from her body, Lin-Ling was a little happy, and she could quit the game if she hung up, but Lin-Ling thought too beautifully. There was nothing wrong with her body, but her clothes and weapons in her hands were quickly corroded. There's no way. Lin-Ling, go to the entrance under the rock wall over there. The witch pointed to the cave road not far away. As long as it occupies a favorable location, it can still last for a while. At least it doesn't have to be attacked on the back of the enemy, and it can greatly reduce the pressure. Okay. This is the best way. Lin-Ling immediately jumped into the air with the witch, stepped on the head of a minotaur, and took advantage of the fact that the flying dragon had not yet surrounded the air to occupy the front, and quickly rushed towards the position of the cave. Yikes. What's wrong? Halfway through the run, Lin-Ling felt a pull force coming, and almost didn't fall. The witch's ankle was entangled by a tentacle, but the reaction was fast, and the witch shot the tentacle with the remaining blade. Hurry, the wyvern is catching up. The shrine maiden urged. Gritting his teeth, Lin-Ling was also desperate, and after a while, the 2 successfully arrived at the cave, but the dumbfounded situation was that although the cave arrived, the 2 of them had no weapons, so they couldn't fight with the monster with their bare hands, and at this time, the entrance and exit of the cave had been blocked by dense monsters, and now it was really a turtle in the urn and fled. Mikam-sama, I don't think things are going well. Somewhat regretting that she didn't take a few more weapons, Lin-Ling slowly retreated. It's not bad, it's over, okay. Next, if you really want to be like this and that, you might as well die. Is it necessary? It's just a game, you can sacrifice it. Why didn't you sacrifice it? Hey, don't bring it to play like this. The 2 talked for a while, and the monsters had already begun to enter the cave, and finally the 2 were forced into the corner, but fortunately, due to the relatively small terrain in the cave, there were not many monsters coming in, and at most 3 monsters could come in side by side. Lin-Ling's physical skills were not weak, and he could continue to kill, and without weapons, the melee witch would have no way, so it would be good to hide behind Lin-Ling and not drag Lin-Ling back. Save me, Lin-Ling. A beautiful leg was grabbed by the minotaur, and the witch struggled hard, calling for help from her only companion, Lin-Ling. Rest in peace, I can't protect myself. Retreating to the most corner, Lin-Ling mourned for the witch for a while, and just watched the minotaur begin to destroy the witch, and at the same time, there were as many as 4 or 5 kinds of monsters surrounding him, directly drowning the figure of the witch, and only the whimpering sounds of some witches could be heard. Only the excited shouts of the monsters remained, although he couldn't see the specific situation, but Lin-Ling also imagined what kind of high treatment the witch was suffering at this time. Oops. The next moment, looking at a group of monsters who were rushing up, fearless of death, restricted by the terrain, Lin-Ling couldn't hide at all, and was also submerged, and the pain that followed from being destroyed almost made Lin-Ling faint, and the stupid people outside didn't know to turn off the feeling? In the human race capital on the other side, Lin-Ling fell to the ground with a ruddy face. The 2 bodies can be said to be the same person, although the consciousness is withdrawn, but the feeling can still be shared to a part. Supporting the trembling legs, Lin-Ling fell and sat down on the ground without standing firmly. Fortunately it is in her room at night, otherwise she will really have a mess out of the big hair. It's not good. I can't bear it. Gripping the sheet tightly, Lin Ling trembled, and the whole person fell down softly. This is just the feeling of sharing a small part is so strong, you can imagine what kind of strong attack the doppelganger in the game is experiencing. Brother, what's wrong? Don't you go in. Shiro, you wait for me at the door. Slowly the door was opened, Sora came in with a curious gaze, and at a glance saw Lin Ling who fell to the ground with an abnormal face, thinking that something had happened. Sora immediately worried and pulled Bai Chong over, but the next moment his feet slipped, and the whole person fell on his stomach, but after seeing the situation in front of him in the next second, he was completely stunned. Poof, blood splattered on the ground, and when Lin Ling sat up in surprise, she looked at the empty space under her body with a happy smile, and the blood was already flowing. Stupid brother. Poked the empty face, Bai looked at Lin Ling, and looked at Lin Ling with a look of surprise. But soon, Lin Ling couldn't care about the situation in front of her, and under the continuous blow, she could no longer bear it and fell directly into a coma. It's really going to cause people trouble. Looking at the two guys who fell into a coma and also had happy expressions, Bai muttered helplessly, grabbed his empty feet and pulled him to the bed, picked up Lin Ling and threw it on the bed, and then wiped the two of them with a towel. After the busy work, he was not lightly tired in terms of Bai's physique, and then took off his clothes and lay down beside the empty body and fell asleep comfortably, and the game on the other side has also entered. Lin Ling doesn't know how many shots she has taken, but the monsters are finally all emptied, and every monster will die out after breaking out, which is really a strange setting. To summarize this game in one sentence, that is, you can't clear it by force alone. Returning to the real world, Lin Ling dared to come out while lying in the game warehouse, and the witch on the side was the same. The two of them knew what state they were in now, and it seemed that they had already prepared outside, and at the same time as the door opened, the two maids immediately sent their clothes, but the two of them were a soft mess, and they could only let the maid come when they changed their clothes. After resting for half an hour, when Lin Ling crawled out, the witch was spitting and reprimanding the old referee. I'm afraid that this game is the most unforgettable stain and experience in the witch's life. To be honest, Lin Ling can't bear this intensity. It's not bad that the witch hasn't been completely broken, and I don't know if it will leave a psychological shadow because of this. A game ended hastily, but the data is still there. Lin Ling has destroyed more monsters than the witch, so this time the game is Lin Ling won, and the witch didn't cheat on this. After all, it's the same thing. Lin Ling's 3 requests can be fulfilled by her at any time. Now, everyone left the game and went back to rest, and there was such a funny accident, and everyone didn't have the energy to make trouble. Asking for flowers 0. The next morning, in the dormitory of the palace, when I sat up comfortably from sleep, it seemed that it was just morning outside, and I breathed in the fresh air from the window and sighed, what a beautiful morning. I seemed to have had a good dream last night. Well, brother, I'm still going to. Bai's whisper sounded, and then one rolled over and pressed against his empty leg. White. Feeling the touch of the skin, Sora opened the cup in surprise. Fortunately he still has a pair of pants that are not all naked. The problem is that Bai only has a fat second, which is also naked. Although my sister is very cute, but as an older brother, Sora still turned his head in style and didn't look at it, and covered the cup back to Bai, but the next moment, he almost had to bleed again. 0. On the other side of the empty position, because the quilt was pulled over, Lin Ling's whole person was revealed. Compared to Bai and a fat state, Lin Ling was lying empty, and her figure was naturally better than Bai, but it was just better. But it reminded Sora of the beautiful scene last night, and quickly held down the little friend who was expressing dissatisfaction because of physiological reactions. My stupid Udaudio, we're excellent young people. What I like is a mature and beautiful girl, definitely not a perverted Lilicon. Please calm your anger. Once you take that step, it's all over. Muttering on his lips, he was very helpless to find that the little partner did not mean to calm down at all, but there was a trend of increasing heightened, and the flames accumulated in the past 18 years were so easy to calm down. Plus they were inseparable from Bai, and the number of times they usually comforted themselves was very small. It's so cold. Whispering in her sleep, Lin Ling shrunk back, suddenly hugged the empty leg, and put one hand directly on the empty tent. With a tearful and happy expression, he looked at the situation in his crotch with shame, and looked at his little friend who was in contact with a girl for the first time so quickly by Lin Ling's hand to take away the fresh first elasticity. Lord Lin Ling, where is His Majesty hiding? There are still many reports and government affairs that need to be ruled by His Majesty before they can be implemented. The old man hurriedly said. After leaving for a while in the morning, the person disappeared, and he could only ask Lin Ling, the only one who was closer to the two kings, and even Stephanie was nowhere to be found, and the original things began to accumulate again. Regarding this, Sora and Bai took Stephanie out for a private visit. Lin Ling replied bluntly, don't you know what a private visit is called? To put it simply, it's going out to play, and you won't come back until you have had enough. There is no need to sigh, I will take care of the government affairs instead. This is the king's order, and it has been authorized. Looking at the old man who was about to collapse, Lin Ling's tone changed. Basically the 540 policy and reform have been implemented, and the next thing is to deal with some details and what happens after implementation. It is not difficult, but the amount is relatively large. Since that's the case, then it's troublesome. Lord Linling helplessly. The old man took Linling to the palace to deal with government affairs. No matter what, the operation of the country is the most important. The king is lazy, and he can only follow the order, but he still feels a little uneasy. I see, it's very simple, just do what I wrote. Browsing the documents on the table at a glance and 10 lines, Linling picked up the seal and quickly stamped it, and when she encountered some troublesome points or documents that needed to be explained, she quickly wrote a paragraph of text with a pen and then stamped it. In the old man's dumbfounded eyes and then to the reverent gaze, within more than 2 hours, all the documents that had been piled up were processed, and a very efficient and correct solution was also made. It's amazing, Lord Linling, it's really perfect. My subordinates will execute it immediately, called the 2 soldiers to pick up the document together, and the old man left energetically. I'm a little bit bad at playing games, but I'm very experienced in handling government affairs. Turning the pen, Linling got up and left. The Blank brothers and sisters ran out to play. They were also idle and bored. Blank actually left himself behind. He didn't make dinner for them, and he was idle, so it was better to go and play games with Yugong. Transferred the main consciousness, Linling is playing poker with Yi Gang, simply drawing ghost cards. Since the last time after sharing the joys and sorrows, the witch treated Linling as her best friend, and the 3 things promised Linling were all fulfilled. The Eastern Joint Ambassador, this is the first, and then all the people gathered in the square, played guessing with Linling, and all lost to Linling. This is a bug that Linling found to brush the pleasure value, because the territory is too large, and there are only some people, but this time Linling has earned millions of pleasure points. Such a huge fortune Linling has seen for the first time, and it is difficult to see even more than 100,000 pleasure values in the past. Now it has skyrocketed to more than 5 million. How can the Tao be spent? But compared to the goal of 10 billion, it is still far away. The third requirement Linling didn't think about it, so it was stranded for the time being. When Ling drilled the bug this time, the system would definitely not let Linling have a better time, and directly selected the level to fix the vulnerability. It is estimated that the bug is not so easy to drill, but looking at the large string of zeros in the pleasure value column, Linling sang a song of invincibility. How lonely it is. I really love this game world, especially when I think of the situation that the system is deflated. It is really comfortable, more refreshing than love, and I can't help but drool when I think of a lot of good things in the mall that you can buy and buy as much as you like. Sister Linling, I won. Draw a card, Ixuna said happily. Yes, then as a reward, Izuna will take a shower with me today. Showing a smile, Linling got up and said, Lori is so loving. In addition to other aspects, Linling's only gratitude to the system is to be able to let herself come to the 2-dimensional world. No matter how much little Lori's body is studied, it is really a gift from God. Of course, it would be different if it was replaced by being played. After taking a bath and taking a nap, Izuna went back at night, and on the other side, Linling was speechlessly harassed by a Tianyi species, which is the latest trophy of the Blank today, because Linling is also a person from another world, and it is a race like a goblin, and he was directly targeted by this Tianyi species named Jibril, which is called research. Next to the bath, because I haven't washed for a few days and tossed for a day, Stephanie bathed by. This was originally Linling's job, but now it has become Linling being washed. This Jebri is happy to take out a bunch of washing products to bathe Linling, although it is quite comfortable, and the technique is not bad, but it feels particularly awkward. But things have come to this point, so the next goal of Blank should be the turn of the Eastern Union of the Orc race. Just when Linling was thinking about her next move, a cold current came directly from her back, and then she couldn't help but let out an arrogant groan subconsciously, and in an instant, the eyes of other people gathered, and the empty head hiding behind the screen was also curious, wanting to see but not daring to look at it, and he didn't know if he should come out to take a look. Sorry, it seems to have touched your acuity. Licking his fingers, Jibril smiled, not apologetic at all. This guy definitely did it on purpose. If the apology is useful, what else do you need the police to do? Retaliating by grabbing Gabriel's big bun, Linling pinched it vigorously, but Linling forgot that the sensitivity of the Tianyi species was different from that of ordinary people, and Linling's behavior didn't make Jibril react much at all. Seemed to wonder why Linling wanted to arrest herself, and Jibril had an innocent expression on her face. It's okay to give a reaction. I'm embarrassed. Looking at Jibril speechlessly, Linling was convinced, almost forgetting that it is normal for few of the main characters in this world to be present. I don't mind if you want to play. With a shy expression, Jibril came up, and his eyes glowed 2.0 scanning Linling. If he could carefully study the body of a goblin from another world, it would be too profitable. Looking at Jibril with a black line, Linling's heart moved for a moment and then shook her head and refused. It is absolutely not good to get together with this goods. Her intuition is warning her. Blank is the owner of Jibril, and Jibril can't use a strong one. But Linling is different. She was directly sticked, and she can't shake off the kind like a dogskin plaster. After taking a bath, eating and sleeping, and even going to the toilet, Linling can feel the warm gaze of the Jibril, and the most troublesome thing is that Linling can feel that the strength of the Jibril is very strong, and I am afraid that it is not much worse than herself, so I am afraid that no protective measures can stop the invasion of the Jibril, and in the end, Linling ran to the blank room with the pillow. The brother and sister are here, and the Jibril should not mess around. Then Kibrilkhan, can you tell me about the beast-eared lady paradise that I am about to conquer? The Eastern Union, said as he sat on his chair and looked like a Commander Akati. Yes. Kneeling respectfully, Guybrull began to narrate. The orc race has been in a state of civil war among various tribes for many years due to their differences in physical characteristics, but due to the appearance of individual beings called shrine maidens, the civil war was put down in less than half a century, and the tribes were merged to form the world's third largest maritime power, the Eastern Union. To put it simply, it's cat-eared girls, dog-eared girls, fox-eared girls, rabbit-eared girls, and so on, and they'll all call me something, right? Immediately entered the empty clapper of the second YY mode, took off the glasses used by 27 to hold 13, looked at Gabriel and continued. For this reason, I have put your knowledge collected over thousands of years to use. The next moment, Sora was directly slapped in the face, and Guybrull also challenged the Eastern Alliance, but they all lost, and the memory of the game duel was also erased, leaving no room at all, and no one could get any clues. Looking at this scene, Lin Ling didn't run out to brush up on the sense of existence. Since the blank has set the next goal, then it's time for him to perform well, and it's best to take advantage of this opportunity to take down the two of them in one fell swoop. The time of the day passed quickly, during which, because of the hurtful words of the empty made Stephanie quite sad, but the peak turned around, and finally the empty was forgiven by Stephanie, and also figured out the layout of the first king and the bold game design. At night, looking at the people who were still gathered together to chat, Lin Ling went back to the room to rest. This kind of brain-burning problem is still let the blank two deal with it. Anyway, for this kind of thing, the two of them can't do it anymore. Lying comfortably in her bed, Lin Ling opened the system mall. The pleasure value is so much, how can you bear it without dropping some? But what makes Lin Ling speechless is that because the system is still being repaired, the mall cannot be used, and it must wait for the system to be repaired before it can be reopened. Good evening, Lin Ling-chan. On the wall, Jibril suddenly popped out of her upper body and waved at Lin Ling with a smile. Looking at the pervert in front of her, Lin Ling subconsciously wanted to run away, but a strange force suddenly pierced her eyes, and then her whole head began to become groggy, and her body lay back uncontrollably. I can finally be alone. Sure enough, the body of the people in the world is unforgettable. I'm sorry, Lin Ling, borrow me a little bit to study it. Drooling, Jibril landed beside Lin Ling and began to move. Although the body is out of control, but the spirit is still sober, although it can perceive everything outside, but it just can't act according to its own will. And now Lin uses the separation form to give most of his strength to the clone, resulting in being plotted by the perverted Tianyi species in front of him but not resisting. These days Jibril is too honest, thinking that she has given up, but I didn't expect to be tricked. This obsession is really terrifying. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything weird to you, and I'll treat you well tonight as a reward for making me study. Guybrull seemed to see Lin Ling's thoughts and comforted her. A few minutes later, he let go of Lin Ling with satisfaction, and Jibril said excitedly, this strange power is completely different from the system of this world. It is worthy of being a goblin in another world. I don't know how much more surprise it can bring me. Barely controlled himself and rolled his eyes. This is called not doing strange things. Is it not right at all? And why are you so excited after eating a little saliva? Is this really good? Even if you want to do it, give yourself a chance to attack. She has always been in a position to suffer. Lin Ling herself is also very embarrassed and helpless. Although she deserves it, she also enjoys it. Don't worry, the night is still very long. The master's side has been settled. This point has been slept. Now let's get along. While speaking, Jibril herself stripped naked, lifted one of 540 Lin Ling's feet, and carefully observed it up and down, and then came to the conclusion that the human body structure is the same as that of the human race, but there are subtle differences, and further research is needed. For more than half an hour, the whole body was fiddled with. Lin Ling was lying on her stomach with her back to Jibril. She had already given up the treatment. How can she be neat? Anyway, she doesn't use her strength and is not much different from humans in her usual state, and Jibril can't find anything strange in her life, but this kind of research is a little colorful, and I thought it would be sliced as a guinea pig. At this time, the moonlight outside the window was gradually being covered by a dark cloud. Lin Ling wanted to cry without tears. Mew ran lying on her stomach, thinking of a word, the moon without a face. Now I really have no face to see people. If others know what happened to me tonight, not to mention the blank, Stephanie, this girl will definitely be laughed at by herself. Just when Lin Ling was thinking wildly and Jibril was savoring, the door of the room was pushed open, and the two figures walked in casually. Once you reject faith, you can't pass through God's gates. Will the man of God of faith still call you? Humph, he. Let me ask again, do you really want to make a contract? Stop talking nonsense. Sign a contract with me and listen to my wishes. A white feather was transformed into a black feather, the entire space was filled, and a figure was gradually approaching in the black feather, and then opened his eyes. Lin Ling sat up. It turned out to be a dream, but then again, the system really knows how to play. This time it was to replace Charles's position. Because of the punishment, the strength is gone. Not to mention, the most basic skills are only retained, and the main quest released is also very pit. With the systems you're in this is normal. Lin Ling has nothing to say, but what makes people complain is that Charles is a boy, although cute like a girl, but after all, it's not. At least it's good to return the chickens, the mother-in-law Charles or something, although it is also great, but once it is good, Lin Ling also wants to feel the pride of being a man again. Young master, you have already gotten up, today is really rare. A handsome deacon walked in and looked at Lin Lingdao, who had already sat up. Sebastian, the evil 540 demon who signed a contract with Charles, is now the housekeeper of the Vendôme Highway family. Looking at Sabes calmly, Lin Ling sighed. Her only task in this world is to attack Sabes, and the favor ability must reach at least 80%. But to deal with demons, Lin Ling has no confidence to conquer Sabes' heart like Charles, which is slightly more difficult, and this is time limited. If Lin Ling has not conquered Sabes after the contract is reached, she will have to carry out 10 reincarnation punishments in the world, which is a little chilling to think about. After opening the curtains and fastening them, and then holding the teapot and pouring black tea, Sabes continued. Today's breakfast, you have prepared a salmon mint salad, and also baked toast, tea cakes, and French country bread as side dishes. Which one do you want? Toast it. With a yawn, Charles got up and said, if you come what you want, you will be safe. Your motto, let the situation take its course, and then wait for the opportunity to act. Today after breakfast, there will be a lecture by Professor Jug, an authority on the history of the Roman Empire, and after lunch a meeting with Mr. Tamiano of the Poseidon Company. Looking at Charles who got up, Sabes took the initiative to change Charles's clothes, because Charles's gender is male, so the clothes he wore were all men's. Calmly looking at the fat body that was only left, Sabes carefully covered the bun with a bandage for Charles, and then put on his clothes and tie. It's the person who acts as an agent for the doll manufacturing business of the Indian factory, right? The memory in his mind automatically emerged, and Charles said indifferently, this kind of thing is pediatrics, but what should be done still has to be done. After all, it is within the scope of his responsibility, and it is not easy to be the master. I've heard it's Italian, and I'm going to treat him with the best. Grabbing one of Charles's calves, Sabes skillfully put on his socks, then put his shoes on and changed them. This fragrance is Earl Grey Red. It's made with tea leaves native to Jackson, and I'll be waiting for you at the table, and I'll take my leave. Looking at Sabes who walked out of the room, Ōtsutsuki looked at his appearance. It looked like Charles's, yes, but because it was a woman, her face looked more round and delicate, and the boy's posture and short hair deliberately made on it gave people a heroic visual sense. The degree of charm of the big A about it. If you want to eat Sabes with your face, it is estimated that it is impossible. You have to rely on feelings and ordinary actions to impress this demon. Maybe you can copy the original Charles's actions, but the uncertainty is too great, and if you don't get it right, you will be doomed, and in the end, what you can believe in is your own strength. You must take Sabes down. Don't look at Sabes's respectfulness. The favor ability of himself is negative. And the words of the favor ability column that -20 look very eye-catching. So many worlds are enough, or the first time I see that the initial favor ability will be negative. Came to the restaurant, the breakfast has been prepared, it looks very rich, and immediately arouses people's appetite, and sits down in the main seat. Charles, CHCA, began to eat slowly and methodically, and the 3 servants on the side gathered together to chat, without the consciousness of being a servant at all, but Charles is too lazy to care. Anyway, as long as Sabes is capable, everything at home is also handled by Sabes, and he doesn't need to worry about anything. Finny, have you finished dealing with the weeds in the atrium? Pushing the door open, Sabes said solemnly, Merlin, how are the sheets washed? Bharat, you should have been preparing dinner, right? And Mr. Tanaka, forget it, that's fine. Guys, if you have time to be lazy here, hurry up and get me to work. Said to change the face. Under the pressure of Sabes, the 3 of them immediately dispersed, leaving the old butler Tanaka who was drinking tea to sit leisurely in the corner, and then Sabes also went out. After all, there are many things to deal with today, and they are handed over to the 3 servants who have no score at all, and Charles went to the upstairs office for the first time after breakfast, as the Queen's eagle dog. In addition to his own family's affairs, there are many official affairs to be dealt with. After more than 2 hours, it was almost done. These official duties were easy for Charles. Some documents that needed the Queen's absolute were put aside, and he attached some suggestions, and looked at the sky outside. It was a good sunny day, and he shook the bell, and did not let Charles wait for a long time, and in less than a moment, Sabes came. Pour me a cup of tea and get some dessert or something. Okay, young master, please wait, but dessert is not good, and I will have an evening meal with the guests later. Don't be verbose, just get a little bit to eat. No, decisively refused, and Sabes didn't give any face. Come here, Sabes. Frowning, Charles stood up and beckoned. Yes, young master. Straight up to Charles, Sabes bent over. Grabbing Sabes's tie, Charles's other unblindfolded eye looked directly at Sabes and said, I'm the master of this Vendôme highway. Okay, young master, but as a deacon, I still hope that the young master can consider the suggestions of his subordinates more. Sabes grinned. Go ahead. Letting go of his tie, Charles sat down. Bending over, Sebastian stepped back and went out. The door of the study closed again, and a prompt sounded, ding. Sebastian's opinion has been increased by 10, and it is currently -10. Please keep up the good work. To attack a man, you must first attract the attention of the dealer, and then take interest in yourself, step by step to conquer it, even if it is a demon, but it is also a sexual creature. It is impossible to have no thirst for the opposite sex. No matter how weak this aspect of the matter is, it cannot be extinguished. Even if it is a base, it can be corrected back, unless it is a eunuch or an exception who is born with a disability in this area. The textile technology of the East Indies has made amazing progress and has produced a number of excellent talents, and now is a good time for our company to expand its business and secure the workforce, and as long as we can get another £12,000 from you, I think it will be no harm to you, Earl, and I would like to serve the Vandam Highway Company and seek greater development in South Asia. Sitting opposite Charles, the middle-aged man said with some excitement. Yawned. What this person said was nonsense, nothing substantial, and about the textile of the East Indies, Charles knew from the information was all superficial things, and he didn't say anything about it at all, but according to his own intelligence, this guy's factory had already been sold, and he wanted to take some unrealistic things and nonsense to prevaricate his own investment. This guy was kicked in the head by a donkey, and he really regarded himself as a 3-year-old child, but as a nobleman, he still has to have the demeanor of a nobleman. The Southeast and Northwest chatted with him, and the matter of investment was perfunctory. After all, it was not a small amount of money. It needed to be considered, and the other party also expressed understanding. And then the two chatted very happily, until the door was pushed open, and Sabas walked in and said, "The dinner is ready. Is it in that dry landscape garden? I can't wait." Tamiano watch showed anticipation. The group got up and left, and came to the courtyard. A long table had been set up, a few lanterns had been placed for lighting, and the dinner table had been prepared, which looked like a different flavor, and after the two of them were seated, Sabas began to introduce. Today's dinner is a beef donbari, cooked by our head chef, Bharat. Silently watching Sabas fool Tamiano to his heart's content, Charles directly started to eat first, but after all, it was Sabas's cooking, and the taste was naturally not bad. This meal was considered a pleasure for the guests and hosts, and the subsequent aftermath was handed over to Sabas to deal with. Charles went back to the room to rest satisfied. There are still a lot of things to do tomorrow. There is no fun at all with this fraudster, and he wasted his time in vain. "Master, are you going to bed?" Sabas walked in at the bedroom door. Leaving the window, Charles sat down on the bed. The fraudster probably won't forget today's hospitality for the rest of his life. Even if he didn't die, he probably went crazy, and the sound just now was worse than killing a pig. "Do you want to take a bath first?" Taking off Charles's shoes and socks, Sabas suddenly looked up and asked. "Okay, go and help me get ready." Getting up and asking Sabas to take off all his coats, Charles nodded, not to say that it was okay, but to say that it felt quite itchy on his body, and the problem of loving cleanliness could not be changed. "Yes." Sabas stooped back. Very efficient. More than 10 minutes later, Sabas has put hot water and a change of clothes. Naked, Charles generously sat on a small stool under Sabas's waiting, let Sabas wash his hair, and then smeared soap and began to rub his back. This situation has been completely accustomed. In memory, Charles just treats Sabas as a useful inhuman slave. These private lives and things will not avoid Sabas, and now Charles is already numb and indifferent. Anyway, Sabas is very thoughtful and comfortable. "Young master, please turn around." Because he didn't wear gloves because he was taking a shower, Sabas's hands could fully feel the tenderness and beautiful touch of Charles's skin, but Sabas's expression was still the same smile, and his eyes did not make any waves when he fell on Charles, as if he was cleaning up a dead object, which was a very simple and ordinary thing. Without opening his mouth, Charles turned around and faced him. Although he was used to it, his body still reacted unconsciously, and seemed to notice Charles's somewhat unnatural face. Sabas raised his eyebrows. This had never happened before. It was very interesting to just scrub it simply, and then the most important thing left was handled by Charles himself, and then he rinsed his body well for Charles, and waited for Charles to go out. Ding! Sebastian's opinion has been increased by 5, and it is currently -5. Please keep up the good work. Whew, breathed a sigh of relief. Shushu was in the warm water. The temperature was just right. Everything was really handled perfectly, but it didn't take too long. Charles got up, and after the waiting Sabas came in to clean his body, he put on a cotton fat coat and went directly into the quilt to sleep. "And, young master." Turning off the lights, Sabas lowered the curtains, then stepped back and gently closed the door. Early the next morning, as always, I got up under Sabas's waiting, and then washed and eaten, and today there were a few distinguished guests who came to the door. Angelina dares, because she likes to wear red clothes, commonly known as Madame Red, is Charles's aunt, and there is a heavyweight Lou, a member of the Green Gang, who has some business dealings with the Van Dom Highway, and there are also a few dragon rolls. Charles doesn't remember at all. Anyway, it doesn't matter, and after so many years, Charles has also forgotten a lot of details, and he is too lazy to think so much. Asking for flowers 0. After a leisurely meal, then read a book for a while, and then went to deal with things. In the afternoon, the guests came to the door, entertained everyone in the entertainment room. Sabas sent snacks and tea, played a few games of billiards, and talked about it. Except for Lou and Mrs. Hong, the others said goodbye and left. I really don't know if these guys really treat themselves as children or think too simply. That angry appearance and full of malice, I can feel it. A greedy and disgusting guy. I can't do any surface engineering well, and I don't know how to mix it up to the current height. In the living room, Sabas carried a teapot and said, today's preparation is Fortune Mason Darjeeling. 0. It's really fragrant, and the method of soaking is different. After tasting it, Lu praised. Greel. Yes. You have to study hard, too. Glancing at the deacon she had brought, Madame Red looked at Sabas and smiled. Then again, you are such a good man. Seeing Sabas's harassing posture of being touched by Madame Red, Charles had a feeling that he wanted to laugh out loud, but as the host, he still relieved Sabas, coughed and said, Madame Red. I'm so sorry, I can't help but palpate, as a doctor's occupational disease. Does the Earl think that there were people who secretly sold drugs among the guests just now? Yes. It's okay to leave the expulsion work to Lu, the nest of the mouse is still the mouse knows best. Madame Red laughed with a hint of sarcasm. I'm just a little guinea pig that has been domesticated, and if it's the Count's orders, it's too much. Wait. Don't do anything to my lovely nephew. I hate it, how could I do it in such a place? The implication is that if it weren't for here, it would have started, right? Looking at the noisy two, Charles felt quite a headache. It was quite unlucky to have such a relative and partner on the stall, and he didn't bother to pay attention to the noisy two. Charles walked out of the room to his study, or he was most comfortable to stay quietly, and let Sabas get some desserts later. Boss, there's news from over there. It's failed. A junior brother hurriedly ran over and shouted. What? Failed? These useless fellows. Hearing the news, Vinal almost didn't give up, and it was really infuriating to fail against a few servants. How's it going, Vignier? Do you want to surrender? Charles narrowed his eyes happily, since the mansion was already fine, then Sabas should already be on his way here, or had already come here. Don't be too complacent, little ghost. Before that, see how I'll clean you up first. Huoda directly pulled the hole open with his hand. Vinal pressed against the entrance, and just as Charles gritted his teeth and was about to endure Vignier's humiliation, several gunshots and intruders were heard in the walkway below. In the next second, a figure flashed in the window. Vignier didn't have time to react. There was no Charles in his arms. I don't know when. Sabas was already standing in the center of the room, holding Charles in his arms, a coat wrapped around Charles's body, and said with a smile, Excuse me, I'm here to pick up my master, during which my master seems to have been warmly entertained. Ha, it's really surprising. I thought it was a strong man, but I didn't expect it to be Romeo in a tuxedo. Who are you, sacred? 540 can't be just an ordinary deacon. Took out a pistol and pointed it at Sabas. Vinal was already in a cold sweat. Sabas's strength and skills were simply non-human existences. This kind of master was the first time he had met, and without the bargaining chip of Charles in his hand, Vinal was really a little weak in the face of Sabas alone. No, I'm just a deacon, ordinary. Yes, I didn't mean to fight you, but did you bring something? Well, here. Taking out the key from his arms, as soon as Sabas's words fell, a bullet had passed through his head, and then a large number of bullets shot directly into a hornet's nest and fell. I'm sorry, Romeo, I won this game? Looking at Sabas with a smug smile, Vinal was about to go to get the key, but Charles's words made him stop in disbelief. Looking at Sebastian, who fell on top of him and pretended to be dead, Charles tightened his clothes and said, How long are you going to play? Sebastian, hurry up and go back after sorting out the affairs here. Oops. How is that possible? Recently, the performance of guns has improved, and it is very different from 100 years ago. The body directly contradicted the physical re-up, Sabas said in an emotional tone. Liar, it doesn't make a difference to you anyway, does it? Hee, give it back to you. Spit out a mouthful of bullets, Sabas threw out the bullets in his hand in response to the panicked gaze. The power was no worse than the muzzle of the gun, and the ambush wave was directly killed on the spot. Hey, you follow me, be my bodyguard, pay 5 times as much as you do now, no, 10 times out? Wine and women want as much as they want, so. It's a pity, Monsieur Vignier, I'm not interested in the rags I've made, because I'm a demon. Also deacons. Holding Charles, he placed him on a chair beside him, and Sabas faced Vignier. Demons. As long as the young master still holds the contract, I will be his loyalty, and I will be bound by my master according to the contract until I take his soul. Sabas took off his left glove and took out the contract crest on his back. Unfortunately, the game is over. Charles summed it up, Vignier's life was over, there was no intention of torturing the other party, and he simply ended Vignier's life with a bullet. Most of the people in this mansion have been cleaned up by Sabas, and they breathe a sigh of relief, and suddenly feel extremely tired, look up at Sabas and say, Go back, Sabas. Yes, but young master, your posture is really good, was it scared just now? Looked at Charles at this time with some evil taste, Sabas smiled and hugged Charles with a princess. Shut up, Charles didn't dare to look at Sabas's playful eyes, although he was really scared just now, he was ready to bear the humiliation, this guy definitely did it on purpose. Ding! Sebastian's opinion has been increased by 5, currently at 0, please keep up the good work. leaving the mansion, and then the fire engulfed the house. The tired Charles fell asleep in Sabaz's arms, just hugged Charles. Sabaz returned to his mansion, the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and he felt more and more interesting. At first he just wanted to contain Charles's hateful and dark soul, but now the more he comes into contact with it, coupled with the recent changes in Charles, Sabaz has the idea of wanting to get to know his master well. When Charles woke up, it was already evening. Not far from Van Dom Highway's mansion, a thick smoke and fire were still clearly visible in the distance. This drug trafficking incident was over. At this moment, 3 figures at the gate ran to this side. It was Finny, Merlin, the 2 waist servants. "Young master, you're back." "Ah, young master, are you injured?" "It's just that I fell down when I went out." "Don't care. What's wrong?" "Don't you believe the words of the head of the house?" At this time, he didn't want to see these 2 teases, and Charles quickly explained, seeing such an embarrassed appearance. His own head of the house lost face. "No, it's just, I was held high, and I was very happy." "Go back, Sabaz." Although he really wanted Sabaz to put himself down, his posture would leak the sea light if he was not careful, so he could only urge Sabaz to hurry back to the mansion and change his clothes. Yes. After a while, he returned to the bedroom, changed into a new set of clothes under Sabaz's waiting, and finally felt at ease. Charles looked at Sabaz, who suddenly knelt down and said, "What's wrong?" "Young master, I'm really sorry. This is a gaffe that I should never deserve as a deacon of the Van Dom Highway family. How can I atone for my sins?" "It's not too late to do it. Give you half an hour if you can." Looking at his pocket watch, Charles said indifferently, "Yes." Just before Sabaz bowed down and exited the room, Charles hesitated for a moment and said, "Sabaz, as atonement, there is something you need to do tonight." Suspiciously, he glanced at Charles, whose face was a little red, and turned around. Sabaz still replied decisively, "Understood, young master. Now please wait for a while. P.S. High energy in the back. Please be mentally prepared. _extra, extra, mysterious murder of a prostitute." After getting out of the carriage and looking at the boy selling the newspaper, Charles said to Sabaz, "Go buy me one." "Yes, young master." Bowing slightly, Sabaz immediately lasted 2 minutes, and soon came back to hand over today's newspaper. Then the 2 entered the cane shop in front of them, and a balding fat old man put down his hand and said, "Welcome, child. Do you want to help daddy run errands?" "I'm sorry, but we're here to get the master's cane." He took out a note and handed it over. Sabaz said, "It's the person who ordered this cane, who did I think it was for such a short cane, but I didn't expect it to be for this kind of child." He took out a small cane and handed it over, and the shopkeeper sighed, but the next moment he was pointed at the end of the cane. "It's not bent, it's a very beautiful cane." Looking at the shopkeeper in a cold sweat, Sabaz smiled, then threw a bag of money on the table, signaled that he didn't need to look for it, and asked Charles to leave the shop with a cane. Walking down the street, Charles read the news of the murder of a prostitute in the newspaper alone and muttered, "The strange power of the Phi 27 is really troublesome. Is it something that can be broken by accident?" "Yes, obviously the height has not grown, it is really time-consuming, and there is another troublesome servant today, so let's go back early." Quipping Charles, Sabaz suggested. "It's okay." Sabaz was right, and Charles felt the same way. There were originally 3 troublesome servants in the house, and now there were more Griel, and the 4 idiots got together and didn't know what to do, so they had to let Sabaz watch it. After shopping for a while, get in the carriage and return. When Charles and Sabaz returned to the gate of the mansion, Sabaz opened the door and was about to prepare refreshments for Charles. Looking at the scene in the room, the 2 were suddenly a little dumbfounded. The original simple and aristocratic hall was full of all kinds of decorations and cute doll ornaments, and there were a lot of messy things out. "My mansion. What the hell is going on?" "Sebastian," a crowd rushed up to Sebastian, each dressed in a cute trim or outfit that made people laugh. "What's the matter? How are you dressed like this?" Sebastian said in surprise, looking at the crying and fussing crowd. "Ask that crazy girl," Bharat said angrily, pointing to the room next to him. Charles and Sabaz had been tossed around enough during their absence. "Mad girl." Char was startled, already realizing something. Everyone came to the room on the side, and the first thing they saw was Grell, who was dropped on the ceiling, and the next moment, a figure rushed over as fast as lightning, hugged Charles, rubbed hard, and as expected, it was Elizabeth. "Charles, I miss you so much." "Elizabeth. Didn't I always ask you to call me Leaky?" "Ah, sure enough, Charles looks the cutest at any time." Seeing that Charles was about to be rubbed to death, Sabaz walked over with a face that was about to be hung up, and said, "Miss Elizabeth." "Sebastian, Guyan." Looking at Sabaz, he let go of Charles, and gave a very ladylike skirt salute, then looked at Grell and said, "Did you put him down?" "Yes, because it's aesthetically pleasing. It's rare for me to decorate him cutely." "Decoration?" "Yes, you see, the living room has become cute, right? My mansion." He hurried away in despair, and went to his study, and if he continued to stay, Charles felt that he would collapse. Elizabeth was too good to toss, and once she went crazy, no one could stop her, and it would take a lot of effort to coax her back every time, and she would exhaust herself. Today, it's better to follow her first, and then persuade her to go back home obediently. Looking at Charles lying on the table, Sabaz walked in with a food cart with prepared tea and snacks on it. "Hurry up and find a way to send it away. This girl really can't bear it when she's crazy." Sighing, Charles held his chin and said weakly, "But Miss Elizabeth said she was going to have a ball, and I look forward to dancing with you," Sabas said. Choked in his heart, Charles lowered his head, saying that he had no experience in dancing at all, and there was no dancing in his memory. "Young master, what's the matter? I haven't seen you dance yet, do you have any dancing skills?" Sabas asked, looking at Charles, who immediately picked up the file and said nothing. He sighed and continued, "No wonder, even if you are invited to a party, you can only watch from the wall. I'm so busy with work that I don't have time to study games," Charles said, making a point. "With all due respect, young master, ballroom dancing is a very common social behavior, and it is a necessary upbringing at evening meetings and banquets. As a gentleman of high society, it is normal to be able to dance, and if you refuse the invitation of Miss Kinjin, the young master's reputation will plummet in the social world." Removing Charles's papers, Sabas said as he placed the cut cake on the table, "I see, just jump, just find a teacher to come and teach you." "I can't stand Sabas's serious preaching," Charles said unhappily. "I don't have time to look for it now, so it's a bit rude, but I'll be the choreographer," Sabas said on his own. "Don't be stupid. Who would dance with a man as tall as you, and how could you dance?" Charles said angrily, slapping the table. "If it's a Viennese waltz, please teach me. I used to visit Schönbrunn Palace often, and young master, have you forgotten your true gender?" Grinning, Sabas stretched out his hand to Charles, and Sabas invited, "Can you dance with me?" Got up with a red face, Charles came to Sabas, who first explained some of the skills and tricks of dancing, and then opened the Music 540 music box, took Charles's hand and put it on himself. The two of them started to practice step by step from slow to fast rhythm. After all, there is not much time, so Sabas is not very demanding. As long as Charles masters a foundation, it is okay, and then slowly adapt to it. This kind of ballroom dance is still very simple, as long as it is not too stupid. It will be easy to dance a few times and practice for a while. But soon, after a few minutes, Sabas looked at Charles and sighed. "It's not so much that you don't have a talent for dancing, it's more devastating. Young master, you can't just hang me like this. That's because you're too tall. More than anything else, it's very rude to the lady to solve this poker face first." "All right." Slapping Sabas's hand away, Charles subconsciously said, "I've long forgotten what a happy smile is." "Step aside, Sabas. What about Miss Elizabeth?" "I'll go, okay. Understood, young master." Nodding, Sabas hunched back, leaving Charles alone in the room. Sitting in his seat, after thinking about it, Charles still likes Elizabeth as a lively and cheerful girl, but unfortunately even if it is the relationship between an unmarried couple, but Elizabeth is impossible with herself after all. Hesitated for a while, opened the system mall. Charles exchanged 100 pleasure points for the basic dance primary use. After all, he is a dance idiot, and it is not appropriate to dance very well all of a sudden, and some foundations will be so-so and passable. Underscore. Charles, it's so cute. I didn't look away. A pounce and pulled Charles to turn in a circle. Elizabeth looked happy. This time the dress was personally selected by her. She was wearing a red dress. Charles was a blue dress. It looked like a good match. Pick the eyes on the clothes. Elizabeth is really impeccable. But the next moment, Elizabeth began to make trouble, because Charles did not wear the ring that Elizabeth chose, but still carried the sapphire ring of the head of the Van Dom Highway family, because it did not match this blue dress, so Elizabeth was angry, but before Charles explained, Elizabeth snatched the ring. Looking at this willful little lady, Charles was a little helpless, but after all, it was a laughing girl, so I chose to forgive her. "Elizabeth, that ring is important, give it back to me." Stretching out his hand, Charles said calmly. "No, unless you wear the ring I bought you, Charles." Putting it behind her, Elizabeth said unrelentingly, "Okay, I promised, give it to me quickly." Following the other party's temper, it wasn't a big deal anyway, and Charles didn't mind, so he asked Sabas to get the ring, and he came to Elizabeth. I knew Charles was the best, pounced again, and Elizabeth was pleased with Charles's willingness to admit his mistake. Then, it wasn't long before Sabas returned, put on the ring Elizabeth had chosen, danced with the little lady to Sabas's accompaniment, and then ate a meal of Sabas's cooking, and finally sent the mad girl away, and let Greer drive her away. No matter how scrapped the wood, it should be possible to drive people back to the mansion. Sitting on the bed and taking off his clothes, Charles sighed a little tiredly and said, "It's really, what a bad day. Isn't it a pleasure?" Putting down Charles's bare feet, Sabas got up and quipped, "What a duplicity. Don't talk stupid." I touched the sapphire ring on my finger. I don't know if it was Charles's own residual feeling or the influence of memory. This ring always made people unable to put it down. "This ring should be on your hand. Please don't lose it." Holding Charles's hand, Sabas said in a more serious tone. "Indeed, this ring bears witness to the death of its owner, grandfather, father, and I will surely die under the watchful eye of this ring." Taking off the blindfold and placing it on the bedside table, Charles lay down under the covers. The moon has risen so high, if you don't sleep anymore, it will affect your body. Please rest. No matter where you go, I will accompany the young master until the end. Covering Charles, Sabas lifted the lamp, lowered the curtains, and left. Closing the door, as if thinking of something, Sabas smiled and walked towards his room, and he had to prepare for tomorrow, and soon, Sabas's figure disappeared from the dark corridor. Ding! Sebastian's opinion has increased by 5, and it is currently 35. Please host it. The system prompt sounded again, but this time Charles didn't hear it, because he was already asleep. The next morning, still waking up at Sabaz's call, then getting up to wash up, and having breakfast, Sabaz handed over an envelope, hastily ate breakfast, sat down, and drove Sabaz out of the mansion towards the villa in the city of London. Half an hour later, when he came to the door of the villa, Charles endured it. Really, there are too many people in London, and it takes a little more time to get so congested in the morning. It was the time for the nobles to go from their estates to their villas in London. Social period. What a bunch of idlers. Leaving the mansion once in a while might be a good way to relax, but those 4 people don't happen to be there. Maybe they can have a quiet time, right? It's quiet. After all, Charles doesn't think he can be quiet. Every day he is either working or troublesome. It's quiet there. Even if the 3 troublesome spirits and the idle old man Tanaka are not there, it's not much different. Opened the room, and what came into view was a messy scene. Madame Hong's master and servant and Lu were also there. Whether these guys were here to drink tea or to be thieves, looking at Charles and Sabaz who came in, Red took the lead and said, "Oh, it's quite early. The Earl's coming here means that the Queen's watchdog is about to be dispatched. Let Sabaz clean up the messy room, then go to make some snacks, make a pot of tea." Everyone sat down again, and after enjoying it, Charles said, "Yesterday there was another murder of a prostitute in Whitechapel. This is not an ordinary murder case, it is a hunt. No, it can be said to be abnormal. The victim this time, Many Nicris, seems to have been slashed to pieces by some special sharp blade." Sabaz added, "That's what the Metropolitan Police and journalists call the prisoners Jack the Ripper." Jack the Ripper. I also wanted to check the situation quickly, so I hurried to London. To be honest, Charles really doesn't want to arrest the Red Lady. As for the dead person, what does it have to do with him? Do you have the courage to face that kind of scene? Lu said with a sneer, with a mocking tone. What do you mean? The scene is filled with darkness and the smell of beasts, which will erode those who have the same sinful karma, and once you step in, you are likely to fall into madness. Do you have that kind of enlightenment? Don't ask this useless nonsense. Good eyes? A tea party simply ended. Charles sat back in the carriage, and the group headed towards the scene of the victim, looking at Mrs. Red and Lu, who were talking and laughing, and there were no one around. Charles wanted to find an opportunity to remind Mrs. Hong, let her stop as soon as possible. Like this kind of unsolvable headless case is not without history, although not much but not less. For the sake of the past, Charles can turn a blind eye. Anyway, it is harmless, as long as this matter passes like this. The natural government will hand over a passable explanation to the people, but Charles does not have much expectations. If Mrs. Hong insists on going her own way, she has already done her best, and when the time comes, she will do business. Undertaker. Entering the funeral house, Charles shouted. He had just gone to the scene, but he didn't get any useful information, so he only came here to ask more simply and straightforwardly. I think it's almost time to come. There was no one in the room, but the voice didn't know where it came from, and then in the frightened eyes of everyone, a purple coffin opened, and a young man with white hair and a scar on his face showed it and said with a smile, "Welcome, Earl. Do you finally want to enter the coffin made by Xiaoshang? How is it possible? Today is..." Needless to say, Xiaoshang, I understand very well, it's not a guest who can face the public. Xiaoshang dresses her up beautifully. I just wanted to ask about that. I see, the funeral is just a nominal job. How much does it cost? Lu interjected. Xiaoshang doesn't want the queen's reward at all, came to Lu in an instant. Bai Mao said disdainfully, and then looked at Xiaoer, drooling with a foolish look. Okay, Earl, give that to Xiaoshang. Tell Xiaoshang a great joke. 540 in that case, no matter what kind of information Xiaoshang can tell you. Looking at the strange posture of the white hair, Charles has already prepared in his heart, but now it seems that he still can't adapt to it, and he consciously threw it to others to deal with. But there is no doubt that Lu and Mrs. Hong failed to play in turn, and in the end Sabaz had to take action in person. Except for Sabaz and Bai Mao, everyone else went out and stood at the door. A few minutes later, looking at the scene where the Kanban was shaken down by laughter, Charles was really curious. What kind of joke did Sabaz use to make this white-haired weird man laugh like this? But the next information was obtained, and everyone left in a carriage. The scope of the investigation was narrowed. How to deal with it was left to Sabaz to solve. Charles went back to the villa to drink tea. Of course, when Sabaz jumped out of the carriage and left, Charles and the others returned to the villa during this time. Sabaz had been waiting in the villa for a long time, and the refreshments were ready. In this regard, Charles was not a little surprised. After all, it was a demon, and the others were completely dumbfounded. All the nobles' doctors have been investigated recently, and in the end, there is only one person who meets the requirements. It is easy to do it with a goal, and act immediately tonight. It's just that this target is unfortunately not the murderer of the case of Jack the Ripper, but after all, it is also an exclusion object within the scope of his work, so he should do it together. The party is over. Lu and Mrs. Hong left. Before leaving, Charles took the initiative to hug Mrs. Hong, and then quietly put a note in Mrs. Hong's pocket. This is the last chance. I just hope that Mrs. Red can get lost, and then it's time for the night banquet. In the mansion, looking at Sebastian who was holding a whip in front of him, he said in a cold sweat with a negotiating tone, Sabaz, I don't think there is any need for any so-called lady training, right? No, young master, you have always been educated and lived in the way of a boy, but this time, since you want to appear as a woman, you must be in line with the demeanor and elegance of a noble lady. Don't worry, it's just some basics, and the young master's words will soon be mastered. Sabas said with a smile, but in Charles's eyes, he felt extraordinarily dark. This guy must have a bad taste, although it makes sense, but it always feels that something is wrong. Approaching the end of the night, after an afternoon of frantic study, Charles was about to throw up, especially when wearing a corset. He felt that his internal organs were going to be squeezed out. This is absolutely a destructive invention. I really don't understand how anyone likes such a thing as a corset. It's just a death. CHCA, and he is already thin. He doesn't need this thing at all. Is this guy Sabas doing it on purpose? Now Charles is very suspicious. Viscount Doroth, Arist Janeba, a graduate of the university's medical department, did not practice a profession, and threw parties at his mansion several times, but these were the only secret parties attended by those close to him behind his back. After the preparation was complete, on the carriage, Sabas explained that this was the only person who met the target after the investigation, and was the most likely suspect in Jack the Ripper. There's a rumor of being obsessed with black magic or something, that is, at that secret party, the Red Lady continued. It's suspicious to hold something like a ritual and use prostitutes as sacrifices. Lou also brushed his sense of presence, and at this time, the carriage had already arrived at the Viscount's mansion. It's the last party of the social season, and this is the only time you have the chance. After getting out of the carriage and looking at the brightly lit mansion in front of him, Charles felt a little awkward. He hadn't worn women's clothes for a long time, and now he was a little uncomfortable with changing them, and he was different from men's clothes, and he always felt insecure. The group entered the mansion under the leadership of the attendants, and the party inside had already begun, gathering a lot of people, and these parties were always in the form of a buffet, because the name of Van Dom Hui could not be used. So Charles is now playing the distant niece of the Red Lady. Why not a nephew? The reason is that the Red Lady wants a girl, and the identity of the girl can better approach the target. However, according to gender, Charles is indeed the niece of the Red Lady and not a nephew, and Sebastian's identity is Charles's tutor. Madame Red naturally doesn't have to change her identity. As for Lu, she came in as Madame Hong's servant. That is to say, the identities of the 4 people are true of Madame Hong, and the other 3 identities are all fake, but it is enough to be able to mix in. Now the first thing is to find the Viscount. Madame Red and Lu are going to enjoy it by themselves. After all, it would be good to help Charles, and Charles didn't expect these 2 guys to be able to help anything. Ah, that dress is so cute. There are so many people in gorgeous dresses. A familiar voice came. It was Elizabeth's. The cold hair stood on end. Charles and Sabas immediately walked away with a tacit understanding. This party Elizabeth actually came. I really didn't expect it. Charles was a little impressed, but who would pay attention to this kind of small detail? Now that he is dressed unrecognizable, he will definitely become a laughingstock of high society at that time. Calm down, miss, let's go this way. Sabas helped Charles as the 2 of them headed towards the crowded spot next to them, hoping to avoid Elizabeth's view. Viscount Doroth is also very beautiful today. Silver white hair is like white gold. On the balcony, listening to the conversation of several ladies inside, Charles took Sabas to look around, and did not find Elizabeth. This was a good opportunity to get close to the goal, but at this moment, the song sounded, the dance began, and many people entered the dance floor in pairs and began to dance, directly forming a separate belt. It's not going to be approachable, Charles said with a frown. There's no way. Blend in with the dancing people, and slowly approach the Viscount. Sabas took Charles's hand and walked towards the dance floor. Do you want me to dance with you in public like this? I'm just an ordinary governess now, and it's no problem if I only dance in public with Miss tonight. Yes, 540 is it. Let's get started, Miss. After holding on for about 10 minutes, and finally waiting for the end of the ball, Charles almost fell down tired, dancing in women's clothes, as well as a corset and high heels. It was too difficult. If he hadn't been helped by Sabas, he would have fallen down a long time ago, and he had to guard against Elizabeth, who was watching not far away, and he had to hurry up and finish the flash. It's really useless, it's only a few jumps. Looking at the slightly gasping person in his arms, Sabas sneered, but still took out a handkerchief and wiped the fine sweat on Charles's forehead. At this time, a burst of applause came, which attracted the attention of the 2, and it was the target of this applause, Viscount Doroth himself. Seeing the eyes of the 2, the Viscount praised, "What a lovely dance like a fledgling, Miss. Miss, I'll go get some drinks." Bowing down, Sabas began to give the 2 of them a chance to be alone, and immediately found 2 reasons to leave. "Good evening, Viscount Doroth." With a skirt salute, Charles smiled slightly. "Have you had a good time?" Speaking of Charles's hand and giving a kiss, the Viscount showed a charming smile. To be honest, this guy has a good skin, he is a beautiful man, and he is a very seductive existence for ordinary women. It's a great ball, I'm very impressed. Wiping the back of his hand behind his back, Charles showed the innocence and willfulness of a little girl while paying attention to his surroundings, trying to create a young lady who is not deeply involved in the world and is more curious and playful. As expected, the fish took the bait, but the dance party just stopped, and the unrelenting Elizabeth ran directly towards this side. Fortunately, Sabas was still reliable. A magic trick was confused. Charles followed the Viscount into the secret room inside. I had prepared it, but I didn't expect the gas in the room to be unexpectedly strong. I held my breath and still felt really dizzy, and the next moment Charles was lost. When Charles woke up again, his eyes were already gone, his hands and feet were also restrained and he couldn't move, and the words of Viscount Doroth sounded in his ears. The next one is the long-awaited finale of this evening. Whether it is for viewing or playing, the ceremony is of course very suitable. According to the customer's request to dismantle and sell, the color of the eyes is as beautiful as the contrast between the sea and the dense jungle reflecting the sky, and it will be revealed to you immediately. 2,000, 3,000, 3,500, 5,000. When he opened his eyes, the black cloth covering his eyes had been removed, and Charles could fully see the panorama of this underground auction. After all, he was sitting in a cage on the stage, and he had a condescending view, and directly activated the ability of the contract and called, "Sebastian, I'm here." The next moment, all the surrounding candles were automatically extinguished, and a few seconds later, with a few noisy sounds, the candles were lit again, and all the people around them had fallen to the ground. That's the end of the matter, and the aftermath will be handled by the police. Too lazy to talk to Sabas, Charles moved his unrestrained body. It's not a good place to stay long, so let's go. Picking up Charles, Sabas jumped out of the window with a light force, and left the villa with him. Early the next morning, when Charles was having breakfast and looking at the latest morning newspaper on the table, the front page of Jack the Ripper reappeared on the front page of the newspaper again, and he glanced at Mrs. Red vaguely. I don't know if I didn't understand the meaning of the note I left or I don't want to stop it. It doesn't matter. This is Mrs. Red's own choice. I have already given a chance. Since I am obsessed, I can only carry out my responsibilities and obligations. In the afternoon, the sky became extremely gloomy, and it seemed that it was going to rain heavily. At this time the Red Lady was sitting opposite her, and there was a chess game in the middle of the two. It's not good to be too involved. How about leaving it all to Sebastian? Removed the king, and the Red Lady said with a smile. Without answering Madame Red's words, Charles wanted to make a final remedy. This is a poor woman, and the only relative of his body. Charles didn't want to go to the last step, turned to Sabas, who was sorting out the papers, and shouted, "Go make me a pot of tea, Sabas." "Yes, young master." Putting down the papers in his hand, Sabas nodded and bowed out, leaving the room with only Charles and Lady Red present. "Madam, stop it." Looking directly at the Red Lady, Charles said bluntly, "Huh." With a look of surprise, Madame Red had an expression that she didn't understand what Charles meant. "Jack the Ripper, do you need anything more from me?" Lifted Erlang's legs, his back sinking into the couch, Charles sighed. "Hey, I'm Jack the Ripper?" Having said that, Madame Red's expression has been a little unconcealed, revealing a hint of emptiness, which is just a futile 2.0 struggle. The list of initial suspicions also had the Red Lady you, however your alibi proved perfect. Do I doubt even being a blood relative? It's one thing and one thing, stop it as soon as possible, Auntie, this is the last warning. Standing up, Charles looked out the window. Each victim had one thing in common. They were all prostitutes who had undergone surgery in Madame Red's hospital, and so far only the last one remained, and I am afraid that they were almost killed at the hands of the Grim Reaper. I see, this note is not a coincidence. Taking out the note that Charles had stolen, Lady Red sighed and said, "Originally, the last one was solved, and Jack the Ripper would also be gone, and everyone could still be together as before, but now that it was revealed, it couldn't continue. I killed everyone. Now Charles, you let me make a choice or something. If I choose to stop, you won't pursue it. Do you want to protect me?" said the Red Lady with a smile, her face becoming a little hideous. "Yes, if you want to." Charles replied decisively. He was not a virgin or a demon, he just wanted to do what he wanted. What about those prostitutes? Pitiful, miserable, and what did he have to do with himself? Charles was more inclined to his relatives and friends than the so-called work and duties, and what was the difficulty of using his own power to conceal a crime for the Red Lady? Charles was slightly stunned. Madame Red was the first time to see the appearance of her nephew, and her heart was moved and guilty. Even if she committed such a crime, she was willing to protect herself. This gentle side is really similar to the person in her memory. "So, stop it, ma'am." Sitting back down, Charles persuaded again. "Goo." A shrill voice sounded, and at some point, a blood-red figure appeared behind Charles, holding a chainsaw and slashing at the position above Charles's head. "Charles, don't." Looking at the scene in front of her, Madame Red wanted to stop it, but it was too late. But there was a figure that appeared behind Charles faster, blocking the opponent's attack. The prop used by the Grim Reaper to intercept the soul, the Grim Reaper's scythe. "I didn't expect you to really be able to play Greel, a waste and useless deacon." Pushing the other away, Sabas grinned. "Don't use the cheesy name of a scythe. It's hard for me to make such a personality, really. I wonder why Madam came to see it so late today, and I didn't expect to be fascinated by a little ghost." Shrugging his shoulders, Growl showed a mouthful of fangs, and his original brown hair had turned a blood-red color, looking particularly wild and bloodthirsty. "Death? No wonder, Madam has already stopped. If it's okay, please leave." Standing up and walking to Sabas's side, Charles said calmly, "I'm not interested in a little ghost like you. Compared to this, I was really surprised at first. The demon is actually a deacon, and he is a loyal dog. What a good man. A flying kiss was thrown at Saba's, and Greer's sissy posture still didn't change at all. It was all in his nature. Can you do these disgusting things? I'm still working. The corners of his mouth twitched and looked at each other. This kind of perverted death, as a demon, Saba's also felt a little unbearable. It's really pure and desireless. That's also something that makes people want to stop. With a cute expression, Grell took a step forward with a chainsaw and said, I like red. Whether it's clothes, hair, or lipstick, red is the best, so I put makeup on those ugly girls, with beautiful, red blood. Sebastian, I will turn you into a more beautiful man, and stir it up greatly in the depths of you. The Grim Reaper is the character who quietly takes the soul of the dead, and the Deacon is the character who follows the master like a shadow, and the evil taste opposite to the aesthetics of both is, IMHO, simply disgusting. Looking at each other, Sabas criticized mercilessly. What a haunt, Sebastian, even so, I'm a deacon. Picking up the saw, Grell rushed straight over, slashing at Sabas without any scruples, even though there were still Red Lady and Charles standing next to Sabas. Sabas, take him, this time the prisoner Jack the Ripper. Charles gave the order directly with the contract, and this perverted Grim Reaper was indeed the most suitable to destroy. Yes, young master. Holding the saw with both hands again, Sabas pulled violently, threw Greel out of the window, and then followed him out. The terrain here is too small to play, and the other party has weapons, plus Charles and the Red Lady are there. It is not easy to play at all, and when you get to the courtyard, you can let go and fight without worrying too much. Humph, do you think the devil can beat the gods? The light landing, Grell felt a little tired. From the moment the Red Lady fell into hesitation, Grell no longer liked the Red Lady. This became like an ordinary woman. A woman does not deserve the best color red. It is really blinding. Well, although I don't know if it will work, but since the master ordered me to win, then I will win, and now this body and soul, even a hair, belong to the master, as long as the contract still exists. Obeying his orders is the aesthetics of the deacon. Taking off his gloves, Sabas said with a serious look, the other party is a Grim Reaper, not a simple look, if you don't show some strength, but you will really die. Looking at the two people fighting below, Charles estimated that it would be difficult to distinguish the winner immediately without spending some time, so he picked up the teapot that Sabas brought in just now and poured himself 2 cups, took a cup and handed it to Madame Red, who was a little stupid and didn't understand the current situation, and then pulled a chair and sat by the broken window to watch the confrontation between the two in the courtyard on this rainy day. Charles, aren't you nervous at all? The other party is a god of death, although your deacon is not an ordinary person. At this point, Madame Red also let go, and she really couldn't hate her lovely nephew, so she also pulled a chair and sat next to Charles, and the two began to drink tea together. Sabas won't lose. Confidently, in Charles's opinion, it is enough to wait for the results to follow. Is it really okay? The Red Lady looked confused, and just in an instant, Sabas was cut with a saw, and the Marquis came out. Just take a good look. A cup of tea. When Charles finished drinking this cup, the form has been completely reversed. Sabas relied on the tuxedo on his body to jam Greer's saw. Without the advantage of weapons, he is still more confident in beating Sabas in close quarters. Of course, the next scene is a little unsightly. It is a completely one-sided beating scene. After a while, carrying the blue-nosed and swollen Greer and the saw, Sabas returned to the room and asked Charles, young master, although he is so ugly, God is a god after all, do you have the consciousness to commit the grave crime of killing gods? Do you want me to repeat the order? Said in the same tone as if he were executing an ordinary prisoner. Killing a god or something was nothing to Charles at all, and if it weren't for the system, killing a god or something with his own strength would be a relatively simple matter for himself. Yes. Raising Greer's saw, Sabas pulled off the clothes that were stuck inside, pulled the saw into the ring, and slashed it at Greel. I'm so sorry to let that Grim Reaper escape. Returning to Charles, Sabas bowed. Forget it, it's not Sabas's fault, that's the end of today's matter, and it was announced to the public that Jack the Ripper has been killed and will not appear again. You should understand how to operate Sabas. Charles got up and walked out. Greer is a god of death after all, it is impossible to be killed so easily, and it is normal to be rescued. Charles didn't really expect Sabas to succeed at the beginning. Yes. Sabas immediately followed Charles's footsteps, and the aftermath had to be dealt with, and Charles, too, had to report back to the Queen. Really, I just left them behind, and I'll go back too. Stretching her waist, Madame Red looked at the situation in front of her with some tears and laughter, and seemed to want to open and let go, leaving here with a smile, and waiting for a good night's sleep the next day was still waiting for her as happy days as ever, compared to hating others and the like. Maybe she still had a lot of neglected beauty that she didn't notice, such as watching Charles grow up, marry a wife and have children, etc. Returning to his study and thinking about how to write a report, Charleston suddenly felt a chill hit, subconsciously touched the goosebumps on his body. It seemed that something not very good would happen in the future, shook his head, and put this thought aside. Although this matter has a big impact, it is not that it cannot be handled, but the procedure that should be taken still has to go, and other trivial matters Sabas will get it very perfect without worrying about anything, and how the Queen will explain it has to think carefully. Time flies. Since the announcement of the news that Jack the Ripper has been ambushed, a week has passed, and after the situation of no more Ripper committing crimes, the panic among the people has gradually subsided, and the topic of Jack the Ripper has become a conversation after dinner and will gradually be forgotten by everyone. But Charles's good days have not been a few days before receiving the Queen's new mission. This time it is a long trip, going out for several days, but in order to avoid the three stupid servants from making a mess of the mansion while they are not at home, Charles let everyone follow him by the way. Of course, this matter is troublesome, but it is not bad for Charles at present. Mrs. Red doesn't know what is crazy these days, her hobbies and even her work have been hired by others to take care of it, and she runs to her side all day long, so it doesn't matter. It's not bad to be lively, but Mrs. Red's purpose is very simple, to find all kinds of clothes or other messy etiquette and secret techniques for Charles, and Charles is a little dizzy. All in all, Mrs. Red hopes that Charles will get married and have children immediately and live a happy life, so she did not hesitate to kidnap Elizabeth out. In this regard, Charles is completely out of line. This kind of thing Sabas does not work, and Charles can only choose to dodge. Resort, so happy, resort, so happy. That's amazing, Merlin, so impressed. Yes, you can take us to the Queen's retreat. The young master of our family is still good. Listening to the words of the three stupid servants in the carriage behind, he stopped and quipped at Charles, "What a happy group of people. I seem to be very grateful to you, young master. It's just that leaving them will make the mansion very troublesome. Just bring it with you." Too lazy to talk to Sabas, in Charles's opinion, this road seems a bit barren and empty, as a retreat is not suitable at all, but after all, the retreat is just an excuse. The real purpose is to find out the situation of the sharp decline in this land and solve the problem of dog abuse. That's true, Sabas replied. Not long after, the horse had arrived at the entrance of the destination village, but the scene in front of him looked a little cautious, a withered tree with many chains, and many crows on the branches, just like the scene in a horror movie. I forgot to remind you that this is the site of the construction of that resort. Looking at the three servants who went from happy to frightened and then incredulous, Charles explained quite darkly, sometimes teasing these three living treasures is still quite a good entertainment. Moving on, I saw a lake not far away, and at the same time I saw the first villager, a tightly wrapped old woman, and there was also a small episode. Charles didn't care about this. The official village is still some way away, but compared to the horror movie scene outside, the scenery now looks much more decent. When the carriage entered the village, the whole village looked small, but the population was small. The people's faces looked a little lifeless. The atmosphere of the whole village also felt lifeless. 1 or 2 dogs could be seen barking or running everywhere in the streets. It was true that dogs were very popular in this village, and at a corner near the mansion of the lord of this place, a young man was seen training dogs. Looking at the smiling young man and the dog wagging his tail and rubbing his master, Merlin sighed and said, "I also want to be loved like this." It is a wonderful scene to distort its consciousness with candy and whips and force it to obey, but the dog is also so virtuous, waging its tail and begging for mercy, and is very happy to be put on a collar, which is completely incomprehensible. Sabas said sarcastically, "Say whatever you want." Charles looked around and said, Sabas's words reminded Charles of Sabas. This virtue is really similar. Of course Charles will not say it, just smile in his heart. Now Sabas looks like he is arrogant. It's really interesting. It's better to be respectful than to obey. I like cats, but not dogs, to put it bluntly, even if I hate it. Turning around, Sabas's disgust was evident with a smiling expression on his face. Wang. I'm a big fan of dogs. Not far away was the Lord's mansion, and Charles got out of the carriage as soon as the carriage stopped. At the same time, a short, silver-haired beautiful girl dressed as a maid came over and asked respectfully, "Is it the Earl of Van Dam Hayway?" "That's right," Sabas replied. "Welcome to Baram Caslow. The owner has been waiting for a long time." Bowing and saluting, the maid led everyone to the mansion. Along the way, Charles carefully looked at the layout of the mansion, saying that it sounds good and has a different flavor, and if it is unpleasant, it is really bad taste, and it can't be compared with his own mansion at all. What's the matter with this chihuahua? I told you to go and greet the Queen's messenger, Angel. Can't you even do this? While whipping the maid, he scolded loudly. This rough man must be the owner of this mansion, that is, the lord of this village. Sebastian. Charles frowned. This guy was absolutely deliberate. This acting was really exaggerated. It seemed to be a lesson to the maid, but in fact, he was disarming himself, and he blatantly scolded himself for his chihuahua. When the time came, he could excuse himself as a messenger who didn't know that Charles was the queen could completely expose it. Listening to Charles's order, Sabas immediately stepped forward to stop the other party's atrocities. "What are you doing? You stupid dog, do you want to bite me? Get out of here." I ordered him. "What? It seems that the letter has been delivered, and I am Charles Van Dom Highway." He sat down in his chair, and Charles didn't bother with such an idiot. "So, a little poodle like you is an emissary of Her Majesty," and with a puzzled look, his mouth still stinking, he came to the opposite side of Charles and sat down. "Are you dissatisfied with small dogs? Looking at the other party, Charles asks Sabas to take out the document. This is the contract for the purchase of 540 sons of this village, which was signed by Her Majesty the Queen herself. As long as the Henry in front of him agrees and signs, the preferential terms and compensation given above can be implemented immediately. Of course, this village or this land will also completely change the owner. However, Charles didn't expect Henry in front of him to agree. More than 10 minutes later, put down the document. Henry chose to refuse. This matter still has to take some time to go in. As the Queen's messenger, Charles's room is naturally arranged. This mansion is still a nobleman's mansion. The hospitality can still be satisfied. The room is not bad. You can move in immediately. It's not early. After dinner, Charles stays in the room to read. Sabas is sorting his luggage. There are not many entertainment items in this era. Reading is one of the few pleasures. It is better to go to bed early and get up early at night. And at this moment, there is a knock on the door, and after asking Sabas to open the door, it is Angel, the maid of the mansion, who enters. Sorry for the late night interruption. Angel stood in the doorway, apologetic. The young master is about to rest. Sabas hung up his clothes and said, I have a request for you to leave this village and not stay here any longer. Why? That's because, as if embarrassed, Angel didn't finish his words. A long dog bark sounded, and then Angel trembled and said, Don't. It's coming, demon dog. The curtain was closed to reflect a huge child. Sabas immediately opened the curtain, but found nothing. Through the window he could see the ground flickering fluorescent into the distance. The whole village was woken up, and then the dead man. It was the young man who saw the dog when he came to this village. Yes, but the villagers agreed that this was the punishment of the demon dog. It was deserved. Look at Charles. Take Sabas back to continue sleeping. This thing is unfounded, and you still have to come up with some evidence. Since this guy is obsessed, then let him have nothing. But compared to this Henry, Charles is more vigilant than the maid Angel. This guy is the key person. The real identity is not simple, and all non-human acting skills are at the level of actors, which is really a bad taste. It was the worst trip. Yes. What's the matter? You're so happy on the way. Have you forgotten? We're here for a vacation. Looking at the three servants with bored and regretful expressions, Sabas took out a basket and swimsuit containing bento boxes and cutlery. A few minutes later, looking at the three happy servants splashing in the water, Charles looked at the swimsuit Sabas had prepared for him with disgust and said, Don't wear it, throw it away. Young master, don't you want to go down and play? Sebaski said, and then looked at Charles with a sudden realization and continued, I see, young master can't swim, right? Why? I just think this swimsuit is too old-fashioned. Charles threw out the book in his hand, but Sabas caught it with one hand. That's true, this kind of swimsuit is too ordinary, and it doesn't match the young master. Nodding, Sabas took out the scissors, pulled open the swimsuit and cut it as fast as lightning fast, and then handed it to Charles. What? Watching Sabas's movements a little speechlessly, Charles always felt that something was wrong. The young master's swimsuit has been modified, and it will definitely satisfy you, Sabas said with a smile. I don't want to swim today. Turning his face, Charles refused again. It's not good to lie, young master, let's try it quickly. With a look of I'm good for you, Sabas picked up Charles and walked towards the locker room on the side. Put me down, stupid. I told you not to swim. Who else wants to wear this kind of swimsuit that you modified? Let Charles flutter. A moment later, under Sabas's forced change, Charles put on a swimsuit. Looking at the image in the mirror, Charles has a feeling of speechlessness. In addition to stripes, this dress is simply a dead reservoir swimsuit in later generations. Because it is looser, I can't see the hidden figure inside. To tell the truth, Sabas's craftsmanship is really powerful, and it also takes into account all aspects of the problem. Well, it's really a swimsuit for a kid like the young master. Nodding in satisfaction, Sabas complimented. Sabas, do you like this? Have a pedophile. Charles grumbled. Well, if it's a young master, I like it very much. Sabas smiled disappreciatively, his eyes narrowed as if he could see through the scenery in Charles, which made Charles blush, and turned around uncomfortably, which reminded Charles of that impulsive night-night. What's wrong, young master? Sabas asked, looking at Charles innocently. Nothing. Turning towards the water inlet, Charles hurriedly stepped on the water-stained floor and fell vertically to the ground in horror. Closed his eyes, did not feel the pain. Charles breathed a sigh of relief, opened his eyes and saw Sabas's concerned face. Sabas helped himself not to fall down at the last moment. Just now the fall was not good if it was broken, although it was not too unexpected, but it was also very painful. But after relieving his breath, Charles found that there was something wrong with the place where Sabas was helping. One hand grabbed the bun on the left, and the other hand held the sharp position of 3 inches under his abdomen. Really, after all, the young master has already entered adolescence, and it is normal to have needs. Looking at the obvious wet patch on his ass, Sabas said teasingly. Stupid? This was splashed by the sea, Charles retorted. Yes, so what's going on here? Looking at the underbelly in front of Charles, there is also a small trace of wetness, but it is not as conspicuous as on the buttocks, and some of it seems to be seeping out from the inside. Frowning at his own embarrassment, Charles had a feeling that he couldn't refute. This is also a physiological phenomenon, and he can't control it, and Sabas's current playful appearance really makes people feel angry. Leaning against the wall, looking directly at Sabas and saying, I'm not interested, hurry up and help me clean up. don't swim. Yes, young master. Looking at the grumpy Charles, Sabas still said calmly, half knelt down and began to take off his swimsuit for Charles. Sabas, what are you doing? Young master, aren't I helping you clean up? There's too much water down there, and it takes a lot of effort. But why use your mouth? Because I'm the young master's loyal dog. Then again, there are more and more. This can't be done. I have to find something to plug it. With a serious expression, Sabas frowned. Stupid. I'm going to be discovered. Nervously tiptoeing, Charles couldn't believe that Sabas would do this on his own initiative, and in the dressing room in broad daylight. Rest assured, it will be over soon. He picked up Charles like a peeing child, and in Charles's astonished gaze, the hole was blocked by a stick. At this time, the 3 stupid servants outside were playing in the water very happily, but they didn't pay attention to the situation that Charles and Sabas had not appeared for a long time, and the old man Tanaka was still leisurely drinking tea and sitting with Angel who was invited over, until the 3 people in the water were tired of playing and went ashore to enjoy the bento prepared by Sabas. Charles and Sabas came out of the locker room, and the original swimsuits had been changed back to civilian clothes. Young master, your face is so red. Merlin asked. It's fine, it's just hot. Sitting in a chair with Sabas's support, Charles breathed a sigh of relief. It was fast, but the feeling of speed like riding a roller coaster was really unbearable, and he let himself leak twice in 20 minutes, and now his feet are still weak, and the base of his legs still feels like they can't be closed. Master, I'll go and prepare refreshments for you. Sabas bowed down with a smile on his face. He still needed to collect information and evidence for Charles later, and he was still busy. Looking at the servants who were eating together, Charles casually took a sandwich handed over by Bharat and took a bite. Sabas reverted to the original capable deacon at this time, as if the capable deacon just now was an illusion. I really don't know which is Sabas's nature, or all of it is Sabas's nature, but it can't be seen on the surface, but Charles can feel that Sabas's mood seems to have become good. After all, the round of goodwill just now has also risen by 10 points, reaching 45 points, and the distance to conquer Sabas is 1 step closer, and it is not far away. Caught Badger? James's dog. Punishment? Punishment is about to begin. 20 minutes later, a few villagers ran over, shouting loudly. Charles put down the book. The show is about to begin, but now the rest is almost over. It's time to start acting. Sabas's side should have been dealt with. Let the servants simply clean up the things, and everyone followed the footsteps of the villagers. When Charles and his party came to the place where the punishment was imposed, the punishment had already begun. A group of dogs were biting wildly at a locked dog. This was obviously not the first time and the second time. The surrounding villagers seemed to be very crazy. Looking at the situation in the field, it was estimated that the dog that was bitten would not last long, and the next moment, Finney rushed out, probably because he saw the scene in front of him and remembered his past, and rushed directly into the field to drive away the biting dog. After all, it's his own servant. Looking at Finney, who immediately became the target of everyone, Charles led everyone to Finney's side, facing the group of villagers in front of him who had fallen into madness, and Henry who looked at this side triumphantly. But don't worry, Sabas is back, unexpectedly fast, so that Charles is a little surprised. And then Henry's fate after being exposed to the scam is very simple. He was taught a lesson by the angry people and then imprisoned in the dungeon. And what awaits him will be the trial of the law. At night, looking at the heavy rain outside the window, Charles knew very well that the matter was not over. The good show had just begun, and the next thing was to wait for news, and soon, Sabas returned, bringing Charles a bad news that was not very good. Henry Ching, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, died, and was killed by non-humans. Sabas, did you follow my orders and keep an eye on Henry Ching all the time? Raising an eyebrow, Charles asked. With Sabas's ability, it stands to reason that there is no one in this world who can kill people under his nose. I'm sorry, young master, I left for a minute, and Miss Angel fell and injured herself while mopping the floor, so I sent her back to the room, probably during this time. Sabas said apologetically. As a deacon, this is a gaffe that cannot be had. It really makes people feel angry, and the other party's behavior is completely challenging his aesthetics as a deacon. Of course, there are also elements of his own carelessness, which must be reflected. Forget it, although it's an unexpected situation, it's also an expected result, and the topic of demon dogs is going to boil again. Sitting down, Charles said lazily, I wanted to solve it quickly. It seems that the other party is not a fool. I have to play with myself in circles. It's really annoying. It's good for everyone to finish it early, isn't it? Young master, do you want to go to bed? Looking at Charles's troubled face, Sabas said, it would be better to put it aside and think about it before dwelling on it. Yes, go to sleep. I'll talk about it tomorrow. Nodding, Charles got up, then changed his clothes while Sabas waited for him, lay down under the covers, and fell asleep comfortably. Good night, young master. Looking at Charles, who was soon asleep, Sabas lowered his voice, and when he picked up the candle and wanted to go out, he looked at Charles's side face, couldn't help but bow his head and gently kissed the corner of Charles's eyes, and then quietly left the room. I see, this is the ice market that is often talked about. For the first time since 1814, a gathering of this magnitude was held on the frozen Thames River next to London Bridge. Walking on the frozen river with Sabas, Charles looked at the lively meeting in front of him, the current phenomenon caused by a heavy snowfall last night, just at home idle and idle. He ran out to walk around, and there was nothing to do during this time, and participating in this meeting was also a way to pass the time. Don't miss the big sale that even monsters can blow away, an uncle shouted for a small shop, and there were a lot of items in the shop, which didn't seem to be anything good, but it still made Charles stop. What's wrong? Sebaski said. It's all shoddy, and if it's still freezing next year, our company can open a store here, like that? Charles pointed with his cane at the wooden ark in a more prominent position inside. Charles's actions immediately attracted the uncle's attention, and he immediately said in a loud voice, "The noble young master here, what a good vision. That is the excellent product of the Vendôme workshop, that is, when the now super popular Vendôme company was still a handicraft workshop. The Ark of Vendôme, which was financed by the previous generation of masters, condensed the essence of technology, and made 3 sets of rare objects, and now that the mansion has been burned down, and our company has not left any physical objects, it is impossible to appear in such a place." Charles said dismissively, "But this kind of fake is a common thing, and there is no need to care. Noah's Ark, it's just like this country. What? It's arrogant that only a very small number of chosen people can be rescued from a ship guided by a man at the helm. Are you?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a fairly familiar face entered the field of vision of Charles and Sabas. The police officers of the National Police Department are lazy in such places, and from this point of view, London is really peaceful today. Charles scoffed. "No, I'm on duty," immediately retorted. "Oh, then, in order to be loyal to the citizens and His Majesty, do the job commensurate with the salary, Deputy Sergeant." Shrugging his shoulders, Charles smiled and motioned for Sabas to leave. "Wait a minute, I have something to ask you, Char." Seeing Charles turn to leave, Abaran followed, reaching out to stop Charles, but was slapped away by the other hand. "It's rude, my master is as weak as you seem, no, slender, please don't touch him roughly," Sabas said with a smile. The 3 of them moved the place together, and sat down in a small tent with a wind, where all the Cheongsam looked very eye-catching, and the food was also very good. It was still very comfortable to eat some hot food on a cold day, and Sabas still stood behind as he continued to play the role of a deacon. So, why would the officers of the National Police Agency be in place? Looking at Mr. Police Officer opposite, Charles took a bite of bread and said, "This morning, the body of a man who had been a member of a criminal organization was found under the ice in this market, and we were tracking down the killer of the man and the ring he had stolen, which was rumored to be worth £2,000 and was set with sapphires." Abelin told why. At the same time as Abelain's words fell, a familiar voice interjected, "Diamonds, diamonds that shine forever, those who are seduced by its light, even if they know that only destruction awaits them, they still cannot help but pursue its light." "How do you know about Hope's Shard?" Stood up, Abeline looked surprised. What? Is there really a gem like that?" "You weren't. He's just talking about it, ignore him." Xiaoyar looked at this naive police officer speechlessly. People were tricked out of the words when they said a few words. "I really don't know how he got to the position of deputy sheriff," but looking at Lu, Xiaoyar was relieved. This kind of Tianqiao-style shop should be opened by Lu. After all, it is relatively rare, and it is not strange with Liu's ability background. "Anyway, it looks like you're talking about something very interesting. Earl, can you tell me more about it? Haven't you heard? The collection of Henry Hopper, known as Hope's Diamond Sapphire." "Not at all." Sighed, and explained the origin of the gem to Lu in detail. Charles knew that there was some play this time, but he was idle, and it didn't hurt to participate in this matter, so he should find some fun for himself to relieve his boredom, and the center of this matter, the stolen and lost gem, Charles is very clear where it is. The group left Liu's shop, and after a while, they came to the ice sculpture carved under the bridge, and the sapphire ring was worn on the finger of the ice sculpture of this noble lady, probably because it was dark under the lamp, and no one found the gem on the finger of the ice carving, and when Abelais hurriedly asked his subordinates to take down the gem, he was stopped by a group of people, one of whom was an acquaintance of Charles, the Viscount de Roit, who was originally arrested, and the shape still looks so sassy, although I don't know how this guy came out, but it is estimated that he has paid a lot of price. The next thing is relatively simple, because this ice sculpture is specially sculpted for this frost exhibition, and the sapphire ring is also placed as a prize for the winner, so if you want to take this gem, you must participate in the ice sculpture competition, and win the championship. Even if Aberain wants to take it in the name of the police, it is not feasible. The other party cannot eat this set and lease, and is not afraid of the police. In the end, everyone can only choose to sign up for the competition. "Sebastian, do you know what to do?" Charles said as he looked at Sebastian. "Yes, my master." Bowing slightly, Sabas said confidently, "As long as it is the master's order, it will definitely be completed for it. This is the aesthetics of being a deacon and all altars. Looking forward to your performance." This kind of trivial matter, Sabas is basically a sure winner, and Charles can act as a spectator. However, there are not many people who participated in this ice sculpture conference, except for Charles and his group, as well as a few police officers in Oberlin. Only a group of 3 gangsters who don't look like good people signed up for this competition. Counting the time for making ice sculptures, Charles estimates that the results will be available within an hour, but I don't know what's going on. Looking at Sabas, who is serious about making ice sculptures, Charles always feels that something is not very good. Then now the review begins. First of all, the work of the pleasant companions of the Metropolitan Police Department. The ice sculptures of Reborn are made by their own bosses. 1, 2, 1, 1, 0. The score is out. Unsurprisingly, the low one is okay. The next cheongsam still has to be the work of the mini-team, but due to the special situation, I refuse to review. The ice sculpture of Liu's team is an all-light image of the blue cat image. The scale is too large, it belongs to the 18 forbidden matters, and the review does not need to be directly eliminated. These are all expected by Charles, but if I want to, Charles still wants to give the statue of the blue cat a perfect score, but he is not a censor, just a bystander, and the next third is Sabas's work, which is as gorgeous as ever. It is a large ice arc. There is no doubt that the masterpiece of this arc will definitely win, but before the score, Sabas stopped the censorship, because this is not a complete part. With a snap of Sabas's fingers, the canopy of the arc automatically separated, revealing another layer of ice sculptures inside the hull, which were various animals, but what made Charles speechless was that there was a humanoid ice sculpture in the middle. I don't know if Sabas did it on purpose, it was a beautiful girl, and Char had a 6-point similarity, or it was a female version of Charles's image. The original short 540 hair became long hair, which was even more beautiful and moving, and suddenly reminded Charles of the woman's appearance when he went to Viscount Dorotha's ball. Wait a minute, that ring was ours? I'm sorry, please give it back to us, suddenly shouted the 3 unscrupulous leaders who had been in the competition, still holding a pistol in their hands and pointing it at the crowd. What? Looking at each other, Oberlin said in shock and anger. That's right, the demolition and theft gang rumored in London recently is us. The other party sneered, pulled open his collar, pinned a circle of explosives around his waist, and dressed as a standard terrorist, then took out a lighter and continued. I'll count to 10, if you don't want to die, get out of here. 10. As the other party began to count, the other citizens immediately dispersed, and Abelain didn't care much, so he asked people to evacuate the other people first, and Sabas spoke at this time. Young master, my orders remain the same, give it to me, Sebastian. Yes, my master. What are you doing? Run, Char, shouted Oberon, who was evacuating the crowd, as he looked at the unmoved Char. If you want to escape, please leave me alone, Charles said unconcernedly. How could I do that? I became a police officer to protect the citizens, to protect everyone, Abelais said as he ran towards the Charles, but was stopped by gunfire the next moment. What a hot-blooded stupid, shrugging his shoulders, Charles still stepped back a little. This kind stupid guy should give him some face. Don't come here. There are 3 left. Won't you get out of the way for me? The terrorist was a little impatient, but the next moment, Sabas made a move, and he didn't know where to get his skates, and kicked off the pistol in the opponent's hand with a beautiful leap. What? The other 2 accomplices immediately confronted Saba, but they couldn't hit Sabas, and soon followed in the footsteps of their boss and knocked out their pistols. Helpless for it, Sabas always likes to pretend to be 13 at this time. Don't pretend to be yes, although Charles has to admit that this 13 is a full score. Suddenly, the head of the annoyed and angry terrorist began to light explosives. Not even the bullet cannot hit, let alone explosives. There is no doubt that Saba was not injured, but was led away by Sabas, and finally blew up the ice around him. The river was broken. These people were all transferred into the head, and Charles was held by Sabas for the first time and landed on the ice sculpture arc, floating on the water unharmed. Then the terrorists were arrested, and the sapphire ring that was the target also sank into the river with the ice sculpture of the noblewoman, although it was a bit anticlimactic, but overall it was a good result. Back home, the 3 servants were clearing the accumulated snow, and asked Sabas to send him almost to the room, and Charles went straight upstairs. My lovely niece, you're finally back, Chka. As soon as he opened the door of the study, a fiery red figure pounced on him. It was Madame Red. That lady, why are you here? Asking this, Charles felt that his head was cramping, and it seemed that the 2 red ladies would come once every 3 days, or even many times a day, which was simply a vain question. Well, it's really sad, isn't it? Welcome to Charles, took out a handkerchief and sobbed. Madame Red had a sad expression on her face, but there were no tears. All right, ma'am, what's the matter? I'm very busy. Sitting helplessly in his place, Charles was already immune to the red lady's pretentiousness. I remember the day after tomorrow is my lovely niece's birthday. What do you think of a lively and grand birthday party? Said Madame Red with a grin. Birthday? That kind of thing doesn't matter. I thought it was something. It turned out to be a birthday, but it was the same for Charles. Anyway, I haven't had many birthdays in my life, and I don't feel anything at all. Don't say that. Don't invite any celebrities or anything. We can't just have a good time ourselves. There must be a lot of people who want to celebrate Charles's birthday. The red lady stuck to her face. Whatever you want, don't stick to it. It's hot, okay. Blocking Madame Hong's face helplessly, Charles compromised. This sticky momentum was really unstoppable. Great, leave everything to me. With a successful look, the red lady left in a hurry. I really don't know what she was here for. This kind of thing is enough to call someone to notify in Charles's opinion, but this is also a way of caring for blood relatives, a unique way for the red lady. At dinner, Charles went to the restaurant to eat. Sabes was still the same, but the three stupid servants and the old man Tanaka behaved a little strangely, looking at themselves and stopping to speak. These three people couldn't hide their hearts at all, they all showed it on their faces, but Charles didn't bother to say, "Let it be," and went back to the room early to rest after dinner. Maybe it's not bad to have a birthday, after all, these guys are looking forward to it. Knock knock. Come in. Sitting on the bed, flipping through the book, Charles shouted without raising his head. "Young master, excuse me, there's something I want to apply to you." Sabes walked in, and the four heads behind him were secretly looking inside. "Say it." Sighing, after being made so troubled by Madame Red, Charles had already guessed it. "It's about your birthday the day after tomorrow, do you want to have a party?" Sabes went straight to the point, as Charles expected. "This matter has been handed over to Madame Hong, when the time comes, you can help prepare, go down if there is nothing else, I will rest." Closing the book, Charles announced. "Yes, young master." Nodding, Sabes stepped back and left Charles's room with a cheering 4_ Charles. Reek it. Early in the morning, the door was pushed open, and Elizabeth rushed over directly, grabbed Charles's hand and began to spin in circles, which made Charles very curious. Where did Elizabeth get such a big arm strength? And she wanted to vomit, but this unique way of greeting Elizabeth Charles is also used to it, but it is still very uncomfortable. "Here, this is for you, open it quickly." Finally let go of Charles, Elizabeth took out a small gift box and put it on Charles's hand urged. "What is it?" Feeling that his head was still dizzy, Charles barely grabbed the gift box and prepared to open it, but the next moment Elizabeth took it back. "Sorry, it's too early." As if remembering something, Elizabeth took back the gift box. Compared to sending it now, Elizabeth felt that it was better to leave it for Charles's birthday tomorrow. Since listening to Sabes's words about Charles's family heirloom ring, Elizabeth has always remembered it. Because tomorrow is Charles's birthday, Elizabeth has visited a lot of places these days, but she didn't find a suitable one. This gift is still after buying a fake ark, opened and found inside, which is a fragment of hope that should have sunk to the bottom of the river with the ice sculpture, that is, the sapphire ring called the curse. "You said you were going to give it to me, didn't you?" Charles looked at Elizabeth's box with some suspicion, wondering if he had overlooked something. "Humph, fake move do." Faints. The person who seduces her husband with something is not worthy of being a lady, not clean. Paula, hurry up and rattle. Full of pompous movements, Elizabeth's performance can be seen to be hiding something. "Yes, miss." The maid who followed Elizabeth took out 2 bells and shook them cutely. "Take care." Immediately pulling up her maid, Elizabeth ran away in a hurry. Sighed. For Elizabeth's behavior, Charles couldn't think of any clues, so he went with her. Anyway, Elizabeth has always been such a lively and active character. Hurry up today to deal with the rest of the things, and leave more time for tomorrow's birthday party. Since it is going to be done, it will be more lively. At night, sitting in the study, Charles helplessly held his forehead. Something happened again, looked at Sabes and said, "Elizabeth is missing, what's going on?" "Yes," the maid who followed said that she disappeared in the alley near dawn, and this one, please take a look at it first. Serving the plate, Sabes replied that on the tray was the envelope found in the mailbox. "Let's go now." After reading through the envelope, Charles got up and said, "The girl abduction case that the Metropolitan Police Department has been handling is also related to the case of Hope's fragments." "Yes, my master." Immediately dressed Charles in carelessness, Sabes went to prepare the carriage, told a few troublemakers in the mansion, and by the way, brought Pluto with him, and the 2 of them and a dog set off directly. Looking at the trees galloping outside the carriage, these 2 cases were handled together. The case of the missing girl was put aside first. Compared to the so-called relief of the Queen's worries, Charles was more inclined to solve the crisis for his family and friends first. Elizabeth's matter was given priority. If it was according to Charles's original thinking, it was estimated that the case of the girl's disappearance would be the priority. More than 10 minutes later, arriving at the place where Elizabeth disappeared, Charles looked at the surrounding situation. No one on the street could see it at this time, and directly took out the tie that Elizabeth had untied from the box as a gift, handed it to Sabes, and said, "After all, it's a dog. It can always come in handy. Let Pluto smell it and go to find Lizzie." "Yes, young master." Taking the tie, Sabes placed it in front of Pluto's nose. AHH. Seeing this, Charles and Sabes hurriedly followed, but the next moment, Charles had an urge to stew this guy. A small white-haired dog passed by, and Pluto was about to rush over with a look of heat. "Don't be in heat in a place like this, stupid dog." Asking for flowers 0. Ah, he is really heartwarming in estrus. "I am a hunter of love." The escaped prey appears in front of me, and the burning heart, the red fangs are displayed. Good man discovers. On the lamppost, Griel, who had not been seen for a long time, appeared again, looking at Pluto and Sabes with a smile. Both of them are the types he likes, but as long as they are handsome guys, he likes them. "Let's go, Sabes, it's been a busy day." Ignoring the guy in front of him, Charles said decisively, "Yes, young master." Sabes felt the same way, and he was deeply affected by Greer's disgustingness, so he quickly educated the disobedient Pluto and asked him to lead the way, and the 3 of them walked towards the inner alley. Ignore. Looking at the 3 who had run away, Grell immediately chased after them. 0. After following Pluto's footsteps for a long time, in an unknown street, Charles saw a doll shop. The doll placed in the window position looked very much like Elizabeth. It seemed that this should be the place where Elizabeth disappeared. Just as Charles led people in, Grell appeared again. List of death bookers, 7 to 493 Mandaletti Deacon and Puppeteer Doris Keynes. Grell read a book as Pluto rushed in. Don't bother to pay attention to Grell. Charles followed Sebas in. Pluto was hanging the puppet he had just seen biting very happily, watching, paying attention to the situation in the store, and finding nothing abnormal. Charles came to the back door, out of the shop. Not far from the woods a rather gloomy-looking castle towered here. What a magnificent castle! Grell walked up and said. Continuing to ignore Greer, Charles took Sebas and Pluto on, and it didn't take long to come to the gate of the castle. Let Sebas push the door in, and the group passed through a corridor to a hall. A girl doll stood in the center like a sculpture, and her finger was wearing a sapphire ring very similar to the ring on Charles's hand, which was Hope's diamond. If nothing else, this doll was probably made by the missing girl. This doll looked very much like a missing girl in the envelope, and it was really a bad taste fetish. Master, be careful. Suddenly, the puppet understood, and Sebas immediately pulled Charles away and kicked him away. If you're in trouble, let him go, let him go, let him go. A burst of singing sounded, and then the door of the room opened, and a young figure dressed in a hip-hop style walked out holding a candle and said, "This doll is a failure." "I think so. I can't make it more powerful. Make it with iron and steel. Make it, my dear miss." It's still a familiar melody, but the content is different. And then a group of dolls walked out of the door, and the texture that exudes a metallic luster is obviously not comparable to the 540 puppet just now, and these dolls, without exception, are very similar to the missing girls in the photo. There is no doubt that all the missing girls have been made into dolls. I see. Do you use music to control the puppet? Sebas smiled. After a while, Sebas saw through the other party's methods, took a deep breath and sang, "If you make it with steel, it will be distorted, it will be distorted, it will be distorted, it will be distorted. If it is made of steel, it will be distorted, my beauty." Accompanied by the melody of Sebas, these puppets all broke off their heads and all self-destruct, and the young man who originally wanted to watch a good show was surprised and said, "Charles Van Dom Hui is already the master's thing. Come with me, Charles. The proof is the ring you wear on your finger. I understand. That fragment of hope is a gift from the master to the person who is about to become a doll. Charles Van Dom Ha will become a doll made of gold and silver. If it is made of gold and silver, it will be stolen, stolen, stolen." Bending down to pick up Charles, Sebas left Grell and Pluto behind and slipped away. "Sebas, Elizabeth hasn't been found yet," Charles reminded. "Don't worry, young master, there is no Miss Elizabeth's breath here. I'm afraid that people are in other places, and only the sealed tower is left in the surrounding area." Sebas led Charles to the bottom of the tower. Grell and Pluto were also there, but they didn't see the puppet youth, although the tower in front of him had a seal, but the watchdog of hell could be unlocked. Pluto came in handy, led by the demon dog. Charles and his party followed, and at the top position, Charles found Elizabeth, who didn't know if she was unconscious or asleep. "Leaky ring, are you happy, Charles? It seems that this ring is a birthday present for the young master," Sebas interjected. At this time, Elizabeth did not have the feeling that a human being should have, like a doll, exuding a metallic luster, and at this moment, several invisible silk threads pulled up his body, and the voice of the puppet youth also sounded. Why did the body move on its own? Then, why did you harm your loved one?" Sebas shouted calmly as she looked at Eli Charles, who had raised her son to attack herself. "Yes, young master." Hugging Charles, Sebas immediately moved away from his original position, and Elizabeth split into the air, but, under the control of the other party, Elizabeth continued to pursue, with a posture of not dying. Looking at Grell, who was watching the play, Seba asked. Although he was a little unconscious, Grell was moved, and immediately stepped in to help cut the silk thread that controlled Elizabeth, and Si also looked at the culprit above, the puppet youth. "Hurry up, Sebas, I don't have time to spend here." After checking Elizabeth's status, Charles ordered directly. "Yes, my master." Bowing slightly, Sebas picked up the big axe and stepped on Greer's head, jumped with strength, and came to the puppet youth, and chopped down with an axe. Although it was caught, the axe blade still cut into the opponent's heavenly spirit cover, and burst out a pile of straw. Putting down Elizabeth, Charles ignored the falling doll, directly pushed open the only door on this floor, and walked in. Pluto's demon dog form was lying next to the window, and licked the figure on the chair very affectionately. Except for Sebas, the only person Pluto was close to was the maid angel. Even Charles couldn't get close to Pluto. "I'm very sorry, but my family is incompetent and can't show it to people." The other person spoke, and it was a magnetic male voice. "I don't want to talk nonsense. Can you tell me what your purpose is, or are you just a crazy person with a special fetish?" said Charles. "Whether it's flowers, times or people, beautiful moments are limited, and puppeteers are noble professions that exist in order to keep the most beautiful and perfect things in this world." "Bad taste? It's perfect for a young imp," interjected Grell, rather unpleasantly. "If that's all you want to say, then there's nothing more to talk about. I'll catch you next time." Coming to the chair and looking at the puppet on the chair, Charles smiled, turned around and left. He didn't want to listen to this guy pretending to be 13. He might as well go to work if he had this spare time. It was unexpected, Charles Van Dom Highway, but I look forward to the day we meet. It seemed a little surprised that Charles's calmness and now calm reaction, after the other party finished speaking, there was no other movement. Let Sabas take Elizabeth, and then lead Pluto, and immediately go to the tower. After all, Grell is the Grim Reaper and has his job, and Charles and his party parted ways under the tower, and the puppet youth was eliminated. Elizabeth also recovered, and when she returned to the mansion, Elizabeth woke up, and this time the incident was dangerous. Then it was the opening of their own birthday party. Mrs. Hong personally arranged. Elizabeth naturally participated. Unexpectedly Lu was also called. A few friends he knew and the servants of the mansion, although there were not even 10 people. But this time the birthday was also very lively and fulfilling. Unwrap everyone's gifts one by one. There are all kinds of them. All of them are very strange. But the birthday is to have a happy picture. Char doesn't care. The noisy until midnight ended the banquet. The others went back to the room. Mrs. Red 2.0 they also stayed to stay. After all, they drank so much. Even if there is a carriage pickup, it is not at ease. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to stay here for a night. In the room, Charles was lying in the quilt with a red face. He couldn't drink at the age of 13. He made an exception and drank some red wine. Anyway, in Charles's opinion, there was no problem, but he overestimated his amount of alcohol. After all, he was an ordinary person now, and he felt dizzy as soon as the wine came up, and he was almost helped by Sabas, and he simply washed his body before lying down. So, young master, and as always, the curtains were drawn and the cup was covered for Charles, and as Sabas raised the candle and turned to leave, the corners of his clothes were pulled. Sabas, I didn't see your gift. Smiling slightly, Charles looked at Sabas with a dumb face. I'm very sorry, young master, so what gift do you want? The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and Sabas bowed. Young master. Welcome back. I haven't gained anything at all, young master. Inside the mansion, Sabas took off Charles's coat and said, it's not nothing, but this incident is not something that is not done by non-human beings, nor is it done by those dark forces, so let's leave it to the National Police Agency to deal with. Charles sighed and said, this matter is simple, complicated and a little complicated, but it is not the same as the case of Jack the Ripper that ordinary people cannot solve. So does the young master already have a clue? Sabas said with some curiosity. It was the first time that the incident had been decided so quickly. Taking off his coat for Sabas to hang up, Charles sat down in his chair and said, the incident of these victims has one thing in common, they are all employees of relatively famous restaurants, and this should be a deliberate man-made incident against other peers, in order to eliminate competitors. I see, so do you want to talk to the officers at the National Police Agency about this? Sabas asked with an understanding expression. Let me know, let the police department follow this clue to investigate, and there will always be some clues. Charles said 540 casually, can you help me? It's better than watching these stupid people turn around, and then they will still trouble themselves. Yes, my lord. Nodding, Sabas went to call the police department. Let the others continue to be busy with their own go, and Charles is back to his study. Now it is a snowy day on the night. Read a book for a while and then drink some hot tea and eat snacks, and then go to bed early. But the next moment, an unexpected person appeared, and Lou walked in by himself. Ah, Earl, you're really here. Lou greeted. Usually Charles lives in the main mansion of Van Dom Highway, and this mansion in London can only be regarded as a villa. Why did you suddenly come out of nowhere? Didn't I tell you to write a letter to tell me when you visited? Looking at the squinting Lou, Charles felt that something was coming. It seemed that he had known Lou for so long, and he had never encountered anything good every time. Ahaha, did you say that? Lou looked innocent, but two other figures walked in behind him, the two Indians who were looking for someone in the Indian settlement, CHCA, in the afternoon. Since I'm here, I'm going to make tea. Bass walked over and said, he had just informed the Metropolitan Police Department, and he must have followed Charles's line of thought to investigate the case. By the way, I met at the gate to see the Earl, so I brought it in. Lou explained. Sabas, go get ready for the next room, and Lou, is there anything wrong with you coming here? Charles had a numb expression, and sure enough, nothing was good. It's nothing, it's just a visit. Lou Jian. Whatever you want, there's something to do with Sabas. Throwing the trouble directly to Sabas, Charles got up and walked towards the bedroom, really feeling tired. It was better to wash and sleep early, but the matter of the Royal Brand certification a month later can be a part. After all, the fertilizer does not flow into the fields of outsiders, which can just allow the company to diversify its development. But although the trouble is lost to Sabas, but this Indian prince is very uninteresting, always looking for himself when he has nothing to do, just eat and drink for nothing. Forget it. Anyway, it is not bad for the food money of these two people, and it took more than half a month, and this day the Indian prince Soma came back alone, and his deacon Agni did not see it. Looking at Soma who returned to the room with a depressed face, Charles was too lazy to pay attention, but Sabas seemed to be very interested, and the next morning, Charles saw Soma who was full of energy to make curry behind Sabas. It seems that there are some things that he will not participate in, or will not change. It is quite wonderful to think about. Time flies, the morning of a new day. Today is the day of the Royal Brand competition. Charles changed into a new costume, and a saber pinned to his waist, which is specially used to meet the Queen's attire. Of course, the Queen may not really come back, but just in case, everything that should be done has been done, and the next thing is to go to the competition, as the master, how to witness the victory of his deacon for himself. After the preparation, I took the carriage to the venue of the competition, where a large number of people had gathered. It seemed very lively. A host on the stage was speaking the opening remarks. The chefs who signed up also began to gather. Sabas naturally went up. Soma's deacon Aguni was also there. Just when the host was about to announce the start of the competition, Her Majesty the Queen arrived. On the red carpet, the Queen dressed in black walked towards the only main seat on the steps of the venue under the guidance of the White Deacon, and the host also excitedly announced, "This is the Mother of England." Then everyone sang in unison, until the Queen came to the seat and sat down. The song was just finished, and then the White Deacon conveyed the Queen's words on behalf of the Queen. The competition officially began, and all the participating chefs began to show their strength, making curry. Of course, compared to other chefs, the most outstanding is undoubtedly Aguni and Saba's skills. The craftsmanship and the steps involved in making the curry are obviously several notches higher than others. And the aroma is very strong and attractive, making people look forward to what kind of human delicacy the curry will be when it is finished. The outcome has been decided. Smiling slightly, looking at the exact same game scene as the aide, Charles already knew the result. After waiting for about half an hour, everyone's curry was completed, and the curry of the others, needless to say, all had all kinds of defects, which were not delicious at all for the judges, and the only ones who could compete were Aguni and Sabas. But although the materials of Aguni were all of the highest quality, and the curry was made perfectly, Sabas was better in terms of skills, and won unanimous praise for the simple and ordinary curry bread, which can be enjoyed by both the poor and the rich, and the Queen also gave high praise. No surprise, Sabas won the victory of this competition. But what is surprising is that this game ended smoothly, and Soma also reconciled with Aguni. As for the Mina they were looking for, she left with the merchant, but when Charles left with Sabas, he saw the merchant and Mina surrounded by the police outside, and it was estimated that the result would not be too good, and the Indian prince's dream was shattered. And now with Aguni, the master and servant said goodbye to Charles and returned home. The castle work that was halted because of the ghost has been taken care of. Sabas. Looking at Sabas, who had returned from the dust, Charles asked without raising his head. "Yes, young master, it's just two stubborn little ghosts who are nostalgic for the world, and they have been handled perfectly." Sabas laughed. "That's good, today's itinerary is quite a lot. Go make me a pot of tea first, and leave after processing these documents." Nodding, Charles commanded. "Yes, my lord." He bowed down, and after a moment Sabas returned, having changed back into the deacon's tuxedo, and had brought tea to Charles' road, and some small snacks had been made and brought along. An hour later, getting up and leaving the study, Sabas followed behind and took out a copy of the itinerary and said, "This morning, I attended Mrs. Brad's dance class, and in the afternoon I went to work with Sir Wenceslaw, who was in trade. Are you listening? I said I've had enough of dancing, right? That thing isn't for me." Xiaoyar didn't look back. Except for the necessary study courses and the etiquette courses necessary for the nobles, there was no need to learn other courses at all. It was a waste of time and troublesome, and everything that could be pushed was pushed away. "Please don't be modest. The young master's dance steps can heal the hearts of those who see it, and the young master has a good understanding in this regard, isn't it?" Sabas said with a smile. "There's no need. I don't want to learn anymore. Let's rule out this kind of course in the future." "Yes, my lord." Walking through the corridor, Tanaka's butler's laughter and a strange laughter came, which attracted the attention of Charles and Sabas, and after opening the door, they happened to see a white-haired young man sitting opposite Tanaka, holding a teacup and laughing. "Behold, Mr. Tanaka, 3 tea stems have been erected, and it looks like it's going to be a good day. Ho ho ho. Her Majesty's deacon, why are you here?" Looking at the white-clothed deacon who had seen him twice in front of him, Charge said, "Lord Charles, let me see the ugliness below." The white-robed deacon stood up and said, "Young master, most of Her Majesty's orders have always been conveyed by Yush." In response to Charles's doubts, Sabas explained why the other party was here. "Really, what is the matter this time?" Nodding, Charles sat down and said, "Trouble came again, since it was the Queen's order. As a loyal dog, he could only obey orders." More than 10 minutes later, after Yush conveyed the details of the matter, he left in a carriage, as it should be. The Queen's affairs should be put first, and other things naturally had to be postponed. Without further ado, Charles went out directly with Sabas, and went directly to the monastery. "Young master, according to Lord Yush's monastery, I'm afraid it's hard to sneak in. Isn't it more popular in the long run?" Sabas suggested. "It's okay, let's see the situation first," Charles said indifferently. "This courtyard is just a superficial thing, and the real conspiracy is still to come." When they came to the gate of the monastery, it was already afternoon, and when they got out of the carriage and Charles was about to enter with Sabas, a red figure suddenly came from the side, until Sabas came, but was avoided by Sabas, and the figure hit the trunk of the tree on the side unabated, and slid towards it. "Greer, it's you again." Looking at Grell, who got up with a runny nose speechlessly, Charles didn't expect to meet this perverted Grim Reaper here. What an adventure. I was sent by William to investigate. I didn't expect to be able to meet Sabas is really lucky. Sure enough, God still favors me. With a shy look on his face, Grell twisted his body and approached Sabas. What are you going to investigate? Sabas asked, consciously avoiding Greer's harassment. Recently, I walked on Death Film, and it was stolen. Greer explained his purpose directly. Marquee Theater. You don't need to know. It is a film that records the memories of a person's life, and the Grim Reaper is drawn from the Death Booker, and after playing, life and death are judged. Sabas explained. First of all, you humans can only see when you die. Grell interjected. Stolen? Is that something so easy to steal? Sebaski said, this kind of thing should be quite important, it is so easy to steal, and the management of the Grim Reaper does not seem to be very strict. Well, when not in use, they are crammed into the library, and the sins of the living, that is, the past of all those who are dead are preserved in the form of books. Grell replied. Asking for flowers 0. Let's go in first, this time it's a task to investigate the situation of this monastery and then determine how to solve it. Charles spoke, and walked straight towards the monastery gates. Young master, isn't it inappropriate to enter head-on like this? Sabas followed, and Grell followed uninvited, making it clear that he was going to follow the two of them, and it was okay to ignore it, and if there was any trouble at that time, he could be a shield or a little favor, which was better than nothing. I see, then please come in, may your souls be purified. The janitor said with a smile on his face, and when he heard Charles say that the believers wanted to join the group, he immediately let them go, and the janitor enthusiastically led the way for the three of them. 0. This is unexpectedly simple, I didn't expect you to come in such a simple way, young master. Sabas praised that sometimes the simpler the better, thinking too much and too complicated will not have the desired effect. It's just a casual try, and if it doesn't work, you'll have to use another method, but now it's okay to come in. Charles explained casually. Walking forward, not long after, I met 3 nuns on the road, took the collected vegetables and smiled at Charles and the others who came and left. The smile looked perfect, but it was not the kind of smile from the heart, but a fake smile that was pretended. This kind of fake smile looked disgusting and was not as good as not laughing. Soon, they came to the monastery, the janitor left, and the 3 of Charles entered the inner hall, which was a large prayer room, but now it was empty and no one was there, and a huge sign on the top attracted Charles's attention, which was a dark memory engraved in the depths of memory, and the seal engraved on the waist of the body was exactly the same as this sign, although it was not Charles's original intention, but the body was involuntarily trembling, and a wave of anger and hatred emerged from the heart, which was an unforgettable sense of hatred. Master, are you all right? Seemed to notice Charles's anomaly, and Sabas put his arm on Charles's shoulder. It's fine. Feeling Sabas's presence, an inexplicable sense of peace of mind arose. Charles suppressed this anger. The other party did not care about any means. This good show is about to start. Good evening. Good evening. It's a good day, too. Looking at the 3 little ghosts running out, Grell suddenly smiled. Oh, it's so cute, although the little ghosts are outside of my interest. But soon Greer's good impression was gone, and the person who was called the impure also said that he was covered with filth. Grell directly educated the 3 little ghosts with the iron fist of love, and looked at the little ghosts who ran away crying and screaming, and a very beautiful nun walked out of the door, looking at everyone and explaining with a smile, people who are over a certain age will be called impure people, they have no malice, and it seems that you have just joined the church in that costume, right? What a strange statement that an unclean person should be defiled by a beautiful person like you. Sabas walked over, and 540 looked at the other party and continued, because we don't know much about this order, can you please tell us more about it? Okay, then why are you here? Looked at the handsome Sabas, the nun blushed, her voice became much quieter, completely fascinated by Sabas. Bang, slapped his palm on the wall behind him, and the legendary wall knock appeared. There are bugs. Blowing off the bugs on his gloves, Sabas smiled and said, you can tell us in detail. When night fell, in a remote corner of the convent, Charles and Greer stood at the door waiting. Inside, Sabas and the nun were interacting with each other in a friendly way. The rippling cries of the nun inside kept ringing. Charles, standing at the door, subconsciously remembered the scene of interaction with Sabas. Indeed, Sabas is very powerful in this regard. No wonder this nun screamed so loudly. If it weren't for the remoteness of this place, I'm afraid the whole monastery could hear it. Include that woman in the predestination of death. Grell took out his notebook and began to write with a look of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Speechless, looking at the crazy Greer, this mood is understandable. To be honest, let Sabas betray the hue. He is also a little uncomfortable. This is also a kind of exclusivity. It's really funny. What makes Charles even more helpless is that he still feels it. Fortunately, the bottoms are wearing a thicker one, otherwise it will be embarrassing and embarrassed if it is exposed. Fortunately, it didn't make people wait too long. It was over in half an hour, and then the nun told all the information she knew. If only teenagers can be selected to join the Heavenly Song team, then the only one who can approach the sect leader is you, young master. Sabas began. Oh, if it's the Celestial Song Band, people can go there, how about it? Greer walked over in that kind of imp clothes, except for discord or disgusting to describe this scene a little more appropriately. Ignore it. Charles's face was black, and his eyes would really be blind if he saw too much, so he turned his head to Sabes and said, "This is an order, Sabes, don't use this way to get information in the future." Surprised, he glanced at the serious Charles, smiled and bowed, "Yes, my master." Ding! Sebastian's opinion has increased by 5, and it is currently 65, keep up the good work. At this time, an inexplicable singing voice faintly came from afar, and the holy song was sung, so at this point in time, it was time for the sect leader to start the purification ceremony, and the 3 of them immediately walked towards the prayer room. The singing came from there, and after a while, they arrived at their destination, and the 3 of them entered the interior without hindrance, and at this time, the originally empty chairs were full of believers, and the 3 of Charles also found a vacant seat to sit down, and then it didn't take long for the church field in everyone's mouth. All right, the unclean people who have sinned deeply will be here tonight. As the sect master's words fell, 2 so-called impure people were brought up, a man and a woman, and the ceremony began. Although I don't know what kind of means the other party used, but it is not the ability of the Marquis Theatre, and it is not excluded that there are other forces. The ceremony was carried out quickly, and it was over in 10 minutes, and then the sect leader said some encouraging words and left, and the disciples gradually dispersed, each busy with their own affairs, and it didn't take long for only the 3 of Charles to be left in the prayer room. It's weird, the book in that guy's hand isn't a Marquis Theatre. Growl frowned. That is to say, he did not see the power of the past, and there was a deeper inside story in it. Charles sighed and said, "Everything is this kind of brain-burning case, and it is troublesome to death." "You're still here? You've been summoned by heaven," a female voice sounded. Turning to look, the 3 nuns at the door were looking at this place with a smile. In the bath, Charles was waiting for Sabes to take a bath as always. It was originally carried out by the 3 nuns, but he was fascinated by Sabes's words, and then it became Sabes's cleaning ceremony, that is, a popular bath. He was already accustomed to Sabes's waiting. Charles comfortably enjoyed Sabes's cleaning work. "You're getting carried away today, Sabes." Charles meant something. "No, I just want to handle things smoothly. I don't want to put the young master in danger." Sabes smiled and understood, understanding the meaning of Charles's words. "I can hear that kind of thing from your mouth." Charles still expressed some dissatisfaction. In the ceremony just now, even if the Marquis Theatre is fake, it can't be denied that that guy has some kind of power. Sabes said as he rubbed Charles's back before slowly moving towards the front position. "The impure one, and the crest that pushed me to hell is the only spider silk right now." Raising his hand, Charles glanced at his waist and said, "Do you really believe that you were able to climb up from hell by grabbing it?" Sabes asked, as he paused. "No, not to climb up, but to grab the spider silk and pull the opponent down and into the hell I once experienced," said Charles. "This is my master. You can only say 2.0 at this point, right?" "Yes, my master." "Anyway, wash it well. Where did you put your hand?" Looked at Sabes, who was looking serious. Charles grabbed the hand that was caressing the flowers on the inside of his leg and blushed. "It's nothing, it's just cleaning. After all, this is a very important place. You have to keep it clean, right?" Sabes had an innocent face, and what he said was impossible to refute. "Stupid, I'm going to see that sect leader later." Charles stopped Sabes's movements, and quickly said in another way, "Don't worry, there is plenty of time." The other party gave an hour to take a shower, and now less than 20 minutes have passed. Sabes said in a tone that he had already calculated not to worry, and directly picked up Charles and hugged him into his arms. Are you awake? How did it feel in the past? Was it as smooth as velvet, or like washed cotton? You're talking too much nonsense." He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. Since he was an enemy, he had nothing to say, so he directly pulled up his blindfold. The contract was still there, and Charles called directly, "Sebastian, I'm here. Come over immediately." "It's really decisive, it's beautifully done. You can still keep yourself in such a distorted past. You are filthy now, but as long as you remove that thin layer of skin, there will be a glorious existence of abandonment." Ignoring Charles's call, Angel jumped in front of Charles, hooked Charles's chin and said, "Do you want me to help you change that filthy and ugly past?" "No kidding." Charles slapped the other party's hand. "I don't know what's going on. Obviously he has already called, but the contract didn't reflect according to his own intentions. Is it because the other party has done something or because of other factors that make the contract unusable?" Without words, Angel directly stretched out his hand to cover Charles's face, and the next moment, Charles fell into darkness, and then what came into view was the painful memories in the depths of memory, the day when the Van Dome Highway mansion was burned, the day of the death of his parents. Everything around him felt extraordinarily real, and then what was even more peculiar was that his parents appeared, and they were still alive, and then the scenery changed, and the burning mansion 540. Mansion changed into a field of flowers, and the sky was full of scattered white feathers, which looked exceptionally beautiful, but Charles knew very well that all this was false, and it was an illusion made by Angel. "Master." The room in the library where the Marquis Theatre was placed was opened, and Sabes, Greer and William rushed in, and the sight of Charles who was lying on Angel's lap and fell into a coma, and the Marquis on Charles's chest was flooded. His past is now being rewritten, purified of innocence and purity. Purification. No one wants to hate, and so does he. Angel had a winning expression on his face. He had reached this point, and Sabes couldn't stop it. "Young master." How superficial. Even if you forcibly stop now, the past in that child's body will not only not be corrected correctly, but will also become an existence that cannot be established as a human being. William spoke, stopping Sabaz's impulse, and there was no way out of it. Yes, to become innocent. Angel smiled triumphantly. I'm going to be purified, my young master. Sabaz's mood became a little complicated. If Charles gave up his hatred and was rewritten in the past, then how should he deal with himself in the future? And at this moment, the situation changed. The marquee that originally slowly emerged began to quickly recycle into Charles's body, and Charles also broke free from Angel's arms and floated into the air. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Angel's rewritten power was stopped by Charles's own will, and then all the marquee lights returned and disappeared. Charles's body lost the power to float and began to fall, and was caught by Sabaz, who reacted. What a mess. Sebastian, you have always made me see more than I ever imagined, and I am worthy of my soul. No, it's my young master. Looking at Charles with a tired face, Sabaz sighed. Ding. Sabaz's opinion has been increased by 5 to 70. Please keep up the good work. What an unclean heart, terrible, depraved, sinking, and lightless. It really shouldn't be kind to you. Let me purify you here. Angel's face was angry. This change was really unexpected, and it could even be said that it was unexpected. Ordinary people actually forcibly broke the angel's spell with their will, just like the sun rising in the west, which is a fantasy, but it really happened, or was forcibly changed. I'll be your opponent. Putting Charles down, Sabaz took out his knife and protected it in front of Charles. The noise in the library is under the jurisdiction of the Grim Reaper, and we're going to be on it too. Greel Sutcliffe. William said indifferently. Oi, yes. Grell took out his little scissors and walked up together, and a 3-on-1 situation was formed. Sabaz, this is an order, kill it. Charles ordered with a contract in this action, CHCA. This time Sabaz is by his side. The contract has been successfully launched, and Charles doesn't want to drag on complicated things. It will be very troublesome. Yes, my master. Sabaz understands that Charles is already serious. For so long, Charles has used the power of the contract very few times, so as a deacon, he naturally has to behave well and relieve his master's worries. Even if the other party is an angel, he will be killed today. Okay, please borrow it before that. Pushing a cart full of books, the funeral house came to the bookshelf not far away and began to work. Sabaz. Not paying attention to this scene, Charles urged Sabaz, if such a good opportunity let the other party run, it would be troublesome. Yes. Immediately throwing his throwing knife, Sabaz rushed towards Angel. On the other side, because the guy in the funeral house suddenly appeared, Greer's undisciplined pervert was directly fascinated. For Greer's rude style, William had to strictly correct it. The original 3-on-1 directly became a 1-on-1 between Sabaz and Angel. The space in the library is large enough, and there are no other ordinary people here. The battle between Sabaz and Angel can be let go. As for the losses caused, Charles is too lazy to care so much. You seem busy, so let me start with the monastery to clean up the unclean, and show you what will happen to this filthy world. Dodging Sabaz's attack, relying on his ability to fly, Angel turned on the teleportation again, and a cloud of white light opened up behind him. Are you going to run away again? You won't be able to get away with it. Sabaz jumped against the wall, quickly approaching Angel. But the next moment, a thin sword was pulled out from somewhere. Angel sneered and looked at Sabaz, who couldn't borrow strength in the air. A sword stabbed at Sabaz's heart, although he barely twisted his body to dodge, but his left arm was inevitably pierced, and then fell from midair. Seeing that there was no one blow to kill Sabaz, Angel didn't care. No one stopped him, turned around and entered the white light and disappeared into the library. And then everyone found that they couldn't get out, and the angel's enchantment had been set up here, so it can be said that everyone has been trapped here, and it takes a lot of effort to crack it, and when the time comes, the daylily will really be cold, and the monastery must have been cleaned up by Angel early. And at this time, it's the turn of the funeral house. After all, it's the legendary Grim Reaper. There are always some peculiar methods, even if they are now in retirement. It's not comparable to the new Grim Reaper like Grell and William, relying on the marquee theater of those people in the monastery, using a pen to continue the next interrupted part, and directly teleporting Sabaz, William, and Grell and Charles one after another. It's a fun after show, so let's enjoy a game of darts. Looking at Angel, who had been nailed to the wall by William and Greer with the scythe of death, Sabaz took out his knife. Sabaz, stop playing, just kill him. Charles's figure appeared, and he ordered murderously, if he was run, it would be troublesome. Now is not the time to play. Yes, young master. Surprised to look at Charles, who was full of murderous intent, Sabaz threw out his knife and shot at Angel's wings. The white wings are the source of angelic power. The angel with broken wings is similar to a birdman without wings, and he can't turn over any waves. Ding! Sebastian's opinion has increased by 5, currently at 75. Please host again, keep up the good work. However, Sabaz's dinner knife is an ordinary knife after all. It has no effect, and it is just a wound when inserted in the wings, and Charles said to Greer, use your death sickle to cut off the wings, and the reward is that Sabaz will be a deacon for you for a day. As soon as he heard Charles's request, Grell was reluctant at first. Such a fun thing naturally had to be enjoyed, but as soon as he heard that Sabes was a reward, let alone 3 seconds, within a second, Grell used the Scythe of Death to cut off Angel's wings, and a large amount of blood erupted directly and flowed down the wall. General, relieved, Charles smiled. In this way, Angel will definitely die. If you slow down and let Angel burst out, you won't be able to catch it. Now that she has no wings and her strength has dropped to a low point, there is no chance at all in the hands of Sabes and the 2 Grim Reapers. Damn. Charles Van Domhue. Angel roared with a hideous face, and his voice became neither male nor female, and it was particularly harsh and unpleasant. Sabes, it's an order, kill the angels, said Charles, not bothering to heed the beast's last wail. Yes, my lord. With a grin, Sabes directly grabbed the death scythe in Greer's hand on the side, and easily cut off the angel's head with a look of reluctance and resentment. Lifting his glasses, William said to Greer, who was about to ask Charles for payment, "We're also going to retreat, Grell Sutcliffe, although the matter here is over, but the detailed situation here has to go back to report. After all, the death of an angel is not a trivial matter, and the end of work will be delayed tonight, not to mention overtime pay. I really want to apply for substitute leave directly." Really? Grell winked at Sabes before leaving, and then shouted at Charles, "Charles, don't forget my reward, I'll come back to you next time." Watching the Grim Reaper leave, and taking one last look at the corpse of the angel, Charles left the monastery with Sabes, and after a while, looking at the bright sky that was gradually rising in the east under the dark night in the distance, Charles sighed. He didn't expect the main enemy to be dealt with so easily, and he really couldn't believe it, and felt a little. "It's over." Turning his head to look at Sabes, Charles said at the corner of his mouth, "Take it, Sabes, it's agreed." "Young master, you smile beautifully." Coming to Charles, Sabes touched Charles's face and complimented. "Compared to this, do you mean that this matter is not over, and that there is someone else but this angel?" asked Charles. "Let me serve you for a while longer, young master." Half kneeling, Sabes's attitude has shown everything. The mastermind behind the scenes is still alive. Of course, Sabes can also directly fulfill the agreement, but what he thinks in his heart is unknown. The mastermind behind the scenes, it's the queen, right? Sat down, Charles spoke, looked up at Sabes, who looked up with a look of surprise, smiled and continued, "I've guessed it, and I've also seen the book that my father shed. That angel is at most an accomplice, and the one who really harmed the Van Dom Hui family is Her Majesty Queen Victoria, the lord who has been serving faithfully in Van Dom Highway. What a ridiculous scene. Since ancient times, there are many such things. The merit is high, the power is in hand, and the final outcome is nothing more than that, and the Van Dom Hui family is also at the time of prosperity and decline. Then, young master, do you want to continue to take revenge, even if the sword is directed at the queen to whom you are allegiated?" Sabes laughed. "I'm not a good man, and the last order, Sebastian, bring me Her Majesty's head in 3 days, and look forward to your performance." With a happy smile, Charles gave one last order to Sabes. As for what will happen if the queen dies, Charles is too lazy to pay attention to it. Anyway, without the queen, the country can function as usual. The queen is just a mascot and a symbolic existence. Not to mention that the Van Dom Hui family does not owe anything to the other party, but the other party owes the Van Dom Hui family. Asking for flowers 0. "Yes, my master." Sabes laughed silently, very happy, happy from the bottom of his heart. Returning to the mansion, Charles began to prepare for the future, and when Sabes returned, his mission would be over, and the prestigious family of Van Dom Hui would be completely cut off and drowned in the dust of history, and the servants of the mansion and the companies outside the house and other possessions would have to be dealt with and distributed. 0. Unexpectedly, when the evening, Sabes came back with a box. "You don't need to look at the chart to know what is in it." Fall asleep in Sabes's last waiting. The next morning, London is still London. There is no reaction. Just think about it. You know, the Queen's death is probably hidden, but it will not be hidden for long. I don't know what to do with it then, but this day is still very peaceful. In 1 day's time, Charles left the mansion to the old man Tanaka, and then divided a part of the property to 3 stupid servants, and the company and other properties also called a lawyer to sign a contract, and after his death or disappearance for more than a year, all shares and property rights will be inherited by Elizabeth. Of course, all this Sabes sees, but no one else will know. Ding! Sebastian's opinion has been increased by 5, and it is currently 80 points. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Almost, young master. In the morning, Sabes watched Charles get up with some complications, and stepped forward to put on a formal suit for Charles. Originally Sabes wanted Charles to wear women's clothes. "Let's go, then, for the last journey." Looking at the beautiful young man in the mirror, Charles walked outside. When passing by the courtyard, Merlin, Barat, and Finny were talking and laughing at work, still as usual. Looking at Charles and Sabes who were traveling, the 3 smiled and greeted each other, and watched the 2 leave, but they didn't know that this time was different from usual. This time Charles and Sabes would never return. Looking out the window in silence, Charles patiently waited until the carriage stopped. More than an hour had passed, and when he got out of the car, he saw a blue sea and the people who had begun to work hard at the docks, although he didn't know what Sabes was going to do, but Charles didn't bother to ask, just follow Sabes's arrangement to finish the last journey. Young master, it's rude, before you arrive at your destination, you can sleep for a while. Sabas bowed, and then Charles looked at Sabas and felt a strong sense of sleepiness hit him, and then fell into darkness. Supporting Charles, Sabas took Charles to the corner in the way of a princess hug. A small boat has been parked here, the boat is covered with white carnations, and a layer of soft cushions is laid underneath. Sabas gently put Charles down, stroked Charles's bangs, took out a white carnation from his arms and pinned it to Charles's left chest, then got up and stood at the bow of the boat, untied the rope, picked up a long stick and steered the boat out of the dock. Time passed little by little, the sky began to slowly darken. At this time the boat floated smoothly on the sea, as for the coastline has long been out of sight. Take out a handful of white flowers sprinkled, with the sea breeze drifting, as if to see off lovers. Sabas looked at Charles's peaceful sleeping face and continued to drive the boat forward with a stick. Not long a beach into the field of vision, more than 10 minutes later, the boat docked on the beach. Sabas bent down and picked up Charles, and walked towards the depths of the forest. All right, young master, it's time to wake up. Laying down Charles on a stone bench in a ruin, Sabas kissed Charles on the forehead. Is this the final place? Opening his eyes and looking at Sabas in front of him, Charles looked at his surroundings. It was really familiar, the final place, but it also fit Sabas's style and as his final end. Yes, Sabas replied. Does it hurt? Unfastened his blindfold, and in the last moments, Charles didn't know whether to be nervous or relaxed, and his mood was still quite complicated. Yes, there will be. I'll try to be as gentle as possible, Sabas reassured. No, me, let the pain of being alive be imprinted on my soul. Looking up and smiling, Charles said his last words, which was what Charles himself meant, so let it all end. Yes, my master. In the end, it still brought a lot of surprise to himself, and Sabas fell to his knees. Looking at Sabas in silence, Charles closed his eyes, and then Sabas got up and approached, hugged Charles and sat on his lap, one hand hooked Charles's chin, bowed his head and kissed it. Feeling Sabas's hot invasion, Charles, who had been waiting nervously, opened his eyes, tightened his legs and watched Sabas whimper. After a few minutes, he let go of Charles's mouth with satisfaction, and Sabas said with a smile, I'm sorry, young master, I hope to be able to continue to be your deacon forever. That means you're not taking my soul anymore, and you're doing all these things mysteriously to make fun of me, which is really nasty, but then again, is there a deacon like you who offends his master? Charles blushed, grabbing his hand beneath him. Well, young master, your wish has come true, so isn't it normal to give a deacon as a reward? After today, young master, you are still young master, and I have already intercepted it in advance on the lawyer's side, although it is rude to say this, but I am really sorry, young master, I don't want to let you go. Sabas said solemnly, his hands had already stripped Charles naked. How could Charles's resistance stop the demon? Hey, you don't really want to play for a day, do you? Looked at Sabas with a black line. Charles couldn't care about anything else, and dealt with the situation in front of him first. Of course, as a deacon of the Van Dom Highway, how can you disappoint your master? Sabas smiled and pressed it directly. This day will be a good day. Stupid, slow down. Feeling Sabas's madness, Charles said a little overwhelmed. Young master, you have to learn to adapt. Don't forget, today you will be my reward. Obedient. Slowing down a bit, he gently touched Charles's face, and Sabas kissed Charles's cheek. Stupid demon. Young master, if you don't cooperate obediently, you will suffer. Although it is not as exaggerated as a day, but it has also done half a day and 12 hours, of course, in view of Charles's small body is too slender and soft, tender, and ordinary people, Sabas is still more restrained. Whenever Charles reaches the limit, let Charles rest for a while, relax, and then get some food to make up for Charles, almost before continuing. Anyway, Charles doesn't know how many times he has come, his head has been empty, only know that when he comes to his senses, he has returned to the mansion, in his bedroom, not to mention, the bottom of the front and back are in a terrible pain, and he can't get out of bed. But the task is over, although this world is good, but his journey is not over. Contact the system, leave Charles's body, and return to the space again, although there is no reward, but it would be good to be able to avoid punishment. Lin Ling was satisfied, and opened his attribute bar as usual, or that unchanged data. Name, Lin Ling. Body, 5000. Force, 5000. Min, 5000. Chi, 1500. Skills, Konoha Body Technique, 8-Gate Dungia, Neon, Enhancement System, Energy Transformation. Lineage, Nine-Tailed Sky Fox, True Immortal Level. Lineage Talents, Base Talent Set. Solid, Undead Fortification, max the overall recovery speed is increased by 1000%. All damage can be recovered in 10 seconds, and as long as there is a little cell remaining, it can be regenerated an unlimited number of times with a certain amount of energy. Passive, Varied Body Fragrance, Pitiful, Charming, Pure and Flawless, Heartthrob. Temperament, Dusty, Charming. Charm Evaluation, S+, the stunning beauty of the realm of the gods. Name, Elida, Spear Spirit. Host, Lin Ling. Introduction, holding 10% of Elida's full attribute bonus. He has the energy system of the Qigong Master separated by Lin Ling, which has been carefully improved and built by the system, and has been integrated into the Divine Stone with infinite possibilities of high potential divine soldiers. Condition, Solid 3, Sharp 3. Curse, bloodthirsty and killing due to resentment. The more serious the injury or the more enemies are killed, the stronger the power. The blood will be seen when you shoot. Otherwise you need to be appeased by Lin Ling, who is the master, to calm down. Otherwise you will go berserk and hurt others and hurt yourself. System, I'm going on the next world mission. Let's get started. Stretching her waist, Lin Ling shouted. It feels good to have regained her strength. She is comfortable all over. Hurry up and brush more tasks to earn rewards, and the next main task is to start saving pleasure points, and the current strength is enough for yourself. On a pile of ruins on the outskirts of Tokyo, Lin Ling sat here alone looking at the night in the sky and sighed, tightened the beggar clothes that had been torn and repaired several times. This time the crossing turned out to be a rebirth stream. 10 years ago in the year of the original intestinal biological war, Lin Ling was born. Unfortunately, because she was infected with the original intestine virus, became a cursed child and was abandoned by her parents, and luckily, Lin Ling, who was hungry for a day, was finally picked up by an old man who was scavenging. After living in the peripheral area for 5 years, the old man passed away, and Lin Ling was also reduced to a single person, and the next 5 years were to rely on petty theft and picking up garbage to survive. Lin Ling has deeply experienced the darkness of human nature and the situation of the cursed children over the years, but to Lin Ling's surprise, this time the task released by the world is free mode. Until the end of the plot, Lin Ling can act according to her own ideas at will, and finally the system will make a score to give rewards or punishments. The only restriction is that the mall cannot be used, and the difficult thing is that it was just 5 years old, and now that he is 10 years old, all of Lin Ling's strength has recovered, and this world can be said to have nothing that can threaten Lin Ling's existence. 540. Having said that, but suddenly invincible, and there was no task given by the system, Lin Ling really didn't know what to do, to be a starter, or to build a shelter for the cursed son, or to live her own life leisurely. I don't know how to choose. I feel so troublesome when I think about it. Lin Ling, it's time for dinner. A crisp lowly sound came from behind. Moving the fox ears on the top of her head, Lin Ling jumped up reflexively, rushed towards the back, and instantly came to a little lorry with a baby fat face, short silver white hair, and a shabby doll, reached out and pinched the other party's face and said, "Go back, Zaya." Why? Very intimate, hugging one of Lin Ling's arms, the two of them walked towards the manhole cover not far from the ruins. This is the outer area of Tokyo district. Although close to the megalith, generally speaking, there will be no gastrulation creatures close here, but it is still a more dangerous area. The abandoned sewer under the manhole cover has become the best shelter for the cursed children, but because of the lack of food and clothing, every day the children have to go out to collect food, such as rummaging, CHCA, garbage, or go to the Tokyo area to beg, or even work as a pickpocket to steal, and even go to the forest to find some wild vegetables and fruits to satisfy hunger. The situation is worrying. Entering the sewer, although it has been abandoned for 10 years, the environment of the sewer is still very poor. Almost all the cursed children in this small area are concentrated here. The number of people is as high as nearly 100, all of which are the credit of Lin Ling. After all, it is safer to live together collectively, and it will be more reassuring to have companions, and the corresponding food demand has become very high. Most of them rely on Lin Ling's strength to hunt and rummage for garbage to get supplies, and today's food is also the same as usual: a big pot of rice, a bunch of wild vegetables and a small amount of rice, as well as scattered leftover junk food and other messy leftovers mixed together to cook food. Needless to say, the taste and the like can be filled. Everyone is very well behaved. There is no scramble or temper, very harmoniously together. One by one queue to eat. There is a meal together. There is no waste of food. Lin Ling is also the same food, if you can. Lin Ling also doesn't want these wolai to live this kind of life. Using the exchange of the mall, it is not a problem for everyone to eat and drink spicy food every day, but the mall cannot be used. Only its own ability to get food. Lin Ling, someone from Tokyo has come here recently. Xiao Hui put down the empty bowl with satisfaction, leaned on Lin Ling's shoulder, and said, "Do you want to pick the starter again?" Sneered. The starter may be the only way out for the son of the cursed, but the attitude of the vast majority of people towards the son of the cursed is obviously retribution. Most of the son of the cursed has become the initiator and is only used as a tool, either by the promoter of all kinds of trouble and scolded, or used as a cannon. So compared with the promoter, the mortality rate of the initiator is very high. It can be said that 10 groups of police combinations, the promoter dies 1, and almost 5 or 6 deaths. For this situation, Lin Ling can't control other places, but in this piece of his own territory, Lin Ling will never let everyone be the starter. Although there are also can't bear the illusion of hope and be taken away, but the final result is mostly very tragic, and the strength and quality of the starters who were taken away are naturally relatively strong. The departure of these starters has added a burden to Lin Ling. After all, there are not many people with combat power living in this periphery. Combat power is a guarantee of safety, and you can also find more food and useful things. Lin Ling, will you leave? Hugged Lin Ling. Xiao Hui was very worried, very afraid that Lin Ling would leave. After all, Lin Ling's strength is undoubtedly the strongest one in this piece. The efficiency of collecting food is also the highest, and the knowledge is also the most. It can be said that it is the most important backbone of everyone. If Lin Ling is gone, it is difficult for Xiao Hui to imagine how this small group will live in the future. No, don't worry. touched Xiaowai's head. The fox tail behind him wrapped the two of them, and they fell asleep together. It was very dangerous to go outside at night, even if they hated the giant stone tablet made of pen, but there would still be a lot of gastrulation creatures wandering here. Therefore, everyone would stay in the sewer at night to sleep or do some of their own little things to entertain themselves. Only during the day is the time to go out for activities. Dad, why are you here? Because Dad saw a very interesting and powerful little girl. To her daughter's question, the tall and slender figure replied, "Is it better than Little Binay?" "Well, it's better than Little Binay." Can I kill her?" "No, it's not too early, let's go back first." Listening to the roars of the various proto-intestinal creatures in the forest, the tall father left with his daughter. Not long after the two left, in the forest, a huge figure knocked through a lot of trees and walked out, entering the range of the peripheral area. This is a more than 10 meters tall gastrulation creature. Because of the virus, I can't see the specific appearance. It is roughly similar to a worm that has been magnified hundreds of times. Night is the most active time point of gastrulation. In addition to this worm, there are many other types of gastrulation creatures dangling out, but not close to the Tokyo area. The aura that the giant stone tablet exudes makes them disgusted is still very effective, and a small number of them immediately went back to the forest. However, there are still many gastrators that are stranded and cruising around the periphery, making loud noises and roars, which are simply strong noise generators. Lin Ling, are you going out again? Xiao Hui rubbed her hazy sleepy eyes with one hand, and grabbed Lin Ling's tail with the other. Woke you up? Lin Ling smiled apologetically. It's too dangerous. Lin Ling, don't go out, it's okay, everyone is used to it. Xiao Hui persuaded. This is also a kind of routine every night. Every time the gastrulation creatures outside go too far, Lin Ling will go out to clean up, just to be able to sleep well. Of course, only Lin Ling will do this. After all, it is too dangerous to go out at will at night, and it is the active time of the gastrulation creatures, and I don't know how many gastrulation creatures there are, but every time Lin Ling can come back safely and soundly, but worry is still inevitable. Don't worry, just come when you go. Grinning and appeasing Xiao Hui, Lin Ling turned around and left. Out of the sewer, because it is the peripheral area, it is natural that there is no lighting, and what comes into view is a dark environment, but with Lin Ling's strength, there is no difference between night and daytime. A group of gastrulation creatures clearly see in their eyes, swaying around, but with the appearance of Lin Ling's target, all the gastrulation creatures are attracted to Lin Ling. There's a whole bunch of them coming out every night, and it's a real death, Aragat. With a wave of his hand, countless demonic foxfires appeared in front of Lin Ling. Under Lin Ling's command, they shot at the gastrulation creatures that surrounded them, and humans can cause damage to the gastrulation creatures in addition to weapons made of amenium metal. Only high lethal missiles and other weapons can kill the gastrulation creatures. If the gastrulation creatures reach the top V, there are only a few means to deal with it, and they may not be able to win, but all this is trivial to Lin Ling. The foxfire quickly ignited this gastrulation creatures, according to the division of strength. Even the V-level 12 constellation gastrulation creatures are garbage that Lin Ling can easily destroy, not to mention these gastrulation creatures that are only level I, 2, and 3. They were immediately burned into ashes when they touched the foxfire, and there was no scum left, and a group of gastrulation creatures were cleaned up by Lin Ling in just a moment. Clapped his hands, get everything done, go back and continue to sleep, and be busy the next day. Although they are all little lorry, the amount of food is not large, but the 100 people add up to eat a lot every day, and the lack of resources and the storage of food are also a little insufficient. You have to get more food, and you have to consider the problem of the cursed child. It really can't go on like this, although the fault is the world, but the only one who can rely on it is yourself. And you must make changes. Early the next morning, after eating light rice porridge like water, Lin Ling left the sewer and walked towards the Tokyo district. The food resources outside are too few, and the main source still depends on the food in the Tokyo district. Rentaro, that affectionate guy, is in a hurry, and he actually threw the concubine who is the fiancé out of the bicycle. What the hell is he doing? Touching, pinching, nice touch. With the cute face in front of her, Lin Ling moved her hand to comment. Little sister, just as Yanzo wanted to say something to Lin Ling, who bumped into her, another voice interjected, and the two looked in the direction where the voice came from. A middle-aged man covered in blood and missing an arm was moving towards this side unconsciously. Little sister, I want to ask you for directions. It seems that he has not collided with him now, and the middle-aged uncle continued. This uncle, don't you know what you have become? The concubine can't help you. Do you remember what happened at the end? Yanzo said as she looked at the other party with pity. Listening to Yanzo's words, the uncle seemed to think of something. Looking at the blood stains on his hands and the wounds on his abdomen and a large area of red-dyed clothes, the whole person began to tremble, and his face became very frightened, and the other party seemed to have reached the limit. Before he could say a few words, the whole body began to undergo huge changes under the erosion of the virus, and the shell that originally belonged to humans was broken, and then a giant spider. Protogularis took the uncle's original position, and let out a bloodthirsty roar at Yanzo and Lin Ling, and then squirted a large amount of white mucus from his mouth and sprinkled it on the two. Asking for flowers 0. Earth wall. The earth attribute talent was activated, and under Linling's order, the ground cracked, and a large amount of soil quickly converged, forming a barrier in front of the two of them, blocking all the slime. At this moment, a teenager in a formal suit ran out of the alley on the side, looked at the aragonal creature in front of him and said, "I have found the first stage of spider-type aragonal creature, and I will start fighting with it next." But the next moment, someone moved faster than the teenager, and a sturdy police uncle shot directly at the irregular, but because it was not a bullet made of a hammer, the shooting was useless, and the bullet was quickly discharged, and the wound automatically returned to its original state. But these few attacks angered the irregular, and the spider turned around and roared angrily at the boy and the uncle. "Zero. I'll leave it to you, little sister, and I won't be involved." Linling patted Yanzo's little head and said, "This kind of little minions Yanzo and Rentaro can be easily solved, so they are too lazy to intervene. It is better to collect food first if you have this time. It is better to get some daily necessities back. The consumption of daily necessities in the base is not small. You can say that there is a shortage of anything. Hey, you." Yanzo also wanted to ask the other party's name. Obviously Linling's peculiar performance aroused Yanzo's interest, and the obvious beast ears and tail could only be possessed by compatriots who were also cursed children, but Linling's speed was too fast, and Yanzo lost Linling's figure before she had time. In less than a moment, at the door of a small warehouse, Linling easily lifted a piece of iron sheet from the roof and drilled in, avoiding the camera and starting to take the meat and vegetables refrigerated in the warehouse from the dead corner. Of course, Linling will not take too much at one time, just take some in batches, otherwise it will be too wasteful if you can't finish eating it for a long time, it will be moldy and rotten, and it will be enough for the big guy to get rations for about 3 or 4 days every time, and if it is not enough, I am afraid that it will be dangerous to leave the stronghold for too long. After all, in addition to the attack of the original intestines, the cursed child is also hated by ordinary people over the years. There have also been many cases of extremists abusing and killing the children of the damned or attacking the outer periphery with explosives. Otherwise Linling also wants everyone to be able to eat hearty food every day, and it is precisely because of this that Linling is determined to make a change. Great harvest, great harvest. Carrying a package several times larger than herself, Linling walked down the street happily, taking more than 200 caddies of various meats, vegetables, and fruits, almost nearly 500 caddies, plus 2 large bags of rice, enough for everyone to eat for about a week. Walking on the road, looking at the passers-by looking at themselves with disgust and avoiding the attitude of avoiding the plague god from afar, Linling felt a little angry, although she had experienced it many times, but she was still very uncomfortable. But her dress was really conspicuous, and she could see at a glance that it was the outer periphery. After all, most of the little loli who were dressed in such tatters were cursed children, even if they were not first-class beggars, and they belonged to the existence of being disgusted. At this moment, a noise attracted Linling's attention. Not far from the street 540, a girl dressed almost like herself was being grabbed by 2 men, shouting something. You can vaguely hear thieves, garbage, and other words. This is also a norm. After all, children living in the outer area, in addition to stealing, the only way to survive is to pick up garbage and waste and the like. If you don't see it, forget it. Since you see it, Linling will not sit idly by. Carrying hundreds of pounds of things on his back, he still rushed out with agility, and kicked each other's butts in front of the 2 men who grabbed the little girl, and kicked them directly to the ground. This is still because Linling's subordinates were merciful, ignoring the 2 people who were killing pigs and covering their butts on the ground and shouting. Linling grabbed the little girl who was stunned and ran. The terrain here is clear to herself, but the little girl doesn't know if she is tired or can't keep up with the speed. The people chasing behind are gradually approaching, and the 2 policemen led by the 2 policemen directly took out their pistols and began to shoot at this side. There is really no scruple at all. A bunch of bastards. Sure enough, it's better to die than clean. Feeling that the package was shot several times, Linling continued to run, bent down and picked up 2 stones, turned around and threw stones at the 2 policemen. That's thank you, panting. This trip down is tired, even if there is a virus factor that causes the body to be much stronger than the average person. But it is not endless, but it is a pity that the stolen things are not brought, and it is in vain. I see that you don't belong to the kind of person who has combat effectiveness. It's better to do less or not to do this kind of thing. And what's your name? Linling asked. Lily of the Valley. I got my own name. You are also from the outer periphery. Cooperate with me? I know a lot of good places. With your speed, we can definitely gain something from cooperating with each other. The little girl still doesn't give up, and she still wants to pull Linling to do it together. In this regard, Linling directly gave the other party a breakdown and said, "Don't take what I just said as wind in your ears. Come with me. Don't do this kind of thing in the future. I don't like your mouth over there." Woo. What's the matter? What are you crying about? No, I'm so impressed. No one has done this to me yet. Looking at Lily of the Valley with a black line and tears, Linling felt that she had picked up a crying bag and came back, took out a small bag of biscuits from her pocket and threw it to Lily of the Valley, let her go first, and then take her back to the outer periphery. Hey! Next to an abandoned building, when Linling was about to take Lily of the Valley to the broken bridge through the path, she was intercepted by 2 familiar figures. It was the pair of Yanlang. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? Linling raised her eyebrows. Why do you want to kill Don't you think you've gone too far, said Rentaro with a puzzled expression. Our lady, are you? The other party has already fired, and I guess this is a legitimate defense. With a sneer, Lin Ling replied as she sneered. But, after all, you're fine, you don't have to kill at all. The tone was weak, and Rentaro said with some lack of confidence. If you're here to preach, then I'm sorry, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense, let's go. Holding Lily of the Valley's hand, Lin Ling walked directly across the two towards the broken bridge. Rentaro's Madonna character can be said to be a good person in the general era of peace, and the popularity must be very good, but in this apocalyptic era, this kind of character will only harm others, not to mention that the idea is so naive. If it weren't for the role of the protagonist's aura, Rentaro would have known what it would be like to die. It's really hard to imagine why Rentaro has experienced so much, why his character can still be so virgin. Can you wait a minute? Little girl. On the broken bridge, a masked figure walked out, followed by a little lorry, who seemed to have been waiting for Lin Ling for a long time. Who are you? Is there something wrong? One after another, Lin Ling sighed helplessly. The crazy father and daughter were also looking for themselves, and they really didn't know that they were attracted there. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. Under the leech Shadow Yin, this is my initiator and my daughter leech Little Binay. Little girl, what is your name? Lin Ling, say something quickly, I'm in a hurry. Looking at the sky, it was already evening, and it was almost time to finish eating. Lin Ling wanted to send the food back quickly. Lin Ling? I said it straightforwardly. I want to ask if you would like to be our companion? Shadow Yin bluntly sent out an invitation. Why? Looking at each other suspiciously, Lin Ling didn't know why Ying Yin wanted to invite herself to join them, but with this crazy conspirator, Lin Ling didn't think that he would be a person all the way. From the beginning, I witnessed a scene of Lin Ling's great power in the forest. With your strength, if you are willing to live a rich life, but for the sake of other cursed children to fall to such a point, it is a pity. In my opinion, they 2.0 are completely beyond the new era of modern human beings. After the mass extinction, only capable people like us can survive. Join us, Lin Ling. We can work together to build a new world of a new order. When the time comes, capable people like us are the leaders, and the incompetent are only worthy of our rule. Well, what you're saying makes sense, but I need to think about it. Lin Ling still agrees with Ying Yin's words, but this kind of thing needs to be cautious, and it's always right to think about it more. No problem, if Lin Ling is willing, I can open the door for you at any time, and to show my sincerity, I will give you a big gift tomorrow, so stay tuned. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't refuse, in Ying Yin's opinion, he was already half of the success, and the purpose of this trip was achieved, so he turned around and left with Little Binay. Is this what you call sincerity? Looking at the two trucks in front of her with a black line, Lin Ling opened the back door, and there were all kinds of refrigerated meat and canned fish, as well as a lot of vegetables and fruits, all of which were food, which was at least more than 10 tons, enough for the children here to eat and drink for several months. How? Are you satisfied? I spent a lot of effort trying to get this. Ying Yin lamented that it was not easy to transport so much food to the outer periphery. Well, I see your sincerity, so can you tell me what your so-called plan for establishing a new order is? Sitting down on a stone at random, Lin Ling looked at Ying Yin and asked directly. Of course, the first thing is to get the inheritance of the 7 stars. Shadow Yin directly explained his plans one by one. You don't have to listen to Lin Ling to understand Shadow Yin's thoughts. Simply put, it means to break and then stand. Originally Shadow Yin will be more extreme, directly attracting V's gastrulation to cause the mass extinction in Tokyo, but now with Lin Ling's joining, the plan will be changed. It will not be a simple destruction, but it will be rebuilt in 27 lines, so the point of summoning the original gastrulation creature can only be used as a bargaining chip for the time being, but the premise is to get the inheritance of the 7 stars first. So, what do you need me to do? After listening to Ying Yin's tirade, Lin Ling said bluntly, in this plan, Lin Ling did not find her own position. It seems that even if she doesn't have to participate, she can implement this plan with Ying Yin's mind and strength. Lin Ling, your task is very simple, the inheritance of the 7 stars. It is enough for me and Xiao Bina. Your words are mainly to collect all the cursed children in the outer periphery, not only this small piece on your side, and then wait for my notice. Ying Yin said with a smile, which sounded very reasonable, but it was all nonsense. However, Lin Ling nodded and agreed. Anyway, there is no loss to herself, and the two are working together for the first time. Lin Ling doesn't believe that Ying Yin will trust herself unconditionally, and fully explain her own plans. There are no real good people in this last world. Anyway, I will see how Ying Yin behaves next. Under absolute strength, Lin Ling's confidence is still very strong, and she will not change everything. Didn't stay here for a long time. Ying Yin left with Little Binay. Lin Ling took a group of long-awaited little lorry, began to unload, and I want to add a meal tonight, and it's a big meal, but in the cooking considerations of the little lorry, Lin Ling directly took on the role of the chef, set up several cauldrons on a flat ground and started to cook on the fire, and then looked at the lowly who ate round and happy on their faces, which was really full of accomplishment. In the calm afternoon, Lin Ling took Lily of the Valley towards another stronghold. In addition to the group of the Cursed Children where Lin Ling was, there were several groups of the Cursed Children around the megalithic monument in the Tokyo district, and Lily of the Valley ran out of another group. Because of the lack of food, it was already a normal thing for the children of the curse to run to Tokyo to enter this kind of thing, and what made Lin Ling care was that the leader of the group, where Lily of the Valley was located, was not Lin Ling's child, but an old man, a real human old man. Matsuzaki, an old man who takes care of the cursed children in the outer periphery, is kind, but because of his limited ability, he can't take care of all the cursed children, but he devotes all his energy to the old man of the cursed son, and he belongs to the rare human beings on the side of the cursed child, and Lin Ling just wants to talk to the old man this time, and then take in the little loli who the old man shelters. Even if he doesn't agree to Yingyan's plan, Lin Ling already wants to build a city that belongs to the cursed child. Knock knock knock, a sewer mouth, knock on the manhole cover. The weather is not very good today, it's raining, I'm soaking wet, and it's uncomfortable. What's the matter? The manhole cover opened, and a little lorry looked at Lin Ling in front of her and asked, but the next moment after seeing the lily of the valley next to Lin Ling, she directly opened the manhole cover and ran up and hugged the lily of the valley and said worriedly, "Where did you go? Everyone is worried about you, and you haven't come back for several days." "I'm sorry, Vanilla," Lily of the Valley said apologetically. "Don't stand here stupidly, let's go in first." Since it was an acquaintance, it was much easier to do, Lin Ling hurriedly urged. The three of them entered the sewer, covered the manhole cover, and under the leadership of the two, Lin Ling soon came to the location in the depths of the sewer. Although the same environment was very poor, but the layout was quite warm, there was a taste of home, and the curious outcropping loli around looked quite ruddy and healthy. This situation made Lin Ling admire the old man Matsuzaki a little. "Elder, another guest," Vanilla shouted at a kind-looking old man as she trotted out. "Satomi Rentaro, I didn't expect to meet you here." Lin Ling looked at the other visitor and raised her eyebrows. It was really quite unexpected. "Lin Ling, I just wanted to ask if you have seen Yanzu. You should be very familiar with this area." Rentaro took out a photo of Yanzu and said, because of the good things that Yingyan did, Yanzu's identity in the school was exposed, and the result can be imagined. Now Yanzu can't be found anywhere, and Rentaro is also in a hurry, and the only hope at present is in the outer periphery. "I'm sorry, I didn't see it, and I'm not here for something like 540. Lin Ling said coldly. Anyway, she doesn't have a good impression of Rentaro. "What do you think of Yeonju for?" said Rentaro angrily. "Oh, you're angry, are you? What do you think of us? Props, calamity, monster, do you still need me to give examples one by one?" Lin Ling retorted with a sneer, looking at the speechless Rentaro, and disdainfully crossed the other party to the old man who was silently looking at this side and said, "Hello Grandpa, I'm Lin Ling." "Hello, kid, let's go in and talk about the details." Matsuzaki got up and said, Lily of the Valley had briefly explained to him just now, but this kind of matter is not a trivial matter, it is related to the future of all cursed children, and it must be done carefully. "No problem." Nodding, Lin Ling also understands Matsuzaki's concerns, but Lin Ling is confident that Matsuzaki will support him, and only he has the ability to let everyone live a good life, and when ordinary people or high-level people make changes, I don't know how much sacrifice to pay. These are not necessary at all in Lin Ling's opinion. The weak eat the strong, and the strong are respected. This is an eternal truth. Since people do not accept the cursed sun, then let the cursed sun rule the people. It's a very simple truth, isn't it? It's noisy, the hunt has begun. Standing on a high ground, Lin Ling looked at the forest in the distance, and could vaguely hear the sound of gunshots and people's roars or sorrowful screams. Yesterday, Matsuzaki agreed to Lin Ling's proposal and merged the two sides, and now the number of cursed children has reached the level of nearly 300 people. It can be said that at least 80% of the number of people in the outer periphery has been gathered, and it is not unsatisfactory that there are not many of the more than 300 people who have combat effectiveness, only more than 20, but the other cursed children have a very high IQ, much stronger than ordinary people. A little teaching, it will definitely not be bad in terms of support and logistics, and it can come in a big role. The number of people has come up, and the corresponding places have become smaller. Some of them can't live, and they must be expanded. In this regard, Lin Ling is ready to do a big vote, and leave the place in an instant. Lin Ling quickly walked towards the ladder. At this time, Yingyan should have already got the inheritance of the 7 stars. The show has begun. Lin Ling also wants to participate in one. The legacy of the 7 stars is an important prop, whether it is useful or not. Multiple chips are always good. With Lin Ling's speed, with all his strength, within a few seconds, he had already come to the top of the forest near the ladder, and he was restless. The gastrulation creatures around him had begun to go berserk, and the roars and fighting sounds of the Arugula creatures could be heard everywhere. 540, and when they were close to the ladder, Lin Ling saw a group of threesomes. It was Rentaro and Yanzu, and another little lorry together. "Rentaro, there is someone in the sky." Yanzu seemed to have spotted Lin Ling and shouted in surprise. "What? Lotus Taro thought that Yanzo was joking at first, but the next moment, looking at Linling who had been stagnant in the sky for a while and left by herself, Rentaro was also a little dumbfounded, although he knew that Linling was very powerful, a little different from other cursed children, but he didn't expect to be able to do it to such a point. It was simply challenging the boundaries of science, although the existence of gastrulation is already unscientific, but it is also a factor created by the virus, and it can still be linked to science, but Linling's superpower like this ability cannot be explained by science, at least the current science cannot explain it. Although I don't know what the reason is, on the side of the latter, a large number of gastrulation creatures have gathered here, and those police combinations who accepted the hire are probably almost dead, either destroyed by the gastrulation creatures or killed by the group of Shadow Yin, but it's a pity that those little Lori glanced at the gathered gastrulation creatures with disdain. Linling condensed the demonic power, and in an instant, the sky changed drastically, a large number of dark clouds gathered, and then lightning surged, and the next second it bombarded the gastrulation creatures everywhere. Thunder, and a large area of the forest was covered by thunder and lightning, and it was also the most shocking scene. In an instant, a large number of proto-intestinal creatures were directly wiped out by the lightning, and the original forest became much more sparse as if it had been reclaimed by an invisible giant shovel. It's a lot quieter now, although there are still some fish that have slipped through the net, but it doesn't matter anymore. Linling entered an abandoned town, and at a glance, it was full of corpses of the police combination, and there were all kinds of deaths, and at the top of a church, Linling saw the figures of Yingyan and Xiaobinei. Oh, isn't this Linling? What's wrong? Yingyan looked at Linling who fell from the sky in surprise, and Xiaobina on the side had a disappointed look on his face. He didn't like Linling very much. Well, I want the inheritance of the 7 stars, it's in your hands. Linling directly stated the purpose. It's true that I've got it, don't you want to do anything? Yingyan asked curiously, always feeling that things were going to develop in a direction that was beyond his expectations. You don't have to worry about this, I'll take the 7 stars. Linling jumped down directly, came to the door of the church, pushed open the door, and sure enough, the box where the inheritance of the 7 stars was placed was on the table on the stage. Wait, Linling, at least you have to tell me your plan, right? Do you want to take away the inheritance of the 7 stars? Yingyan intercepted in front of Linling very incomprehensibly. This is not the same as saying yes. Don't you know that women can change their faces easily? Grinning, Linling reached out and slapped Yingyan's abdomen, directly bouncing it out. Daddy. Looking at the shadow that had broken several large trees and rolled into the depths of the forest, little Binay suddenly couldn't care much and hurriedly ran over. Picking up the legacy of the 7 stars, Linling left the town. Not enough seemed to be a step late. On the sea in the distance, a huge gastrulation creature was approaching the Tokyo area. It was the gastrulation creature of V, Scorpio, one of the zodiac signs of the zodiac. This time the inheritance of the 7 stars was taken for nothing. Scorpio had already come out, returned to the town, rummaged over the corpse of the policeman, found the communicator and turned it on. Fortunately, these devices have not been destroyed and can still be used. After trying it, Linling understood how to use it, and immediately connected, and soon connected to the government departments in Tokyo, and saw the Holy Son of Heaven sitting in the main seat and the girl Rentaro's crush on Mugang and the old fox of Tiantong Kiku, although Scorpio appeared, but these people were quite calm. Are you? Asked the Son of Heaven curiously looking at Linling on the screen. Although he was dressed like a beggar, where was his foundation? Although he was young, he already had a stunning appearance. Let me introduce myself. Linling, as you can see, is the son of the damned, and the inheritance of the 7 stars is in my hands. Picking up the box, Linling said with a smile. Do you have any conditions? Linling. The Son of Heaven was not stupid, and immediately heard what Linling meant. It's simple, I'm going to have a lot of metal, a lot of money, I'm going to build a town in the outer periphery that belongs to the cursed child. Linling directly stated her purpose. Impossible? Metal is an important strategic resource, and it is a waste to build a town for the cursed child. It is simply a waste. There is no need to say anything about this kind of terrorist. Well, I'm just here to negotiate the conditions. If you don't agree, forget it. After all, I don't want to go too far unless it's a last resort. Shrugged her shoulders, Linling had an indifferent attitude. This is also a temptation, but it seems that the possibility is too small. The Son of Heaven consciously wants to improve the social status of the cursed son, but the people and many high-level leaders in the general direction still maintain an attitude of rejection. In this case, Linling no longer has any mercy for this group of hopeless idiots. Please wait. Can you give us a moment to think about it? The Son of Heaven spoke. After all, she is the leader of the Tokyo district. Although she does not have much real power, but nominally she has the final say. If the Son of Heaven insists, others will also have to take into account the attitude of the Son of Heaven. I'll give you half an hour, then Scorpio will arrive, then it's night. By the way, I forgot to say, Scorpio I can destroy it. After this opportunity, there will be no store in this village. With a grin, Linling turned off the communicator and found a place to sit down, watching the scene of the huge gastrulation moving towards Tokyo. I won't let this end the matter. Lord Saint Tianze has approved my battle plan, and the answer lies in your southeast direction. Ladder. Putting down his phone, Rentaro looked at the tower towering not far away. It was currently the only powerful weapon capable of destroying V-class proto-intestinal creatures, and it was also the only hope for Tokyo City at the moment. For the first time, Rentaro ran towards the ladder with Yenzu. As long as he successfully filled the metal and hit the Scorpio with sublight speed, even the V-gastrulation creatures could be eliminated. This is the plan proposed by Mugang to the Son of Heaven. Although Linling said that he could eliminate Scorpio, but the credibility is too low. It is impossible to gamble on this small probability at the cost of the entire city, and most of the high-level officials obviously do not support the establishment of any towns for the Cursed Sun. Only the Saint Heaven's own proposal for the Cursed Sun's Bill of Rights has been strongly hindered, not to mention that Linling's excessive request finally retreated. Everyone still decided to use the plan proposed by Mugang to eliminate Scorpio, as for Linling's suggestion, except for the Holy Son of Heaven and Mugang, most of the others chose to ignore it. The inferiority of human beings. Linling is very clear. Whether his proposal can be adopted, Linling actually has a number in his heart, but he still has a little hope. But unfortunately no one has grasped this hope. Watching the ladder not far away start to start, Linling naturally understands what the other party is paying attention to, but then let himself completely beat people into the bottom of despair. It's good. Looking at the speed of Scorpio's movement, it is estimated that it will be 5 or 6 minutes before it can enter the Tokyo area, and the missiles launched in the Tokyo area will not stop the movement of Scorpio at all, nor will it cause any damage. V has entered a new level, and it is not at all comparable to the gastrulation creatures below level 6, and at this time, the ladder has begun to gather energy, and the head is aimed at Scorpio, and the cannonball of hope will be launched. It's a shame that you didn't accept my offer. Opening the communication, Linling flew into the air and looked at the images of the Holy Son of Heaven and others displayed in the communication. The ladder has been activated. Scorpio, we can handle it ourselves. Tendo Kakuno said disdainfully, and in his opinion, even a mass extinction did not need the protection of the Cursed Child, and he was a staunch opponent of the Cursed Child. It's ridiculous, it's pathetic, so you have a good understanding of what despair is. With a cold smile, Linling turned off the communication, and looked at the ray that had already gathered energy, and burst out with a ray of intense light that shot straight at Scorpio, and in an instant, Linling came directly to the position in front of the light, and in the shocked eyes of everyone who was paying attention to the situation on this side of the ladder, he stretched out a hand to block the light. Boom! A violent explosion exploded in midair, but it was quickly erased by an inexplicable force in an instant, and the only hope and the only shell in Tokyo was easily destroyed by Linling. How is that possible? Is this still human? It's over. The only bullet. Hope was shattered. Linling swiped casually, directly cut off the barrel of the ladder, completely cut off the last vitality of the Tokyo area. Looking at the Scorpio constellation that had come to the periphery of the Tokyo area, Linling instantly appeared on the top of the head of the Scorpio, waved his hand. The giant steel seemed to be bombarded by a huge iron hammer, and it was directly scattered to the ground. The mass extinction begins? I'm going to rebuild it, and I'm going to get a good idea of what despair is. Simply as a matter of all this, Linling flew to another boulder not far away and sat down, and began to appreciate the closing moment of the city. The people who fled in a panic, the buildings were broken everywhere, and the army of proto-intestinal creatures led by Scorpio passed all the way. A large number of civilians died, and then they were assimilated into new creatures to join this massacre, and there is nothing more than purgatory on Earth. But Tokyo will not sit still. Many people spontaneously began to resist the invasion of proto-intestinal organisms, and the self-defense forces have also gathered towards this side, and a large number of police groups have also joined the resistance team. At this moment, it seems that everyone has put aside their prejudices and began to unite with the outside world. Not far away, Rentaro is also rushing back with Yansu. In Linling's opinion, it is really ironic. In peacetime it is abandoned like a piece of cake, and when it comes to a crisis, it is only when it is in crisis that he understands the importance of the Cursed Child. Dealing with the original intestinal creatures, in addition to the weapon made of the hammer, only the Cursed Child can effectively kill the original intestinal creatures. Ordinary people have no use except trembling and running around or waiting for death, and there is even a face discrimination that can protect their Cursed Child. Did opened the communication. Linling looked at the nervous Shengtianzi in the communication and smiled. I have agreed to your conditions. Please put an end to this mass extinction. The Son of Heaven said in a pleading tone, but the Tiantong Ju's Hishan on the side did not move, standing aside and closing his eyes to recuperate. Don't you think it's too late now, Lord Son of Heaven, and do you see it? Your self-defense forces, the performance is really unsatisfactory, but they are much more powerful by the policemen who you don't care about, and they sacrifice their lives to resist the original Ergula. Linling sneered. What do you have to do before you want to stop? There was a moment of silence before the Son of Heaven said again. No, it's better for this distorted society to be destroyed, and it is best to re-establish a new order. Linling turned off the communication and threw it off the giant stone tablet casually. No one could stop this mass extinction. Asking for flowers 0. Flying down, looking at the police combination who forgot to die, Lin Ling was a little distressed. These are all cute little Lori. Is it worth it to work so hard to protect this city that discriminates against them? Maybe it is worth it in their eyes, but Lin Ling doesn't want them to die worthless like this, so she waved her hand and activated her natural ability to isolate the cells made of clay by these policemen, and suddenly there was no obstruction from the police, and the remaining self-defense forces were not at all weather, and they were quickly defeated by the army of intestinal creatures. Stop, Lin Ling. A figure jumped in from a distance, and the metal prosthetic leg was kicked by Lin Ling, and it was Satomi Rentaro and Yanzo who rushed back. Ridiculous, just up to you, easily grabbed the other party's prosthetic leg, and Lin Ling directly removed Rentaro's leg with slight force. Millions of lives in this city are innocent, please. Standing on one foot, Rentaro gritted his teeth with red eyes and said, no matter how wrong it is, this is one of the only pure lands left for mankind, and there are still a large number of people alive, and there are many people who do not reject the children of the damned. Everything can be changed slowly, and there is no need for such extreme destruction. 0. To be honest, I hate people like you the most. Sighing, Lin Ling didn't look at the police combination in the cage. Those initiators little Lori were all very determined, and they all spontaneously wanted to protect the city. This situation made Lin Ling feel very bad, as if she had done something wrong. Obviously everything she did was for them. I don't care whatever, please spare this city. It seems that seeing that Lin Ling's attitude has softened a little, Rentaro hits the railway while it is hot. Rentaro, the concubine body is also with you, no matter what. The concubine body will always be on your side. Yanzo walked over, supported Rentaro, and looked at Lin Ling with the same firm gaze. Feeling fed a mouthful of dog food, Lin Ling waved his hand, and under everyone's surprised gaze, a flame erupted, extending out with Lin Ling as the center, and landed on the surrounding gastrulation creatures, and in an instant, these gastrulation creatures, including Scorpio, were all turned into ashes, and the desperate army of gastrulation creatures was wiped out in less than a moment. Let the Son of Heaven come and talk to me, this is your last chance. I believe that with my ability, even if you don't need the original intestines, you should understand that I can easily destroy this city. Sitting down on the ruins, Lin Ling said condescendingly, at least establish an autonomous region that belongs to the Cursed Sons first. Anyway, the original purpose has been achieved. It is refreshing to kill them all, but the reconstruction and resource needs and the establishment of a new order will be very troublesome, and all factors must be taken into account before it can be done. Ding, trigger side quests, change Rentaro's mind, re-educate him, voluntarily say that he is willing to be a helper to help the host, complete a reward package, and the penalty for failure, deprive the host of all abilities, time limit, within 3 days. Nanny. Listening to the sudden system prompt, Lin Ling was a little confused. In 3 days, with Rentaro's personality and such a vague concept of the task, he didn't know how to do it. If he wanted to suddenly trap people like this, it was really impossible to prevent it. Walking out of the newly built building, Lin Ling came to the roof, and now the surrounding area has become a construction site. After negotiation, the outer periphery area has been recognized by the Holy Son of Heaven's autonomy. Lin Ling served as the head of the autonomous region renamed the Cursed Sun Sanctuary, and then according to the signed 5 agreements, first, the human rights of the Cursed Sun must be protected, and there must be no discrimination and bullying, otherwise the autonomous region has the right to enforce the law and severely punish it. 542nd. All the management of the autonomous region shall be carried out by the autonomous region itself, and the Tokyo district shall not interfere in the slightest. Third, the cursed child must become the initiator voluntarily, and the promoter as a partner must also pass the assessment of the shelter before he can form a partner with the initiator. Fourth, the Tokyo ward must unconditionally provide the autonomous region with the food and resources it needs. And fifth, as a corresponding condition, the autonomous region can give the autonomous region the help it can when the Tokyo ward is in trouble. In addition to these 5 core agreements, the other regulations are basically in accordance with the regulations of the Tokyo district. Even so, this is already a great thing for the cursed children. They can go to school normally, eat and receive education, and they can make many new friends. But the agreement is an agreement, and although the general situation of the people has improved, there is still not much change, which will take time to eliminate those prejudices. Your Excellency, it's time to deal with the documents. The autonomous region has just been established, and there are still many issues that need to be decided by you. Qianxiao Xiaoxi climbed up the ladder and said, she also joined the autonomous region after losing her partner, and became Lin Ling's secretary. Because it was mainly an assistant, Xiaoxi was very smart. Basically she completely got started with the role of secretary after a few days of study, and all kinds of physical objects were handled in an orderly manner. So Lin Ling became a hands-off shopkeeper, and not important things were left to Xiaoxi to deal with. Got it. What about Rentaro? Picked up Xiaoxi, Lin Ling jumped down. Rentaro and Yanzo are in the living room, and Miss Kisajai is also there, and it is said that they want to open a police branch in the autonomous region, and I hope that the head of the government will approve it. Natsuyo replied. Whatever, let Lily of the Valley deal with this kind of thing. She has a strong talent in business, and she can just train it. Lin Ling was too lazy to care. Understood, then please go back to the office. The documents have accumulated a lot in the past few days, and there are still many engineering situations that need your approval before proceeding. Xiaoxi formulaically took out a small notebook, which recorded all kinds of things that Lin Ling needed to deal with and various arrangements. It's okay to leave this alone, let Rentaro come and see me. After thinking about it, Lin Ling waved her hand and said, understood. Nodding, Xiaoxi already understood, and went to implement Lin Ling's orders very obediently. It didn't take long for Rentaro to come over with Yanzu, and now the part of Tokyo has begun to be rebuilt, the megalith monument has been re-erected, and the outer periphery area has also erected a circle of walls. Everything has returned to peacetime, and the biggest change is the treatment of the cursed sun. For this point Rentaro is a supportive attitude, but I don't like Lin Ling to use such extreme and tough means to implement it, especially during the period. There are also some extreme people who reject the cursed sun, and they have carried out several terrorist attacks, and were shot by Lin Ling on the spot, instead of not killing people without saying a word. This feeling is too much. Even if I understand that Lin Ling's approach is not wrong, I always have some pimples in my heart. Yinzu, can you please wait outside for a while? I have something I want to talk to Rentaro alone. Sitting on the chair in the posture of a boss, Lin Ling said with her chin propped up with her hands. Okay, the concubine is waiting for you outside. Nodding, Yanzu obediently went out, although Lin Ling's things were excessive, but the result was indeed very good. Watching her compatriots show happy smiles one by one, and her social status has also been improved, Yanzu also empathizes with her, and has become very worshipful of Lin Ling, especially when she is accepted by the school again. Those friends no longer reject her, and even some cases of worshipping her make Yanzu very happy. Is there anything going on? Sitting directly opposite Lin Ling, Rentaro had a lazy expression on his face. Now you have also seen the results of everything I have done. How do you feel? Do you want to join my construction, and create a better world for everyone together? Lin Ling sent out an invitation with a smile. Everything is for the task, there is no way, the price to pay if you don't do it is too great. You don't have a fever, do you? Rentaro looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling's attitude towards him had always been relatively bad, and suddenly talking to himself so gently made Rentaro feel a little frightened. In a word, do you do it or not? A cross appeared on her forehead. Lin Ling slapped the table directly and got up and grabbed Rentaro's collar, and looked directly into Rentaro's eyes and said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. You just do what you think. Anyway, you're doing pretty well, aren't you? Rentaro's attitude of indifference, returning to peacetime. The problem of the cursed child has also been improved, and his only goal now is to live in peace. You must know that he is poor, and his family still raises Yanzu, and the daily food cost is a big problem. Didn't your company want me to open a branch here? How about becoming my subsidiary? Double your salary, strengthen your salary, and give you 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Lin Ling threw out a bait and said, such generous conditions. Lin Ling didn't believe that Lotus Taro was not moved, but Lin Ling was obviously different. For Lin Ling's proposal, Rentaro was still very moved, but he still said very decisively, this matter needs to be agreed by Miss Kijin. I can't be the master of this. If there is nothing else, I will leave first, and there is nothing to do to be courteous or treacherous, although I don't know what your purpose is, but I'm sorry, I 2.0 won't get involved. Looking at Rentaro with an angry face, Lin Ling felt that she was going crazy. She didn't do this for the task. Who TM is rare for you, and even suspected that she had bad intentions. In a fit of anger, Lin Ling directly grabbed Rentaro's collar and pressed it on the table, and sneered, have you ever heard of what it means to toast and not eat and drink? Now give you one last chance to become my person. Can't you be soft, won't you be hard? I won't promise you to kill me. Rentaro also seemed to have a temper, and with an attitude of being tough to kill and listen to respect, he became a hobmeat. Yes, I like your hard temper, don't worry, I won't hurt you. With a grin, Lin Ling showed a black-bellied smile, which suddenly made Rentaro feel creepy, and a cold current surged into his head from the tail vertebrae. Looking at Lin Ling, Rentaro suddenly regretted it. Your Excellency, are you listening? This time the proposal is for the International Starter Ombudsman to establish a branch with us. Xiaoxi looked at the main seat after the report, but found that Lin Ling was missing, and then the skirt was cold and was lifted. It's a strawberry fat, it's really an accident. I thought it would be a pure white fat. Please be serious, okay. Covering her skirt, Xiaoxi took 2 steps back. Lin Ling's performance in the past few days completely ruined the good impression in her heart, and her 3 views were shattered. Yes, there is no problem for the supervisory body to set up a branch, come up with enough money, and also abide by the laws formulated by our autonomous region, otherwise there is no need to talk about it. Sit back in her place, Lin Ling said. Understood, then I'll take my leave first. Nodding, Xiaoxi didn't wait for Lin Ling to speak, and ran away directly. Now Lin Ling has changed from a great leader to a low-end harasser. Most Lori has maintained a respectful attitude towards Lin Ling now, which makes Lin Ling quite helpless. I got up and left the room. It's too boring to stay here all the time. Why don't I go to Tokyo for a walk? Anyway, the construction here has been regularized, and the guard team led by the father and daughter of Yinyan is looking at 540, plus the Tokyo district independently dispatches guards to help maintain order. Basically there should be no problems. Lin Ling, wait. Rentaro walked over with Yanzo and blocked Lin Ling's way. What's wrong? Lin Ling looked innocent. There's a commission to find you. Avoiding Lin Ling's gaze, Rentaro also felt very helpless. Since that incident, he has always wanted to avoid Lin Ling, but this time he couldn't avoid it, because it was the commission of the Son of Heaven, and he had just come back from the Son of Heaven. A few minutes later, after listening to Rentaro's explanation, Lin Ling understood what was going on. Originally the bodyguard's commission was only entrusted to the pair of Rentaro and Yanzo. Lin Ling can only be regarded as incidental. After all, he is the master of the autonomous region, and he has a strength that is more terrifying than the V proto-intestinal creatures. The Son of Heaven also wants to establish a good relationship with Lin Ling, which can be regarded as a common political means. This invitation is a preliminary temptation. If Lin Ling agrees to the request of the Son of Heaven, then everything will be said next. If Lin Ling refuses, then Tokyo District, CHCA, had to consider other ways to contact Lin Ling's side. For this, Lin Ling doesn't care, but this matter can be involved. Remember that a cute Tina little Lori will appear. It's a pity for Rentaro. It's better to take it yourself. The first member Xiaoshi is a little difficult to deal with. Tina should be simpler. Do you want to find a chance to pull Yanza into the water by the way? It looks very delicious, but it's a pity that Rentaro has a lot of good resources and doesn't use it, so he has to hang himself on a tree, and he can't take it down if he is not tough. Then I will inform the Holy Son of Heaven to come and pick you up tomorrow. After replying, Rentaro turned around and left with Yanzo, as if he was already afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't care about Rentaro's attitude. She followed silently, took Yanzo's hand and said, Yanzo-chan, how are you doing at school? It's not bad. Lin Ling-chan also looks at the girl of Tianzu. The next child was interested. Yanzo was very excited. After all, she is still a little Lori, and it is easy to be run away with the rhythm. Lin Ling, what are you doing with us? Said Rentaro with some unhappiness. You go yours, I go mine. This road is not your family. Can you control it? With a slight smile, Lin Ling retorted and directly told Rentaro to shut up. Walking on the road, Rentaro came by bicycle, pushed out the bicycle. Rentaro rode up, Yanzo followed and sat behind. Rentaro was very proud to Lin Ling who was standing on the side and grinned. Bye, Lin Ling, goodbye. Lin Ling can't come with me this time. With such an idea, Rentaro feels really like drinking Sprite. His heart is cold, and he doesn't want to be put on his own by himself. But the next moment, Rentaro obviously troughed Lin Ling's shamelessness, and before he could ride away, his eyes were dark, and then Lin Ling was already sitting on the bicycle frame in front of him, and he unconsciously found a comfortable position to sit down, and the whole person leaned on his arms. You can go, Rentaro. Looking up at Rentaro with a black line on his face, Lin Ling smiled and said, I really never get tired of watching Rentaro eat deflated and be slapped in the face. Helplessly pedaling on a bicycle, Lotus Taro took 2 lorry on the way to the vegetable market today. There are discounts and discounts in the mall. This kind of good opportunity cannot be missed. Every little cost must be used carefully. The world of adults is very cruel. Every day you have to run around for a living. That's too much. On the way back, Rentaro lamented that a police car on the road had been vandalized, and it was said that the police had also been seriously injured and sent to the hospital, and it was also the hand of the cursed child. Why can't everyone get along? Yanza's mood became a little low, and finally the status of the cursed children began to be guaranteed, and everyone slowly began to accept the group of cursed children, but now this is happening again. I don't know. Okay, let's go home. After appeasing Yanzo, Rentaro lifted the bag and said, this time is a bumper harvest. There are meat and vegetables, and a sumptuous dinner that is rare once a month, but you have to enjoy it well. Compared to Rentaro and Yanzo, Lin Ling doesn't care about this kind of thing. After all, there will always be some of these things, just like there are crimes among ordinary people, and the cursed children don't mean that all are good people. The only thing that makes Lin Ling pity is that she didn't meet Tina. According to the current situation, if there is no change, Rentaro should have already contacted Tina, and he still left a number. Follow Rentaro and Yanzo back to the dilapidated little room, although it looks a little shabby, but it has all the organs, and the basic equipment is also available. As a standard housewife and man, Rentaro's housework is still very good. Less than 10 minutes, the table hot pot and seasonings have been set up, and the dishes bought tonight are put into cook, and the rice that has been set up at the set time is also just cooked, and it can be eaten immediately. Ignoring Rentaro's disgusted eyes, Lin Ling, who is thicker than the city wall, doesn't mind at all, and directly takes the initiative to rub the rice to eat. Looking at Rentaro's helpless expression is still so cool. I feel a little addicted to bullying Rentaro. Rentaro? After getting out of the car, Yanzo waved at Rentaro, because this time it was to meet the ruler of Osaka district, Kaiwa Zongxian. Yanzo didn't need to go over, or because of some regulations, he couldn't enter, but Lin Ling and Rentaro got on the elevator together, and went upstairs with the Son of Heaven for this meeting. Mr. Satomi, do you know President Chiwita? I guess I know. When I was adopted by the Tendo family in the past, that Kikuno-chang wanted to train me to be a politician and took me to various meetings. And Chi-woo can be regarded as having a one-sided relationship. It's just that that's a thing of the past. On the contrary, I want to ask you, what kind of person is President Chi-woo in your eyes? As soon as I mention the topic of Chi-woo to Mr. Ju's Hishin, he will look unhappy. Dictator. What's the 540? The Son of Heaven let out a broken sound, blinked his eyes, revealing an interesting expression that he had never seen before, and then turned his whole body around. I'm sorry to see Mr. Satomi. I seem to be a little tired recently due to my busy government affairs. Can you say that again? So, he's a dictatorship. You're kidding? I mean really. Chi-Wu has been assassinated 17 times by the citizens of the Osaka area, you know, right? I said that the leaders of the Sapporo and Sendai regions, as well as the Hakata region, are all capable people who rebuilt the region in just one generation during the desolation period after the Gastria War. I'm the representative of Japan's kind of dream talker, and Chi-Wu is the most dangerous of them all. You have to be careful. Although Rentaro hates the person of Kaiwa Zongxian, the evaluation he gives is still quite high. This is a heroic character. It's good to kill it. Why bother making so much trouble? That's why it's annoying to talk about politics or something. Lin Ling pursed her lips and interjected, simple, rough and direct. Stupid, this will become an international problem. After all, the other party is the president of the region, and if he dies in the Tokyo area, it will cause many unforeseen disputes, and even war. Rentaro explained, for fear that Lin Ling would really mess around and kill people. Lin Ling, who dared to cause a mass extinction in Tokyo, definitely had the courage to do it. I see, as long as that guy doesn't mess with me, I don't bother to pay attention to him. Shrugging her shoulders, Lin Ling said indifferently. It seemed that there was still some unease. Mrs. Lian said a few words, but the elevator had already reached the floor, and the group walked out of the elevator, and on the seat not far away, a fat old man was already waiting to watch the Holy Son of Heaven, who came in get up and took the initiative to greet him. First time we meet, His Royal Highness the Holy Son of Heaven. Perhaps noticing Rentaro, the man's voice suddenly sank. Is the one next to him the adopted son of the Tendo family? You're not dead, you're an old man. Rentaro said sarcastically unceremoniously. A broken policeman speaks to me to be careful. Are you going to take this? Glancing at Rentaro with disdain, Chi-Wu Zongxian turned to the Holy Son of Heaven and said, please sit down first, His Highness the Holy Son of Heaven. The two heads of state sat opposite each other, and Rentaro, who was the bodyguard in the seat, stood behind the Son of Heaven, and Lin Ling sat with the Son of Heaven very unceremoniously, and the Son of Heaven didn't care about this, and the others naturally didn't say much, so they didn't immediately enter the topic, but Chi-Wu Zongxian said to Rentaro, so what? Rentaro, I've heard that you used a railgun to take down Stage V and destroyed it beyond repair. Do you know how important that thing is? So what? It's a weapon that will move to the surface of the moon one day and attack the intestinal creatures on the surface from the moon. Listening to this boring conversation, Lin Ling was bored with the hand of the Son of Heaven. It seems that the matter of defeating Scorpio in Tokyo district was not completely publicized, but the Scorpio killed by using a railgun, that is, a ladder, and most of the other facts were concealed. Lin Ling could also understand this. After all, this is also the country's consistent method to minimize the impact. This meeting lasted for several hours. What was going on? Lin Ling didn't bother to listen, and finally fell asleep directly on the lap of the Son of Heaven, and when he woke up, he was already sitting in the car. The meeting was over. The face of the Son of Heaven looked a little depressed. It seemed that this conversation with Kaiwa Xianzong had a big impact on the Son of Heaven. Open the window. Lin Ling instantly got up and said, there was a murderous aura that locked the Son of Heaven. What's wrong? Lin Ling the Son of Heaven wondered. But the next moment, Lin Ling had already smashed the car window with a punch, stretched out his hand and held it out of thin air, and the sniper bullet appeared in Lin Ling's hand at the moment. It was the assassin who attacked. Let Rentaro protect the Holy Son of Heaven. Lin Ling flew out directly from the window. Tina finally started to act, but he couldn't miss this good opportunity, although the distance of the other party's sniper was as high as thousands of meters, but it was not too much for Lin Ling's perception. Within a few seconds, Lin Ling had already sensed that the only breath had been found in a building in the direction of the sniper. It should be Tina's. It was right. She was moving fast now. It seemed that she had fled immediately after finding that the sniper had failed, but it was too slow and too late for Lin Ling. She sped up, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had already come to the floor, and as expected, a delicious little lorry ran downstairs with a gun bigger than her own. The target has been discovered. The master ball is ready to be captured. Grinning, Lin Ling reappeared and had already intercepted Tina's way. Who looked at Lin Ling 2.0 in front of him like a ghost in surprise. Tina raised the gun in her hand and smashed it directly. Click. Tina felt a lightness in her hand, and then found that the gun had been in the other party's hand, and was easily dismantled in half and scrapped directly. Without hesitation, Tina turned around and ran out of the window, jumped out of the building suddenly, and fell on the opposite floor. But the next moment what made Tina dumbfounded was that she was suddenly hugged by someone. It's worthy of Lori, it's really comfortable to hold, and the saying that the soft voice is very reasonable. Lin Ling felt the feel of Tina's small body and praised, and landed steadily on the top of the opposite floor with Tina. Let go. Tina, who struggled fiercely, resisted Lin Ling's strong suppression, and was easily pressed against the wall by Lin Ling. Not to mention, hooking her chin was a kiss. Well, it tastes great, the first member decided. Looking at Tina, who was about to hold her breath, Lin Ling made a decision very happily, and the task has also progressed. It is really a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Why did you do this? Tina, who had finally recovered, looked at Linling puzzled. She didn't expect that such a powerful enemy would be her own compatriots, and there was no mention of such a powerful number one person as Linling in Tina's impression and in the familiar information. Why, I like it. Come home with me. A princess hugged Tina, and Linling immediately flashed. After a while, back to Linling's mansion in the autonomous region, Tina didn't understand what the situation was. She was locked by Linling with a smile on her face and fell down, and began to carry out educational exchange activities. Satomi, why did you come so late? Opening the door of the company, Rentaro came in and saw Kujin sitting in the main seat complaining to himself. Rentaro, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yinju pounced. What are you talking about? I'll be here as soon as class is over. Lotus Taro is a little confused about the current situation. Usually he came at this point in time. Yes, since the attack on the Son of Heaven has passed for a week, there is almost nothing to do. If it weren't for the Son of Heaven's side to get a lot of compensation, it is estimated that Rentaro will have to worry about living expenses at this time. Come and sit down, I've got something to tell you. Mugang said with a smile. What's the matter? Said Rentaro, sitting down across from Kujin. Brother Rentaro, please drink water. Tina came over with a plate. Thank you, Tina. Poof, Tina, why are you here? Rentaro looked at Tina in surprise. This time's murderer Rentaro heard the Holy Son of Heaven say, it is said that Tina, who was arrested by Linling, was imprisoned in the autonomous region, but he didn't expect to come here now. Just now Rentaro was still thinking that he hoped that Tina could live happily in the autonomous region. I hired her. Mu Zheng walked over and said, in fact, it was better to say that Linling agreed to Tina's request and asked her to come over to help. Although there was only one side, she had a good impression of Rentaro, and Tina felt that she had nothing to do in the autonomous region, so she offered to be a police officer and came to Mulai to work. Higher, this successive Italian Taro couldn't slow down. Yes, because of Linling, Tina was pardoned, and she was arranged to come to us because she wanted to atone for her sins. Mu Gang hugged Tina and rubbed it, full of doting appearance. The concubine finally has a junior. Yanzo also hugged her heartily and rubbed Tina's face together. Brother Rentaro, I'm going to be taken care of at the Tendo Civil Security Company from today. Please give me a lot of advice, said Tina, politely. Please advise, scratching his head, Rentaro sighed and smiled, although he was frightened, but the result was quite good. A few days later, in the mansion of the autonomous region, Linling was watching a news broadcast to Xiaoxi to herself, and the beautiful host on it was reporting, the head of the Tokyo regional branch of the anti-cursed sun movement was attacked and killed yesterday night. According to the testimony of eyewitnesses, the murderer was a child from the outer periphery, the police. Turning off the TV, Linling yawned and looked at Xiaoxi's three faceless faces. Is this the reason for pulling me up early in the morning? This report has caused the status of the cursed child, which had been improved, to be resisted by the public, and there are already demonstrations in Tokyo, and if you don't make changes in time, I'm afraid that it will become worse under the use of some well-intentioned people, and this is your responsibility, Lord, and you can't continue to be lazy. Xiaoxi turned on the preaching mode. It's just a bunch of fools. If the high-level people in Tokyo have a little brain, they will definitely not provoke our autonomous region, which can be relieved, but just in case, let people strengthen some security, and it will be troublesome for some irrational idiots to carry out some terrorist attacks at that time. Stretching her waist, Linling doesn't take this little thing to heart. It's cool to play some loving activities with Tina every day, but it's almost time to add new members. It's not good to put the task on hold like this. It's more reassuring to solve it as soon as possible. Linling, please, can you be serious? Xiaoxi sighed and stopped Linling. Other things are left to the rest, but this matter must be dealt with. For this reason, Xiaoxi is ready to sacrifice the altar. Xiaoxi, do you care so much about the opinions of ordinary people? Linling frowned. I hope everyone can coexist peacefully. Only Linling, you have the ability to do this. Please, if you agree, I can sleep with you tonight. Okay, I'll talk to the Son of Heaven. Wait for me tonight, Xiaoxishan. Linling, who had no discipline, immediately agreed. The second member also has it, and there are still 8 positions. First select, Lise, from the lowly in the autonomous region to complete the task. After all, according to the current progress, his time is running out. Looking at Linling, who was leaving in a hurry, Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief, and then seemed to remember something funny. Couldn't help but show a smile, shook his head and walked away. There are still many things to do in the autonomous region. Nominally a secretary, but in fact, Xiaoxi is the real manager, and most of the things are handled by her, and she is very busy. In the holy abode, the Holy Son of Heaven is in a meeting, and Linling does not bother. After all, Linling will still do basic politeness, and the Holy Son of Heaven is indeed very good. He took out a jar of orange juice from the refrigerator and opened it, poured himself a glass and drank it, although it is located in the urban area of Tokyo district. But Linling can now feel that near the forest on the periphery of the megalithic monument, a large number of protogastrulation creatures are gathering, and it seems that a new round of war is not far away. Linling, you came just in time. There is something that needs your help. In the conference room, the Son of Heaven looked at Linling solemnly, and now there were only the 2 of them and 2 bodyguards in the room, a total of 4 people present. Tell me what? Linling had already guessed it, but it was better to listen to what was going on first, and it would be embarrassing to say the wrong thing. Yesterday night. There is only a stage 4 gastrulation that runs to the 32nd megalith, commonly known as Aldebaran. It is injected with steel erosion liquid into the steel, so after 6 days, the magnetic field of the number 32 megalith will disappear and collapse, although the new megalith steel has begun to be replaced, but it will take 9 days to complete the time. According to the analysis, 3 days after the collapse, the gastrulation will surge, and all the citizens of Tokyo will die or turn into gastrulation. In order to fear that the citizens will panic, we have an intelligence blockade, but after a few days, the megalith will begin to blend. There is no way to keep it hidden. More than 2,000 gastrulation creatures have gathered outside the megalith. The Son of Heaven said in great detail, and emphasized the seriousness of the matter. This disaster is no worse than the mass extinction caused by the V intestines. It is an absolute natural disaster level disaster. Listening to the words of the Holy Son of Heaven, Lin Ling raised his head and said, "So Your Highness the Holy Son of Heaven, you want me to destroy these 540 proto-gastrated creatures until the construction of the giant stone tablet is completed, right?" "That's right, this time it's a major event related to the fate of the entire Tokyo district. I hope Lin Ling you can help us stop this disaster, and for Lin Ling, this matter should be very simple." The Son of Heaven said in a tone that changed, "Of course, we will not let you make a move in vain. For this reason, we have prepared a high reward as your reward this time, and we are willing to increase the investment of resources in the autonomous region to help your autonomous region speed up the construction progress." "I'm fine, but Your Highness the Son of Heaven, the citizens of Tokyo still seem to be very repulsive to our cursed child. Is that okay? I remember seeing the news of the demonstrations in the morning. Do you think I will be the kind of mother who is disgusted by others and sticks to her face?" Lin Ling sneered. "It's easy to do it if you ask for it. Take advantage of the opportunity not to knock on the bamboo pole, although there is the meaning of taking advantage of the fire to rob, but the initiative is now in your own hands, and according to the current situation, the only thing that Tokyo can count on is itself. The self-defense forces have almost been killed and injured in the war against Scorpio, and they are still rebuilding, and the police can use it, but the number is too small and the use is not at ease, plus the starters are all cursed children. In the face of those people who are disgusted with themselves and even want to disappear and die, will they fight with their lives to protect? This is a big question mark, and in the end, only Lin Ling is the most suitable choice. I'm going to calm the people down, they're just being taken advantage of." The Holy Son of Heaven is also a little helpless. After all, she can be said to be the head of state in name, and most of the real power is not under her control, and not everything can be calculated by her. "Okay, for the sake of His Royal Highness the Son of Heaven, it doesn't hurt for me to make a move. Don't forget the conditions promised. I still have one condition I hope you will agree." Nodded, indicating understanding. The Son of Heaven has tried his best to do his best, and Lin Ling is not an unreasonable person, understanding the current difficulties of the Son of Heaven. "Whatever the conditions, as long as I can agree to you," Shengtian said without hesitation. "It's very simple, live broadcast when it is launched, so that the people of Tokyo can take a good look at who is protecting them. If this still can't make these stupid citizens come to their senses, then I don't think there is any need to save these hopeless idiots. It is a pure waste of time and time." Lin Ling said with a smile. This war, Lin Ling is not ready to fully participate in it, but let the cursed sons and the police face it together, and the role of care is enough, which is also an opportunity to give the cursed sons a chance to completely correct their names. "No problem, I agreed to this condition." The Son of Heaven nodded. She could also understand Lin Ling's thoughts. In fact, the Son of Heaven did not have much expectations for whether Lin Ling could agree to this thing. If Lin Ling refused to make a move, the Son of Heaven would also summon the police to resist the invasion of the original gastrulation organisms this time, and then the self-defense forces that had not been completely rebuilt would also be dispatched together as an auxiliary to the battlefield, which was the only way to go to the battlefield as a last resort. And now that Lin Ling promised that everything was simple, the Son of Heaven could rest assured. "Then let's trouble His Highness the Holy Son of Heaven to gather the police, and I will also let the People's Police and garrisons of the autonomous region participate in the battle." Lin Ling, aren't you participating?" "Of course I will, but this war is their battle. I can be a nanny to take care of their safety, and watching the hardships and efforts of the cursed children who are desperately trying to protect Tokyo Ward. I want to see how those who still reject the cursed children will react in their hearts. Will they change their ways? Or will they become more serious?" With a smile, Lin Ling laughed after speaking. "Lord Saint Tianzi, do you need to be notified of this matter?" one of the bodyguards asked cautiously. "Let's keep me informed, and bring Rentaro here. I need his help in this matter." The Son of Heaven nodded and commanded. "Yes." On the other hand, back in the autonomous region, although Lin Ling really wanted to have a loving exchange with Xiaoxi as soon as possible, but it was better to deal with the things that should be done first. Since the establishment of the autonomous region, Lin Ling issued the first convening order. All the police groups and garrisons of the autonomous region and the police groups in the autonomous region all went to the auditorium to assemble, and within an hour Lin Ling wanted to see everyone arrive. Of course, this time was a little urgent, but the order was immediately executed. Lin Ling was the first to go to the auditorium and sit down in the main seat. With the notice, there were policemen coming in one after another. Looking at Lin Ling on the main seat was very tacit and began to sit down one by one. quietly waiting for the meeting to begin. Most of the hour, the auditorium has gathered a large number of people. Yingyan and Xiaobinei also appeared. Sitting next to Linling, Xiaoxi also came, standing behind Linling, and several Linling carefully selected high-level management of the police combination also rushed over. An hour later, the auditorium was almost full. Of course, there are still some people who can't get there. This is a trivial matter. Looking at the quiet scene in front of him, Linling picked up the microphone and said directly the reason for this meeting. Tokyo is going to war. The object is the army of proto-intestinal creatures. The number of enemies is more than 2,000 legions. This time they will be the main force of the war. The time has come to correct the name of the children of the damned. And the people gathered here are people with the same idea. No surprise, Linling's brief explanation directly triggered everyone's enthusiasm. Led by Yingyan, everyone began to go down to prepare, waiting for the order to go out. This is our first time meeting, Dr. Muroto. In the gloomy basement, Linling sat down directly on a stool, and opposite was a mature royal sister, the head of the forensic science classroom, one of the 4 sages, known as the strongest mind in Neon. Linling, this is indeed the first time we meet face to face. Can I study you? Looking at Linling with an interested look, Muroto had a hungry and thirsty expression, although Tokyo was locked down most of the time. But Muroto understood how powerful Linling's small body was, and he could destroy Scorpio and a large army of protogastral creatures with a wave of his hand, just like a godlike existence. If he could study something that was simply a good thing for the benefit of all mankind, I am afraid that the protogulls could be cleaned up soon without hiding in the boulder steel like this, and stealing their lives. Of course, Muroto asked like this is not that he didn't want to provoke others to get angry and destroy himself casually, but there is no way, the curiosity is too heavy. I want to figure out the reason for it. After all, there is only a thin line between the so-called genius and the madman. It's normal. Regarding Muroto's performance, Linling didn't care, and said her purpose straightforwardly. You will have time to study this slowly in the future. Compared to these things, the main reason why I came to you is to hope that the doctor can develop a medicine to remove the original intestinal virus in the body of the cursed child. You should understand that so far, there is no cure for the virus, right? At most, it can only be suppressed, and even then it can't be suppressed for a few years. So far none of the cursed children can grow into adults, even me. There is nothing I can do about the virus at the moment. If you're talking about this, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Shaking his head, Muroto replied bluntly, if she could develop it, she would have done it a long time ago, and she would not have spent so much energy studying gastral organisms in the basement every day. Don't say this too early. Take my blood to the laboratory to see. Maybe there will be progress in your research, and there are other things that need to contact me directly. This is my business card. Linling got up and said, took out a casually printed business card and put it on the table. The virus itself was reborn as a cursed child in this world, but as his strength recovered, the virus was naturally eliminated by Linling, and when the system mall could not be used, Linling wanted to try to find a virus vaccine with his own blood containing powerful energy. Come with me. Looking at Linling's attitude and intentions, although Muroto was not very hopeful, he still admired Linling's idea, got up and walked inside. At this time, the number 32 steel has faced the situation of imminent collapse. Under the convening of the Son of Heaven, a large number of police gathered on the flat ground behind the steel. A tent was erected, in the position of the People's Police near the generation. It is the newly formed self-defense force in the camp. This time the main force of the battle is the People's Police. The army mainly plays an auxiliary role, and the original situation is completely reversed. More than an hour later, looking at the look of shock on the face of Muroto displayed on the machine, Linling did not have a little virus in his body, not to mention, his physical fitness was surprisingly strong, and the cell activity was more than twice that of ordinary people, and the data in other aspects could not be measured, even if the most high-level 4 gastrulation at hand was not as good as 1/1,000,000th of these measured data. The most important thing was that Linling's blood tried to fuse the virus, but found that the virus was all absorbed, used as nutrients, and it would not damage itself in the slightest, and now Muroto is confident that he can make a potion that can restore the cursed children to ordinary people, and even use it well. Maybe it can create a more powerful superhuman, when it is definitely not a dream to eliminate the original Aragut creatures and regain the lost territory. Leaving the basement, Linling returned to the autonomous region. This army should have been assembled. There is still a day before the collapse of the megalith. The war is about to begin, but when Linling returns to the autonomous region, a bad news directly makes Linling sink his face, because most of the police and the powerful son of the curse went to the front line, so the autonomous region's preparedness is very weak. In the morning there were many attacks on the left behind of the son of the curse and the vicious incident of blasting the building. There is no doubt that the people against the son of the curse did it, although fortunately there were no casualties, but this incident directly angered Linling. Xiaoxi, immediately contact the Holy Son of Heaven and report this matter. I won't embarrass her, just bring the guy who attacked the autonomous region to justice, otherwise I don't guarantee that I will do something crazy. Asking for flowers 0. Okay, I'll go over right away. Xiaoxi hurriedly walked away. Linling was so angry that it was the first time she saw her. She was scared, but she felt very warm. After all, what Linling did was for them. Yingyan, don't hide when you're here. After watching Xiaoxi leave, Linling shouted into the empty room. Hehe, it's really keen, Lord Chief, you shouldn't be so simple about what happened just now, right? Yingyan said with a smile. Now that the war has not started, idle is idle. Yingyan didn't expect to encounter such a thing. There is fun at this moment. Yingyan is looking forward to whether Linling will directly destroy the entire Tokyo area in a fit of anger, then it will be really fun. 0. Don't think too crazy about me, spread the word, and offer a high reward for the prisoners of this attack. I want those idiots to have no way out. Linling said with a blank of eyes. Yes, what a boring order. With a shrug, Shadow left with little Binay. Sighing, Linling went back to the room. It's about to start. I have to do a good job of supervision, but the task must also be completed quickly. At this point in time, the delicious loli I selected should already be waiting for me. Relax, vent my anger and recuperate my spirit, and fight him well tomorrow. At this time, the Shengtianzi on the other side is not so comfortable, and when he was already worried about many things, there were more terrorist attacks on the autonomous region, which made the Shengtianzi very busy. These extreme people did not make themselves uncomfortable, and finally reached an agreement with Linling, and even came out to drag himself back. To be honest, now the Shengtianzi is really tired, and a group of politicians are worried about me, and they have to deal with the opinions of the people and the situation in the autonomous region. But now it is an emergency. Everything must be prioritized by the situation on the side of the autonomous region. Cheer up, the Son of Heaven immediately issued an order to convene a meeting of the high level. His attitude must be put out, and the interests of Linling's side must also be explained. Otherwise it is inevitable that someone will disobey the Yang and the Yin. After all, most of the people in the high level have a repulsive attitude towards the cursed sun. If she gives an order casually, it will definitely not be carried out. It's over. This war is almost over. Looking at the influx of proto-Aragus creatures, Linling stretched out his finger to Aldebaran in the center, and a foxfire flew out from the palm of his hand, and fell silently on Aldebaran in an instant, and in less than a few seconds, Aldebaran's huge body was burned to ashes. Without the leadership of Aldebaran, the army of proto-intestinal creatures fell into chaos in an instant, and there was no order in their own affairs, and it was very easy to deal with after they were dispersed. Most of the second-level gastrulation creatures have run away, and the remaining endgame is much simpler for the police, but the number and level of gastrulation creatures are there, and it will take a lot of effort to clean them up. Until dawn, this war has finally come to an end, and more than half of the gastrulation monuments have been eliminated, and the rest have all run away. A new day is coming. Everyone begins to cheer, celebrating this rare victory, and the megalithic stele will be rebuilt one day, but they still need to stay in the 27th until the megalithic stele is established, and Linling has already left. Without the gastrulation creatures like Aldebaran, the gastrulation creatures outside are no longer a threat. Linling naturally does not need to play the role of nanny. The next thing is to wait for the fermentation after the live broadcast. After witnessing the efforts of the police and the cursed sun, whether the people have improved depends on this time. On the third day, although the megalithic monument was rebuilt, the Son of Heaven, as the leader of the Tokyo district, naturally wanted to give a speech, and began to implement new laws, as well as to commend the soldiers and policemen who participated in the war, and the entire Tokyo district fell into a sea of joy as a festival, and in the basement, Linling came over with Xiaoshi, and just received a notice from the Muroto. The finished product has been developed. This time is the first attempt. There is no doubt that the son of the curse is the most suitable person for verification. With himself watching from the sidelines, Linling is confident that no matter what happens, he can save people in time. This is the vaccine agent of the original intestinal virus. After many attempts, it can perfectly absorb the toxins of the original intestinal virus and convert them into nutrients for the human body and can still retain most of its own strength. He walked over with a purple test tube, and handed it to Linling. Nodding, Linling handed the potion to Xiaoshideo. Drink it. You won't be bothered by the virus anymore. With unconditional trust in Linling, Xiaoshi drank the potion without hesitation, and then his whole face relaxed, and he sat on the chair in a daze and dozed off. Linling, please carry her to the platform. I'm going to start testing the effect of the medicine. Muroto gestured. Immediately, Linling picked up Xiaoshi and put it flat on the instrument table, and the scanning data on the computer screen began to display, but it looked too complicated. Linling couldn't figure it out, but looking at Muroto's face should be fine. After a while, Muroto gave the answer. The potion was successful. The virus in Xiaoshi's body has been removed, and at the same time, the physical fitness has also been enhanced, so that as long as this medicine is produced in batches, other cursed children can also get the original intestine virus will not be an incurable terminal disease. Don't be happy too early, Linling still has something to tell you. This medicine is perfect. With a sigh, Muroto took Linling to the hall on the side and sat down. Are there any side effects? Frowning, Linling looked puzzled. No, this elixir can completely clear the disease, and it can also enhance the physique, but the main problem is the raw material. This is a potion made from your blood as the main material, so if you want to produce it, Linling, your blood is indispensable. According to the 200 milliliters of blood you have drawn in advance, you can only produce 10 vials of potion at most, and the current number of cursed children is no less than 2 million. This is still a known number. Do you know what this means? Muroto said solemnly. Become a blood donation machine. Grinning, Linling understood what Muroto meant. If he wanted to save all the cursed children, he would have to make the corresponding sacrifices. Yes, while it is possible to have an unlimited number of blood draws depending on your physical fitness, the process can take a long time. Muroto is a little unbearable. In fact, her words are still preserved. The medicine produced can not only become the antidote to the cursed child, but also as a life-saving medicine against the virus. Perhaps only when the original intestine is completely eliminated and the virus is all removed, Linling can be liberated. And before that, Linling will have to stay in the nutrition warehouse for decades or even hundreds of years, and will be drained of blood every moment for production. This kind of life is definitely several times more uncomfortable than those tortures that are worse than death, and there may not even be the possibility of seeing the light of day again. Those politicians will not let go of Linling, who is full of treasures. I didn't know what kind of inhuman treatment Linling would suffer at that time. I couldn't imagine it. Well, doctor, let's do it. Give me a little time to explain things. Linling said without hesitation. Anyway, after she left, this body was either recycled or discarded, so it was better to use the last value. Didn't speak. Muroto looked at Linling silently for a few seconds and nodded and got up and went to the room inside. Seeing this, Linling didn't care, picked up Xiaoxi who was still sleeping and left the basement. In the next week, Linling explained everything, and then spent these few happy days with friends and policemen, and then left 540 a simple farewell letter one morning and disappeared. Hopefully we'll see you again, Linling. In a nutrient warehouse filled with green liquid, Muroto looked at Linling who was floating in it with his eyes closed, pressed the button, and several pipes extended from it, piercing the various blood vessels in Linling's body, and the blood-red blood was quickly extracted. This cruel situation will last for a long, long time, but it will save the lives and future of countless people. Keep this place top secret and send heavy troops to guard it. This matter of the Holy Son of Heaven must naturally know. The strength of Muroto alone will definitely not be able to protect Linling. It is a big deal to develop a special medicine that can treat the cursed son, and when the time comes, there will definitely be a conspiracy and trickery that will be worried about my deception, and it must be treated according to the highest standards. Except for the two who know about Muroto and the Holy Son of Heaven, no one else is allowed to enter this secret room, so as to maximize the security here and limit the possibility of information leakage. On the other side, Linling, who returned again, was comfortably lying on the beach chair basking in the sun and blowing the sea breeze, and spent a journey in the world. It is not too late to rest, and then it is not too late to stay in the space to rest without worrying about the system pit yourself. You can really relax, sleep leisurely and eat a luxurious meal, and enjoy it happily more than this. Ding! After the crossing, the memory is implanted, the role is replaced, and most of the original owner's personality is inherited. In order to avoid too much impact on the world, all abilities are temporarily sealed. This mission world is a reward world. All rewards will be 10 times the original. Of course, the price of using them all will increase by 100 times, and non-human advanced goods will not be exchanged. Please trigger the plot more to get more rewards. Ding! Task release, main quest 1, one of the 4 handsome guys in the strategy and successfully seduce the other party XXOO himself more than 3 times. The success reward is 10,000 pleasure points, and the rewards for each person in each strategy are doubled. All 4 people are all guided, and an additional 50,000 pleasure points are rewarded. The main quest 2, Miss Perfect's evolutionary theory. The original owner will be made into a big beauty with a rating of A or above, and a special gift package will be rewarded for success, and the failure penalty will be 1 year without saying more, you know. Looking at the room in front of her with a loveless expression, Linling said that she was helpless. The reward was rich enough, but it was also enough to pit people. Looking at the figure and dress in the floor-to-ceiling mirror, it really made people feel desperate, and it had to be achieved within another year, and it was even more difficult to reach the level. This elephant legs bucket waist is obviously a system to increase the difficulty. Thick 540 is slightly estimated to be at least nearly 200 pounds. There is almost no curve to see. The only advantage is that a giant R is also buried under the matching of this figure. A long black and beautiful hair is good, but it doesn't look very sloppy and scattered at will. Long bangs almost cover the upper half of the face. You can't see the whole picture inside. The bangs are opened into the eyes. Is a pair of squinting eyes and a small nose, small mouth, and then all fat meat and a face full of beans and freckles. This is the Jurassic Tyrannosaurus Rex. Linling herself couldn't help but be taken aback, and the system evaluation is a big red F-. It is estimated that this is the lowest evaluation. To reach A is really a feeling of challenging the impossible task. Forget it, let's go to Auntie's side to check in first. Looking at the empty room, Sunako got up and walked out of the room. Most of the luggage and the moving company had been transported first, and the rest would continue to be transported, but Sunako didn't have to waste energy. Ah, it's so bright. My eyes quickly rolled back into the room. Sunako breathed heavily. This TM is the physique of seeing the light die. Seeing the sun even shining by the light, will be uncomfortable and awkward to death. The whole person has a feeling of dizziness and going into shock. Isn't this difficult enough? Quickly grabbed the black coat on the side and put it on. This feels much better. Just in case, he held up a black umbrella. Sunako walked out of the room again. This time it's finally okay, according to the route in memory, walking towards his rich aunt's mansion. Along the way the return rate can be regarded as 100%. Most of them are looking at the eyes of the mentally retarded or caring idiots, and there are a few who don't think they are playing COS and want to take pictures, but they were directly scared away when they saw Sunako's terrifying black aura. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Sunako felt that she was tired to death. Her physical strength was so poor, and she was also drunk, and it was still summer, and she was wearing so thick, she felt like she was going to become a roast pig, so she quickly stood in a shady place on the side of the road, and waved to a taxi that was coming. But what was speechless was that the driver in the car that was about to stop seemed to see something super terrible, and he accelerated instantly, and even ran away regardless of the red light in front of him. Nima, it's daylight, is the old lady so terrifying? There was an urge to kill, Sunako complained angrily, but she had no choice but to go by herself. Fortunately, Auntie's mansion was not very far away, and it would be there after a while. After walking and stopping for nearly half an hour, when I felt that I was about to suffer from heat stroke, I finally saw the luxurious mansion, and entered the gate with a familiar car. The cat entered the grass, and quickly moved towards the mansion in the center of the courtyard, and on the lawn near the backyard, I saw 4 target people gathering together and talking about something. I used to look at the comic style like that. It's hard to see it inside. These 4 men are really handsome. The lowest is also an evaluation of A or above. It's almost at the S level, although Sunako doesn't feel anything, but the body is very dishonest in the heartbeat, and there's a feeling of not daring to look at the 4 people directly. Some of them feel like their noses are heating up and then a touch of red hung down. Oda Takina, the son of the head of the Ikebana family, has a rigorous personality, is a little too serious and kind, but it looks like an iceberg prince type character, and he is super good at learning. He likes Nei, and he is drinking tea leisurely. And the background of the other handsome blonde guy Kahei Takano, who has been arguing and hungry and playing with a child's temper, is very ordinary, but because he is too handsome, he also caused a lot of trouble, and finally stayed here. Look, something seems to be there. Yuki, who is more feminine and cute, seems to have noticed movement in the grass and shouted to the other 3 companions. Huh? It must be a kitten or a puppy or something. Marie Ranmero walked over and said, he is a handsome red-haired guy, and he is still a rich child, and he lives here for some reason, and it is said that there are countless women who have started, and the standard female public enemy can be regarded as a reform now. Really? Shuez Hishin walked over and squatted on the edge of the grass and said with a smile on his face, teasing the little animal, come here. Meow meow. All in all, these 4 people have different backgrounds and different reasons, but they are all residents here, and they are all handsome guys who are rare to see outside. But the next moment, Shuez Hishin's whole person was petrified, and he fell down in the surprised eyes of the other 3 with a frightened face. What's wrong? Snow Castle. Don't run. Looking at the movement in the grass, Kahei Takano shouted, but soon the movement in the grass calmed down. Sunako suddenly drilled out, directly startling the 4 of them. Obviously it was broad daylight. It was still a relatively hot summer, but the 4 people who looked at Sunako felt a yin wind blowing behind them, and I don't know if it was an illusion. Just for a moment the whole sky turned black as a terrifying abnormality appeared. Calm down? It's human? Maybe. Really? It does look like a human. However, the more I look at it, the more I feel. Kyohei Takano looked at it and commented, it doesn't look like a human. With messy hair, a 500 yuan sports t-shirt with weird tastes that have been deformed, a skirt with strange patterns, cheap canvas shoes, and a black coat and a black umbrella. Oh my god. No, are you Sunako? Asked Oda Takina, as if he had thought of a possibility, with a look of disbelief. Happy. Welcome, Sunako, I'll take you to your room, so please. Oda Takeko smiled, although Sunako didn't react at all, and walked in by herself. The 4 of them could only follow silently and didn't dare to get too close. The atmosphere was very depressing along the way, and Shuez Hishin found a topic and said, that, your luggage has just arrived, and we will help you put it in your room. I said are the bangs too long? Seeing that there was no response, Kyohei came to Sunako and said, it's noisy, leave me alone. Instantly, her heart beat faster and she was emotional, and the aura on Sunako's body completely exploded, and the lights in the corridor burst on their own, and she immediately sped up, ignoring the 4 of them and entering her room and locking the door. What are you doing? You girl. The grumpy Gongping immediately wanted to rush in but was stopped by the martial chief for the first time, and quickly calmed Gongping's emotions. The more the province got worse, the snow on the side was directly scared and cried. Ranmero also had an embarrassed expression. He was also a veteran of the vertical and horizontal flowers, and it was the first time he had seen such a strange girl, and it was a 15-year-old girl, which simply subverted the 3 views. There was no noisy situation in the accident. Feeling the dark environment in the room, Sunako breathed a sigh of relief, feeling comfortable all over her body, more refreshing than drinking Sprite, quickly took off her thick coat, and began to open her luggage to arrange the room. Although I don't know why, it should be very loveless, but there is an illusion that I want to hold these things in my arms and love them. A skull shelf, a mannequin, and a lot of horror movies and ghost story books. Not only that, but some of the decorations and furniture are also full of horror-style things, curtains, sheets. These are all black. Unconsciously, Tsuneko came back to her senses, a super terrifying haunted house, and was born, but she felt like she was cheering in her heart, and she was definitely brainless. Picked up a skull, touched the smooth skull touch. It is definitely a relationship that is often cleaned up, and in the dark with a faint light can also see the reflected light. But it also makes me feel like I can't put it down, sighing. Although I don't like this kind of life in thought, but the body is very honest to express the emotions I like, and I took out a horror movie disc casually. Tsuneko found that the zombie movies I had seen before, ghost movies, and zombie movies were simply weak compared to the horror films collected here. The plates here are all kinds of heavy tastes, eating people dissecting or something. Open one and watch it. Although my mind is full of thoughts that are too terrible to see, but I don't know why Tsuneko feels that the whole person is full of pleasure, especially when I saw a person being dissected alive and exposing all kinds of uncensored viscera and flesh. It was directly let leak yourself. Suppressed the urge to continue to look at it in front of him. Tsuneko silently went to the bathroom to clean it. This is definitely a disease. It has to be treated, but there is no rule of law. Compared to enjoying these horrors, it is better to do the task first. After all, the time is only 1 year. According to the current appearance, it is almost impossible to complete it. You must lose weight first, and then deal with this face full of freckles with beans, and then learn to dress up and make up. In the end, this is a world of faces, and it is difficult to mix without a certain posture, let alone the 4 handsome pots outside, so your own image is a prerequisite for this. Quickly rummaged through the bag, a laptop printed with horror and blood-sucking turned on the power, entered the interface in half a minute, connected to the internet. Tsuneko opened the web page, and then entered the interface, and directly ordered a series of beauty supplies and toiletries and fitness products for exercise. Although the clothes are poor, but Suna is not bad for money. A series of numbers down, the balance has more numbers in it. Obviously you have money and can make yourself this ghost. Tsuneko also obeyed the original owner. Knock knock. The next day, I didn't go long. Anyway, Tsuneko watched a movie all day, during which I went out to get the express delivery, and the things I bought online have arrived, and I know how it works, so I need to take my time. Tsuneko, you're inside. We bought takeout. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat together? It's this time. It's almost dinner, and I don't feel it. Glancing at the wall clock, Tsuneko got up and opened the door, but the next moment, because the light was too dazzling, she immediately turned around quickly and hid behind the door, avoiding the light from the other party's front. Tsuneko, do you want to eat together? Forced to look at Tsuneko hiding behind the door with a smile, Ranmaru lifted the bag in his hand and said, asking for flowers 0. Didn't answer, didn't see Kyohei, there are 3 land pills here. Quickly reached out and took the things away. Tsuneko silently closed the door. These 3 guys are really lacking in this aspect. They buy some snacks and snacks, how can they eat as a meal? Putting things aside, Tsuneko got up and sneaked out of the room. Didn't see the 4 people present. It seems to be leaving. Probably in the living room. A smoke downstairs. Sure enough, I saw 3 people in the living room, but there was no Gongping's figure. No matter so much. Bypassed from the side. Successfully arrived at the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and looked at the situation in my eyes. The ingredients were complete, and the kitchenware and seasonings on the stove were all there. But these big men just didn't know how to cook, and they were also drunk, and their cooking skills were negative. 0. Closing the door of the kitchen, Tsuneko began to wash rice and cook first, and then cooked, because the rice is separated, so Tsuneko is evenly distributed and packed on plates. The dishes are simple, but with Tsuneko's craftsmanship at the level of the god of cooking, simple dishes can also be made for you to be better than those high-end dishes. Not to mention the 4 guys who are still hungry now. If you don't lick it clean, I will lose. It's perfect. Tsuneko can cook. Alas, this smell is great. I'm going to starve to death. Hurry up and eat. I don't know when 4 people at the door of the kitchen are standing. It seems that I've been waiting for a while. Subconsciously Tsuneko wanted to say something, but in the end, I couldn't bear the powerful light aura of the 4. After Tsuneko finished loading it directly, immediately ran away past everyone and then continue to stay and feel like you're going to melt. This problem has almost become an instinctive reaction when Tsuneko came to consciousness. People and back in the room sigh. These shortcomings must be changed. Tsuneko, who must have run away, has already become the 4-person who has become the legend of the hungry wolf and can't care about so much, holding a celebration party with his own dinner, back to the table to eat. Not to mention the color and flavor, the taste is super good. Obviously it is a home-cooked side dish, but it makes a feeling of delicious food that can only be eaten in high-end restaurants, which makes people can't help but be intoxicated. Damn, the system is enough to pit. This diet pill has to have a pleasure value of 100, or the kind that works slowly, usually 1 o'clock of the big road goods. What can you lose 20 pounds every 3 days, and become a perfect figure within half a month? It will take 3 days to take effect at the earliest, and it has been 2 days before you lose 5 pounds. Just after taking a shower and standing on the scale, Tsuneko complained, but weight loss needs to be reasonably arranged, otherwise the effect will be worse, and she endured the desire not to watch horror movies, so she went straight to sleep under the covers. The next morning, I got up at 6 o'clock. Tsuneko washed up, ran on the treadmill for an hour, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then went to the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. After doing it as usual, it was set on the table, and Sunako took her share back to the room to enjoy it. The holiday is about to end 540, and I will go to school tomorrow. What a crime, if I can. Sunako really doesn't want to go to class anymore, and the 4 handsome pots in the past 2 days have not been relentless to find themselves, just to make themselves a lady, and then get the landlord's aunt's rent part in reward. After eating, resting for a while, starting aerobic exercise, and then learning the system to exchange the crash yoga, spent 1000 pleasure points this thing in addition to the weight loss effect. Other eggs are useless, but there is no way to reach the standard within a year. Relying on ordinary products is not feasible, can only rely on the system of things, and the effect is also obvious. Just weighed again, and lost 15 pounds, the same effect as described. A morning in yoga ended, then secretly made lunch, continued to avoid the 4 handsome pots, and began to exercise in the room. The meals were also the kind that were reasonably arranged to get enough nutrients and have fewer calories. Snacks, and other things were all sealed. At this time, after satisfying lunch, after washing the dishes very consciously, the 4 handsome pots gathered in the living room for a meeting. They were very comfortable these days, but the biggest problem was the situation on Sunako's side. If before the landlord and aunt came back, Sunako had not been made into a lady's flower, their rent would have tripled, and they were already tight, and if they tripled, it would be over, and they would definitely be swept away. In order to avoid this situation, they also tried a lot of ways, but Sunako's attitude of not entering the oil and salt also made them feel hopeless. It's not soft enough, let's come to the hard one, Gongping said with a grin. His idea was very simple, but he was directly despised by the other 3, and the consequences of doing so were likely to make the result worse, and it was not good to treat girls too roughly. Perhaps, Sunako is afraid of boys. After all, you have also seen that every time she avoids us from afar, and even cooking is carried out secretly, as soon as she sees us, she has all kinds of emotions, and she must first get used to our existence, and then step by step to get closer, and then change her is the best policy, Ranmaru suggested insightfully. Ranmaru's proposal makes a lot of sense, but the problem is that we don't have that much time, 2 or 3 months at the earliest, and within a year at the earliest, the landlord and aunt will definitely come back. In this time, do you think it is possible to turn a raunchy, sloppy, tasteless, and fat horror girl into a beautiful lady? Wu Qing said in a bitter tone, and the others also remembered Sunako's image, and shook their heads wildly with an impossible expression. Unless a miracle happens, this is simply impossible, and now the 4 of them and some regret taking the task of the landlord and aunt. What is this good? It is simply a trap of digging a big pit and 4 jumps. After all, they think too simply. With the shape of Sunako, it is not easy to make her an ordinary girl in this short period of time, not to mention the level of a lady. Even Ranmaru, who is a veteran of the love field, does not dare to pack a ticket, not to mention the other 3 guys, who don't have much experience. There's no way, no matter what. The first thing is the most important thing. Let's wait and see what happens later. Wu Chang sighed and said. How did the question begin? Commander, do you have any good ideas? Asked Shuez Hishan. Well, I do have an idea for Nai to reach out to Sunako. Wu Chang smiled. Nai Yi is his girlfriend, known as the first beauty in the school park. It's a beauty that matches their handsome pot very well. Boys can't get close, girls should always be able to get close with such an idea. Wu Chang feels that this possibility is still very high. Indeed, Nai's words should be fine, so without further ado, Commander, you can call Nai over now. Ranmaru snapped his fingers. Let's wait until school ends tomorrow. Nai has other things to deal with today, and I can't spare time, so I mentioned Sunako's situation to her on the phone in the evening. The military chief shook his head and said, in this regard, everyone expressed their understanding. Anyway, it is not bad for this time. I just hope that the military chief's strategy can succeed. In the room, Sunako didn't know that the 4 of them had tried their best for their own situation, and they were in a good mood with the ointment, which was also something produced by the system, specializing in removing beans and freckles, and after 3 days, the beans on the face were gone, and the freckles had become a lot lighter, plus the relationship between weight loss, there was less fat, and the whole face could also be eye-catching, and the systematic evaluation had been improved to F+ degree. Fortunately, Sunako's body foundation is still very good, otherwise even if you lose weight and get rid of the beans and freckles on your face, you won't be able to see people, and I'm afraid that you will have to go for plastic surgery at that time. For the rest of the day, Sunako spent most of her time in the room, except for cooking, until she was going to school the next day. Sunako also ran early and washed her clothes, and then made breakfast and a lunchbox to go to school, so she put on her uniform, and then put on a relatively thin black cloak, and came to the hall with her school bag to wait for the 4 handsome pots to take her to school after eating, because Sunako didn't know the road to high school. After all, it was the first day of school or the first year of high school. Sunako, I've been waiting for a long time, let's go to school together. Ranmaru greeted him with great grace, and the other 3 followed him, the 4 handsome pots standing together, wearing school uniforms, and the shiny level almost flashed Sunako's dog eyes. Has Sunako become thinner? Wu Chang's sharp eyes found that Sunako had become thinner than when she came, and said with some uncertainty, is there one? Digging out the ears, Gongping didn't pay attention to these details at all, and the anti 2.0 just looks like that, and there is no change. Gongping really doesn't understand the hearts of girls, and if you go on like this, you won't be able to get a girlfriend. Shue's Hishan teased. Okay, everyone, I'm going to be late for class, let's go quickly, don't keep Sunako waiting for a long time. Looking at the two people who were about to make a fuss again, Wu Qing spoke. So a strange scene appeared on the street. The four handsome pots walked all the way to the school gate with the almost non-existent Sunako under the watchful eyes of passers-by, followed by a stronger team of girls, crowded together to watch the four. It seems that and get used to it, the four of them continue to move forward, and they are in the mood to say hello to these girls, and Sunako chose to slip away very wisely. Since he came to the school, it is still simple to find a class, so he will not participate. These shining scenes are not suitable for himself, and he feels that he will really die if he continues to stay. Because of the above reasons, she's the new transfer student, Sunako Nakahara, right? I'm sorry, in the first year G class, the head teacher introduced to the class a little nervously, his voice was trembling, and the students below also looked at Sunako with a frightened face, although it was broad daylight, but there was really a feeling of seeing a hell of a life. In the originally very hot class, because of Sunako's arrival, the temperature had dropped a lot. Sit down in an empty position in the back row. Sunako fell asleep directly on her stomach. No way, I really feel too bored in class and I want to doze off. It's also an old problem, can't change it, and the high school curriculum is already a pediatric subject for Sunako, and for Sunako's sleepiness the head teacher also chose to ignore it, not to mention other students. One morning, Sunako slept very well, until the bell rang for the lunch break, and her stomach sounded. Sunako got up and left the classroom to find a place to eat. Her own terrifying image, Sunako was already ready to have no friends, and she didn't need any friends, but the quality of students in this school was really high, all the way over, almost rarely saw ugly, although most of them were ordinary, but there were a lot of handsome and beautiful, of course, not as good as the four top in the family, but it was not bad. In the science room, looking at the gloomy environment in front of her, Sunako happily found a corner and sat down. While looking at the biological organs soaked in the liquid and the familiar mannequins, skeletons, and specimens, she opened the bento comfortably and began to eat. Not long after Sunako left the classroom, a group of people from the news department rushed in, but they didn't find Sunako's figure, although Sunako hid quickly in the morning. But there were still many people who saw Sunako come with the four handsome pots, since they can be surrounded by four top handsome pots and brought to school. Then Sunako's appearance has naturally become the most curious thing for everyone. After all, according to everyone's ideas, Sunako, who can get along with this group of shining creatures, must be very cute and beautiful. The face covered by bangs must be very cute and beautiful. I didn't know that I was targeted. Sunako finished eating and rested in the science department until the end of the lunch break before going out to go back to the classroom, but the next recess time became Sunako's nightmare. The Ministry of Information issued a reward: photograph a face of Sunako and get a reward of 10 yuan. This time the whole school park was in a commotion in order to reward desperately looking for Sunako. The classmates in the class are also hungry to participate in the face of this situation. Sunako is very decisive to run after class, but these guys are chasing and intercepting too much, almost forced Sunako to a dead end. Finally made it to class time after the others had to go back to the classroom. Sunako decisively chose to leave early, ran out of school with a smoke, returned to the mansion. It doesn't matter to me whether you go to school anyway, the family has money. The little thing of leaving early is nothing compared to these. If you were photographed, you would die of shame, almost instinctively telling yourself that if the ugly appearance is made public it will completely collapse. It is estimated that the character and consciousness of the original owner are rejecting this situation. Knock knock. Sunako, you're in the room. I heard that you left early today. Are you okay? The cause of this incident is caused by us, so I'm really sorry for Sunako and causing you trouble. The military chief's words rang out, but there was still no response in the room. Sunako heard it, but didn't want to pay attention to them. Compared to these, it was better to hurry up and lose her figure, and her face recovered, and when she had the image of Mimiyada, she would not be as afraid of these things as she is now. It was not enough for Sunako to underestimate the determination of the four people outside the door, and when she saw that there was no movement in the room, she thought something was wrong, and immediately kicked the door open, but in the next second, the four of them ran out at the speed of light. What's the matter, Commander? Why did you come out again? On the side, Nai said curiously, as a good friend of the military chief, she is here to study with everyone, and the main purpose is to help everyone enlighten Sunako. It's horrible, it scares me to death. It's even haunted than a haunted house. This girl's room is really beyond our common sense. Gongping said with a shocked face, and the others almost had the same face. What's too terrifying? Nai was very curious, walked over, and was about to enter the room to take a look, when a terrifying figure full of black aura appeared at the door of the room. A scream. Nai was gorgeously frightened and fainted, but fortunately, the martial arts chief quickly held it up, otherwise he would definitely have to fall. I'm fine, I won't go to school in half a month, help me inform the school. Sunako looked at the crowd, and then closed the door again. It's terrible, it's terrible. Shue's Hishan was directly full of cows, and he was scared and cried again. What to do now? Ranmaru looked at everyone. Since Sunako said so, should we let it go first? Kyuhei suggested. Compared to this, I'll settle Nai first, and now retreat first. Wu Chang sighed and said. The other three immediately nodded wildly, and everyone immediately evacuated this dangerous area and returned to the living room, not because our army was not strong, but because the enemy army was too terrifying. There was really no way. I had to find a way to lure Sunako out of the haunted house, and then let Nai get along with her to see if she could open a hole to implement the strategy. A week has passed in a blink of an eye. Sunako didn't go to school, and has been staying at home, during which the four of them have been looking for themselves many times, and they have been scared away or driven away by Sunako, and Nai has also followed several times, but I have met and chatted with Sunako a few times, but I was still kept away by Sunako, because Nai is also a flash creature and can't be contacted for a long time. Ignoring the sighing crowd of four, Sunako looked in the mirror happily in the room. Her figure had completely slimmed down, only 140, and the curve of her body began to show that it was developing in the direction of protruding forward and backward. Her face had already thinned into a melon seed face, her squinting eyes had become watery eyes, and her cherry mouth had appeared one by one, and the system score had reached C+, jumping several levels like a rocket. Now Sunako can already be called a cute girl with a little bit of a look. If you continue to work hard, you should be able to at least reach the evaluation of grade B or above. As for A, it's estimated that it's difficult. The appearance has been finalized to meet the requirements of A. You still have to use the ability of the system. It's really rare. Sunako is finally willing to go to school. The military commander looked moved, like a father who saw that his daughter finally had a chance. Having said that, do you feel that Sunako's figure has improved a lot? Well, she has lost weight, and her height seems to have grown a little taller. Ranmaru looked at Sunako and said, he had already regained the new data of Sunako's body in a few seconds, which was completely different from when he first came. If it weren't for the still cold and terrifying aura, and the female ghost dressed as always, everyone would not recognize Sunako. It's really changed, and I want to see more and more what her face looks like under her bangs. Gong Pingman is playful. Compared to this, let's hurry up and go to school. There are still more than 20 minutes, and we will be late if we don't leave. Shuez Hishin urged. Everyone left the mansion together, and walked towards the school. Sunako was still the same, and hung behind the four people at a distance of about 10 meters. Walking on the road, the shining aura of the four people is still so sharp, fascinated thousands of girls, and the pomp and circumstance when they came to the school is still so grand. A group of girls, but it can also be understood. After all, these four handsome pots do grow a little demonic, and it is normal for ordinary people to be fascinated, not to mention that it is still a girl in the flower season, at this age of puberty germination, thanks to Sunako's physique and inherited character. Even if it is far away, Sunako also has an uncomfortable feeling of being melted away by the dazzling light. I'm so hungry. Kyuhei lengthened his voice. I said you, Wu Ching sighed, this guy is really a foodie, he just came out of breakfast. It's tasteless. Pinching his red hair, Ranmara teased. I want you to take care of it. Kyuhei turned to Sunako behind him and said, I said, what are you going to eat tonight? Poof, because it was too dazzling. Just looking at the faces of the four people, Sunako reacted, and fell directly with blood. This picture is too beautiful and exciting, the body can't bear it, and it suffers 10,000 critical damage. Sunako, are you okay? Seeing the scene of almost a river of blood, everyone gathered around. It's okay. Don't get too close, it's too glaring. Covering her nose, Sunako struggled to her feet and said. At this moment, a car outside the school stopped, and then two big men in black walked towards the five people, and the bald head of the leader took out a business card and said, Kahei Takano, right? We have admired your name for a long time, and we have come to greet you. It can take up some of your time. Not available, directly threw away the business card in the other party's hand, and Gongping decisively refused. Anyway, it's a cowherd shop, I'm not interested in this. Anyway, let's hear it out first. I don't listen. Gongping covered his ears and said, I'll pay you $1 million. No matter how tight I am, I won't do it, just find someone else. Handsome refused. Gongping left directly with everyone. A peaceful day has passed, although I don't know what's going on, but this time Sunako doesn't have to hide in Tibet, and no one comes to provoke Sunako. Of course, no one has the intention of approaching Sunako. After all, the image is too terrifying, and together with the four beautiful men, it is normal to be rejected by everyone, but this is also in line with Sunako's intentions, leaving herself with a lot of trouble. Looking at the four people sitting together and talking very happily, Sunako went directly into the kitchen to make dinner, although I really wanted to hurry up and do the strategy, but this dim character and physique, seeing that the problem of light death has changed, the immunity has improved a little but it is useless, and this face and figure will be further improved, and it will take a while. Within half an hour, after the dinner was done, Sunako returned to the hall, didn't see the four people, came to the door. The four of them were standing there stupidly. Several helicopters in the sky were leaving quickly. It seemed that his local tyrant and came back, but the action was really hot enough, and he left without staying for a while. On the dining table, Gongping frantically swept the meal. This time the dinner was richer, every taste was a kind of enjoyment, but compared to Gongping's pig-like eating, the other three didn't have much appetite. After all, it was already an ultimatum. On Sunday, the landlord aunt will hold a party, specially prepared for Sunako, because I heard the four people on the phone say that Sunako has moved towards the road of lady, which can be regarded as digging a pit and jumping by herself, and there are only 5 days left until Sunday. What can you do with this time? What a desperate time. Another bowl. Compared to the 3 people who were worried, Gongping raised the bowl very heartlessly. What a starving ghost, you can still eat at this time. Ranmaro couldn't help but complain. Tsuneko, the bell must be tied to the bell, and the military chief shouted to Tsuneko, who was going to eat. Even if it happened suddenly, please be an elegant lady by Sunday. Elephant's caddy. No, it's too far away. After hastily settling the dinner and cleaning it up, the 4 of them pulled Tsuneko to the staircase, and the military chief said to Tsuneko, first of all, go down this staircase elegantly, come on. Please, don't. I knew you'd say that, so I'm ready. The military commander smiled confidently, then took out a videotape full of mosaics and said, the ultimate restraint videotape that has been banned because it is too dark. As long as you take a few steps, this is yours. In an instant, just looking at the cover of the 3 of them vomited. You can imagine how exciting this videotape is, but for some reason, Tsuneko feels like she has seen the most wonderful thing in the world, and her saliva can't help but flow down. Her eyes are staring at the videotape, especially when she hears that you can get it in a few steps. She immediately motivates Max, looks at the military chief with enthusiasm, and seems to say that she will guarantee the completion of the task. Forget it, let's start with the simplest etiquette. Scratching his face, Ranmaro slowed down. Okay. The gloomy aura directly turned into raging fire, and Tsuneko immediately responded. But don't be so serious. Looking at Tsuneko with a shame, Ranmaro really couldn't understand how obsessed Tsuneko was with these dark and terrifying things, and he really couldn't understand it. Next, according to the requirements of the 4 people, start to act, all kinds of simple etiquette and elegant words are explained to Tsuneko one by one, and then it's practice. You don't need Tsuneko to be perfect, as long as you master all the basics. In short, first pass the landlord's ant, and everything left is easy to say. But it's a pity, under the spur of the 4 people, Tsuneko's practical activities all ended in failure. It's not that Tsuneko doesn't give it its strength, it's mainly that the light of the 4 people hinders itself. Etiquette, elegance or something. It's a pediatric thing for Tsuneko, and it doesn't need to be taught at all to behave better than those royal nobles. But the physique dragged back, and the 4 people looked at the whole person and couldn't help but panic, and then the brain became empty, and then all kinds of mistakes were made. No, let me take a break. Lying on the ground, Tsuneko can't get up. Although the time is pressing, after all, this matter is not urgent. Tsuneko has worked hard, let's continue tomorrow, and it's not too early. The military chief said gently, it has been 3 hours since the beginning of the meal, although Tsuneko still keeps making mistakes, but everyone can see that they are working hard, and it is better to take their time little by little, and there are still 5 days. According to Tsuneko's performance today, the opportunity is still quite big. Weighing just 100 pounds, this figure, tisk, perfect. Looking at the people in the mirror and the numbers displayed on the scale, Tsuneko smiled with great satisfaction. The hard work paid off. Under the collective spur of the 4 handsome pots, she still insisted on exercising, yoga and applying various beauty products, and finally it worked. Lift the bangs, melon seed face, big eyes, cherry mouth, and slightly upturned little cawing nose. White and flawless skin exudes a tender and smooth color. She is already a big beauty, and the system's evaluation has also reached a B-level score, and you can also get a school flower in school, although it has not yet met the requirements of the system. But at this moment, you can almost go out and pretend to be a 13, so that the 4 handsome pots are amazing. The makeup for the party has been prepared, the costumes have been delivered, the chef has been invited, and the only thing left is Tsuneko. Gongping counted them one by one. Now the preparation is completely only owed to the east wind. Tonight is the day of the banquet. I hope that with the efforts of the past few days, Tsuneko will not make a mistake halfway. Well, but there's still some time, so let's relax. It's all up to Tsuneko. The military commander said that he was also nervous. This is a major matter related to their rent, and there is no room for error. I'm going to take a shower. With a sigh, Gongping waved his hand and left the hall. In the room opened the cabinet, take a set of clothes from the inside. Tsuneko hummed a little song and walked towards the bathroom. Although it's a mansion, but there are only a few places to take a bath. Auntie's room is one. There's a big bath on the first floor and a big bathroom on the second floor. Usually Tsuneko avoids other people's schedule. Most of them go to take a bath late at night or early in the morning. Now it's an important party. To make a grand debut you must wash well and then change into a beautiful set of clothes, put on makeup and then make up. Huan happily hugged a bunch of ducklings. Tsuneko came to the bathroom, closed the door, and began to undress. At this point, the 4 handsome pots should be sitting in the living room. After all, they are in charge of the banquet. Busy, take off their clothes, take out towels and bath supplies. Tsuneko opened the non-see-through glass door inside, and in an instant, a strong holy light came, accompanied by the high-pitched screams of a man and a woman, and the entire mansion was shaken. Beard. Tsuneko stammered and looked at the smooth Tsuneko, although she couldn't see Tsuneko's appearance clearly because of the fog and bangs, but the beautiful body that loomed under the fog was particularly tempting, and subconsciously Gongping turned around and was about to jump out of the window to escape. At this moment, a stream of hot water sprayed on the ass, making Gongping instantly step on the air and fall to the ground. It hurts, rubbed his ass. Gongping quickly got up, Fortunately he was not injured, but he felt that his hands were a little sticky and did not look like water. He picked it up and looked at it, the blood red of his hand, and he turned to look at Tsuneko at the door in surprise. Sure enough, the whole person had fallen to the ground, and there was a large pool of blood on the ground, and the water flow he just felt should be Tsuneko's nosebleed. A black line washed the blood on his body with water. Gongping looked at Tsuneko on the ground with a big head, didn't dare to look at Tsuneko's body, pulled a scarf and wrapped Tsuneko. Gongping picked up Tsuneko and opened the bathroom door, ready to send Tsuneko back to the room, but what caught his eyes were three handsome friends who hurried over. Kyohei, I didn't expect you to really make a move on Tsuneko, the taste is so heavy. Ranmaru said with a sigh on his face. After all, the scene in front of him was really easy to misunderstand. You're a brave man, Kyohei. Shue's Hishin had an expression of admiration and emotion, and he was able to take down Tsuneko, who was as terrifying and powerful as a female ghost. What was it if he wasn't a brave? Compared to this, let's let them put on their clothes first, and as for what's going on, let Kyohei himself say that there should be some misunderstanding in it. The military chief was more calm, and opened his mouth to propose. The three of them went back to the living room and waited. Gongping sent Tsuneko to the room, although he had seen it twice, but looking at the gloomy haunted house in front of him, it still made people feel a little frightened. The palm of his hand subconsciously pinched the part that supported Tsuneko. A soft and smooth touch came. Looking down, a pair of big buns wrapped in a bath towel came into view, and quickly put Tsuneko in the coffin shop. Gongping breathed a sigh of relief, and actually had a physiological reaction. Fortunately no one else was there, otherwise it would be a shame and a big shame. I really didn't expect that Tsuneko, who usually dresses up like a ghost, has such a good figure, and it is very light and fleshy to hold, slender and beautiful. With such a good figure, Gongping is more and more curious about what Tsuneko looks like. Looking at Tsuneko who seems to be still in a coma, Gongping bent down and stretched out his hand towards the bangs, wanting to open it to see what kind of face is hidden under the bangs. Kyohei Takano, we need you very much anyway, please come with us. Just as Kyohei was about to meet his curious face, a voice sounded, and then a large hand covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Oops, smelling the pungent smell coming from the handkerchief, Kyohei lost consciousness before he could resist and was taken away by a stun, and Tsuneko, who just woke up and opened his eyes, saw the figure of Kyohei being carried away at the door at the first sight. After a while, the three people who couldn't wait for Kyohei came to Tsuneko's room, but they didn't find any trace of Kyohei. There was a card left here on the ground. Ranmaru picked it up and looked at it, and recognized it as the business card left by the group of people who looked for Kyohei when they went to school in the morning. The Cowherd Club. I'm afraid Kyohei was hijacked by the people of the club. I didn't expect to dare to break into the mansion directly to kidnap people. It's really bold. Tsuneko, are you alright? Does Kyohei know where it is? Asked the military commander as he looked at Tsuneko, who had come out of the closet and had changed into a simple black suit. The shiny creature was taken. Tsuneko replied. Looks right, it's a good thing that those guys did. Ranmaru held the business card and looked at the trio. We must go and rescue Gongping out. Without further ado, let's go immediately. Nodding, the martial chief said with a solemn expression. Well, but before that, there's a bit of preparation to be made. Ranmaru smiled slightly, turned his head to Tsuneko, who looked confused, and the others immediately understood, and the three of them surrounded Tsuneko. Huh, you guys, what are you going to do? Retreating in horror, Tsuneko was cornered. The flash was too strong to resist. To die? I'm sorry, Tsuneko, but in order to enter the adult world, I need to dress up. Ranmaru grinned. Takeshi and Yukizhikang pounced together as if they got a signal, and the three of them moved together, quickly took off Tsuneko's coat, and looked at the beautiful figure with only underwear left, and suddenly paused. Just now looking at this beautiful scenery, the three of them realized that Tsuneko is a girl, and it seems that it is inappropriate for them to do this. No matter, go on, it's too late. The martial chief gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you the clothes, and I'll do the makeup on the face. Ranmaru is also out of the way. It's a big deal to kneel down and apologize and ask for forgiveness. I'm sorry. Yukino-chang apologized apologetically, but he moved faster than Ranmaru and Takeshi. If you want to wear it, you can use this kimono. I didn't expect that the research specifically for Tsuneko to become a lady would come in handy at this time. It's so beautiful. Looking at the face under the bangs, Ranmaru was full of surprise, although he was not the top, but he could be ranked among the girls he had met, especially after his own makeup. The beauty level directly increased by a notch. Even Nei, who is currently known as the first beauty in the academy, is just like that. Obviously has such a cute face, but so unconfident. Looking at Tsuneko who has been closing her eyes, Ranmaru put a good lipstick on Tsuneko, and when she was about to put on the foundation next, she couldn't help but bow her head and kiss the little mouth. But before Ranmaru succeeded, the military chief who discovered this situation grabbed Ranmaru's head very strongly, stepped on it under his feet, and smiled at Tsuneko, who didn't know what had just happened, and said to Tsuneko, who had a face of 540 and didn't know what had just happened, I'm sorry. Tsuneko don't care, it's okay. After being busy for more than half an hour, everyone who finally got it all walked out of the mansion together, and went towards the address on the business card, because they were afraid of being recognized, so the three of them also cross-dressed, but they were all men and women, and they looked very suitable, and there was no sense of disobedience at all, and they had the talent to be women, but as soon as they remembered their real gender, Sunako felt very comfortable, and it was okay for a while, seeing others wearing women's clothes or something, there was an inexplicable sense of comfort in my heart. Anyway, why are you all wearing women's clothes? Nei, who was already waiting at the door, looked at the three of them in surprise. Don't look at it, the military chief said embarrassedly. To sum it up, it's the easiest way to dive in. Ranmara said helplessly. Everyone hates it, but it can't be helped. Shuez Hishin continued. It seemed that among the three, he was the most suitable for the identity of a girl, small and cute, like a doll, and wanted to be ravaged. But it's so beautiful. The words of the military chief are also super beautiful. I feel like I've opened the door of the taboo. Nai was full of obsession. Everyone entered the club together. No surprise, this 5-person combination directly attracted the attention of the audience. After all, no one is a high-quality beauty. It is usually difficult to see one, and now it is even more dazzling to gather together, making it difficult to divert attention. Many people began to discuss, guessing that these beauties are daughters or models, idols, and other characters from there. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to have something? A middle-aged man walked over and accosted him warmly. Thank you so much, then I'll bother you. Pulling the snow who wanted to say something, Sunako replied generously. This kind of social drama, Sunako has long been used to it, a very perfect smile, with a noble and elegant temperament and a powerful aura, not losing intimacy but unattainable. You're so pretty. The woman came to the chief and praised him. Looking at the military chief with a bewildered face, Sunako immediately walked and said, Where, it's not worth mentioning in front of your evening dress, madam. Easily deal with all kinds of situations. Nei has an unexpected situation here. Looking at the 4 wooden people who can't cope with it at all, Sunako almost revolves around the 4 people, and resolves all kinds of pickups and words one by one. So troublesome is better to come alone. These 4 people are simply a burden, and in the perspective of the 4 military chiefs, Sunako is very perfect, like a noble lady who walks between the guests with ease, and the only adjective that is let is the flower of kaolin. Ladies and gentlemen, as the host of this place, I have prepared an extremely delicious little lamb for everyone, and the curtain is lifted. The lights all gathered on the stage, and as the host finished speaking, the curtain was raised, revealing Gongping, who was still unconscious sitting on the chair, with a bow on his hands and feet helped by pink ribbons, and almost everyone looked at Gongping on the stage with obsessive eyes. With an easy jump, Sunako went directly to the stage, kicked the host away, pulled the belt around his waist, and pulled out the kimono on his body. This kind of clothing is very inconvenient to move. Sunako deliberately added a shirt and shorts that are convenient for exercise, and directly carried Kyohei, turned around and ran. Thanks to the weight loss and exercise these days, the physical fitness has been greatly improved, and Kyohei's weight of more than 100 on his shoulders cannot cause too much burden, and he returned to the team with a brisk walk and threw people to the military commander. So handsome. The 4 people who finally reacted looked at Sunako stupidly. But the next moment, the security of the club has gathered. After all, this is already a blatant trouble. Sneering at the big men who gathered around, Sunako grabbed a chair and threw it out, and then shouted to the military commander without looking back, Run! Gather outside! This is reality, it's not an anime. That kind of over-exaggerated style is simply impossible. Compare the combat effectiveness of the 2 sides. No accidents, it's the best policy. Fortunately, there aren't many people on the other side, plus there are a lot of guests here the other party can't rush over without scruples. This gives Sunako the opportunity to delay time, use the guests and tables and chairs to tease these angry but helpless security guards. After the military commander and they left the club, Sunako immediately followed and slipped away. But just as Sunako was thinking about how to get rid of the pursuers next, a loud noise came from behind her, and she turned her head and watched dumbfounded at a huge iron ball smashed through the club building under the helicopter. It was her cheap aunt's hand, and the figure of the noble lady could be vaguely seen on the plane. This is in the city, and it was a well-known club building, and it was smashed directly without any scruples. It seems that this aunt is not only very rich, but also very powerful, but it still feels so exaggerated. But in this way, it is much easier, and there is no need to worry about follow-up troubles in the future. Anyway, there is an ant to deal with the aftermath, and then meet with everyone in a small park. Gongping has woken up, is breathing heavily. Everyone is safe. This result is a happy situation. 2.0. Listen to me, isn't Sunako very ladylike when she wears a kimono? Shuez Hishin said happily. If Sunako kept such a posture in the future, they would be relaxed, the rent could be free, and they could live with a beautiful woman, and the big problem of food and accommodation could be perfectly solved. Ah, you can succeed if you want to do it. Ranmaru agreed. Anyway, thank you, Sunako. Kyohei grinned and stepped forward to kiss Sunako on the cheek. Although he was very unwilling, this time he wanted Sunako's life, and his body reacted on his own, and 2 pillars of blood sprayed Gonghei's face directly, and then Sunako's whole person softened and fell into a coma. It's like this again. Sunako, cheer up. I have no money. After dinner, Gongping looked at everyone. Aren't you working? I was fired. Who did you hit again this time? Boss. How so? Said the three of them in unison. Really, can't you just bear with it? Said the military commander helplessly. This is the first time I don't know how many times. Because that guy touched my ass. Gongping had an unhappy expression on his face. Then you just tell him. I can't do it. Can you understand the feeling of being touched by a perverted uncle? I don't know. Looking at the two who were about to quarrel, Shue's Hishan hurriedly persuaded him. Gongping, Wu Chang, you calm down. That's right. I heard that if the booth held at tomorrow's school celebration votes first, you can get a bonus of 500,000 yuan. 500,000, slapped the table directly and got up. Gongping had a hungry expression on his face. If he could get this money, it would be enough for him to live well for a long time, and he didn't need to continue to worry about the money. However, according to the class size, it is only 12,500 yuan per person. 12,500 yuan, slapped the table twice. Even if it was only more than 10,000, it was a timely reign for the current Gongping, and he suddenly declared with enthusiasm, very good. I will never lose to your class. We weren't going to participate in the first place. Looking at Gongping's strength, the three of them replied at the same time. After all, they were not as short of money as Gongping, although they were not very rich, but their usual pocket money was still sufficient. Why? Kyohei had a confused expression. Shue's Hishan, I'm going to accompany the girls from the neighboring school to visit. Commander, I share a sweet time with Nei. Looking at the hesitant military chief, Shue's Hishan directly helped him say it. Ranmaro, on the school celebration, I can talk to girls from other schools to my heart's content, and I choose love rather than money. Yes, Gongping suddenly felt a little bored, but he was also a little glad that without the participation of these three people, the probability of winning would have increased a lot. Anyway, what is Sunako's class going to do? Asked the military chief, who was carrying Shue's Hishan's head to educate, suddenly. However, when the eyes of the four turned to Sunako, who was washing dishes, looking at the side face of Sunako's mouth slightly upturned, a cold current went back and forth from beginning to end. Sunako, who had returned to her original dress and posture, was too terrifying. Very wise, the four did not continue to ask, and they had the idea of asking. The next day's school anniversary, Sunako happily walked on the road with a model, wearing a white mask that only showed his eyes and mouth on his face, and the daily exercise before going out naturally did not pull, and in order to further make the face more beautiful, Sunako changed the plastic mask, one piece a day, and the face can be finely adjusted in a more perfect and beautiful direction. It can be said that among all the things exchanged, this mask is the most expensive, and it cost 2,000 pleasure points. Walking on the road, because of the school anniversary, there are a lot of people, and most of the girls go to the school. It is estimated that they are all for the four of Gongping, but this has nothing to do with Sunako. The dark aura is open and no one dares to approach Sunako. Most girls will be scared and tremble by Sunako at a glance. All the way down Sunako is very smooth to arrive at the school. The theme of today's class is a haunted house, but the other students have gone to play, so the haunted house is all entrusted to Sunako to deal with alone. After all, the theme of the haunted house and Sunako can't match. One morning, all the arrangements have been completed. Looking at the science department that has completely become a haunted house in front of her, Sunako nodded with great satisfaction, and a feeling of comfort came, making people feel a sense of happiness that they want to stay here for the rest of their lives, and quickly throw away this dangerous idea. It has become more and more gloomy recently, which is not a good thing. Opened the window and looked at the scene on the school road. Outside, where she endured the discomfort of being exposed to direct sunlight, Sunako watched for a while and silently closed the window and walked downstairs. All right, get out of here. What are you doing? What's going on? Scared the girls around him away, and the pink-haired orangutan man led by him came to Kyohei's stall with two companions and mocked. I thought it was a lie, but I didn't expect the heartthrob Takano-kun to really sell octopus balls. It's so handsome. I'm so impressed. Ha. Looking at the trio who obviously came to find fault, Gongping endured it and didn't lose his temper, and continued his actions, but the other party didn't plan to let Gongping go like this, and when he was about to do something further, a cold breath came from behind, and then he felt that the temperature around him had dropped by several degrees in an instant, and what was frightening was that there seemed to be something staring at him behind him, especially after seeing the scene after all. The girls who had gathered next to him were scared away. The three of them were even more like mangs on their backs, swallowed saliva, and turned their heads tremblingly, and what caught their eyes was the white smiling mask and the terrifying female ghost of Sadeko's image staring at them. Hell, mommy, wait for me. Seeing that the three bad blinks who were so scared that they were about to pee their pants disappeared, Kyohei breathed a sigh of relief and handed the box of the finished small balls to Sunako and said, "Thank you, Sunako, please eat this." "Thank you, and don't you continue to do it." Taking the balls, Sunako looked at Kyohei who was tidying things up. "Don't do it, it's too troublesome." Gongping with a sense of helplessness, setting up a stall can cause trouble. Continue, Lise, put it down. I don't know what moths will come out. I don't have the heart to continue to do it. Then you want to help me? I will do it alone in the haunted house now. If I win, I will get 500,000 yuan alone, and if you come to help, you can share the prize money equally. Looking at Gongping with some sympathy, Tsuneko proposed, looking too demonic and from an ordinary background. Gongping is also the kind of person who lives a very tired life, although it is no problem to eat with this face and can still live a chic and moisturized life. But Gongping has his own bottom line and principles and that insistent mentality. Such a person is worthy of respect. Really? Looked at Tsuneko in surprise. Gonghei directly cleaned up the stall in the next moment, took Tsuneko's hand and immediately ran towards the haunted house. If it is divided, there are 250,000, enough for your own use. You must win before the end of the school celebration. Of course, in order to ensure victory, Gongping took the military chief, Ranmera, and Shuez Hishan, all three of them together to hijack it. So, you want us to help make the haunted house more viable? I think you're trying to make a profit from it, right? My little angels. I said you. Anyway, you have a crush on the 500,000. In the face of everyone's questioning, Gongping suddenly couldn't refute it. After all, this is the case. But at this time, Gongping's mind turned quite fast, and he immediately found the excuse and said, This, even so, as long as there is 500,000, even if Tsuneko Nakahara can't become a lady, we can pay the rent. It makes some sense, too. If the 5 of us divide it equally, then each of us will be 100,000, 100,000. Let's not talk about this for now, since you're going to help Tsuneko. We can't sit idly by. Yes. On the other side, looking at the 4 people hugging each other, Tsuneko silently covered her nose with a handkerchief, and was about to bleed again. This physique is really troublesome, and if you continue like this, you will bleed to death sooner or later. Since the haunted house has the help of these 4 declining ghosts, it has basically locked the winner, and Tsuneko did not participate, holding the skull and hiding in the corner 540 with peace of mind. I don't know how long it has been. Kyohei's shouts woke up Tsuneko, took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and he slept for at least 4 or 5 hours, and the time passed really fast. Take off the mask, tear off the mask, and throw it in the corner. Anyway, it is produced by the system, and it can work if it is attached to the face, and you don't need to pay attention to details such as what time and how to use it, which is still very convenient. You're here, don't hide and get out quickly. Really, even I'm so desperate, you're lazy here. Kyohei walked over and said to Tsuneko, who was cowering in the corner, Don't come here. It's too dazzling. Shrank tighter, and Tsuneko grabbed the shelf directly to the side. Don't hide. Come out quickly. Immediately came up and grabbed the belt on Tsuneko's white clothes, and said in a hurry, Tsuneko still needs to appear later, and Tsuneko must go over to receive the award. Don't. It's for 500,000,500,000. I'll melt. Don't say something inexplicable. With Gongping's strength, a no-shka, in Gongping's arms, the two fell to the ground together. The next moment, feeling a soft mouth, Tsuneko looked at the face of Gongping at 0 distance, instantly spurted blood, and lost consciousness at the same time. And at this time, 2 girls walked over, just saw a strange scene. A girl in white had a lot of blood sticking to her body, the handsome man was holding her, and some blood was dripping from the side of her mouth, and the whole scene looked a little terrifying. It's finally the end when Tsuneko woke up. It's been taken to the stage by Kyohei because it's going to be awarded, not to mention the bonus of 500,000 yuan, and because of the addition of Mr. Takamori and Miss Takamori. Kyohei and Yukinoho were elected, each received 100,000 bonuses. A total of 700,000 grand prizes were in the bag. Walking on the way back, Gongping was almost floating. After all, 70 was evenly distributed, and each person also had 14, which was enough for him. But when facing the distribution, the 3 of them chose not to, because they didn't need much money. Tsuneko also chose to give up, and then went back to the room non-stop, and the 700,000 exclusive was enough for Gongping to be happy for a while. By the way, Kyohei, Tsuneko's appearance is a little strange. Did you do something to Tsuneko again? The military chief observed that Tsuneko's performance just now was different from usual, and she seemed to be avoiding Kyohei. Huh? What else can I do? That's what that guy looks like. Holding his own money, Gongping said indifferently. Well, so you don't understand the hearts of girls, really? Don't forget who is the person who cooks during this time? If you don't want to continue to eat those junk food or take out in the future, think about it. Ranmera said helplessly. This sentence hit the death hole directly. Kyohei recalled the past situation, compared with the food made by Tsuneko. A spirit said, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary to her today. It seems that when I was in a haunted house, I accidentally kissed her when I pulled her to work. What? So you're kissing? What the hell is going on? The 3 of them all made a difficulty, surrounded Gongping. For a girl, kiss is still very important, although it was an accident, but also had to apologize. Gongping's indifferent attitude. No wonder other girls will avoid him. It must be angry. If Gongping suffers alone, forget it. Even if they have no food to eat, it will be miserable. Ignoring the 4 people who were braining and ready to press Gongping to take the blame, Tsuneko was looking in the mirror in the room, although it didn't seem to make any difference at first, but there were still some slight changes when you looked closely. The already beautiful face became more durable, and a glance and a smile revealed a sense of charm. Even if the whole face was cold or made an expression like angry, it looked very cute, with a sense of innocence, and the evaluation had reached B+. Continue to work hard for a while, and the A grade is just around the corner. Time flies. Early the next morning, Sunako went downstairs to cook as usual after exercising, and there happened to be an envelope sent over. I thought it was the 4 handsome pots, but I didn't expect it to be my own. This letter was sent by a well-known photographer, specifically inviting Sunako to be their model for shooting. For this kind of thing, Sunako refused, because it was very boring and had no interest, but when I saw the shooting location in a prestigious supernatural castle, I don't know why, my eyes couldn't move away, my heartbeat was accelerating, and there was only one thought left in my mind, to go to the castle, to participate in the shooting, to be a model. Sunako, what are you doing standing stupidly? Came down from upstairs with a yawn, Gong Ping said strangely, and then remembered the situation of being criticized by the 3 of them last night. Gong Ping thought of the kiss at that time. He didn't care about it before, but now in retrospect, he actually had an urge to experience it once, and his eyes subconsciously looked at Sunako's pink mouth. So, you want us to help make the haunted house more viable? I think you're trying to make a profit from it, right? My little angels. I said you. Anyway, you have a crush on the 500,000. In the face of everyone's questioning, Gongping suddenly couldn't refute it. After all, this is the case, but at this time, Gongping's mind turned quite fast, and he immediately found the excuse and said, This, even so, as long as there is 500,000, even if Sunako Nakahara can't become a lady, we can pay the rent. It makes some sense, too. If the 5 of us divide it equally, then each of us will be 100,000, 100,000. Let's not talk about this for now, since you're going to help Sunako. We can't sit idly by. Yes. On the other side, looking at the 4 people hugging each other, Sunako silently covered her nose with a handkerchief, and was about to bleed again. This physique is really troublesome, and if you continue like this, you will bleed to death sooner or later. Since the haunted house has the help of these 4 declining ghosts, it has basically locked the winner, and Sunako did not participate, holding the skull and hiding in the corner 540 with peace of mind. I don't know how long it has been. Kyohei's shouts woke up Sunako, took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and he slept for at least 4 or 5 hours, and the time passed really fast. Take off the mask, tear off the mask, and throw it in the corner. Anyway, it is produced by the system, and it can work if it is attached to the face, and you don't need to pay attention to details such as what time and how to use it, which is still very convenient. You're here, don't hide and get out quickly. Really, even I'm so desperate, you're lazy here. Kyohei walked over and said to Sunako, who was cowering in the corner, Don't come here. It's too dazzling. Shrank tighter, and Sunako grabbed the shelf directly to the side. Don't hide. Come out quickly. Immediately came up and grabbed the belt on Sunako's white clothes, and said in a hurry, Sunako still needs to appear later, and Sunako must go over to receive the award. Don't. It's for 500,000,500,000. I'll melt. Don't say something inexplicable. With Gongping's strength, a no-shka, in Gongping's arms, the 2 fell to the ground together. The next moment, feeling a soft mouth, Sunako looked at the face of Gongping at 0 distance, instantly spurted blood, and lost consciousness at the same time. And at this time, 2 girls walked over, just saw a strange scene. A girl in white had a lot of blood sticking to her body, the handsome man was holding her, and some blood was dripping from the side of her mouth, and the whole scene looked a little terrifying. It's finally the end when Sunako woke up. It's been taken to the stage by Kyohei because it's going to be awarded, not to mention the bonus of 500,000 yuan, and because of the addition of Mr. Takamori and Miss Takamori. Kyohei and Yukinoho were elected, each received 100,000 bonuses. A total of 700,000 grand prizes were in the bag. Walking on the way back, Gongping was almost floating. After all, 70 was evenly distributed, and each person also had 14, which was enough for him. But when facing the distribution, the 3 of them chose not to, because they didn't need much money. Sunako also chose to give up, and then went back to the room non-stop, and the 700,000 exclusive was enough for Gongping to be happy for a while. By the way, Kyohei, Sunako's appearance is a little strange. Did you do something to Sunako again? The military chief observed that Sunako's performance just now was different from usual, and she seemed to be avoiding Kyohei. Huh? What else can I do? That's what that guy looks like. Holding his own money, Gongping said indifferently. Well, so you don't understand the hearts of girls, really? Don't forget who is the person who cooks during this time? If you don't want to continue to eat those junk food or takeout in the future, think about it. Ranmara said helplessly. This sentence hit the death hole directly. Kyohei recalled the past situation, compared with the food made by Sunako. A spirit said, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary to her today. It seems that when I was in a haunted house, I accidentally kissed her when I pulled her to work. What? So you're kissing? What the hell is going on? The 3 of them all made a difficulty, surrounded Gongping. For a girl, kiss is still very important, although it was an accident, but also had to apologize. Gongping's indifferent attitude. No wonder other girls will avoid him. It must be angry. If Gongping suffers alone, forget it. Even if they have no food to eat, it will be miserable. Ignoring the 4 people who were braining and ready to press Gongping to take the blame, Tsuneko was looking in the mirror in the room, although it didn't seem to make any difference at first, but there were still some slight changes when you looked closely. The already beautiful face became more durable, and a glance and a smile revealed a sense of charm. Even if the whole face was cold or made an expression like angry, it looked very cute, with a sense of innocence, and the evaluation had reached B+. Continue to work hard for a while, and the A grade is just around the corner. Time flies. Early the next morning, Tsuneko went downstairs to cook as usual after exercising, and there happened to be an envelope sent over. I thought it was the 4 handsome pots, but I didn't expect it to be my own. This letter was sent by a well-known photographer, specifically inviting Tsuneko to be their model for shooting. For this kind of thing, Tsuneko refused, because it was very boring and had no interest, but when I saw the shooting location in a prestigious supernatural castle, I don't know why, my eyes couldn't move away, my heartbeat was accelerating, and there was only one thought left in my mind, to go to the castle, to participate in the shooting, to be a model. Tsuneko, what are you doing standing stupidly? Came down from upstairs with a yawn, Gongping said strangely, and then remembered the situation of being criticized by the 3 of them last night. Gongping thought of the kiss at that time. He didn't care about it before, but now in retrospect, he actually had an urge to experience it once, and his eyes subconsciously looked at Tsuneko's pink mouth. Must. Tsuneko. Looking at Tsuneko with a red face and a smirk, the military chief shouted several times but did not react, completely fascinated. This supernatural castle is a terrifying and abnormal area in the eyes of the 3 of them, and it always feels like something will come out. It's such a good place, Tsuneko. I've heard that there is a lot of rumors here, and there are ghosts and other things. Reacted instantly, Tsuneko said with surprise, and the black aura on her body became even thicker. No, it's just a rumor, I'm sorry. Shue's Hishin hurriedly said, such a Tsuneko is too terrifying. Will it appear? Like the melting of ice and snow, Tsuneko's entire face was revealed, and the slightly upturned smile in anticipation was extraordinarily beautiful, although they knew what Tsuneko was so happy for. But the 4 of them looked at Tsuneko's rare appearance now, and they couldn't help but blush. Their heartbeat accelerated, and they had a feeling of being fascinated. Even Ranmero, a veteran of the flowers, did not escape. She looked so happy. Shue's Hishin returned to Shinto, as if he thought of some beautiful picture. Tsuneko's smile became more and more cute, and the whole looked a little cute. All in all, the first phase was a big success. Wu Chang breathed a sigh of relief and said, hoping that the next step would be smooth. But I really didn't expect it to be in this kind of magazine. Gongping held the magazine and said, there is an article on it that is the same posture of Tsuneko when receiving the award on the school anniversary. Although it is terrifying and thrilling, it is beautiful and elegant, giving people a sense of beauty of spear shield. And there was a photographer who came to ask Tsuneko to be his model because he saw this photo, so we really have to run at the right time. Ranmero said with a smile, being a model is paid, and if it succeeds this time, the other party will pay an honorarium of 500,000 yuan, plus the 700,000 yuan for the school anniversary. There will be as much as 1.2 million. Do you really think so? Compared to the optimistic 3, the military chief said worriedly, casually mentioned Tsuneko, still giggling, shaking several times, still giggling. Whether this state works or not is still a problem. At this moment, a staff member came over and smiled at everyone. It's Miss Tsuneko Nakahara, right? Thank you for the invitation. Recovering from a smirk in a happy mood, Tsuneko went in with the staff. Tsuneko as a model. Yukino looked worried. Absolutely impossible. Kyohei made a direct judgment, although the remuneration is very attractive, but it is even more impossible for Tsuneko to be a model, and this shooting is estimated to be yellow. Don't worry, everyone, I've made a little preparation for this, although it may not be possible, but at least let Tsuneko be more serious. The martial chief smiled. Hey, you're not. That's right, it's the same tape that was banned 10 years ago and is known as the Paranormal Death Tape. The original one is long gone, but I took some trouble to get a copy from an acquaintance. Putting on the gloves, the military chief carefully took out a box of videotapes that looked like from a black tape. I don't know if it was an illusion. The tape also exuded a thick black gas, which was comparable to Tsuneko's aura. Then I'll leave everything to you, Commander. The 3 of them immediately retreated, leaving the matter to the military commander to solve. Helplessly looking at the 3 of them acting so unrighteously. I got this thing for the good of everyone, and the military chief himself didn't want to do such a thing, but in order to make Tsuneko more powerful, it's not that this out-of-print and precious horror thing can't work at all. It's come to this point. There's no way. The military chief himself took the video and brought it inside. There is indeed a terrifying atmosphere in the castle. Many staff are busy, although the environment is a little darker, but it's okay. When the military chief comes to the dressing room, as expected, a group of makeup artists are busy with Tsuneko, putting on makeup, changing clothes. The whole scene looks a little chaotic. Tsuneko. The military chief walked over and took out the videotape in his hand. Oh, stopped struggling, and Tsuneko's eyes lit up as she looked at what was in the Takeshi's hand. Try to cooperate with everyone to take a good photo shoot, and this tape is yours. Smiling slightly, the martial chief tempted. Asking for flowers 0. Yes, sir, replied decisively. Tsuneko went directly from the Q-Mang state into the usual ghost state. After getting Sunako, the military chief immediately withdrew. Looking at Sunako, who was finally willing to cooperate, the makeup artists were also relieved, and began to dress up Sunako. The bangs were too long and also trimmed, and the matching of the costume was immediately changed for Sunako, and in a moment, a beautiful night elf with long black hair and a white dress in the mirror was born. It's so beautiful, the teacher's vision is so powerful, just now it looks a little scary. Ordinary girl is so beautiful and cute, it seems to be hugged home. If I were a man, I would have to pursue you, and this soft black hair, it's really lovely. 0. Alright, everyone, the preparations are complete, let's tell the teacher to get started. The person in charge urged. One of the makeup artists immediately went out to inform, while the others made the final adjustments to Sunako, and soon, the screen was withdrawn, and the photography teacher who invited Sunako over shouted excitedly, "Okay, my Claudia." A turn, in the eyes of all expectations, Sunako's entire appearance was revealed. At this moment, just outside the window a touch of moonlight shone in, making the already beautiful Sunako look like an angel descending from heaven to the world as holy and beautiful, which makes people intoxicated. But then under the reflection of the black aura, it is like a fallen angel who has fallen into the darkness to dump all beings to tempt and fall into sin. The two contradictory beauty are wonderfully combined, giving people an unreal sense of beauty. This is simply a beautiful creature that should not appear in the mortal world. That's Teacher, can you start? After waiting for a few minutes, seeing that everyone was still looking at him blankly, Sunako opened her mouth to remind. Ahem. Yes. Oh, sorry, start right away, sorry. The camera teacher coughed twice, and then shouted to the people around him, don't you hurry up and work? Yes, teacher, a spirit, everyone said in unison, and hurriedly performed their duties to prepare their strength. Gongping, what's wrong? It's over smoothly, and I got a reward of 500,000 yuan, why are you still pulling a face? On the way back, Shue's Hishin said, it stands to reason that the happiest person in this situation should be Gongping. It's nothing, hurry up and go back, I'm hungry, eat. Grinning, Kyohei quickened his pace, shook his head and felt if he had a brain problem. For some reason, from Sunako dressed up, to the various shots behind, all of them lingered in his mind, and his heartbeat was stronger than usual, and he didn't look at Sunako as casually and naturally as before. This irritable mood made Kyohei very annoyed, but he didn't dare to say it, because he was embarrassed and would definitely be ridiculed by those three guys. Back home, everything is as usual, but a few days later is the day of the photography exhibition, so the photography team sent an invitation to everyone, come to visit. Sunako 540 refused, no interest in visiting any exhibition. Kyohei doesn't seem interested in staying at home to rest. Ranmara they are very interested, the three of them team up, although 500,000 remuneration is in hand, but the 500,000 comes and goes quickly, and is taken away by the landlord, on the grounds that Sunako has not become a lady yet, so the rent is paid. It's a long-lost experience to be sick, but it's so uncomfortable. Nested in the quilt, I felt dizzy when I got up in the morning. I barely finished breakfast and went back to the room. After Sunako took her temperature, she had a low-grade fever of 38 degrees, and it was not a big problem, so I took cold medicine and rested. Downstairs I'm left alone in the hall. Gongping played with his mobile phone boringly for a while and then looked at the TV. It's really idle enough, idle to the point that some boring eggs hurt rummaged through the refrigerator like looking for a snack or something. There's nothing else except the ingredients. The cabinet is also empty and I don't want to go out after all. Every time I go out, it's a big commotion. It's annoying. Finally came to the door of Sunako's room when I wanted to knock on the door. I found that I didn't know what to do and say something. Scratching his head, he was a little envious of Sunako. As long as he stayed in the room, no matter how long, he could be happy. Just as Kyohei was about to leave, the sound of broken items and painful cries in the room came from inside, and subconsciously Kyohei twisted the doorknob, not locked as usual, and hurriedly walked in. Sunako was falling to the ground next to the bed, and a puddle of water stains and glass fragments were sprinkled on the ground on the side. Sunako, are you okay? Quickly picked up Sunako, skin contact, the body was very hot, and immediately Kyohei understood what was going on. This was a cold, and quickly put Sunako back to be me. Kyohei went to find ice cubes to fetch water, and it was the first time he did the work of taking care of the patient, but the way to reduce fever was still understood. Nearly half an hour later, looking at Sunako who was covered with ice, and wiped the sweat on Sunako's face with a wet towel, Kyohei breathed a sigh of relief, but soon Sunako's next actions completely made Kyohei anxious. It seemed to be unconscious, probably too uncomfortable or something. Sunako began to take off her clothes. Looking at this situation, Kyohei didn't know whether to stop it, a little dumbfounded, and finally hurriedly turned around and didn't dare to look. Water, Sunako's murmur rang out. Water? The water is coming. Quickly poured a glass of water. Gongping turned around and saw a white body that had been stripped naked, covering his nose. Gongping quickly turned around and said, "Stupid, why are they all stripped naked? It's hot. Water." With a confused thirst on her face, Sunako was not prepared at all, and her hazy eyes stared at the water cup in Kyohei's hand. Damn. Closing his eyes, Kyohei got closer, handed over the water glass, but waited for a while and didn't move, and after opening it a little, he found that Tsuneko had fallen down again. Half of his body was exposed. His face looked a little pale and weak. Obviously it was just a small cold. Why did he look so sick? He gritted his teeth and went out, picked up Tsuneko, handed the water cup to Tsuneko's mouth and wanted to feed her, but it was all left along the corners of his mouth. Faced with this situation, Gongping is completely out of line. I don't know what to do, and the dilemma and entanglement are not enough to describe Gongping's current mood. Looking at Tsuneko, who was frowning uncomfortably, the beautiful appearance of being weak and pitiful, Gong calmed down, poured a glass of water again, took a sip of himself, hooked Tsuneko's chin and kissed it, and then slowly crossed the water into it. After drinking a glass of water, it took almost 10 minutes, and it was finally done. Gongping was a little reluctant to put down Tsuneko. Now Tsuneko is like a sleeping beauty and the usual terrifying image is completely different. Drinking water seems to be more comfortable. Gongping covered Tsuneko with the quilt again, and when he was about to get up and leave, he was pulled by a hand. Tsuneko looked down in surprise. Kyohei thought Tsuneko was awake, and was about to explain what was going on but found that Tsuneko was still with her eyes closed, which seemed to be an unconscious act. Kyohei, don't leave me, a murmur sounded from Tsuneko's mouth, as if she was talking in a dream. I'm here, don't worry. Rarely sat down gently, Gongping said softly. Kill you? Good creatures should die, ha 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 ha. The next moment, his tone changed, and words full of horror spat out from Tsuneko's mouth, and the familiar black aura appeared again. Looking at Tsuneko speechlessly, Kyohei was a little dumbfounded, and suddenly felt that his gentle style just now was really a waste of feelings, but the subsequent words made Kyohei completely stunned. Kyohei, I like you. Tsuneko. Funny looking at Tsuneko, Kyohei touched Tsuneko's face. It really feels like hell to heaven. Every time it will bring unexpected surprises and accidents to himself. Listening to Tsuneko's unconscious confession, Kyohei touched his heart, and seems to understand what kind of feelings he has for Tsuneko now. During this period of getting along, unconsciously, he also likes this weird and terrifying and sometimes very cute girl. His heart has been conquered unconsciously. In this life, for the first time, Kyohei has the urge to fall in love with a girl, and wants to take good care of the girl in front of him, no matter what the future holds, but at least for now, Kyohei understands that he likes Susu 2.0 Neko, and that's enough. Changed a new towel for Tsuneko, Gonghei got up and went out. Now I have to let Tsuneko rest well to get better, and come over later to feed Tsuneko to take medicine and then change the water and change the towel, since Tsuneko is sick. Then today's meal can only be ordered takeout. Tsuneko wants to eat some light, to check with a mobile phone, those foods are better for the body. As Gongping left and closed the door, Tsuneko in the bed opened his eyes. All this is a routine. Continue to grind. It is estimated that it is difficult to chase himself with Gongping's character, so he can only preemptively take advantage of his illness and pretend to confess unconsciously. It seems that the effect is not bad, but they have betrayed their hue. Gongping can still bear it. It's not bad, but this increases his difficulty, and he has to find an opportunity to let Gongping take the initiative. It's not easy to finally reach the target. Nianyu looked at the evaluation of the system with a full face. Tsuneko looked in the mirror carefully. It has been more than half a year since she came here, and she has finally transformed the original dinosaur image into the appearance of a big beauty. But this damn light death physique is the biggest trouble. After all, it's not good. None of the things in the system that can easily change this physique can be used. So many of my ideas are difficult to realize. Although the relationship between me and Gongping seems to be heating up quickly this month, but the two still maintain their usual way of getting along. Stunned. There's no intention of breaking the relationship. I feel super troublesome. I seem to be caught in a strange circle. I want to give up, but I'm afraid of the punishment of the system. Tangled. Do you want to come directly to a night attack tonight? But I always feel that the probability of failure is very high. It's estimated that the mortality rate will be much higher than the success rate. It's better to do some 27 protective facilities, as the saying goes. There's 1 and 2, although the means may be a little done, but there's no way to run out of time. This task is time limited. I don't know why I always feel like I've fallen into the pit again this time. Now don't talk about the branch. The main line may not be able to be completed 10 times the reward. There's an egg. There's not enough time at all, and it's been mixed for so long the branch hasn't even triggered a hair. Wasted so much time on yourself. You shouldn't have any expectations for the system. Hey, Tsuneko, what are you doing hiding in your room? I'm starving. What are you going to eat tonight? Gongping walked in casually and shouted, purely a big foodie. Yes, sighed. It's really hard work. Tsuneko went down to cook, but this is also one of the daily routines of the mansion. After eating, then going to school, then getting out of school, and then cooking, bathing, sleeping, very ordinary daily life, although comfortable, but Tsuneko is no longer comfortable. The shackles of the time limit are constantly approaching, forcing themselves to make a choice, stop and die. You can only choose to fight, watch a movie, watch the time come to a place at 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Almost everyone has fallen asleep. Walked out of the room quietly, touched Kyohei's room, pulled down the doorknob. There is no lock. Immediately open and sneak in. Tsuneko took the door with him in order to pretend to be some. Tsuneko prepared a lot of small props, but it seems that some of them are useless. By the moonlight, immediately found the target person. Gonghei slept at this time, but because of the physique can't look directly. In order to avoid this, Tsuneko took out a handkerchief and covered Kyohei's face. That's a lot better. Then Molly took out a hemp rope, ready to start work. First tie people up and then say, the things behind are much easier, time waits for no one, this is also no way, but when Tsuneko sneaked to Kyohei's feet to tie the operation, a thug suddenly grabbed himself, and then the familiar voice sounded. Tsuneko, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Smiling at Neko, Kyohei didn't know when she woke up, and was looking at Tsuneko with a playful face. That one. Why, looked at each other in a cold sweat. Tsuneko stammered a little, after all, she was here to do bad things, and she was always a little weak when she was caught directly. Thanks to your handkerchief, I almost gave it, why do you say? Grabbing Tsuneko's face, Kyohei smiled and pulled Tsuneko's face, and the cross on her forehead was clearly visible. Looks like I'm going to have to teach you a lesson, Tsuneko. Hooking Tsuneko's chin, Kyohei showed a demonic smile, looking at Kyohei's style. Tsuneko didn't know Kyohei's plan yet, but he barely held on and didn't pass out, but closed his eyes, and continued to look at it. He was definitely going to squirt blood and fall into a coma, the lethality was too great to bear. But the next moment, Tsuneko's eyes immediately widened, a soft touch came from her mouth, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Kyohei's face close at hand, touching herself very gently, forcibly suppressing the sense of rejection and blood-spurting impulse that emerged in her body. Tsuneko hugged Kyohei's head very cooperatively. This time, it was Kyohei's turn to be surprised. Tsuneko, who was usually uncomfortable approaching herself, took the initiative to continue to kiss with herself, without falling, which was really surprising. A few minutes later, the two separated. Tsuneko breathed heavily, turned around and didn't dare to continue to look at Kyohei. Every second of these few minutes felt very long, almost unable to hold on. It was rare that the atmosphere was so good. Kyohei also took the initiative. If such a good opportunity was ruined by the problem caused by the physique, it would be bad. Tsuneko. I'm sorry. Looking at Tsuneko with his back to him, Kyohei said apologetically, I couldn't help it just now, I just wanted to play Tsuneko as a punishment for running in the middle of the night to toss myself, but for some reason I subconsciously kissed it. This is already the category of playing hooligans, but what makes Kyohei a little happy is that Tsuneko didn't resist herself, and it seems that she still has a good impression of herself. The second time. What? It's the second time. Kiss. Looking at the muttering Suna 540-san, Kyohei remembered the scene of accidentally kissing with Tsuneko in the haunted house. That was his first kiss, and it was also Tsuneko, and now I think about it quite wonderfully. Fate is really a bit of an inexplicable feeling, and I usually don't seem to notice. Now I look at Tsuneko carefully. Kyohei thinks for the first time that Tsuneko is actually very beautiful, with a very good smell of body fragrance, small and slender, and the proportion of the curve is perfect. Now the lonely man and the widow are in the same room again, only under the moonlight. Kyohei looked at Tsuneko and had some impulses to continue to experience the feeling just now, wanting to experience more and more of the wonderful taste, but he still restrained his impulse very rationally, and smiled to break the current somewhat depressing atmosphere and said, It's not early, Tsuneko, go back to sleep. Kyohei, can I trust you? I'm actually a little scared. Tsuneko said weakly. What's wrong? What's the trouble? Kyohei sat up and leaned on the pillow behind his head. At this moment, for Tsuneko's troubles, Kyohei was happy to be a qualified listener. Then please listen to me tell me a story first. Moved to the corner and sat down, Tsuneko began to tell about her previous events with a sad mood and tone, the sad thing that caused her to become like this because she was rejected for her confession and then scolded for being ugly. Fairy tales are all lies. Looking at the collector in her hand, Linling felt that this time the system was going to pit yourself to the rhythm of the death, without any mainline side quests, only one collection task, collecting more than 20 male and female protagonist sacks, and half of each male and female. Complete the task, and get 10W pleasure value and the world's free shuttle permission, each additional 1W pleasure value reward. Failure is self-evident, the task time limit is 10 years, and this world is a mixed world of several anime, similar to the mixed world I experienced a long time ago, but it is completely different. You can't guess the plot direction according to the normal plot. For example, now, Linling is in Gensekyo, in a small thatched hut, and her identity is one of the managers of Gensekyo, the nine-tailed sky fox, and the demon master Linling, who is as famous as the monster sage Yakumo-Zi. These are all systematically arranged, and Linling is also a little confused about what is going on. Compared to these small things, Linling is a little eager to see the women of the East, and the first target is decided to be Ryuma. 540. Legend has it that Marissa tried to stuff one piece into Ryuma's money box, and then Ryuma smiled and stuffed 10 pieces, and Ryuma said, good luck to you. Stuffed 100 yuan, Ryuma invited to the house and got a cup of tea. Stuffed 1000 yuan, Ryuma said, please eat here today. Stuffed 1W block, Ryuma said, I'm your person tonight. Stuffed with 10W pieces, Ryuma stripped naked, and said with a collar, please don't treat me as a human being tonight. It's really cheap. 100,000 or R coins can be finished at will. If there was a dream in the real society, Linling would definitely have to take it back, but if there really is, it is estimated that it will not be his turn. After all, there are many local tyrants who like the East, but now, I can enjoy the beautiful service of the undisciplined witch alone, and I am a little excited to think about it. According to the memory implanted by the system, Linling set up the demon wind and went directly towards the Boli shrine. With Linling's speed, He arrived at the destination within 10 seconds. After all, the strength is there, and the distance is not far, although the reality is a little different from the two-dimensional picture, but the difference is not big, especially the cash box at the door is particularly conspicuous. I noticed it at first sight, and as soon as I came down, Lin Ling felt a peeping sight. If it was right, it should be the undisciplined one observing his side. Looking at the cash box in front of her, Lin Ling grinned, took out a stack of banknotes, deliberately shook it, and then took out a cash box with a face value of 10,000 yuan and threw it away. The next second, Lin Ling was stunned. I'm disturbed. Looking at Ryumo with a black line, Lin Ling quickly realized that the stock that circulated was not nonsense. Raymond in memory didn't give herself any good face, and it was even more impossible to call her sister. Now she led the way in person, and she greeted people with a smile, and she didn't have to take off her shoes to enter the shrine directly, and within 10 seconds, the tea and snacks were all prepared for herself, and she also asked if she wanted a massage or something. Raymond loves money, chka. Lin Ling has a deep experience, and she really doesn't want any discipline for money. Sister Lin Ling, are you going to stay for dinner tonight? Ling Meng asked with a smile. Now Lin Ling is a rich man and a nobleman in her eyes. How many years? The cash box with no dime has finally entered the account, and it is still 10,000 bills, and the moved Ling Meng is about to kneel and lick Lin Ling. That, Ryumo, I came to you today for something. The corners of her mouth twitched, and Lin Ling felt a little overwhelmed by Ling Men's attitude. What's the matter? As long as I help, Sister Lin Ling, you can say that you can go up the knife mountain and go down to the sea of fire. Patted his heart, Ling Meng said very righteously. Well, that's the pay, and what I want you to do is simple. Taking out the stack of money just now, a total of 100,000 bills, Lin Ling put it in front of Raymond, whose eyes were full of light. Sucking back the saliva that was about to flow out, Ling Meng looked at Lin Ling seriously and said, no matter what the request is, I have agreed. Sister Lin Ling, you can say it. Come here. Hooking her fingers, Lin Ling said with a smile, the fish is hooked, although it is simple and easy, but the object is Ling Meng, and it has also fulfilled his previous delusions. After a while, after listening to Lin Ling's request, although Ling Meng felt that this request was quite weird, but for the sake of 100,000, Ling Meng blushed and waved his hand. It turned out to be this little thing. No problem, Sister Lin Ling can come. You are satisfied? Then you're welcome. Licking the corners of her mouth, Lin Ling waved her hand to close the door and launched an attack. More than half an hour later, satisfied, put on a pair looking at the face of Ryumo that has been broken, Lin Ling set up the demon wind and left the Boli shrine. Although there are a lot of beauties in Gensokyo, but the task is to be the hero and heroine. Count down Gensyokyo can become the protagonist in addition to Ryumo. There are only a few Yakumo purple and flower mother, but it's not as easy as Ryumo. You need to think of another way. Now let's go to the outside world first. It's a mixed world, it's not just a place like Gensokyo. Put it first. If it's all done, come back when it's all done. The time limit of 10 years is enough for yourself to have a good time.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.